J. Cool, stop letting your cat sit on your keyboard, bro. Come on. Come on. Come on. What crazy upset will happen? Fuck if I know, man. Shit is wild. All right. Will Liquid win a map, guys? Can we not do that right now? I'm trying to have like a good day today. I had to pop a pimple today, dude. Ugh. Dude, where? Okay. See it? Little red spot. It's on my other side. Luckily, you guys stressing so much pimples are coming. Exactly. Wireless in-ears? Yeah. I think I already put my stream on the matches we're gonna watch today. We're gonna see Legacy Phase. We're watching Lin Vision Mongols. I'm just double checking. Spirit Navi, classic. Yep. And then, unfortunately, Liquid Mouse. Son of a bitch. All right. Yep. Got it all right. That is all correct. I still have to make a coffee. Gotta get the home espresso set up. Come on now. Rookie mistake. Alright.
I will just prepared, and I mean, everyone was saying like, "Oh, you pick Anubis against Aurora. Oh, now you're playing 8 wins in a row against. They have 8 wins in a row. Now they don't." I mean, it feels good because we had a really good game plan. We stepped up on T side. We did a nice comeback. Good entries from Javi and clutches as well. After we went CT
I'm getting my coffee real quick while I listen to this chat behavior. Okay?
Again, and we killed I think 5 on Eco, and because of this, we had kids. Because of the fuse kids, Javi, the fuse bomb, and we managed to beat them. It's so nice to beat the teams like this.
In terms of your own individual comfort, when I was talking to you in Dallas, when you were, of course, first joining the FaZe clan, you talking about there was some like just little things in game, like, you know, nade lineups, positioning, just small details that you felt like that was the hardest bit to be getting back in your comfort zone with. How comfortable do you feel with those right now?
I mean, it's much better every day, but still yesterday when we played against Aurora, there was third round, and I didn't say proper info, and our teammates died from behind, and sometimes it's happening like this, and it can cost even whole beginning of game, but still it's better and better each day, so yeah.
Now you've got a rematch opportunity versus Legacy, this time in a best of one. Tell me about ending up on Anubis this time around, a map that you didn't play. You didn't play them in that best of 3.
I mean, it's our best map, so maybe no one saw this yesterday, but still, as I want to try to play again, we will see what's going to happen.
Why do you think it's a particularly good map for FaZe at the moment?
I don't know, we just, from the beginning when I joined team, when we had online practice before Dallas, we just felt it from the beginning, and I think it's more comfortable for my teammates than for me, because I'm just doing supportive role. But I like my role, you know, I can still get entry on T side, but usually I'm just throwing nades and covering my teammates to get better positions.
Thank you so much for your time, Simple. Good luck.
Thank you.
Wonderful to get to catch up with you for the first time. As we were just chatting about, this is, of course, a rematch from the previous stage, but this time in a best of 1. What did you learn about FaZe from the last time you played them?
I think we play very good because we start doing the pistols. So in best of 1, I think the pistols are very important. The anti-equals. So yeah, we should need to start better and doing well today.
It's going to be a different map than we saw in the best of 3, obviously, with Anubis coming in to play. Any particular reason why you feel like you headed towards Anubis in this best of 1?
No, not really. I think the T side it's the best one, so we need to do good rounds, start good. So yeah, hopefully we start good in T side.
Yeah, anything specific that you guys are focusing on that T side? Because we always talk about Anubis with, you know, being a T side map. Obviously, great to get to start on that side of things. Anything you guys are looking at?
Sorry.
Anything you're looking to start on the T side of Anubis? Like any particular game plan that you guys have?
Yeah, we have good strategies. New one. I don't to talk about it, but yeah, we are very confident for the match, and let's go.
And how confident are you that you'll be making it through to the playoffs, considering you guys weren't even meant to be here in the first place?
Yeah, I'm kind of nervous actually. I'm the youngest of the team, but the guys give a lot of confidence for me. So yeah, I'm kind of nervous, but it's normal.
It's been looking great so far, Sadson. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. Really appreciate it.
It's actually just incredibly adorable. I love it for Sadson. He's, you know, a little bit nervous, but the guys are kind of keeping the spirits up. I appreciate it. Also, what a surprise. We're going to be watching Anubis for this best of 1. I did not see that coming. I definitely thought we were going to be either an Ancient or maybe Inferno or something like that. But I don't necessarily hate it. It sounds like maybe Legacy have a bit of a plan. I don't know, Dan. How do you feel about the whole thing?
Well, I mean, it's hard to know precisely how to feel about all of this because I think, you know, with FaZe's form, I have a really good feeling that, especially after the match that they played yesterday, that they're going to be feeling a lot. There's going to be a lot more cohesion and a lot better answers than we saw in their opening match, where they did fall on Anubis against Aurora, and because that was a really back and forth affair against one of the world's absolute world's best. So that's really encouraging if you're a FaZe fan. For Legacy, I mean, they've been playing super legit. The 13-3 against Vitality with great Counter-Strike, and then against VP, they lost on Ancient, but it's very close. And VP are obviously no slouch at all. VP are the kind of caliber of team that belong in this stage. So Legacy have been showing that they are very competitive right now. So I think this could go either way for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to predict as well, you know, since the two teams haven't met each other in the map before. I do think, though, yeah, that result against Aurora on Anubis for FaZe yesterday is, even though the numbers don't look great, there is something a little bit weird about it. You know, they had a lot more chances, FaZe.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of rounds they could look back on and say, we probably win those in another day. So I reckon it still is not a bad map for them, and hopefully they can really show that here. Of course, it is. You know, it's not elimination yet, but you don't want to go down with your backs to the wall. Like, you want to be in that 2-1 bracket.
And I mean, there are going to be some titans in you know, facing up against elimination. So maybe you match up against Mouse. You really want to avoid any of those potentials for sure.
Alright, I'm back.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see.
All right, guys. Baron takes to the 49, Red Eyes takes to the 5, Nergen takes to the 16, Skippy takes to the 1.
They are really favored here. Makes sense on the odds. But they've just got to remember that every opponent is dangerous.
The 19,
when they're playing up against Mouse, they can respect all those players. They inherently want to beat them. Against Legacy, they're dangerous because they're so unknown.
Wait.
Yes, they really are. And I just, you know, it's nice to see, I think, that the odds there are just evened out, even if it is FaZe being favored. I just appreciate the fact that, you know, that
Nerve takes to the 58, Simon takes to the 39, Harry takes to the 26.
It's probably just better than
Max
most of us
to the
really
27.
anticipating. And it takes a while for that
Misty takes to
reality
the
to
20,
really
Blaze
set in,
takes to the
but
5.
I think we're kind of there now. Some fist bumps are coming up, some high fives and everything else. We should be headed into the game. It will be FaZe starting on that CT side. Legacy on the T side as we begin here. It's another best of 1 at the major. We're on Anubis to begin with, and I'm excited to see what Legacy are going to find and what they're going to bring our way. I think it'll be an interesting game that's coming up, and hopefully they have some really cool stuff planned.
Yeah, it sounds like, it definitely sounds like they do. I think Sadson, I mean, firstly, we know that there's no game that they haven't been going into with great preparation. All the teams so far have been really prepared going into these matches and been doing a great job in their round selection. And here we go, FaZe versus Vitality, the 1-1 matchup here. Stage 3 at the Blast Austin Major. FaZe on the CT side and Legacy rocking the T side.
Classic nades for an A execute. I think I mentioned this last time, but that double smoke Molotov situation. But for the minute, it looks like it will be more of a B split, which is very fun to see. Lux throwing an early Molotov to clear out this position.
Temple smoke.
Also putting a lot of pressure on the B bomb site with just the early smoke that's going to be landing. It's going to take a while before it lands because it does throw it straight into the sky. He's waiting in the middle is Mao with a Glock, and he's going to take down Elish. That's a nice find. And they're actually on the bomb site. Look at the wall that they managed to construct here. This is impressive.
Yeah, and, wow. I mean, they're going to go towards the A side. They've done a great job here, pulling the rotation.
Rain's
of the
staying at least camera.
FaZe are asking questions now. They are holding position in mid, and you've got a potential
FaZe
find
didn't totally
from
bite.
He's looking for this rotation,
they got to hit
but
this
look
shot, but
at
this is
FaZe.
good.
They're so
Nice.
prepared for this play. They know
was
exactly what's
great.
coming, but the bomb, it's gone back to B. Great mid-rounding there from Legacy.
Oh, Sadson dropped in transition, frozen. Just clips him with the USP, and now looking to do more. That bomb, it's picked up now. Oh, there's so much to talk about in this round, but we're not going to get a chance to do that right now. Rain already looking to set up a bit of a retake. They do have a kit as well on Simple. Nice headshot. Lato being put into the mix now, and he's low on health, but shot in the face by Kerrigan. The 1v1 to see if FaZe can get off to a good start finally on the CT side, but Nissan, he'll have none of it. Takes him down,
there's Jamal.
and Legacy picks
Juan,
up
thanks
a
for the
pistol
5
in
super
one of the
chat,
most
thank you.
elaborate ways that I can imagine.
Super thanks for the 90-month reset,
Are they
thank
using
you.
Kerrigan's, ambulance against them?
Yeah, they are.
What's that?
Counter ambulances. That's rough.
Wow, I love it.
Just to say, when they put up that
Yes,
smoke
he reversed
wall
it.
at the
He
beginning
backed
of
up the
round,
ambulance,
Legacy,
dude.
They are clearly expecting a really big reaction.
Thank you, Lex, for the
If
52,
that
thank you.
happened, they would have had one person.
Super, I
on the
can't believe you've been
reaction,
sub 90
and then they
months,
would
you
have been ready to
psycho.
go towards the A bomb site, but that never happens, and actually makes Legacy sort of doubt.
Jimmy, thanks for the
Like,
50-month
that's
primer,
back to the
thank
B
you,
bomb
man.
site, and they do that, and it almost doesn't work. But at the end
All
of
the
it,
IMs.
it's
Good.
great news.
Getting used to the sounds because they sound very different than
Coming through
the
on the
headset.
FaZe side. I respect it. I don't want to see them really force up in this round.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And there's still some danger. I mean, you got Nissim, very, very weak.
Also, it's just weird to have any
Like
of them
66
while I'm at the
HP,
PC.
so the P250.
Missed the chicken. I think Rain did.
Well,
It's not good. It's not a good sign.
that's how it be sometimes.
Super, thanks for the 21-month primer,
least
and
do
Joe
that,
Ho, thanks
you know?
for the 13-month primer.
If you're
Thank
going to
you.
swing for it, you got to hit.
You got to do it.
But yeah, hopefully for Legacy, they can just make it out of this round without too much trouble.
Yeah. Yeah,
They're the
I
new
think
Still Streets ones, guys.
For me, I
Hashtag
really
ad,
hope
but
that the FaZe have a... I suppose if they're to lose the Anubis, that it at least looks a lot better than there was yesterday, where we saw them create so many opportunities for themselves, but just not be quite able to close it down. And that was a shame, I think, to see. And I think
Why
what's
change?
interesting is that this is a team that is
Just
throughout the tournament.
honestly, when I'm
they
streaming
are-
10+ hours a day,
just been
not
added to the
having
roster,
a headset.
obviously
Funny
Rain
is
was
actually,
also
with my audio
unavailable
setup, I
during
can rock
Pre and
both.
Dallas.
True, yeah.
It's kind of like a day-by-day thing with this FaZe roster, but they have such a caliber of players that can play on a big stage that if they can just iron out some of the kinks as we go game to game, if they can survive that far, they can be super dangerous. But
Yeah, I mean, another big reason why I think winning this match is so important for FaZe, because then at least you have to play 2 best-of-3s.
How is
before
Demal's voice
lead.
still going,
You
bro?
actually get a lot more games, into the major. So I don't disagree. Like,
how is it still going?
they have to kind of work everything out live on the stage, which is a tough position to be in. Anyway, we are going to see the buy coming in here from the FaZe side. Not the most impressive one.
Bro's built div.
M4s and then the MP9 on
Wait,
Simple.
fuck, we had a scam train the whole time?
Kind
Oh,
of interesting
dude,
to
I
see,
fucked
but
up.
You're playing your first
Fuck.
position. He did say he was playing a little bit more of a supportive role. Then it's not so bad.
There was an update at the end of the day. Yeah.
Really well last
I was
time
using
on
them
this
last night while
map.
playing WoW, but yeah, I was shorter
Hopefully that
game
won't be
sesh.
Rain
Marine,
had
thanks
such
for
a
the
short
40-month
record.
reset,
1-11
thank you.
in the first half in the game they had yesterday on Anubis. Hopefully not going to be the case.
I was thinking about
Early
getting, like,
games,
some
perhaps, and
custom-
You know what? They chip away a little bit, and it's still worth it. Just getting a couple of people down to the 83s
Like the Comply
there.
brand
I think
memory
it's,
foam
it's
tips
nice. It
thing.
makes those
Skyline,
kind
thanks
of
for the
force more
2-month reset,
yeah,
thank
we
you.
have the setting of the default for Legacy, showing this A heavy default. Holding on
Who's
to
the
that,
other
the
game
main
right now that you
controller
want me to
distance,
picture in picture?
and
Well, it's a good game,
also
isn't it? Might
giving
actually be
FaZe
worth
some
it.
conditioning to the pace. So around that 110 mark, we're going to get that pop flash into the push on a long.
Oh
trading out
yeah, dude,
Simple.
they're gonna be yapping at each other.
Simple there. Kerrigan asking questions, but it's all a bait.
Oh, that's a yeah.
They're
I'll
pushing
picture
A
in
long, but
picture
it's
that
just
I'm
part of
down.
the default. Just taking some
Well, I'm
hand control.
currently
And another peek there from Frozen
lukewarm.
this time. It's going to go
Lukewarm.
right for FaZe. So this is looking rather weak so far from FaZe. Unable to get anything going in this round.
from my point of view, both those peaks coming in, both from Frozen and Carrigan, had this, you know, texture of just not quite being ready. You could just tell
That's
that
so
they
emo.
were,
That is
you know,
literally.
yes, they were
Andy
peaking,
fought
but
the
it just wasn't with
A1S
enough focus. And
when he
Frozen,
had no
I mean,
head
that
armor.
sort of
Like,
jump at
out
the
of
end
all
it
the
is also
guns
a
he
big
could,
sign
that's
that, all right,
crazy.
something's gone horribly wrong there. So
Yeah.
it's unfortunate because I think the play for Simple is actually fine. He's playing the front for that very reason.
Yes.
He's actually expecting
It's
that
just
they're
so
gonna try and
fucking annoying
Molotov
when
flash
shit like
him
that
out or whatever,
happens.
and then he's
Like,
gonna be ready to swing.
bro just
So that part is
nonchalant
great,
runs across
but,
your screen.
Yeah,
And he
It
has
feels
an
as though
A1S that you don't have head
maybe
armor. It's
it
just
almost
like,
feels
dude,
like
fuck
it
off.
almost smells like a miscommunication. For example,
Yeah.
like let's say someone who it was playing
What a game last night, dude!
calling that it was a much
Oilers
heavier
Panthers,
investment than
holy
it was,
fuck!
Because you know, from what we could see,
Crazy
they took the
game.
position, they weren't pushing into the side, they were still holding. By the way, 3-0 start. Legacy.
Revving up the ambulance, dude.
They are absolutely pumped. And hey, it worked against Vitality. They were really giving it off the start. In fact, the Brazilian teams, or you know, really in general, South American teams have been very loud. And hey, how can you steal Carrigan's bit? That seems.
Yeah.
I don't know, Tar. I hate the second round save and the third round bye. You guys have heard me bitch about that forever, so.
Winner takes all kind of moment. Why not?
I do think on Anubis, where a map is dual heavy, the second save, third force can be. It can work, but.
Yeah, I mean.
I always just feel like I'm getting more opportunities and better buys when I force
It
second.
was just a round where it sort of felt like even in the 4v4, they could have played
But
it a
it's a
lot more
team
slowly
thing.
and probably
Just
would have come
depends
up
on
with
how
a
the
little bit of a
team
better
feels.
opportunity. But this is also the life of what it's like to play on the CT side of Anubis. You just have to accept that you're probably going to be taking some losses like this, and then hopefully you can just manufacture something else later on. So I'm actually not worried yet for FaZe.
Yeah.
I do think the next buy round will be such a big indication of where we're going with this match. If it's going to be a really hard struggle of a comeback, or if they have something cool that they can show us early on.
And interestingly, in Legacy, they're running the exact same timings as the previous round. The clearance of A-Long at 110. Now moving into the E-Box threats, but this is just a threat.
Oh,
it's not a full push. That is mega damage on these
My
players.
God.
And they all, you know, FaZe, they actually poked E-Box at the same timing as the previous round when they got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean, you just it's always a temptation to try and take those peaks on the CT side because you want to know what's happening. Like, it's such a big indication of what the T's are doing if you can look down there. And so I don't really blame them for it. I just wish they would have taken those peaks with more sharpness than we currently see. Right now, a mission for FaZe to look for exit rifles more than anything else. Obviously not going to try and win the round here, but you just want to see if you can steal something away.
Okay, well, Rain's dead. But Frozen, he has indeed collected that Galil. Now, it's going to be interesting to see what FaZe actually do, because that E-Box line is important, but with the way that Legacy are playing, they are ready to snipe down anybody that's going to be challenging E-Box.
Is this lopsided for Legacy? Yeah, T-side Anubis is pretty favored, so I would say right now, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to go. Legacy beat FaZe actually to qualify to the stage for the 3-0 and stage 2.
Have to figure out in these
I don't know how anybody can say Legacy isn't the favorite.
Default, what is it?
But they also started in T-side, so
doing the clearance and then pausing, like we've seen, or are they going to contact through that? Because you know, if you don't have the right response, you're going to lose the round if you're FaZe.
Well, if you missed the Aurora and FaZe game on this map, just to recap what FaZe were doing really well on the CT side, they had these great pushes going from connector down the B river and sort of, you know, aligning with an A push. Like, they had these very aggressive moves on the CT side. The thing is, Legacy will have seen that game, and it's dangerous to do Frozen.
No, dude, it's lukewarm, man. It's lukewarm, bro.
He's just looking the wrong way, unfortunately, and in the last... Sadskin, the youngest on the team, said a little bit nervous, perhaps. Absolutely no nerves showing in that fight. Lux will go down though in return, and we're still going to be in a 4v4.
That's a good fight from Carrigan outside E-Box here. Really smart call there from Legacy, but hang on, we got the push from E-Box, a retake from Elise. That's a big move.
That's what I fucking love to see. I fucking love you. Let's go.
They actually now, we're taking
Hell yeah.
initiative there.
Oh no.
They're gonna put Legacy in a position where a
Gap,
lot rides on this
call
on
it.
Doom out.
Please
He's
call
managed to
the
find his way
gap.
through the cracks.
Simple didn't call the gap.
FaZe any cognizance of this? Absolutely not. Carrigan goes down, and with that, Elise is now completely isolated in this position. And I mean, it might very well be the case that We'll see
Maybe
Legacy
simple.
move to
We'll
this
hear
B
in the
side.
Kerrigan
So
comms
that
video.
might all be on Unleash here to give an opening for FaZe.
It definitely is.
Either Simple didn't call the gap or Kerrigan's
Molotov
deaf.
actually doesn't go
Both
quite
are
deep enough to
potential
really put some
options.
pressure on him, so that's a bit annoying. Might give it an opportunity. They are well aware. They're looking for it. They know that he could be in here. AWP showing up on Sadson. He doesn't quite get the flick, and now
Oh,
there's
the
a
molly, the molly.
on top of the
Oh,
bomb
fuck
here, so
this.
should provide a little bit of pressure. Where does it land? I
Fuck
don't know where
that.
goes.
I've
Did it
done
actually
that.
fall too
It
far into
literally
the
hit
smoke?
that little,
Oh,
you
it's
see that
way over
edge,
there.
the
That's
pointy
crazy.
thing
Simple though. Point
of the
blank
corner.
range. Will
Nice.
take down one
Ooh,
and
the
a
no
no-scope
scope.
in classic Simple style to take down Lado.
Very good movement there from Simple, like seeing the timing window to get beyond the angle they could expect him to be at that timing around the smoke. Very good intuition, very good game sense there from Simple, as you'd expect. And of course, finishing it off in classic Simple style. Great pick from Satson, and this was great round selection too by Legacy. We talked about these slow A-heavy defaults. What do they do in the next round? Well, they bring Satson in with the AWP, looking to snipe from the B main position. It could very well have been a CT push there as a response to A-heavy defaults. So the calling is on point here for Legacy, despite losing that round.
Yeah, it's really on point. And I'm still surprised that they didn't know that Dumao had made his way in there, because Simple was actually holding CT spawn that whole time. So it's a bit confusing to me that they didn't have
4-1 both
awareness,
streams.
but you could see Kerrigan
you're
get
not
caught off guard. Now we're going to see some mid-pressure here. Right into Elise.
Nice, Elise. Let's go.
Down a couple. Dumao looks out of the round immediately, and what else can you do here? 3 versus 5. This is the kind of round that FaZe.
Flames, you played Minecraft, yes.
A couple of times. That
You're an
can't
OG.
happen today. That should never be
Give me your
allowed.
jersey at the end.
And interestingly,
I
Anders,
don't
I
have
think
your
the way that they
size.
lose it is these B hits.
He said that to
when they were,
exercise.
the T-side was in the 3v5. We'll see if we have a better hold here. Kerrigan on the other end of that smoke on E-box.
Oh, his stream
Having
died?
to do 2 drops
What?
here because
He's just
is
trying to go
alone,
play
so
League of
this is a
Legends.
great
He'll be back, don't
to
worry.
Make sure it's less complicated and he can play off of his teammates. But they are very far back here on the site. That will give some space here as Legacy make their way forward.
They're going to be able to Molotov Kerrigan's position. Sanson has that grenade. Yeah, right on top. Nissan, it's a really good shot. But Kerrigan did actually get a headshot before that even
Yeah, I mean,
happened.
the
And
whole
now
internet was
Sanson,
going down yesterday,
1
too.
versus
Remember?
4.
It wasn't
I
just
doubt
Twitch,
that's
it was
gonna
Google
happen.
services, too. We're
Whoever the
fucking
nerves
dead.
We're going to play a factor to be in a round like this one. 40 seconds. I do love the fact that
Any
it's
Oni
taken just a
refugee
moment to
primers.
see if
Brother,
anyone's
there's no
rushing
way you're
behind
baiting
him there.
subs on my behalf this
Yeah,
quickly.
So much work
Let them
ahead of him
settle
here,
in,
trying to
dude.
clutch this one.
Actually, it's pretty cozy
some
here. They're pretty
legendary
settled.
players on the
They'll be
server. Rain and Simple over there, and Frozen trying to even get closer. Rain just tucked in, and Raiden, he's just holding his position here. Nice flick.
Fuck,
That's
man.
actually so
What a
quick.
fucking shot.
Really smoking him off. It doesn't get
Respectfully,
any
go fuck yourself.
easier here for Sanson. He's looking for the lineup,
Respectfully,
but
of course.
I don't think it's going to be the right one. They tap the bomb. He's not able to do it. Picks up the AK, tries to get the spray through, but it's
the
Simple.
hop through the
Shut
smoke.
it down, and they'll hold on to the round here, FaZe.
All right. As we all expected, the op cover, dude. The op cover.
Wow, what a shot there from Simple, finding that one
Morning,
through the
level.
smoke.
Hey, what up, dude?
Nice mid opening from Elise. Still, that shot, I feel like onto Rain from Sanson was pretty incredible, but I mean, you've got the one-upmanship coming out of Simple. Man, I mean, they're taking the ambulance now, but he's taking their language, Anders.
I love it. How could you not just... How do you not just be in love with people like Harry?
My God.
Apex?
Fast timing.
Yeah, they want to go for it here. Simple getting hunted down. You're absolutely right, Dan. It was lightning fast. And they just catch him.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting, though, because they need to breach this choke point beyond the smoke, but they're going to get stuck here. That's a huge issue. They have to force
Come on, Rain.
their way
Ah,
through, and they're going to try to do
motherfucker.
so,
Wait,
taking some
ice
losses,
cold.
but gaining some space in return as FaZe are nuking these positions, but FaZe have actually won their way
That's
into
a
the site
firework.
to try
That's
to
a
defend this one.
firework.
They won't let the bomb
Nice,
get
Elise.
planted.
Holy
Nice double
shit.
from Elise. Kerrigan chimes in as well. And
Bro's
things are looking
transferring
good here,
things
just
that you
down
don't
to Nissan,
transfer.
1 versus 2.
No,
He tries
Kerrigan,
to
you
find it.
piece
Great
of-
headshot onto Kerrigan. Resetting into the 1v1. Both players fairly weak at this point. Elise teasing the angle. He is so weak.
Bro,
26
just fucking
health.
overheated
Next
so
bullet
hard.
could do it here for Nissan. It's now Elise is pulling off. He realizes that Nissan will have to go and plant the bomb. Can Elise find a timing? Hoping he'll scale up, and Nissan, so smart, just holds his ground and waits for the peak. Outplayed against Elise, and that's a key round
Bro,
there for
Kerrigan
Legacy.
needed to chill there.
That's
Kerrigan needed to chill.
That's such a mixed bag. Great opening for Legacy, but the return into the round with Kerrigan and Lee holding, it's so good, but I just don't know. This pick here for Kerrigan is not necessary. If he just hides, then they've got the 2v1. Like you said, eventually he has to go and pick up the bomb or whatever else. So
okay, we'll say this.
Just a microsecond there where
for those of you that
the
have been asking
round
me
kind
about
of slips
the
out of their
in-ears,
hands. And it's at a really inopportune
fuck, I
time.
hear way
They don't
less
have a lot of
around
money
me.
in the bank. They could
Nori's like
do a
talking
bit
to
of
me
a
like
force-up
point
or a
blank, and I
half-buy,
can't hear a
but
fucking word she
either way,
said.
FaZe, they haven't had the runway yet. It also happens in a round where if they would have won it,
Well, I
Legacy
have
would have
the
been out of
voice.
money, and then FaZe would have been right back on top. So that is such a pivotal round in the first half here.
And
So
that's
much so that it was a tech timeout.
Yeah, yeah, and that's one of those situations, those errors that is one of the easiest ones to make in Counter-Strike at any level, because it comes down to your read of the timings in the fight. So if you had fights where it's a very fast fight, but then it just slows down immediately on one end, now you might be on an off timing, and you're thinking everyone's peaking, and if I peak, my teammate will trade me. But even if the correct move is to, in response, like you're saying, just call off the fight and force them to take the move. Sometimes that misread in that moment that's the error that can be capitalized on, as it was done in this case by Legacy. So a 5-2 advantage. I have to say, FaZe, if they feel a bit better than they were against Aurora yesterday in their opening game.
I think so. I feel like right now things are working out pretty smoothly for them, but it worries me because those kind of round losses are the ones that stack up pretty quickly. The frustrations will get to some of the players here on the FaZe side sooner rather than later, because you know that's such a winnable round.
It does reset the economy too. It's a good point.
Yeah.
Is that, I think you're right. That's a big inflection point in the game there.
And I think they're going to go for a half buy of sorts here. Also, again, Rain is 1-6. It's still really early on, but obviously, like I said, I think he was 1-11 on the opening half against Aurora, and that's at some point, even just for him personally, that's got to be so frustrating. It's like, I can't do anything on the CT side. Like, I get no kills.
It's tough. And that's the round also for Legacy, where that's a round that you set up. I think they set that up essentially like 5 rounds, from all of the conditioning. They condition slow timing around A with the default. They condition slow timing around A with the default. Then they go into another gun round where they go to a different timing around B. So they haven't shown the fast A long pop yet. So that was something that they set up in advance with the conditioning, that when we do it, you're not going to be surprised by this super fast timing. And it felt like FaZe almost stuffed the push.
Yeah.
But Legacy picked just like the last possible small tiny window of time to kind of breach that smoke to actually be able to properly contest the site.
Not nearly as successful
so close
as any of these players.
Well, a timeout was called after the tech timeout.
I can tell you it's really tricky sometimes
to have a bit of a conversation here on FaZe. What do we want to do?
Especially for BO1s, pick what you want to play.
Full of smokes and some upgraded pistols.
And FaZe and Kerrigan literally said they were just the most comfortable on this map.
Okay.
Us watching, we're like, dude, why this map? But
that's so wild.
It's so bold.
If practice is going well and like this is where they have the most reps.
The whole round, it really should be about this. There's no one peeking immediately on the other side, but somewhere down there is a team player just jiggling back and forth here. Even if they expect a half buy, they are definitely not expecting an AWP to be on the CT side. So that could catch you off guard easily.
And a distance advantage for the T's if they're looking for this position from where we saw them
Dust 2 games. Well, I had trades in chat telling me that they shouldn't have played Dust 2 versus Linvision. I about wanted to punch them
because you're so far away from the angle of engagement. But that has changed now.
And then Linvision won the pistol, and then also Spirit mollied themselves early on in that game, so he was feeling real bold.
Trading onto Simple if he goes down, but it might not matter here, Anders.
Yeah, and you're almost always going to Molotov it, and he will.
Thank you, dude. Oh! And he got out?
Destroy Sanson.
Hit you one more, hit you one more. Do it, do it. Yes!
The kill comes in. Simple will take down
Hit the 1D grain.
And a 5 versus 3.
Okay. What? That's
here. Now they're pushing into the smoke and the 5-7s, but you know what? They've done a great job here, Legacy. They just want to escape that ult on the other side. They do not want to fight Simple. He's finally here, but the flash.
How do I ban you guys on Simple's behalf?
At his feet and one on the other side. It's great utility.
Yeah, oh, dude, he's pissed. Yeah, he's upset. Like, dude, he got a double entry. Don't fucking force the fight, man. You have a stack in sight.
That really is. That was so sick.
No. I mean, Rain gets to take a pop shot with the D. Kerrigan at least just gotta live, dude. Let the op get there. Simple is literally running across the map.
Unfortunately, he's gonna, of course, prevent Simple from even thinking about going for that.
Let them come in. But if they throw an execute and force you out, that's fine. But you're still buying time for Simple. That's crazy. That's just such a simple mistake that they made. That was not an intentional pun. Scuba Steve, thanks for the 11-month resub. Corey, thanks for the 5. H2 Core, thank you again for the 5 gifted.
If anybody
yeah,
ever
yeah,
go back
yeah,
and do
yeah,
some
yeah.
post-match analysis on this kind of a game, that probably would be one of those points that would be worth picking up and talking about. It's like that's another big opportunity for FaZe to do a lot more damage at the beginning of the match and really slow down Legacy. Instead, it's 6-2. Which again, if you zoom out, is not really a terrible position for FaZe to be in. It's actually pretty savable at this stage.
No, like going for that 1 dig is like,
Can't have any more freaky losses. Like,
I don't hate it. I just hate the Kerrigan's trying to follow it up and then Ali's just swinging like, it was like 2 unnecessary deaths.
Indicating
Deagle player shooting his shot, that is the normal A anchor, if anything is a good thing, because if Rain dies there, that encourages Legacy to come in, right? Legacy will play nameplate Counter-Strike. They go, we just killed A player. That's a good start, right? No alarm bells are ringing. They didn't kill Kerrigan, who's at B in the A bomb site, you know?
Not bad. Pretty sick.
So like,
I mean, I think
Rain going for that, it looks a little troll. He shouldn't have, like, could he have played it safer? Yeah, but in a way, you almost like sometimes want
past the stage where he's
Rain to take that duel and go down because it makes the other team feel comfortable coming in there. And then they would have had a stack.
We love to see it. Round number 9.
They would have had a stack. That would have gone great. Simple's on the way, man.
Pretty default setup kind of here. It's Rain early on anchoring B. Simple, he's going to be back into the connector, but I think they've already thrown a smoke that's going to eventually land on top of him, so we'll see if he wants to challenge that. You can push in front of this one. This is the more shallow smoke that they've thrown Legacy, so it also means they are going to be well aware.
I know none of you will believe me, Chad, but I told her I wasn't
middle for the
hungry,
moment, so
and she made me
kind of slow down a bit.
really nice food anyway, so I have to eat it now. I know,
we saw the
I know.
A heavy
Won't believe
default.
this story, but
This is the kind of reverse, where more players towards B and mid, with the singular player, the lurk on the A long side here for Legacy. So they are kind of mixing things up now in terms of how they run these defaults, and they are going to contact in, but Simple on the other end. This is the perfect counter, the absolute perfect counter. What a shot there. More players now, they have to gain space, but into fl0m they go. No utility to help them here. fl0m, another headshot onto Satsin, and Rain has made his way there in time, and the round has fallen to pieces for Legacy.
I mean, honestly, if they would have done a regular execute on that bomb site, I think at a minimum they get the bomb planted.
Wife bring you a sandwich? She did.
And even that can obviously in other rounds be really great, but when you're contacting into the AWP, that is
no
so
pants
devastating. And they were not expecting for it to be there. They thought, all right, for sure, he's going to be either mid or A, which
Ninja
is
could
where
never
he normally
chat.
plays, so it does make a lot more sense. But
that tweet was so funny.
What did he do? 25 seconds, not even, I think, going to be able to do any more damage here, so...
Definitely, literally told not to.
Now becomes such an important question. The thing that we're going to worry about right now is the economy for Legacy. If they run out and can't put together a really strong buy, they're going to have maybe a little bit extra here with the saved AK. But if they get completely flatlined, then it's such an opportunity for FaZe to just return to this game. Some AKs being stolen as well on the other side here.
You know what's funny too is that
Rory got like a bunch of fancy stuff for our espresso setup, upgraded some things. It's going well.
That smoke that they launched at the beginning of the round, that essentially forces Simple to reposition, and one of the
I forget all the fancy terms, but one of them's like a
so they've almost
gravity press, and then the other one's like a pressurized tamper
with that smoke, which is the name of the game. But like you say, you don't know where Simple
there
can
she is. She can tell you. She's in chat.
Around the map, and so it's hard to ever know how to account for that with accuracy.
And also just the double kill you see out of fl0m there. Any other time you see a CT in that position, they will be
coffee grinder to use,
running out of a Molotov, and they're going to be shooting through a smoke. Like, you never just have that much of a clear field of play on the bomb site. But obviously, again,
had a lot of text, but they haven't been very long, so...
Oh man, they're in a weird position here. So
I'll just take this opportunity to eat.
Money is
pretend to be shocked.
Super questionable. I almost feel like this would be one of those. If this was yesterday against Aurora, this would be a round that FaZe just lose, and then we have to have a whole conversation about how you can't really win Anubis if you give up these easier rounds. For FaZe, they're so favored in this upcoming fight. They should be able to win it, and if they do, then it probably even gets almost easier from there.
What's interesting is that I think Legacy can entertain the idea.
The hell?
Trying to run
was that their phone bag? Why did it look like a medical bag?
I think
that was so concerning for a second.
It's gambly, but they already have 6 rounds. So, playing some of those.
I think it was where his phone was, but it literally looked like he had a medical issue.
It's
Anybody else think he had that?
Because if Simple's not on the other end, that can just work quite well.
I mean, there are so many different ways to be fast on
No,
this map.
okay, it wasn't for
definitely
phone.
towards A.
Oh,
but
wait,
I mean,
he's on the other side, yeah.
in middle as well. If you have a strong sense that Elise will be playing alone in there, especially if you got a couple of tech nines or whatever, just try and throw them through the smoke. And obviously the other play that sometimes happens is you actually pretend like you're rushing mid, and then you jump out through the window into river, and then you run straight to the B connector. And if Simple's going to be AWPing there, if enough tech nines come
DoorDash got
in
there.
theory, that should work. So there definitely are opportunities on the map to be faster than it would seem. But yeah, we'll see what Legacy actually end up doing. I feel like they should go for a bit of an investment here, but it's also kind of risky for them.
Imagine, dude, a DoorDash sponsor for... Actually, no, all these pro gamers would bankrupt these companies.
Up to 5 rounds, which is already great.
Yes. Yes, it's super interesting. I'm so curious as to, once we get out of the pause, what Legacy will select for the round. Because I think the other thing that we haven't seen a huge
Dude, that'd
amount
actually be
is
such a clutch
Legacy
sponsor for
trying
some of these
to
guys.
sort of
Imagine
take mid position
some org
away,
has like a
with their
DoorDash,
default.
Uber Eats sponsor.
On that, whereas lots of teams
They don't pay the
really
teams,
force
they
the
just
issue
allow them
with
to
those,
get
like,
free
deep
food.
Molotovs clearing the double doors.
That'd
and
actually
so
be
on.
such high value,
We
but
haven't
I don't
seen that too
actually
much
know
from
if it'd
them,
be worth it
and when I
for the
think back to
sponsors. Like, they don't even
Aurora
pay.
against FaZe, Aurora made a lot of value happen for them in the T side when they were taking that mid away and slowly edging FaZe back.
Bro, if you knew how much these guys ordered,
see if
you
Legacy
guys would never
choose
shame me.
to
That's all
run
I'm
something
saying.
that they feel like has been successful, or if they will decide to do something completely different.
We've got the ultra lean going on there for Dumao. I think a lean that even JDM could never compete with. He's pretty far back on that chair.
Yeah.
We are just restarting one PC that apparently had a bit of a hiccup on the Legacy side, so we'll get him back in. This is also just an interesting kind of thing. Like, I think, speaking about nerves and when they set in, obviously Legacy have already impressed us beyond belief, really.
Oh, yeah.
But having this kind of a timeout could also just be, that's one of those things where, like, now you actually get time to think more. That doesn't always have to be a good thing. I think if you're a Legacy, you just want to play high momentum, high octane Counter-Strike. Like, you really don't want to be slowing the game down too much.
No, you were hating on me
FaZe,
picking up this
hand,
bread,
they've
but
got
this
so
shit
much,
slaps.
like, a ridiculous amount of experience.
Oh,
I don't think
yeah.
they're going to care about this. They're just going to say, all right, fine, we've been here before many times.
Exactly, yes. I think that is actually a great point, because, yeah, you're totally right. When you have less experience, it's easier for
Why the hell are phones loud? So
be distracted.
when you get logged out of Steam and your PC reboots, you gotta log back into Steam.
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure on this. Oh, yeah, this is like a really big match. Like, things that aren't helpful
so they
for us
come out
that
with
actually get in the way.
bag that has all your phones in it, then they let you take your phone out.
You have to be able to turn it on and turn it off in terms of your mind when you need it.
Yeah.
And
then
when
you
you're
use it to
playing,
log in, it's
you can
kinda
just
lit.
focus on each task. It's like a checklist of stuff you have to do, and it just makes it so that you're totally focused, and those thoughts.
Okay, I thought that was it, but the picture-in-picture is blocking a little bit.
Away out in the yard. It's Robsto on the chopping block. Dorberettis fire off, and it's all Robs all day. That's an ace.
Jesus Christ, that was insane. Bro, he was so blind too.
Out in the yard, it's Robsto.
That's tough. Is that gravity? Oh, there goes gravity. Jesus Christ, that's insane.
See, and they actually don't invest too much, and I think that's based off this idea that they don't want to give FaZe an easy path to 5. They want to say, okay, we have the hero AK, we've got a little bit of utility, but then we'll try and make this an 8-4 half. That's the game plan right now for Legacy. We'll see how that works out. They're going to be pretty quick in through main. You already mentioned it. They're going to try and rush this down and change the pacing of it, but
Bowl of Noodles, thanks for the 15 months resub. Thank you, Duck Caliber, thanks for the 7. Thank you, Biscuit, thanks for the 55.
Make sure that nobody can make their way through. Smoke getting blown up, and yeah, they've absolutely crushed this one.
Filler!
Alone versus 5, it is not going to happen. And even Rain being allowed to get a couple of kills.
Yeah, that's going to feel good for sure. Yeah, that fast A long pop. It makes me feel like they'll be less likely to try to run it on a buy round now, as they just showed it there.
What the fuck, almost a clean eco? This isn't FaZe? Yeah, we'll see how it looks, but
don't want to go back to that same well, especially because now
the game has felt a lot different since Simple got at the op, right?
The retreating grenades that are getting
doesn't that
thrown
feel
out
great
like
to
flashes
say,
slow
or
it
even
down.
hear me
That's
say?
That's kind of what you need to do if you're FaZe. If you swing into that fight and die, you open up everything.
Doesn't that
Now, okay, Simple's moved position again with the AWP. He's in that mid
Isn't
spot
that just
where we
nice?
said that maybe Legacy would try to put some focus, but look at Carrigan running down the river, trying to find these aggressive fights. He's turned his back to the flash. He's still going to find the kill onto Lux. Still more players here, though, looking to respond, trying to take down Carrigan. He's out in the open, picks up another one. I think that's a good find there for Carrigan.
Look at Elige. He's jumped through the smoke up onto the box there, and we'll be able to take the kill. Should be a 3-1 here as Frozen does go down, but the bomb is lost out there. This is exactly what FaZe were doing when they were up against Aurora, and they got into a similar position, and they just kept losing these 2v2s and 3v3s. This time, see if they can hold on. Rain goes down to Lato. Oh, FaZe, I'm having some flashbacks onto that yesterday's Anubis. I don't want that. Simple. He doesn't want it either.
Pop the smoke one more time, dude. I dare you.
Now the question is, could Dumao save the day? I think they've already heard a couple of footsteps there. Repositioning a bit.
Oh,
Nice
baby, let's go.
Simple takes him
It's
down.
too
FaZe
easy.
win the round.
It's too
and
easy.
now they are right back on track.
Wow, Simple is so reliable on the AWP, hitting all the hard shots. And
I can't even caster curse him, bro. I actually said something nice and then he did it again. Yeah. What the fuck is going on?
Good work from Legacy there to make that happen, winning that 1v1. And then you're kind of thinking, oh, we should change positions because of all the potential angles that they can come at, and we want to make sure we can trade each other. But Simple is just going to connect all the hard shots, so it doesn't actually matter, and that is so sick to see. So confident, so stable. And that's 5-6 now for FaZe as we go into the last round of the first half.
Big opportunity right now to even out the game for FaZe. This is just spectacular work. I think they want to put some pressure on the middle early on, and said they haven't really tried to do that so much, but it's a bit of a different setup, right? Elige isn't here this time. Instead, it's Simple with the AWP, so they've changed the configuration slightly, FaZe, and the question is, are Legacy going to be ready? Are they going to contact into another AWP? They will.
Damn.
Through the middle this time. Simple, more than ready. Picks up 2 now. It's got the Deagle out. Can we get another? No, it's going to be suddenly going to try, but he's overwhelmed. Rain swings back in from that forward position to take down Lado, and it means Lux just alone, miles away. There's nothing he can do right now. Oh, what a great first half.
6-6 is crazy turnaround for this half, man.
AWP. That's just brilliant work.
Yeah, and he's doing it in situations where he's under a lot of pressure. It's not easy frags that he's getting. He's getting
editor, cut back to all the people asking why FaZe picked this map. Also, editor, delete this part if FaZe loses this map. Thank you.
2-6 at the end of the first half.
Chat, heads up, running an ad, halftime ad.
I mean, of course he is back.
Not really.
He's back.
Not really.
For sure. I think he's back.
He needs time. We can say that he is back. He only qualified to the third stage, like with the 3-2. It's not like there is no wow effect.
I don't know if he's like obviously back to his old form. Obviously, he's been out of the scene, you know, for a while competitively.
Yeah, wait, I'll stay
obviously
here.
We've seen like the glimpses of that old style, you know, and feeling the recoil through his body when he's shooting his bullets, you know. But I think he's having inconsistent times here and there. But you know, the sky's the limit for him. He has the mindset of the best sports athletes even out there in the world.
You get these POV shots during the major, like from the back, when the guy's playing the game and you see him playing. I feel like, you know, he's having those moments really hard to play against him just because you know he's gonna hit the shot like no matter what. And he has a lot of flashy plays. I don't think it's gonna be like it was as before. Obviously, there's gonna be glimpses, but maybe not the same.
Since we're gonna play against him, I don't want to say, but he's back. I think like he was always capable of doing.
Why
it,
don't we zoom in on the
doesn't
lips?
matter if we just give a break or something. When
And
he
the
comes back,
nose.
he was one of the best players in the world for a long time. I'm not worried, but I'm excited to play in the server again with him. So that's why it's gonna be a good matchup. Many trash talks and everything, but it's good to see him around.
Bro, thanks for the 14-month primer, Iggy with the 13 months. It's so funny because people think Donk has an ego and they're going to see that. This is going to fuel those people. But I guarantee you they've never read any of his interviews. Because he's not wrong. That's what people are going to... Like, he's absolutely right. He's just saying, like, he's actually respecting Simple more than what everybody else is. Actually, though, he's like, bro, he ain't Simple again. He barely got to stage 3. That ain't even close to... Bro's got way more. I'm just saying, like, he's basically old Simple would have fucking made stage 3 3-0 and fucking farmed him is basically what he's saying. Oh yeah, I literally read the fl0m's interaction while we were in the picture-in-picture. I could see it. Oh, the in-ears shirt. These are. I mean, I'm sponsored by them, but damn, that was a quick fucking map one. I'm sponsored by Steel Streets. They just rolled out some IMs. They're really nice. They're nice. But I just started using them. Trying to figure everything out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. And you know who else is back? It's Simple. He had some great moments in this first half with the AWP. And in practice, it is not a simple play if there's not a no-scope involved somewhere. It's just so sick to watch, isn't it?
He's hitting some great shots, some really hard shots, some pressured shots, some high-impact shots.
On cope with the beast mouse.
And it's interesting because all eyes are in Simple, and
20%. Liquid has a 20% chance in that best of three.
You know, he's seeing stuff in the scrims and the practices. Like, he's seeing what Simple can do, and he feels like he is very close to that GOAT tier level.
The game buds, yeah.
That is pretty surprising.
Thanks for the 14-month reset. But this is like this is gonna be my first full day. Tavler,
it'd be so
thank you so much for the 5 fucking gifts.
We're back into it here, Anders.
Thank you, man.
FaZe now switching onto the T
Fennec,
side.
thanks for the 17-month reset.
Just missed the jump over there. I don't think Lux saw that someone made a bit of a run for it, so good information otherwise for Legacy. They're kind of getting a bit of a read that there's nobody in the middle, but this A bomb site will be tested really hard at the start. Rain gets the opening kill. That might be enough here. I feel like they should just keep going. I know there's dualies on the other side, but you might not get a better opportunity. Bit of a setup around the corner. It's Liege with a nice connection on that headshot. Karrigan takes down Nism, and Zadsin and Lux, they are far away. They wanted to be quick on the rotation, and they're accomplishing that at the very least, but retreating from it, the flash doesn't really do anything, and now the swing
No. Oh god, that
Frozen.
made me so nervous for a second.
Ice cold. And it's FaZe to pick up the baby.
Hernandez, I loved that move from FaZe
Wait,
using
was
the
that
decoy
simple?
as a fake flash because because as a CT you turn away and you're like, wait, it hasn't popped yet, so do I turn back? So it like gives you that extra, just even if it's
hey, 3 decoys go crazy.
Milliseconds, it's going to be the case that's going to make the difference because you're not going to be able to trade your teammate quite as quickly, and it makes all the difference when there's 3 or 4 Ts just running at you.
When a stampede runs at you and decoys are coming at you, you know how actually terrifying it is because you're not sure if it's a flash for like 1 second.
Advantage now for FaZe, looking pretty solid.
You're like focused on the footsteps, you know a Glock's running you down, and there's like a random nade that just went at you.
Actually go for the buy-up. Now, remember, this is what FaZe didn't.
Thank you again, Tavler, for the 5 gifts, and thank you very much for the subs, guys. Any primers, prime forgetters?
Earlier on, if Legacy lose this round and they set themselves up for a potential
I know they're not nearly as good, but played energy on Anubis chat. I peeked mid. 5 people running at me. All of them were throwing decoys on different timings. I just kept hearing a nade hit the wall, and I
not ready from the looks of it. You can see just from the movement, even before then, that he had no idea they were going to be sneaking.
Let's go, dude. Simple 14 and 6. Let's go.
And for Legacy, very quickly now, the objective is keep hold of these weapons, these Kevlars. You will need them in the next round. And for FaZe, they are looking to hunt. You can see them spreading out on the minimap. They are hunting. The dogs are out. And looks like there's the find. Okay, lots of damage done by Frozen, softening them up.
Arm it up, John. Yes, I can call him John. We're tight like that.
Well then, it's good work on a Liege.
Why did it sound
really
like
well
Simple hit the soundboard, dude?
Nice to see that he is.
Why did it sound like he activated his own soundboard?
I feel like obviously we know from a mechanical point of view he is a rock solid player, and that's I mean it should be one of the big strengths of this team is to have somebody like Elise who just do so much of the core rifling for the team. I really think, like, you know, once they got all the pieces together, if Elise feels comfortable, if there's not too much stress going on, I really think that could be one of the things that propels them further in the tournament than maybe some people expect.
Yeah.
Plus he's American.
Okay, so Rain might get a chance to make some money. He's got a lot of USBs on the other end of this one. And this is his job as the Mag 10, finding information. Here they come. Trying to isolate the angles, but the HE will deal with him. There's one in return from Karrigan. That's nice from Karrigan. It's going to make things easy for the cleanup. And FaZe looking very good at the moment. No drama in these last couple of rounds.
That's actually great work for Rain.
I've seen FaZe lose those before, so that's good improvement.
If he sort of takes the fight and dies to just
I saw the game religion these guys.
He hasn't got that much information, but the fact that he falls back means he drags the rest of the squad in there, and they know everything at that point. So I don't care how many kills he gets, just get the information, really. Stu sneaking around the map, but it's a really slow start for Legacy here in the second half, and partly by their own design and going for that early force-up, so they are going to have to claw their way back right now.
Oh yeah, Paul, they have a 2.4 wireless version.
It also sets up for just a potential heartbreak, which I'm sure all FaZe fans are, familiar with at this stage. If they don't win it now, FaZe, I don't know what it will take. This is such a prime position.
Yeah.
You're on the T side of Anubis. You've got a
Sprinkle has
3-round
cracked
lead.
pick'ems.
You've got the
Oh wait,
money
does he
going
really?
your way.
What is he, perfect?
It doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah, I think the thing I was worried the most about for FaZe was a slow start, because that's kind of what happens when you've got a super experienced veteran team that's used to playing on stages, when you're playing against a team of people who maybe you don't even know who they were before the tournament started, because your nervous system isn't dialed up when you're playing against people you'd have no connection to. If you're playing against MAJOR, of course you're going to be hyped right from the get-go. So to see FaZe just alive and awake immediately in this game, it tells you all you need to know.
Wow, they are expecting an NA push right now. They're ready. They've got 3 people already here. Sadson pick up a leash to begin with, and it's going to slow down FaZe a little.
Well, that's not a great start. All right, 5v3 already. Ooh, there you go, though. Take a peek.
A bit too curious.
Take a gander, bud.
Quite popped yet. It was thrown in there from the CT side.
Take a gander. What the fuck are you guys doing? Hold that.
I can't believe it. Legacy.
Fuck around and find out.
At the beginning. Why
Somebody get the chart. Somebody get the chart.
I mean, Simple is connecting some nice shots here. Unbelievable performance from him in this game so far.
Yeah, he's doing it.
There's conversation about him being back. I definitely see it. I mean, we saw some of the players saying glimpses. This game is looking good, Anders.
I tweeted at the start of the year, I said, I think the only thing that's keeping
I need to
Simple
get
from
one of
really
those
coming
fucking
before
like
he's picked up on FaZe
TikTok meme ass like little
his
hands
own
and start
dedication
smacking the
to it.
monitor.
I have
when people start peeking Simple when he's like this.
Rock solid confidence in Simple's abilities that you would find really
Smack
only
Simple's
like a
off.
member or something like that. I just
smack them as they peek bridge. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
That's fair.
35 seconds, and we've got Lux in an interesting position here. They do have Molotov, so yeah, he's going to get out of this one.
Visualize what I'm describing right now, congratulations. You need to get the fuck off your phone.
Seem to stop for that shot. And
if you can't, congratulations. You probably have decent social skills.
They don't have the money here on the Legacy side. FaZe will be up to 10. And I don't know how this is a very, very tough break for
I can't believe they brought back this 5v3. Yes, I can. Legacy's fucking griefing,
I don't think
dude.
the first half was necessarily that bad, but
literally
trolling,
man.
Yeah, and this like running into Simple like this, like just him connecting these shots, especially that first one. You know, Legacy are like, oh, we're playing against Simple. Like, you know, this is like a different level than.
All right,
than
the ambulance is on the way.
Because he is the kind of player that can
He's revving it up.
An advantage, but then you're just I was mistaken. You know, that's the kind of stuff you're up against, and it's. I think any fan of Counter-Strike should be a part of that cult, Anders, because any fan of Counter-Strike should want.
Well, is it broken down?
On the server to exist.
All right, no.
I mean, we're gonna
ambulance has a flat tire.
There's like a whole generation of Counter-Strike viewers and players that have just grown up with Simple as a sort of folklore for old people. You know?
Oh shit! Let them know. That's what I'm saying, dude. Who the fuck are they peeking, Simple?
So it's just, you know, and also
the fuck are you doing?
Since then, we've already had, you know, crazy.
I'd be pissed if I was a Legacy teammate.
You know, since then,
that was like your way back into the game, dude. They just tossed.
Donk now. It's, you know, so there's a lot of people to be fans of, and I think Simple has to kind of needs to win some of these fans back or make some new ones potentially. Lux goes down.
Oh man!
The org taking a couple. He's stolen that. He is a fan of that weapon, and now he's actually robbed it off the CT side. And unfortunately for Legacy, this was one of those big impact rounds, or it needed to be. Lazzo's going to get dropped next. They're just falling all across the map here. Kind of a disaster for Legacy.
That's very tough. Trying to get active against FaZe, take the game to their own hands. It's a good kill against Karrigan, but the bomb is making its way up middle at the moment, so FaZe are going to find a free a bomb site if they keep going. And I think they do have the information that
they know
that
for
should
sure
be free.
one's there. They're just not
Yeah, they
100% sure. They're
max
pretty
one
sure
player,
though.
but they have enough to trade into that site.
Yeah,
Legacy on fraud watch. What a
even when he
fucking
threw the Molotov
sentence to
Carrigan, he
read.
heard just
in this
the
major.
zero of that Molotov, so he knew there was going to be a CT on the other side. I think
Hell yeah,
already
Mini
they had
Man.
such a
Let's
good
go.
read
Thanks for
on
your 52-month
what was
primer.
happening
Thank you,
even
man.
Before Carrigan went to check. Nothing to do for Legacy. He wants that gun. One more bullet.
The last one.
Rain up to 10. That's very nice to see. CT side was not treating him very well, but he started to get back into it. Dumao, he would love a save right now. This is going to be a hero M4 into the next round if he can hold on to it.
Holy fuck, Hov. That's crazy.
They've already found him.
There you go. There
Also,
it
happy
is.
birthday, Hov. There it is.
It's back. That's the danger. That's the danger.
There it is.
Because now that he's using it back, you're like, oh yeah, I guess maybe that's stop.
Now the ambulance is back.
You're saving the game.
They're just having such a great time. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they be having a great time? They're up 11-6 here on the second half.
Oh, man.
Now they're on the T side. They have everything. We'd only say it so many times. They have a ton of money on the phase side of things. And holding this B bomb side with his two plays. Another contact play. No grenades thrown. Simple will land another kill. He's 18-6 right now.
Simple actually running it back though.
Whether or not he's back, he absolutely is. Lux trying to hold on to the bomb side with a 5-7. Some backup is being called for, but FaZe don't even have to commit that hard. You can see they're slowly walking onto the site, but they just want to make sure that they're not losing anyone too early on here. Some counter grenades are coming out. Lux is going to be found, and the rest of Legacy on a weird position here. Sadson trying to knife
my
inside of the
God,
smoke.
yep.
Yes, it gets frozen.
What
That's
the
bomb,
fuck?
but
I'd be
eventually
pissed.
Rain will get the job done.
You couldn't the ambulance last time, Dumao. Ambulance here.
All right, he's turned up the volume on the ambulance.
He's so committed to the bit. You got to respect it. Alicia's over there just like, what is going on? But this is awesome.
Yeah.
He's just happy to be here.
What is happening in this, you know, like, finally he's made his way to European Counter-Strike, and this is what it is. I've heard all about, like, great comms and communication, like, Europeans very, like, you know, they're very, you know, sophisticated when it comes to Counter-Strike, and then he's being treated with the Carrigalance here. It's too much.
Yep. My prediction is FaZe will get into the grand finals against Vitality, Anders.
Listen, I'm all in. Like,
That's my prediction.
Oh man,
let's do it.
if the Austin, we need to, guys, if you're going to Austin, we need to lock in. We need somebody to do a wee woo
staring
chant.
down the barrel of having to win 6 rounds in a row to get this one to overtime. There's no reason to think they can do that right now. They've got a bit of money now, but you could just also
Oh yeah,
tell
dude,
that
Blast made that little ambulance yesterday. We
it's
saw that
already
shit
there right
zooming
now for
around.
Legacy. They're not having that
Jordan,
same
thanks
kind
for
of
the
a punch
19-month
through.
primer.
FaZe on the
Thank
other
you.
side of it, they just want to get the job done here.
Yeah, Sadson's going to be so key. We'll see if anything can come from that AWP, because it looks like FaZe is going away from it, largely speaking here.
Oh, they're going to be quick. Lightning fast. Rain, look at him running up. He's got him in the corner. He's going to hit the headshot too. Even if Lux gets him afterwards. Frozen on the follow-up. It's another 3v3 here. And Simple's controlling the rotation on the other side. Elige goes down, but if Frozen can find the bomb plant, then Simple can try and hold them here. Frozen, unfortunately, going to get caught by Dumao. Legacy looking to save it.
Wait.
Right when they need to.
Let's go on.
Simple now. He
Do
knows
some
what
of that
the bomb
Simple
is out
shit real
there.
quick.
They've got a minute and 10 seconds.
You win this,
but
Donk will say you're back.
how scared are they? And how much is Simple back? This might be one of the big tests for it here.
I mean,
In an older day, he would be able to find this
No,
clutch.
no.
Look at his position, got low. It's just too much, Anders. Great effort from Legacy there. I mean, just really, what I love is that they are playing fearlessly. I think it might be a question of if they have the right ideas as to what to do to bring together these round wins, but they definitely have the fearlessness to put behind the plays. Really well done here by them. Good find from Sads, and we mentioned that AWP was going to come in super key, but Legacy, do they have more legs for this one? They need 5 more in a row, and it's a lot to ask.
It's still feels like a really long road, and especially because it's going to be another buy round. Even after this one phase, they just have the money for it.
Yeah, the mid walk with that.
I don't think it'll be easy at all
Please
for
go through.
Legacy to continue.
Nice.
Legacy pushing A long again, it looks like.
Always send the American in first. That's the European CS way, dude. Go take a glance.
It
The rest of them will be back there. They'll be up there a little bit later.
Slow pace, there's a chance FaZe could catch a push.
I mean, they're definitely set up for it, right? This position for Rain already tells us that they are aware that something could be happening.
I remember a few times I was playing with all the Swedes, dude. I always somehow ended up going in first. That's all I'm gonna say, chat.
So just allowing for Elige to
Funny enough, I think the person that baited me the least, and it's funny considering his career, is Chris.
Elige actually checking, because sometimes people can hide back there if they look into the ground.
Probably baits me the least. All the rest of them, dude, they're always just hanging back.
And we've got about 50 seconds here.
Spitfire, thanks to the 245 bits.
Now finally pushing along, so they understand what's going on, but is it too late? Rain making his way forward. Oh, there's an engagement very close there. Outside E-box. Trey's coming on in. In fact, no Trey's
that was actually really good canal crunch.
To take down the kill. 3 players left. They're stuck outside of B here.
That was a nice move.
It's going to be very difficult to get in now. All the CTs are pretty much ready. The flick, it's a good attempt, but Dumao takes down Simple, and there is no movement here.
That was really good timing on that canal crunch.
They've got to fight their way through this position. Can't go the CTs. Legacy picking up one more.
I think money might not be that great right now.
On their way back.
Guys, let's focus. They always will push on mid round,
okay? So we got some calls coming out from the FaZe side, well aware that there could be some pushes coming in the mid round. So worth waiting for. Still, Legacy. We're talking about one slip up here, one mistake. And
somebody get the ambulance, but for FaZe.
Be all for nothing. If they can get it though, obviously it'll change the nature of this game completely.
Money. Okay. Money's still alright. Half by next round if they lose this. They might even be. Actually, they're full lost. They might be able to just keep buying.
Setting up for that.
Maybe no op next round.
Really
well, okay, 25.
Challenge. Simple. He's out here looking for anyone that wants to challenge him. He's not afraid of that AWP on Sadson. Why would he be?
In theory, FaZe could run a similar round to the previous one, but instead make sure that they clear this to say long position first to just put the threat on there, because that was really a great punish from Legacy to just have a deep position on A long the entirety of that previous round. Just gave them all the info they needed.
Look at Alon, they're waiting. Smoke goes up, but Rain would love to play in front of it. Just to see if he could find a little pocket here where someone's going to make a mistake on Legacy. That's, I think, what he's gambling on, but so far that hasn't really happened. He is going to try and walk through on the other side. I think he might get caught by the flash.
Oh my god, everybody was so blind.
The trade comes in. Sadson now under some pressure. If he misses the shot right here, he could be dead, and they're going to wheel in Simple on the other side. Oh, he's under pressure, Sadson, from the middle, too. There's nowhere to stand. Yeah, he's going to get edged out on that one. Dumao trying to get the spray down. He's actually good for the double.
Good
finally
trade,
hunted in from Elige. And now we've got the 2-on-2.
Main timing isn't
on the other
great.
Side. FaZe just need a couple
in
of
fact,
more kills.
It's so bad it might almost help.
And get into that 2-1 bracket closer to the playoffs. He's sneaking up there, but he's trying to coordinate looks on the other side. Walking through straight into the crosshair.
Nice.
An easy shot for Simple as he gets to 19. And FaZe, they just need the kill. Nissim on top, and he's running out of time. He doesn't have the kid. He's got no more teammates with him. FaZe looking to get the job done. With a shot from Elige. And this is what happens when Legacy runs into the mythical on FaZe.
Incredible
1v3 away, boys.
FaZe. Day to day, match to
Holy
match.
fucking
They're getting
Andrew?
better. I think it's. I don't think you can
shit.
question it. The reps here, the live tournament reps, really helping them.
Bro just
And
made me
Legacy,
crack my voice. That's crazy.
they are a really strong team. I feel like
Andrew, thanks for the 5,
you
10,
have to be
15,
following the
20,
major to really
25,
understand
30,
that
35,
this is a
40,
legit team
45,
that FaZe are up
50.
against
We'll
here.
do
And it would
interview
be
here,
so
chat, and
easy
we'll
for
switch.
FaZe to not have their foot fully on the pedal, but they came in today fully awake, and they are looking like a team that's going to make the playoffs right now. FaZe. Legacy still could as well.
Insane game, man.
I mean, Legacy
Worst
really
scenario,
showed up
thanks for the
great
tier
energy,
3,
but it
14-month reset.
slow
Thank you.
down eventually, and that's what FaZe should be able to do. I really respect the fact that they managed to slow the game down enough that Legacy just couldn't keep, powering on. So fantastic work
Flexi,
at the
thanks
end
for the
of it.
7-month
Really
primer. Thank you,
enjoyable
thank you, thank
game.
you.
We do have obviously more coming up here on the B stream. We don't want to go anywhere, but seeing Simple in that 19-9 scoreline, yes, ladies and gentlemen, he is back, and we will be back right after this.
Oh, no interview? I don't know. Yeah, G2 Aurora. Is this is another best of one right now, yeah? Well, let me know if they do an interview over here, chat. Okay, we'll watch this for now, because you know I love Inferno.
Keeping it simple.
Simple mentioned.
Gonna need something towards B to stop this from Aurora.
Yeah, this is quickly starting to feel very, very awkward for the Aurora squad, because you're dead on. You know, if you're G2 right now, you feel like you still have more paces to show on this T side thus far.
And Andrew, I don't know why you did that, but
just been some of these slow walks where they worked that initial opening. Match are falling again over towards this B site.
Bro said he did it because they're on sale. That's crazy work.
A clean save comes through, so
well, yeah, they are 35% off.
Out again and a chance to repel this G2 squad. But this is already a good start on the T side.
Right, that's how it works.
Triple B just to
if you don't give subs right now, you're actually losing money, right? That's how this works.
Good orb shot. Woxic in the right place now as G2 changed the plan. They get top car from Malbs, but it's the apartment's control that gets stopped.
Listen, guys, I'm married. I know how this works, okay?
Does he realize no one pushed off that flash? He doesn't seem to care. G2 go back to middle.
Dude, what in the fuck?
I mean, Aurora just looking for that one big impact round to kind of bring them back into this
so
game.
I just had to say they were on sale, huh? That was
bringing out the AWP has been keen to put it to work.
Well, I guess he didn't want to lose any money. That makes sense. He was
safe, but he's found the 5v4 in this round.
Oh, that Molly fell short. Oh, he just peeks.
All right, man.
Don't matter.
Okay.
Dealt with over on short. G2.
We'll replay the alert because the 100 gifted alert is hilarious.
Yes, they are. Malbs holding on to the long side. Wakadia dealt with. And that advantage that Woxic found for Aurora has been whittled away.
He just made so much money.
Flashes are good. Jota not blind. Able to
that guy's saving so much right now.
He's alive long enough for some support from Major. Jota,
okay, solid field. Thanks for the 5.
And there's that
10
hero
gifted.
Figure,
thank you very much.
Talisman that Aurora were looking for to get behind. Jota providing that 4K is a much needed shot.
That's the noise that I want you guys to hear. There you guys go.
Around when G2 do everything else well.
Moose, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Appreciate you. And then so Doompi, thank you for the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100.
G2 come to play.
They're all...
But now we should have some back and forth. Can G2 hard reset them here? That's what's on the table.
They're all they're following your lead, girl. It's 35% off, so they're saving money.
Very aggressive banana retake here. Lots of util getting used for Aurora.
If you hear Nori in the background, that's her clapping, chat. And it's not her hands. Anyway, perfect timing. Thanks for the 24-month primer. Roots, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. And Riven, thank you for the primer.
Burned by it so much that Heavy got his tunnel visioned in, determined to clear Jota in the pit. Only lets him get away with
guys, it's Inferno. I have to make this interesting somehow.
It's Jota and Wakadia, this tag team, putting fire back in the Aurora camp. A huge round from them. That's now 2 multi-kill rounds in a row for Jota. And promising signs if Wakadia is able to get activated too. Look, the B site might have felt problematic for Aurora. But this whole other half of the map is having a shoe standing on its own 2 feet right now.
12.
I like the idea for G2 right there, just trading out this banana info.
Riven, thanks to the primer, and Roots, thanks to the 5.
Keep pushing him back out of top
you guys
car.
should have waited for the scam training,
Jota,
dude.
who wasn't pit side this time, an aggressive setup for Aurora. Now they start going for banana control, knowing the money is low. There's 1 AK here for Snacks. hero rifle.
What can they do to improve it with changing the layout? Oh, I'll be honest, dude. Everybody always asks me what I would change with Inferno. I truly don't know. Like,
get you the B bomb site, and therefore the round.
I admit that as much as I bitch about this map, it sucks because I sometimes feel like I can
no smoke here for G2.
At least
extremely
feel like there's a
Santares
thing to pinpoint. It's I don't know. I actually don't know.
G2 should hit the wall.
No, widening the map doesn't do anything. Because, okay, first off, if you haven't heard my rant before, just do exclamation point Inferno and watch that first.
Snacks just missed it.
So you understand where my mind's at. So
silently now if they want to keep this element of surprise.
Widening everything doesn't matter. It's like a multi-layered thing.
Or not.
Spot a third player over.
The bomb sites are too hard to hold with 2, which is why you have to stack.
Well, small detail, but it's let Aurora get that much more.
But retakes are too difficult because you usually don't have enough util to flush people out of the bomb sites. It's a whole bunch of it all at once. I don't know how to fix it.
They've got a real tough crossfire to break through here. Snacks, gnarly opening. Maj is still in this though, back of the site. Heavy God retrieves that rifle. And Maj low on ammo, he'll get overran.
Oh, no.
2v2,
Snacks has carved a path for his team back to this round.
What?
That's a wild shot from Hunter.
Why do he look so casual? Just plant the fucking bomb, dude.
Take a bit more time. They have to commit.
He's literally in the open. What are you doing? How are you winning?
God picks it up.
He won.
And that is a very G2 way to win this round.
I thought it was over. I thought it was completely done.
No one does it quite like G2 do it.
Still a better post plant than Falcons.
They have you. They have you until the last second of the round. You never know. Oh my God! He plants open for CT, but still Heavy God gets that last second shot. Great deed for Hunter, dude. Everything about this
wasn't even planted. Exactly.
Oh, 1 second on
Just
that
simply kill them, dude. Somebody said Lin Vision games, and oh yeah, it is about to start. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to get my old man vitamins. Give me a sec before this goes live, guys. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with another game, and this one sure to be just as exciting as we have Lin Vision up against the Mongols for a best of 1. So I'm looking forward to it, and already we're just powering through the veto. We're going to be on Nuke, which I think is kind of interesting. Don't know if I fully expected. I think it's one of the 3 maps that I thought we could play. It was always going to be very hard to guess the veto here. I really had hoped we'd played Ancient, but I just like the map. I guess Nuke makes sense. They would have both been better on Ancient by the stats alone, but maybe that's also why, you know, both teams are like, we don't, like, it's too much of a comfort map for the other side. So we decide on Nuke instead. Let's go. Dan, how are you feeling on this one?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm really curious to see this Nuke, specifically because we had, I think, Kolmisu in an interview very recently. As we look at the odds, maybe it's a lot closer because he was saying that they have fixed a bunch of stuff on Nuke. It's a map that they are feeling really good on, and so there should be new things for us to witness. I think they made a lot of adaptations, it sounds like, based off of their performance at IEM Dallas just recently. So perfect that they had that.
Other bunch of people have 200,000 points. Wait till you find out there's a fucker in here with like half a billion channel
the
points.
Mongols on the T side.
Yeah, in some sense, you know, the battle for the Asian Counter-Strike region here is so bizarre because we just had a major in Shanghai and, you know, Chinese Counter-Strike wasn't looking all that hot at the moment, but now we've brought Counter-Strike to America and suddenly the Chinese are playing super well. I am excited, and let's get into it. It's Amelia with a nice, clean headshot. Brings down 9-10 to begin with.
Saber, I'm not trying to flame you too hard, bro, but, like, we've had the old CT molly before. That would do nothing.
And the time, still plenty of it here. A jump around with his back turn.
If we simply put the CT molly back,
it's a
it's
human
better.
flashbang to try and get you off that corner. They're still on though. Starry's outside, knocking him down. He's gonna find Techno as well. How on earth did he land those shots? Now it's just Masinio and Senzu.
And they are looking for a play. There comes the play. And okay, well, that's not amounted to too much, but now Zinio's dropped into the site. He's been hurt here. It's just looking very difficult around the side. Zaka comes into play. Zaka, a revelation for Linvision this tournament. There goes the door opened by Sensu. And there is so much to worry about here, just playing for that information. We know where Sensu is, and he has to go for that bomb.
I'm confused. They have the player cams backwards. It's freaking me the fuck out.
Must ensure no accidents.
That's Zacher on the cam.
Give Sensu a way back in. More peeks for information here, as Sensu finally able to find his way back onto the bomb. Or maybe not, still looking for the kills. He's almost caught them, closing the door that is in his face. That is just simply impolite, Anders.
Yes, it is. And they're not looking to be polite either. Saka will take him down. I think you're right, though. Very nicely played, not giving Sensu an opportunity.
They're typing at each other.
We're not in the playoffs yet, so Sensu's probably going to be really, really good. That's been the big criticism for him for a while now. Is that once we get the playoffs, things kind of go, off the rails a little bit for him. But that this time just wasn't it. 1 versus 3, bomb on the ground. Good play, honestly, for Linvision, who they're another team. I mean, along with Legacy, for me, along with MIBR, but Linvision, I mean, they've captured the community, sentiment.
Last music was pretty hard.
It's so exciting to see them play.
It is, and it's just also just seeing the characters brought out here in this format that we have is incredible. Nice. Just having the freedom to express themselves and show their personalities, and everyone's falling in love with them. And I mean, it's perfect. It's just beautiful. It's what you want to see in Counter-Strike.
It is. Just as a random anecdote, I ended up talking to Capitalist over from the Dota space yesterday. We talk every once in a while, and he basically said that some of the highlights from Emilia getting excited, standing up on the desk, like that's the kind of stuff
match.
that
I guess they didn't know.
Counter-Strike, and it's like you see that and you're like, wait a minute, like I've got to see what's going,
right?
How exciting is this, So I think it's actually true, right? Even people who are, don't spend the majority of the time in Counter-Strike end up in a position where it's like, okay, actually, there's some, I kind of need to know what's the drama here. Like these guys, how fired up are they? So Emilia definitely. I think I have first-hand experience of people I know. Who,
does that say it's 15-2 or 15-3 for Joda? By the way,
I can understand why. I think it's been so hyped. I'm ready. Second round is
Draxus
coming up here.
With the 42-month reset.
Thank you. No real investment into this run. They've got a Deagle on Blitz, and actually one on Messino as well, and one on Techno. I said no investment, but it's absolutely a lie. Don't really trust anything I say, actually.
Just as a rule, a rule of thumb. Yeah,
Chad, I almost have my 14 resilience done. I know nobody asked.
Holding the Deagles, we also have Blitz and
Wanted to share because I was happy
as well, but very responsibly. Giving outside mostly for the most part. Linvision will be charging this. Hello, okay, Zaka.
Nice
He's
shot.
fallen down the stairs.
The Deagles are singing.
And you've got to be cautious here if you are Linvision. Don't want to give away too much on the outside positions. That is precisely how Mongols are trying to win the round. Getting these outside picks, it is what they are looking for.
It's so funny to imagine that not that long ago, if somebody had pitched, let's have a discussion about who's going to win.
Damn right I am.
It's just not a conversation worth
we definitely can. We're starting to have like a group of peeps that are doing it, so it's nice.
This major has really changed that outlook, especially in best of ones, obviously, but I think there's every chance. For me, this feels like a bit of a coin flip. I really have no idea, but if they can get it back into this round with the Eagles, obviously that will
I think with how our group's
improve
playing,
the
we could
chances
probably
for
get
the Mongols.
16s.
Linvision is just about holding on. And to be honest, even more than anything, just hold on to the FAMAS and the M4. If you lose the MP9s, probably don't care that much.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you about the Mongols versus Envision sentiment.
It's just interesting how much can change in the course of a couple of weeks, really.
18 probably
the Mongols have been the Asian team holding the line at the top level for a long time. Maybe this major signals a change of the guard if the Mongols can't perform and Linvision do.
They didn't get the bomb plant. I actually really want to know how much time was left. It felt like that was forever. Westmelon getting 3 kills. There's a lot of money that's being made on the back of that. But yeah, he waited until the last possible, must have been less than half a second there for the bomb to go down. So annoying for the Mongols to not get the extra bonus from actually planting the bomb. But still, they're going to be able to buy in the next one. They did only invest in Deagles. It wasn't a crazy investment. They are going to be lacking maybe some of the utility. Very curious to see how the Mongols are going to be playing this T side from just a yard perspective. We know what the European.
I feel like Floodgate's one of the trickiest keys, just because the amount of damage that goes out there for healers. As a DPS, I love that place, but
like the double wall out there.
I know it's healer hell.
But we're going to find out right now. Saka.
Draxus thanks for the 42, thank you. Oh, that was close.
That's close.
That is
holy
close.
Shit.
And Zaka has hit some stunners this event so far. But in the meantime, the Mongols shimmying their way outside. And they've got to be very careful. But the Mongols will make their way down with a lot of players into that lower site. And what is on the other end there to defend that? The Mongols are able to actually clear so much space here down lower. Now, Lin Vision, are they aware of this? They've given up a lot of space for free right now.
This is the problem.
Haven't followed CS where the Mongols come from.
The wall that you saw that we were talking about, the smoke wall. To get them down into
they
this
basically
position.
just qualify. If you're talking about like how they started, they slowly carved out their way.
Break open the smokes with grenades. They have no idea.
And when they showed up, basically, they started actually immediately punching above their weight a bit, and then they kept building.
Techno is not able to be crunched where he is, but even
and
if
without
he
sounding
was,
condescending, they're from Mongolia, but yeah.
But then probably win the round, and the round is won at this stage here. Techno goes down, but there's no
they've been
reason
good
to
for a
try and
while.
turn this into a retake. If you're Lin Vision, just save the, especially the AK, but you know, the AWP on Saka as well. So another classic nuke scenario, but it is. You know, it is helped by the fact that Lin Vision don't try for more information in the yard.
Yeah.
That's really the problem.
Why is everyone flaming Apex on Twitter? I don't know.
I'm definitely fine if you have an outcome like
Usually
this.
people are just upset that he yelled at his favorite team.
And it could have been a miscommunication, which is totally fine. And it's one of those things, so long as they rectify it. But did they get any kills coming in here? Okay, no. It looks like everyone's just able to evade the bomb damage and any potential kills.
These kind of rounds happen even with, you know, sort of top-level nuke teams. It's not completely uncommon.
They've had also consistency.
I mean, there are a lot of different ways to play.
They swapped out. Who did they bring? They brought in Mzinho and who was it? They made two changes at one point.
Instantly grenaded.
Mzinho and who, Chad? I can't remember. I think it was Techno and Blitz together.
You know, re-smoke that same position and then they walk it again.
Was it 910 and Mzinho that came in together?
Accurate 100% of the time. Ball goes down.
910 for Annihilation. Yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say 910 just because of the hours.
It's gonna be a great move. There's the wall being blown open. It's just Blitz this time that's made his way past. I don't think anyone saw him, but Westmelon in a position to at least get that info and actually does significant damage. I think Blitz has to maybe call off that little engagement, sneaking around the other side. It's Saka finding Techno, and suddenly it's 2 or 3 versus 5 here.
Yeah, Saka is nasty, and the Mongols, they really need to find damage here. Let's not forget.
I'll call my huge debate going on.
Nice
4-1.
Connection there. Really good team play. Starry picks up another one. And Lin Vision. They absolutely crushed that. Really caught Mongols off guard. I mean, the first pick from Saka and then splitting them up. But, I mean, Saka, if he's going to be hitting like this just right out of the gate, this early on, 3-1 up, it's a scary prospect.
Dude,
if you're
how is
the Mongols
G2
right
beating Aurora with Joda putting on that kind of performance?
Yes, to have your ult hit shots like these at the beginning of it, and you could definitely feel the frustration from the Mongol side.
Oh yeah, Vince, dude, the cup finals last night were insane. I was like so disappointed because we went to Costco, came back, I turned on the TV, 3-0. I was like, brother. Start watching, 3-3.
We do have the smoke wall. It's 3 smokes for this diagonal one, which this is a classic setup if you want to be basically running for the smokes into mini. So you can sort of, you know, you can make a really, really hard left, and then you just go into mini really quickly. Doesn't look like that's what they want to do right now, but just notice that this sort of setup actually allows you to get in to attack the A-bomb side with lightning speed.
Trying to dodge the AWP right now, I feel like, on the outside. Got to be really careful. But Saka is not in that
I think the
position.
series going 7 again. I was concerned with the start of yesterday. I was like, well, Florida in 5.
Smoke. So they're going to set it up by that on
now, obviously,
box, and then they will actually try and wrap around, but not a lot of coverage here. They're still on the bomb side. This is great work. Westmelon in some trouble. He's going to be found in the high ground, coming in from the rafters. Call me Sue. Ends up going down. Starry shot out to the ground, and this is just a perfect play. Coming in from the Mongols. Emilia gets on right for the smoke, and Saka, they know where he is. I don't know what he could do with this position. They should try and find him. Get this AWP out of his hands. I almost don't care how much it costs you. Just trying to get rid of him. And
game 5 for spoilers.
Boosted up from a teammate. It's fantastic work for the Mongols. This is such an impressive round and a really important one early on.
They probably won't start Skinner, if I'm being honest. You probably just go with the goalie that's getting you, right?
Definitely something that needs to be, you know, you have to worry about it.
I don't know. I actually haven't paid attention to how he does the goalies at Edmonton. I only had time for the Knights during the regular season, but I know they rotate him pretty regularly.
At least maybe have somebody pushing a bit closer to you, ready to have some sort of a play that you can support with, and or something outside, because you know giving away that position, it seems like it makes life difficult to hold up. With that said,
And also, hockey
Linvision
players are
might say,
superstitious.
"Oh,
So, like,
we
if
could have
Skinner
held
goes
that
back in
with
between the
same setup
pipes,
if we
like,
just
they might-
adjusted this or something
could
else."
be-
There might be
enough.
something for them to discuss right now as we are underway
Like,
with the
actually,
timeout.
though, I know that sounds really dumb,
You
but
can
like,
tell how awkward it is for them by Westmelon's position. Like, he is there to control that squeak door. He's not really there to also try and fight the mini position.
Yes.
And that's probably also because Call Me Sue was maybe a second delayed in getting up to the high ground, so they didn't even have a
Jesus, here's the
crossfire or
attention.
anything.
You're already- you're
They
looking
just were
incredible.
caught off guard originally. But we're back in. 3-2, round number 6.
All right, we're going up.
Still money on the Linvision side, and even after this buy, they actually have quite a bit. So even though it's only 3 rounds that they have, they've been pretty successful at keeping the economy going on the CT side. Saka will find a kill. This time it's an aggressive push towards that trophy room. Will take down Techno.
And just to remind all of you watching, this is a 1-1 game as well.
Pick is 7-0. I thought he had 1 loss, no?
Between these two teams.
Oh, yes.
And no, I'm not talking
Montana
about
looks
last
for any
game.
aggression there, and it is felt, and it is there. Good trades. There's so many more players, though. Oh, the follow-up is stunning there. That's dropping the bomb also. This is getting troublesome here. Senzu able to still make that kill happen despite the debris being blown into his face, collecting the bomb now as well. And he's got a teammate, but all the way into the vents. This is going to be very unexpected, both the position and the timing that Blitz has found.
Skinner was honestly
He
not
wraps
to
back
blame
to
for their
for the
loss.
clearance, and Senzu takes down Starry. Now Zaka, is he going to be ready? Yes! 1v1 now for Senzu.
45 seconds left. It's a long time. He knows the bomb is back here. Sensu's hoping for one more
It
mistake. He
is
already
such
got
a
one kill
weird...
just by
Dude,
waiting.
guys,
At some
consider the
point, he has to
situation
make
in
up
this
his mind.
fight we're
Do you wanna
about to
go for
see.
it with 18 health and just try and see if you
You
can
see-
win the round at a 1v1?
Bro.
Or are you going to give it up and just try and save the AWP? I feel
It's
like
so
you're going to go
goofy,
for it
man.
every single time, no matter the health. He's got the AWP. And look at Saka. He's moving around so much. I
actually
think
so
this is one of the
fucking
things that I
crazy.
sometimes have criticized Linvision for, is sometimes in these, 2v2, 3v3s on the CT sides, they are so mobile. They move all the time, and that's not always the best idea. Smoke is going to be there, so at least Saka knows that he's coming through, dropping down the vent with just 8 seconds left. He's running straight for it. He'll have just enough time for the bomb
they're not
plant,
Bluetooth.
cutting
They're
it down to the
2.4.
wire, but it will be planted. And now Saka is on
mean,
the
they
hunt
can do
here.
Bluetooth,
If
but
he knew how
hell no,
low
I
he
wouldn't use
was, then the
Bluetooth
pistol
at the
might be a better
PC.
choice for it here. He's looking to relocate as well. There's not a grenade here on Saka to make it work. They both miss pistols out, and it's the USP to get the job done. They
So
win the round on
anticlimactic,
Linvision.
bro.
Oh, wow, you could even see it from the coach.
Average drop duel. Average drop duel.
Both AWP shots.
Motherfucker said
missed.
draw. Tango, thanks for
Okay.
2 months.
Big round to win. Risky move. I love the setup there whenever a team tries to hit all 3 sides at once.
Yes.
The CTs into lobby. The lobby crunches are fun. Amelia is so relieved with that one.
It's like part celebration, part laughing.
Oh, and his stream
That's
died
sort of like
again?
the kind of laugh you do if you're actually really scared of what's going on. But
That money would have been
Jesus,
wrecked.
you guys
if they
got to
lost
be in
that too.
shambles right now.
yeah, they would have been in some trouble there on the CT side. And honestly, for the Mongols, it's still that's kind of the silver lining that they're probably talking about anyway. Like, yeah,
I
it
am
sucks,
not
but we're down
able
into
to provide
1v1. If we
the
keep
same
putting the
level of
pressure on, they will
stimulation
run out of
for you
money
guys.
really soon. So
We're
just
not
don't,
gold
I don't
golden
think they're
around
going to
here,
be
I'm sorry.
very upset about this. It's always annoying to lose the clutches. The lobby crunch that you mentioned is such a powerful way to play, and
man.
the fact that Linvision are doing it early on, it also means Mongols have to be worried about it for the rest of the half.
And I feel like, in addition to that, that level of disruption, we haven't really seen a lot of conditioning from the Mongols. They've had success outside, but only by getting a free secret entrance, and also previously by having that very fast play. But there's a challenge from Linvision on the outside. So, with that said, only one player for the Mongols. It is once again a rush down, but gets caught. HE
Bro
blows
got
open the
pamps.
smoke.
That's tough.
And that's a big play. And now so much rest on the Mongols' entry into round.
Whenever you blow up in a smoke and somebody's not ready
Get
for it,
there.
it is.
Emilia's waiting
That
on
is
the other
getting
side.
pamps.
Doesn't have any more grenades, but he's got some backup with him that's just walking in as the smoke is not that far away from fading. So now they've got 2 players here. One of them, the AWP. Techno just caught idling in the corner. He will end up going down, but it's a very good shot in return, and that does kind of leave the AWP in a weird position. 9-10 hanging around here. The Mongols would love, if nothing else, to do more damage here. Just make sure you get 2 more kills in this round. There's one of them, just as we ask. Sensu will grant us that much.
That was one bullet, Anders.
Yeah.
Westmelon on the other end of it sees the shadow. What a strong position. And suddenly, you have a very interesting mid-round scenario.
Oh,
Emilia's found the
Emilia.
back of one, And that is tragic. That's the bomb
looking
down as
nice.
well. Senzu has to turn around. The flick comes in. It's good on the spray. Another player, though, and it's not going to happen for Senzu, but it certainly will for Starry. 5-2 now for Linvision.
That's really, really good work. And the Mongols were trying to run the exact same strategy that they had earlier, where last time, if you remember, Blitz sort of fell down below, and I think he ran into an MP9, and that round also fell apart for different reasons.
Yeah.
This time, they want to do the exact same thing. We called it a 4-1 split, and this time he got caught out in that yard in a big way.
Nice! What's interesting here, Ant, is I feel like the Mongols can't really get a round started because they keep getting pushed, and then it just goes into these weird trading scenarios in the mid-round.
It's going to be fast towards the ramp. They don't want to slow this down, keep it going. Nice return from Senzu. There's no boost in play either. Oh, no! He just pre-fires that. I don't think he sees much of anything. We'll take down Techno.
No, I think he saw him, bro.
They're going to be down below. Already 2 people have rotated in here for the Linvision side, so in spite of losing that ramp position, they're still looking very good defensively. Senzu wants to walk in, awkward angle to fight at, and he won't pick up that shot either. Block here on Messinio, so even though he gets the damage,
damn, he was blasting him with that Glock,
flying
dude.
off the helmet of Westmelon. But that Glock just doesn't.
You know, I never played much Tarkov, but whenever I see a Glock face off against somebody with armor, it just feels like when you buy the wrong ammo in Tarkov.
6-2 lead. This is looking really strong.
It certainly
is that a good analogy, Tarkov players?
Something that worries me too is the fact that on the T side, I think I went back and watched
just fucking blast
from Linvision. They are crazy hard.
You're like, I fucking shot him 50 times!
They do things that pretty
Your
much
fucking
no other team
Sherpa
is
this with you is
like,
like, bruh, you got dinky ammo, don't worry about it.
Split, but then, you know, the one guy is going to be aggressive instead of the 4. It's very, you know, bizarre if you're on the CT side to try and guess at. Down the vent we go. I like it.
Yeah, really fast round. Hello, Zaka finds the head of one. A second kill from Zaka. He is not missing. It's a lot of damage. Can the 3 remaining on Mongols be able to find a post plant here? You've got 4 CTs still in vision with loads of utility to shut down these positions defensively. You almost want the Mongols to get aggressive.
Use the leg meta. Hey, the leg meta also works in Counter-Strike. I always try to tell people that.
Worried that the Mongols are not
most people don't know that. It's just really also hard to, like,
you know,
think about that in the moment in Counter-Strike. Because you're just so trained into headshot all the time.
Senzu wants just the top of someone's helmet, tries to get that.
The only time where you can really use like the leg trick or like meta is on pistol, like pistol v pistol.
And now 9-10 in the open, worried about getting shot in the back, but he's ice cold.
For those of you that don't know, armor is not on the legs in CS, just like Tarkov. So on pistol round, especially if somebody's planting, guys, it's really valuable. If somebody's planting and you can't see their head, shoot their toes.
But that's the last buy that they're going to be able to have. So the Mongols could be back in this half. It's not over yet.
Oh, did he say the line jab?
Oh my god, that first shot is absolutely disgusting from Zaka. What a danger he is. And I mean, what a result too. 3 versus 4, that's a hard one to hold down on the Mongol side. But like you say, they've got an opportunity to get back in, but you've got so much aggression from Linvision again.
But you'll kill him much faster if you shoot him in the legs.
This outside setup.
Tingle, thanks for the 2-month reset, thank you. Is that really the case in CS2? Yeah, I'm not trolling you. You'll kill you. There's no armor is not on the legs. There's also a spot. That's why you can 2-shot.
This time it's out in the yard.
There's also a spot you can 1-shot
for the Mongols to feel very
with a scout. And you can 2-shot with a
He's
D.
going to try and make his walk across.
Like
this time it's
stomach.
Just the 2 smokes here for him to get into the garage, and Starry's right there.
It's like, yeah, it's a weird spot.
Shadow already showing. He's going to end up going down.
It's going to take something interesting here for Linvision. They're going to have to make something happen to get back into this round. The Mongols with all the control now in the 5v4. Almost no utility for Linvision to play retake with. So they're in a very tricky spot.
The ween area? No, yeah, it basically is the ween area. It kind of just depends on like how their model looks. So sometimes they crouch you and it looks like you're just shooting their stomach.
Techno's going to be able to hear from above. And there's still the capacity for the Mongols to go back up the vent if they want to.
I'm on 2.4 wireless, bro, so...
Yeah, they've got pretty much every option available at the moment here. And for Linvision, it's also worth it to save. And with the rifles here, oh, Saka goes down. That's the AWP. That's a nice spray down from Techno.
That was like a Leo spray?
He had a very slow start, right? 5 kills, blitzes on 2.
Crazy, man.
But this is a big turnaround moment. No funds on the CT side. So the Mongols, they're going to get to 4 here, but they are likely to instantly make that a 5 rounds. And that's enough on the T side of Nuke. You're going to be quite happy with that. We'll see if LinVision can find some way to surprise and upset the situation here. Otherwise, this great lead that they build is slowly evaporating.
I think that's heavy God
shouting in the distance.
Yeah.
The other game. Yeah, it's definitely a great moment. In fact, it might have been the last possible moment for the Mongols to find their way back into this game, stifle the momentum of LinVision, to make this actually feel uncomfortable suddenly. LinVision was so close to having so much dominance.
Thank you.
Just to say, the last times they played Nuke,
pick
even though we have to go quite far back into
stay
24, they basically
After
played it
the
twice,
last stage,
and
ain't no
it's
way.
13-3 and 13-5 in favor of the Mongols. So it's not,
It's not fucking moving.
Just get blown out the water, but today already, LinVision are improving on those results. And it's
Ain't no way
surprise
Aurora
they
losing
come
the
into
water
this
down
game with
G2.
a lot of momentum. See if Blitz could do
Well,
something in the
we
yard.
talked about it yesterday, you know.
Sort
The
of
pieces of
inverted
G2 aren't
from the
horrible,
one
to
guy
be
holding
real,
one.
and they have no pressure.
And then
It's a nice situation to be in for the
It's been
G2
spotted.
players, actually.
An enormous amount of damage from the USP. What on earth is going on? Starry pushing in. They've got
Like, if
more
G2
bullets
showed
to
up in
take down the
03,
city.
nobody would,
How could this fall
like, be
apart?
really
There's
all
nothing
that
here on the
shocked.
CT side, and yet they've almost blown up the round. M4 on
If
Starry.
they get full USP, I'm going to rename them in North America. They will become North Americans, chat.
Panic stations for the Mongols. They have to convert this. Bomb's been picked up now. He knows
Somebody
that
get the P1
is likely
visas
to
ready.
happen, and Starry very nearly got his head taken off, but Techno, don't die.
That's so scary. Oh my God, Zaka! I think he just got
Mongolia, Kansas, exactly.
With that
Yes.
USP, unbelievable damage, and this is just so scary right now for the Mongols. You cannot.
Welcome to
possibly give this round
complexity.
away. 20 seconds to go now.
Actually,
and
more like liquid,
they've
but
cut enough time, cut enough noise that it could suggest that they could have done anything at this point. So that is forcing LinVision to consider their positions, playing essentially one to a bomb site at the moment.
So Emilia saw them go down.
They definitely have to
calls
wait.
it in the Saka. Oh, Starry, sorry, who's down here. So just that tiny bit of information is absolutely pivotal right now. He's in a great position.
Oh.
Heads are going to be walking in. He's looking for it.
Nice.
Spray
Oh,
down
he's trying to
He's
transfer.
trying to duck away. It's
How is he
great
still
work,
alive?
Starry. Amazing counter-strike. He knows he has to get Emilia into the fight or he can still lose it. 8 seconds on the clock and a fake plant coming out. Techno, he picks up the one.
Oh,
and
yeah,
now he has to
time.
go into the bomb plant. It's Emilia sneaking in. USP in hand and trying to use that smoke for a bit of coverage. Can he get one more headshot dink here? That's all they need for LinVision to steal the round back, but Techno's got the better position.
Oh!
So now they're rocking straight to the forehead.
Oh, that's a huge sigh of relief there. That can be let out for all of the Mongols players. That round almost just destined for complete catastrophe after Zaka connects all those USP headshots. But still, damage was done. I mean, it's not going to matter at this point.
Falcons and G2 have now won the same amount of maps at the major.
Just a little bit. And I think it helps LinVision feel really good going into this
No,
final
actually,
round.
I lied. They're one away.
Those small
No,
things do
they're
matter.
still-
And
I lied. We're not there yet. Son of a bitch.
And for the Mongols, I felt like they
gotta
haven't had
wait, we gotta
a
wait, we
stable
gotta
base,
wait.
despite managing to do
have
a
to
great
wait.
job getting to 5 rounds. Doesn't feel like they have a base of comfort within, let's say, a default or something where they're reliably getting wins. Feels like anything at any moment could potentially happen and go wrong.
They've won more post plants on Inferno. Is that fair?
Ends up getting a couple of good clicks there to kind of get them back into it here. For Techno also, I mean, this is great work toward the end of it. But yeah, I think you're right. There's no real stability here on the Mongol side. I think 5, though, is good enough. Even if they don't win this last one, I think still it's an interesting game that we've got on our hands, and I hope that it's going to be close.
So they interview Heavy God, but not FaZe?
Really battle it out. It's another lobby.
But I just missed
push.
the FaZe
Not really
interview.
crunch this time, but just an early aggression there from Komisu.
And that's so helpful too, because it really indicates that there's more of an outside presence, because there's no trade really there, not enough numbers in the lobby, so they got to be elsewhere. Oh, the HE just gets the information, 1 credit card. Let's see if that player is going to be able to survive out there, holding down this garage position. The Mongols looking for these fights, these potential picks. This will be a really good way for them to get back into the round. But Zaka finds Blitz. And now it feels like
how'd
the
you
Mongols are
forget
really
the time
invested
it
in
was
this
at? It's
outside
been the
play,
same
but they
time every day.
cannot kill Zaka.
They haven't really tried to do that wraparound at all in the half, so it's impressive that LinVision are actually aware that that could still be happening, because there's already been a feature of the game so far. Tend to love a spray down, but that is not going to happen. Komisu will take him down, and 9-10 here. I think because they get Techno early in the lobby, they know what's coming. He's always the solo player in those kind of positions. 9-10, he doesn't know it yet, but he's in so much trouble. Even if he gets this fight, they're going to be on him right away. He pulls out the Molotov, and Amelia is there to take him down 7-5 in favor of Linvision at the start of Nuke.
Chat, it's that time. You guys ready? Ad incoming. Primer, forgetter. Now's the time. I just fl0m hate YouTube chat because they don't like the stream. What do you mean? Which of the 2 matches are you planning to watch? It's a good question, actually. I know we put it on there. Hold on. Shit. I've done my yoga real fast. Oh, Spirit Navi. So I plan on watching, and then actually I'm a boomer. I like looking at it like this. Yeah, Spirit Navi. But wait, is that 2-1? No, that's 2-0. Why is there not another match at the same time? Am I high? Is it just because this one's running later? And then, yeah, Spirit Navi, and then Mouse Liquid. Where's the shoe? Where it always is. Chester, thanks for the 6-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are we getting another phase game today? No. No, 1 sec.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got Linvision, we've got the Mongols playing it's a best of 1 on Nuke now. Linvision going to be on the T side, and there's almost too much to talk about for what they like to do. Here's an astonishing fact for you. In the pistol rounds, 83% of the time they go to the A bomb side, and about maybe 40% is just a straight A rush. They love rushing inner on this map. Don't know why, but that's what they're going to be doing once again. So here we are, straight in and through the hut, or up on top of the hut. Techno's still here. Sensu gets the first. Some really smooth headshots are ringing in, but he's running low on bullets here. Does he get a chance to reload? Actually got one more, and Westmelon, and they can't take out Call Me Sue. It's great defense. Sensu
when Anders busted out the stat that they love to rush up, I was like, oh, son of a bitch, I gotta get back.
There, come in by Linvision. That could have been such a powerful play.
Yeah, it looked. I mean,
no,
there were
guys,
all the opportunities
the same
too,
wireless
right? Sometimes those
system
Glock
as
bullets
my other wireless one. There's no
get
difference.
those kills
In
quickly
terms of
enough as you would like.
Dude, thanks for the 60-month primer. Keep fun. Thank you very much for the 3. Big Baz, thanks for the 11-month resub. And Chester, thanks for the 6.
Extra shots there. These kills.
Yeah, we have another scam train going, meaning I'm matching all gifted AKs. Thanks 35% off.
Give him a chance.
And I'm matching all member mommies on YouTube as well. Daddy 1-incher with the 8-month primer. Holy fuck.
83% of the time we're going straight to A. Should we do it again? I might be like, actually, maybe just don't play straight into that.
Well, considering it's completely sold out and has been basically since
nice.
They were released.
Coming out from Blitz.
I would hope it's pretty full.
Of the map. He really did not have a great time looking.
My only
around
worry is
outside
since
for
like the
majority of that
resale
first
stuff
half,
was so
but,
stuffed. Shout out Ticketmaster for being poo.
We know that he could play better. Let's see. The Mongols,
That's
I think,
my only
winning that pistol round
like,
and
kind of
denying
worry,
bomb
but
as well,
I think it'll be fine.
it set us up for a very, very
Novi,
cool
thanks
map
for the
of
24
Nuke
month
here.
primer.
We'll see what
Thank you.
Invision have got. I said they are really hard
Sylvia.
team to read on the T side. I'll explain why in a
Thank you
couple of
very much
seconds.
for
This
the
one
5
should be
gifted on
pretty
YouTube.
cool.
Can we get some nice ones in chat for Sylvia?
There they go.
Thank you. Are you 5-member mommies?
Kills us all. Easily shut down there as expected. 7-7, we're all tied up as we get into the
You're not
rifle
allowed to
rounds,
transfer
and this is where the fun
tickets, so
stuff will
you'd have to
happen.
give somebody your whole
And I'd say,
account, or
Anders,
they'd have to like walk
one
you in.
Thing that one advantage Invision might have over some teams is the lack of familiarity with them. That's not really going to be the case against the Mongols. The Mongols are going to know how they play.
You
They're
cannot
gonna have,
transfer
they're gonna be more
tickets,
comfortable in
and
that
you cannot
sense, as comfortable as a game against Invision could be. But
Unless they
Invision,
magically
as you
change
mentioned,
something,
also do seem
somebody
to
in the
really
YouTube chat
prioritize
said you
what
can
feels good to them.
transfer.
Even if people know
Pretty
that
sure
it's
your
coming,
bro's about to
they
get
don't
scammed.
they don't care.
Oh,
have
you
this,
can now.
So when
You
they
can
do
transfer
the
them. When did they change that? Oh, fuck.
On the Invision side, sometimes they'll just it's Emilia playing that lobby position.
Holy shit.
Oh, wow. They are going to be fast.
Well, that's fucking terrifying. They turned it on literally yesterday.
The grenade's going to find it. That's on top of the
I was
silo.
getting worried.
Sorry. He's so close to the AWP. He really wants to find that kill, but now instead, they've lost a couple of players already. What a banging start to the second half this is for the Mongols, especially if they can get away with some of these rifles here, which right now is looking doable. They've actually
Docky,
escaped
thank
the
you very
yard.
much for
They're
the
kind
5
of out of
gifted
there.
subs, or 5 gifted
Definitely
members, rather. And
this
YouTube
situation.
chat, thank
It's
you. And
so
Sylvia, thanks
difficult.
for
I think
your
the AWP
membership as well.
It's always the problem in these 5v3s for the T side
Got a
because
10
you,
members on YouTube.
one big advantage you
Zero on
have is
Twitch at the
your
moment.
element surprise. They don't know precisely where you're rotating to, but that means to maintain that you have to
Happen
walk
with-
into
no,
angles.
that's crazy.
And the
That's
AWP
so
is the
fucked.
absolute counter to that. Exactly.
I mean,
right
that's
on
good
cue.
that they're allowing
910 able to take
transfers,
down
but
Emilia off that
Jesus.
right peak. Looking for more fights outside though, just at least get some damage in. But the Mongols looking very steady right now here on the outside. And 910, he's queued up for another one. Being teased by the Shadow. It is no problem at all for him.
We'll finish this match, then we'll switch to
This
Navi
is
Spirit. This is just the best of one, so...
beginning. If you had a bit of a tough first half,
Navi
you
Spirit's
really
the
had
best
a lot
of
of money
3, so
on the
let's
TT
finish
side. It
this,
was a
and
bit
then we'll get there,
rough in
alright?
general, or on the T side, but now it's different. You get to keep everyone alive. Even better, you get to pick up some of the AKs. Unfortunately,
No, that's good. Sorry, honestly, I was just really worried because some people, like, obviously when you couldn't transfer tickets, a lot of people were like, dude, I just bought tickets for the Austin Major off of somebody, and I was like, oh no.
5 alive 2 times in a row. That goes far on Nuke. That really does. That's exactly what you need. And I mean, with that said, it would just be so par for the course for it to be this round that works out for the Invision with just the Tech 9s, with that pace that you can get, that you can find with the pistols. But outside, you got Blitz once again. Ready with some of those
VP game hasn't happened
trying to catch
yet.
those timings. Good evasion there from Invision to get ahead of it, but Starry, I don't know what he can do against 910. AWP as Deagle. Well, Blitz is going to have him first, and the AWP is not even being revealed on that line just yet.
Yeah, you can tell it's not happening. Sensu catches Emilia through the smoke there. Again, Emilia is going to be that solo lurker whenever they're doing this 4-1 kind of a split. So, like I said earlier, one of the hard things to read, at least in my opinion, is the fact that sometimes Emilia is still going to be the first one to push back or you know, or
Cool, we're gonna have Harry Hugo for Navi
which is
Spirit.
just
Let's go.
kind of crazy if you are in the European Counter-Strike meta. A shot from Westmelon should be pretty much the end of the road for him here. He's got very low health already, and he will be taken down. But yeah, just
switch. I already said when we'll switch.
gotta
If
think
you
of it
guys
from
want to
the
watch
CT point of
over
view.
there, you can. You know where
if
to
you find
the games.
Emilia in the lobby, you can't be 100% sure, but you're pretty sure that it's one of those 4-1 splits. It's a nice indication that it could be happening. But if Emilia attacks you in ramp, you're going to think,
Let's see,
okay,
well,
that's
actually, I
gonna
might be down.
Emilia plus 3 or 4 other people, and it's a 4-1
might
split
be
the
able to
other
be
way.
swayed.
But it isn't necessarily the case with Envision. I
Hold on, I'm
think
gifting my 10 members real quick to YouTube chat. Give me a
like
sec.
reading that from the CT side is just very, very tricky. By the way, that's all their timeouts burned here. So Envision kind of, they need to make this work here early on.
I feel they do a good job
right.
of making adjustments.
5 gifted, I'll switch
So
it.
hopefully this will be the adjustment that they need, because they are very much struggling here. They haven't even gotten any rounds
I'll do it anyway,
started.
actually. I got you. Give me 1 sec. We'll do a reverse card here real fast.
But were cut down early on in their playoff run. This is, or that was a weird victory for Team Spirit.
Whoever had their
seem
fucking
happy.
credit card out, put it away. Simmer
I think
down.
it's the fashion in which they had to win, the fact it was this drawn-out affair. It was clear that Donk wanted them to be in
I'm
even better
curious to see
form
where
heading
Navi's
into this
at.
major.
This is an interesting test.
Spirit have still been able to get to this 2-0 position with the chance to make it flawless into those playoffs.
Super, I don't know where the predictions are at. I imagine it's for the other game. We'll just switch it over whenever that's done.
Now, every game is going to be against top teams. It's going to be against stronger opponents.
No, Sylvia, it's just for the gifteds. Exotic for the wicked. Gifted 725 gifted. Well played. Well played.
For Team Spirit, and they slice Na'Vi up immediately. Donk does get killed, but
you guys think Na'Vi actually has a chance against Spirit, or you think?
4v2 not sweating. Magix has the kit, looking to play retake right now, but his Spirit and Mass inside of this B site.
Fucked.
This plant is anything but guaranteed.
Magic's going to steal himself away. Manages to get onto the back of Plat. Tucks in behind Glyph and just waits for contact. He's got Chopper as well to help in the main fight. It's this dark swing from Wonderful that could secure the route to the plant. To do that, they've got to get past Magix cleanly. He's been spotted now, and Wonderful will find him. That's the plant locked in for Na'Vi. 2 versus 4 here. They've whittled it down. Wonderful going to hang out inside of the site. Ema watches the push up through water. And so all the fights are rolled out in front of Wonderful here. Head lopped off at the first turn, and now just Ema. P250 in his hands. But his aim's got to be true here as 3 players swing upon him. Zontic's there to put it to a quick end. An abrupt stop. And a pistol round picked up for Team Spirit on this CT side of Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit look happy with that one, right? Coming in with a pistol on CT Anubis is always a huge lift. It may be their pick. I was surprised to see Spirit actually go away from Dust 2 in this game. It's not always a map they pick, it's just a map they dominate on. But a map they played against Na'Vi so many times. Maybe feeling like there's a level of familiarity they want to avoid for now. Save it for the playoffs. So Spirit, steal that pistol.
Sorry, I fat fingered my earbud. Turn on some music.
Na'Vi buy up. 2 Galils, 2 Mac-10s.
If you heard faint music in the background, that's just me fat fingering.
Slow and steady on these T sides, as Anubis often is.
You thought Blast was putting on some jam stream there? No.
I'm very interested to see what Spirit will be doing on this CT side after a bit of a break. How active they're going to be. We again have this double mid setup static as they wait for Na'Vi to walk their way, and they've read it well once again.
Oh, Shira playing anti.
He missed.
And that's right as Chopper went for the reposition. That is the worst possible timing.
I know we're still figuring things out, you know, but yeah, insulting people's physical appearance is kind of like a no-go in my chats. I'll be real. Kind of gets exhausting. Feel free to do it in the main chat. They love that shit over there.
He's cut down. Donk and Magic's left up in this one. 2-on-4 as it begins, but it looks like they're
nice
backing
round,
out of
Navi.
this. They don't want to go any further.
That was actually nice.
And so Spirit write this one off.
That's super awkward. Chopper just leaving for 1 second to go peek window, and Shiro not turning away. Maybe uncommunicated for Chopper. A very unfortunate timing that Na'Vi make the most of. And Spirit are going for damage. They still have interest
anticipating the main exit too after you've last been spotted and out towards beach.
The knife's out for JL. He doesn't think that they would go round the world to this position. Donk is going to get caught, and Magix will not survive either. So 2 guns held by Na'Vi. That's a very efficient round for them. Keep in mind, that was a force. They get out with rifles. Very awkward in middle.
Kenny S fucking hyping up Simple. Love to see it.
Multiple kills from Zontix. If that was ever going to happen for Team Spirit. So immediately in a predicament here on the CT side.
Drew, that's not what I was talking about. And
potential to
apparently
be
didn't see the
hottest
message I timed
matchup
out,
of
so
stage
try not being
3.
weird. Appreciate it. Thank you.
With some of these other top teams separated.
There's a new Kerrigan upload? What do you mean, like today?
Their placings,
We watched the one
Vitality,
yesterday.
A match away from the playoffs. and
No,
Mal's
Kenny
a
S
match
is
from
like
elimination.
legitimately. If you guys don't know, Kenny lives. I believe he's still doing this. He lives in China, and he's working with like basically a really wealthy dude in China to like help bring up the Chinese
Getting this
scene.
victory is today for either of these teams, avoiding the likes of FaZe.
Oh,
the
brand,
likes of
brand.
even,
Okay, cool. Yeah, we can watch it.
Ferocious VP or Furia, or Mal's on a comeback. Just going straight into playoffs with no stresses, getting those extra days off. Na'Vi creep through middle, looking for this A split. Right now, Spirit is stacked on the wrong side. So this will be Na'Vi converting.
Wasn't Anubis
and
Spirit's
getting
worst map at one point? Yeah, and then they worked on it a bunch. And then Donk says he doesn't like the map, so then people kept picking it. They kept losing to Spirit. Well, he might not like it, but yeah, I think people did maybe.
To throw away guns or let Spirit break into this game early.
Like, I don't know. There's maps that I didn't like playing that much early on, or still don't, and like they end up being some of my best maps.
Familiarity. Everyone knows that, you know, these come down to close games, and something as simple as, you know, getting one extra buy, a little edge earlier on can be worth its weight in gold as the matchup drags on and gets closer. And so, yeah, seeing a good deal of respect to open this one up. For Spirit, it's essentially running back that partial investment again after they save
Duck, thanks for the
everyone.
4-month reset. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
This is exciting.
Duck,
because
you're a
it's not
goddamn comedian,
a map
bro.
that we see in this head-to-head all too often. It was the last time they played in Lisbon 3 months ago, but with the exception of that, they haven't played Anubis together in a single series since they first met. And while Spirit dominated it last time back in Portugal, as Freya said, these teams haven't matched up in 3 months.
Na'Vi have only won this series like twice, right?
twice out
And
of
it's
10.
one of them was in the group stage at Katowice. They then went on to lose to Spirit actually in the playoffs, and that was how their tournament run ended. The time before that was all the way back in Copenhagen in this exact game at 2-0, and it was Na'Vi.
Yeah, Mongols absolutely fucking
falling short. I got that
Win
wrong.
Vision was up
it was
what?
Pro
That was
League
like
where
6-2
Na'Vi went on
or
to pick up the
6-3 at one
trophy.
point,
They
right?
beat
And then it
Spirit
was
in the
13-7.
quarterfinal. That was the studio matchup where Na'Vi beat Eternal Fire in the final.
All right, bit of aggression over towards main. They do have this force to break through, right? Spirit saving that forward, lets them make two of these kind of gamble plays. And in this round, they lean stronger out towards A. They win these fights in main. Dong Stiegel delivers a turning point kill in the round. Seals that advantage for Team Spirit, and now they quickly try and change their minds. Do Na'Vi into this B site. Magic lies in wait. One kill is super valuable. Just keeping that advantage ticking over for Team Spirit.
Oh, the
Big
lead.
lead for Ema. That's going to open up the route to the plant. Zontix and Donk are both super wounded here.
Yeah, I think Shiro
Absolute
would have
shit
gone
on.
through that smoke on the plant, but instead he doesn't get a choice, just gets blown out of the round, and both players low health have to hit instant headshots if this is ever going to be. But you do have Donk alive. Zontix, oh, he can't avoid the
The
nade.
nades are brutal.
He doesn't run back in time, and so Donk out of the round, out of the limelight, probably looking to save that AK as Na'Vi do get rid of these back-to-back force buys. Spirit's rifle round is coming, but Donk has yet to have the chance to win the round.
Terrorists win.
There we go.
Na'Vi stick the landing on these conversions. Getting through, technically, 2 force buys from Team Spirit.
It always looks so like the game's in slow-mo, man. Even over the shoulder frame, I swear.
Well traded by Na'Vi. Protocol's looking good right now. Yeah, I mean, if he ran, don't know if he'd even make it out there.
Words of encouragement.
Yeah.
What do you think? Donks? Better entry or closer?
Guy Boris.
Both. I don't know.
Not bald, of course.
They
lied to us.
Damn.
He doesn't close much for them
cool.
as he opens, but I mean, if he's alive
Maybe
in the
if they
clutch,
win the
he's really
major.
good.
Fresh fade. Na'Vi very spread again. All these rounds have been so slow for Na'Vi. It's been nice. Bleeding out util now for Spirit. Only one incendiary remains. Again, this 1-2 punch in middle. Zontic's anti-flash because Shiro refuses after last time. But Na'Vi are going to flush him out with a Molotov here. He's going to have to force a reposition.
Be honest with you, like more Twitch or YouTube chat changes day to day.
He can fight forward. Chopper swings off of him. They're trading contacts. Zontix gets 2 kills. Chopper really just playing with his food right now.
I like whichever chat makes me feel like it's not a daycare for that day.
He goes in with the Glock.
Oh my, Emma just locked him down, bro.
Down again.
Holy. Chopper just like me.
Doesn't miss that, but he will on the follow-up. 7 health, Ema's 3 kills deep. He should be dead, trying to escape, evading with that bomb, and he drops Con as well. Ema is doing this all alone.
It just needs to hold the fort. Ema gets this plant down. Bit takes space away out towards the spawn. The bomb is not planted for Bit. And both players back in the temple. This means Ema can't die. He needs to stay in this. Bit has to get on this line in time and hold for the cross. Moving back around, Bit does get here on a good timing. Magic's not aware of that, not ready for a player out past CT. And Shiro's nade falling just shy of Ema in the sight.
Looking like a bad choice.
That is a
so far
crazy
for
turnaround. Ema evading capture in mid, keeping it alive long enough for Na'Vi to carve a path back into that round.
Oh, Magix was right. He is him right now. Absolutely wins that round alone. Really awkward for Chopper, who had a couple of bullets, didn't need to force the reload, and the audio cue just makes Ema re-peek his teammate. I feel like that's a really weird mistake. He could either re-peek off Zontic's contact with those 2 bullets, try and force 1 more kill, or just keep the pressure on. He's backed out both times, letting his teammate die, and that's after Zontix gets 2 clean kills in the corner. 5 on 3 for Team Spirit, falling short. Some disastrous rounds in this game right now. And Ema just eats like 3 HEs and survives them all.
Which is insane in contrast to the other round that Na'Vi picked up, where it was 2 nade kills that turned the tide of a quickly spiraling out of control 2v4 anti-force buy round.
Spirit still invest. Donk's got a rifle. Everyone else MP9s. Triple B and leaving mid open. As Chopper gets information on the cross. Spirit blocking both bomb sites right now. So Na'Vi, pick your poison. Been making a lot of use of middle in this T side so far. This round is no exception. Alexi is clearing space as noise is made outside of B. Nice fight for Donk. JL found early. And that might free up a rotation here for Team Spirit if they want to re-clear middle together. Wouldn't be a bad call at 30 seconds that Na'Vi might have a player posted up. And that's exactly what Alexi's doing. Bomb outside A, faking this B bomb site right now. Donk trying to get more info.
Alexi creeping up. I think he made a step there, and so Donk dialed in into this mid control, gonna swing on a timing with his A players. Wonderful left is the last man here for Na'Vi, and look who's closing the distance. Donk is barreling towards Wonderful. Playing this all alone though, Donk. Faith in himself, sure, but it's just a dink done down range. Wonderful, low on health, but armed with his weapon of choice.
Right?
Can't quite locate Shiro.
I step away and Spirit's back
So cut down
after one
on his way
timeout.
to the 1v3. All pick up for Shiro as well.
What happened, Chad? Give me the rundown. Chad,
Second
you
round
explain to
found
me what
for
happened in
Team
that
Spirit.
round.
Donk's a guy I'm never going to criticize for making that solo
one
play in a
G'd
3-on-1.
himself like an actual
He's going to
1G?
run out on his own. He's, you know, it's a losable round. He only gets the dink. It's good damage, but that's what you have to trust. You have to trust his decision making, his aim, and he trusts in it, which is enough for me. Gets the damage off. At least Spirit don't buckle in that 2v1. That would have been unforgivable. And Spirit find their second. It's not too late to turn this around.
Okay. Actually, between both the chat rooms, I actually got a pretty decent idea. Well done, guys.
Courtesy of that last
Well
round.
done. Thank you. Morning coffee.
And it looks
hit.
like he might get to put it to work straight away. There's the
Oh
opening
my
kill.
lord.
Shiro lines up too as he goes in for the repeat.
Uh-oh.
Magic's ready for the spill out through main. And Na'Vi feeling boxed in. They need something to give here. They have this player down towards lower.
You guys think that Spirit picking Anubis is troll, or you think it was
Try
smart?
it. Donk and Shiro in position. Still 3 players here. Chopper goes back, but Spirit
I'm
under
personally
no
waiting to
pressure
form
with
my
smokes
opinion on
down.
whether or not they win or lose this map. Then I'll tell you my opinion.
Na'Vi cannot get out yet. Confident posture here for Team Spirit. Looking like they want to go and get that AWP back.
Okay. I do think it's at least. I mean, it's at least interesting,
Volley on
right?
the right side, that's going to clear a player out if it lands, and it does. Alexi in hot water. Magic's with a missed flick. Doc comes in to drop the bomb, and he's done exactly that.
interesting and not what I would have
Segregating these 2
expected,
players on
and-
the other side of the map.
Bit's the only one who could actually go and get the bomb as well, but
I
he's
think the
pushed all the
fact
way
that
through middle,
Spirit
so
got
I don't
nuked
see a
third,
world in
they're
which
pretty
Na'Vi can
happy
even
with
hope
it,
to
right?
recover this round. Bit embarking on a backstab. Looking to see if they can play into it in like the final 15 seconds, but it won't connect. Zontix, eyes on middle.
Oh,
with
I
Bit
see
never
why.
spotted. B control
Whoa.
going their way. And they're ready for this JL lurkout through dark. They
That's
know the
weird.
role he was supposed to play in this B hit. And so the AWP just keeps him boxed in. Spirit with a convincing 3rd round. It's very, very promising, the stuff we just got to see from Shiro. That was a beautiful double
It's
kill
'cause of
over
Navi's
towards main.
veto.
And, you know, even though Donk is the big eye-catching piece of this Team Spirit squad,
Lucas,
I
thank
think
you very
it's
much for your
actually
new
in his
membership. Thank you,
teammates
thank you.
and guys like Shiro that the success of this Spirit squad actually lays. Because you know that Donk is going to give you phenomenal output. Some of his biggest games have been at like the darkest hours for Team Spirit.
You know, not
So
able to see
you
everything.
want
It's just
the
like if
guys
somebody,
around him
you know,
looking good. And
somebody
we've
does
seen
something
from
bad and
Shiro
somebody else
over
does
the
it, one
course of
gets
this
caught. It
year
doesn't
an
really
effort to
excuse
be
the other.
A lot more active, a lot more
I'm
involved.
assuming
going
you're
for
older, so
more
you probably
opening
know
kills.
this.
He knew he had to
So
adapt
mentioning
and
me
kind
not
of
seeing
rise
somebody
to
else
Donk's
is you
level.
getting clapped.
If they want this to be a championship level
We'll
duo,
figure it out though. We'll get
Absolutely,
there.
and you know, if it's we're not talking about major finals, the biggest step up has been Shiro as an individual. Chopper again caught out in middle. Zontix doesn't run away. He knows he can't. They chase him down. Tries to hold one
Joe, how
last
you doing,
stand.
man?
Falls and gives him yet another gun. Doc with a spray, mows down 3 and puts this round down before it gets too worrying. Although, almost.
Right, I learned that in hockey though.
Just about for Spirit, closing that out. 4-4 now.
The second
It
person
takes
always gets a penalty.
huge effort from Donk. But it often does. I still like that Na'Vi are trying to punish middle, and they keep getting into good positions there. That's the
Damn,
first time
Chopper,
they've
bro, we're only like
gung-ho
5 rounds
sped
in, man.
up.
Calm
thing that's
down.
feeling a bit rough though is that early grip they had on this game is
Bro, so
very
I
much
need a
gotten away
stimmy
from them, right? That's
ASAP.
now 3 rounds in a row for Team
We're not
Spirit.
even
Scoreline
halftime,
leveling out.
Chopper,
That Spirit
bro.
on the CT side of Anubis as well.
Oh shit.
Na'Vi are losing that ability to keep a lot of pressure applied.
But to go back to your Shiro point as well, because he has stepped up massively. We saw that, especially in Astana, where Spirit took the trophy, how many opening kills he was going for on both halves, especially CT side being a lot more active, a lot more mobile, not saving as much.
Guys, we're not trying to bankrupt the place. Calm down.
A much needed addition of firepower to this Spirit roster, because we know he has the skills. It was more just the style that let him down at times. And we have hit a point where we needed more firepower on Team Spirit. That's why we were talking, everyone was talking about these roster changes, the Kusuke potential. But Spirit believe in this team. And here in Austin, I don't know, I got a funny feeling.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this whole squad seemed to get on very well together. You know, like personally, you always see them hanging out. They like the presence of one another, and I think that's important for the overall chemistry of this team. They also hold themselves to a very, very high standard.
Yeah,
and so you'll see them, you know, storm off after losses. Hell, even when they lifted the trophy in Astana, it looked like they just received horrifying news. And it's because it took them an extra map, an extra overtime over what Spirit deemed necessary. They felt like if that was the level they came in playing at this major, it wouldn't be good enough.
And so have they stepped it up is the big question, and today we're going to get somewhat of an answer towards that. 40 seconds on this play for Na'Vi. Are they really triple flanking Temple? This is a bold call, and the nade comes too late.
I've been sponsored by a beer company before.
They're in the dark.
I can say I literally have no idea. I know getting sponsored by alcohol in general is really weird.
He tries to take the CT spawn wrap away, and Donk's
I can tell you that, at least in the US.
To lend a helping hand to Magix.
There's a lot of rules.
Might not even need it. Magix on a tear. And there's the support waves of defense suddenly at this side of the map from Spirit. They're on the money right now. They are outmaneuvering Na'Vi.
Yeah, I'm surprised Alexi just swings into spawn there, right? He doesn't know any information at that point of the round. Maybe
and then
just
you
thinking
also
he had a gap.
Like when I did because I did a Miller Lite stream on Twitch, so I had to have like an age gate on my stream, which was like, I mean, that makes sense, but it was, I think it's like a lot of stuff like that. Like there's a lot of like no-nos when it comes to promoting alcohol that you're,
right now. They're out positioning
I don't know
us
if
in
it
these
actually even
moments.
makes sense.
You had the camera smoke in. You had every reason to slow that rotate from Spirit. Especially when they had no eyeballs on middle over the entire round, and yet still it felt like you were walking into a full stack with how quickly all 5 players were there.
I've worked with Miller Lite multiple times.
Right, showing that you don't need to play middle.
I used to do like a bunch of
Christmas
events with them.
That Chopper and Zontics have to look for fights, because if you get 2-on-5, you're going to lose that out most of the time, and you can just play your bomb sites, and as long as you have information,
like, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying I don't know how easy it is to execute.
To stop splits,
like whatever,
so
insert
Spirit doing
your
that now in these
company
last
name here,
couple
you
of
know what I
rounds,
mean?
moving away from the mid control is favoring them
Also,
a lot.
for
This
like
is 4
a
rounds
broadcast
in a
or
row
like a
when
tournament,
they
that could
lost
be
the
really
force
tricky because
fight in the
I'm sure
second
all the
round.
international
Spirit
rules
now
are different
controlling
too.
the
So
game,
I don't know.
and it might get better. Pistols go again. They go fast into Temple. Chopper is here, and he falls after 1.
Double backside setup for Magix and Donk. Oh, this could get out of control. Magix tries to reel them in, but the Deeks connect. JL and Ema open up a route to the plot.
Yeah, Bits definitely lost that level of consistency, which is weird to say. And damn, bro, they are farming them. They've switched it the fuck on since that timeout. Have they lost a round since the timeout?
Those rotates get there so quickly.
Right?
And I really like, you know, the tie into Aurora, the idea of this, you know, being freed up to give up mid control, leaning heavier into side plays, and building into
like you can, just not like you can't be sponsored to do it.
Spirit actually one of the first teams to get to feel that. Aurora right off the top of the year, back at the
there are tipping points where
they played each other in the final
points.
at Blast Bounty, and Spirit turned a huge lead into a shocking L. An Aurora CT comeback on Anubis was the root cause of that, and so they actually got shown what would go on to be like the best Anubis team very, very early on in their rise. And they got to learn a lot of lessons from that. And it feels like they have implemented them into how they approach the CT side of this map.
Yeah, being sponsored by Monster is pretty cool.
Right now.
I
They're
can't
not
lie.
making many moves. Their site holds have been solid. They've been trading out well. It's not like we've had any water control. Not even a B main push in this game. So Spirit are relying on their anchors, and right now they're holding strong. Shiro in connector.
Oh, he has no toes left, dude. No toes.
Tag. Nade could finish the job, but Wonderful backed up in time. Spirit looking for a really strong half right now. This rifle round would poise that. And Alexi's realized, he's cottoned on to the fact that middle is free.
Why would Monster sponsor fl0m? He's doing it for free. Dude, shut the fuck up. They're literally in chat right now. And by they, I mean one, and he's cool.
Not abuse it. He goes back. Spirit now
It's
have
pretty
that
cool.
fear in the back of their mind. At any point, someone could lurk through this camera.
He's kind of shit at WoW, though.
Even though 2 players are A main, don't be fooled, because this is a B ramp right now for Na'Vi, putting a lot of pressure on Zontix. If they can force this kill, they will make Spirit very uncomfortable. But he goes ahead of the volley.
Battery,
He has
thanks for the
early
Twitch
warning.
farmer, thanks,
He goes
man.
through the smoke, and now they know the B hits in.
Just one for Donk.
Hey,
Zontix did win
Monster
that
here.
A-main
Yeah.
fight out, though,
No
so the
contract
lurk
or
ahead
nobody.
for Na'Vi tips the scales in Spirit's favor. JL throws himself out into a fight, desperately
It's the op,
looking to
though.
turn the tide.
Hold.
It's just the one and done, and that leaves
Never mind.
Wonderful
Never mind.
in a rough clutch.
Never mind.
Makes
He's
it all the
cooked.
way
That
to
was
the
his
temple,
one way
but
in.
low on
That's
health.
tough.
Wonderful can't miss a beat. And he's already slinked
Never
very far
mind.
away. He's
Never
thinking about
mind.
saving, just wants to hold on to this AWP, live to fight another day. It's the only way Na'Vi we're going to have one moving forward.
Yeah, it's a reasonable call. I think that's a very hard round to win with the bomb not for you. Once he realizes he's in temple and they could have nades as well, the smoke comes in. It was a guaranteed round for Spirit. Looking locked in right now on a huge streak of rounds for Team Spirit, 6 in a row. As Zontic's aggression is huge. It gets everyone in the right
Monster
place
is a
at
true
the right
sponsor
time for
that
Spirit
run a limited
to
cam
stop
fl0m silhouette.
Na'Vi
I don't
from
think they
taking
make
post-bomb
cans that
positions.
fat.
They can't even get off the bomb site. Are we
Can you
really gonna
imagine
see
a
an
monster can with just like a belly in the
CT
front?
side for Team Spirit after Na'Vi started so strong.
Yeah, it was 4-1 to Na'Vi. They won with that force fire in the second round, but past those conversions, they've not made a dent.
Monster logo on my stomach.
Chopper
I go hard.
falling early in the round.
They've been waiting to do that play for a while. They've been throwing this mid Molotov that blooms in the window of mid and gives a gap for Chopper to push. He's only now tested the limit, and it's not gone well. Tried to bail before we got the kill. So Na'Vi hunt him down. Let's see what Spirit do in a 4v5.
Mr. Monster Man that I won't call out right now, so you can keep enjoying
Don't
watching the
re-clearing
major because I
middle.
know you do. Dude, can do you guys make anything like these so I can put my coffee in them in the morning?
It's not
so
without
chat
risk
stops
going
asking
and
me if I'm
re-clearing
drinking
this part of the
Starbucks,
map,
so that
but it will
shit's
give
ass.
a nice blanket of security to Team Spirit. If Donk's
I just
able
need
to
some reusable
confirm
cups,
that
man.
mid is under defended.
Surely you guys made some with the Killer Brew stuff, surely.
And this isn't where Na'Vi are heading. He had to
Not
make
like
a
a
play
mug, like, I
sooner
just want,
rather
like, a
than
cup like
later.
this.
Having him in middle was taking a lot of resources away from everything else, and he got hurt in that fight. Magix is the only player at this B side of the map. Holds on with the
I want a
MVP for the
monster.
first, but they will
This
get
shit's-
out
I love
past
the
him in
logo.
main.
Grow up.
Shiro and Donk, 2 versus 3. This is meant to be Spirit's duo, but with Donk super
Actually, you must be
hurting,
new around here,
it's
so we
going to
don't,
fall
we
to
don't
the
be doing
Shiro
that. Thank
wall.
you, though.
And Wonderful owns this line, owns this angle, missed flash, awkward time for it, wasting precious seconds that Shiro simply doesn't have. Na'Vi won't allow Spirit to embark on a 7-round streak to close out this half. They break back through with a 5th round right there in round 12.
All right, chat. Incoming ad. Catch the Stanley Cup game last night? Fuck yeah, I did, bro. Oh, fuck yeah, bud. Oh, fuck yeah.
That's Molodoi, so we don't mind that. He's got the MP9. Who cares if he's pushing? If he dies, it doesn't really matter either. So
We're in wireless
sensible, reasonable counter-strike here coming out of the Furia camp.
They're going to get a bomb down, and I mean, there's not a lot of Molotovs or incendiaries. I think that you'd really like those for the retake here if you're Furia. So it might get hairy if the bomb gets planted too easily.
I feel like the lack of armor is
that'd be sick.
Very tough. Yuri in an interesting
Yeah, please do. I'd love to have some of those stuff.
Back just in time. Nice headshots.
Yeah, they suddenly just managed to get themselves in the right positions right in the nick of time.
But it is, well, I'm sponsored by Sisters, guys, so I'll give you a hint.
So they did a lot worse than I thought they were maybe able to do.
Yeah, I definitely thought, like,
you watch the NBA? Nah, not really.
But not available this time.
I kind of keep up just because I like to have Sports Center as a background noise while I'm lifting, while I'm yapping with my trainer, but that's about the extent of it.
VP have managed to construct a pretty bad position for themselves where, again, the CT side has a lot of money, the momentum is with them. This is the map pick of VP, and like I said, the win rate for Fury on this map is just not that impressive. Not that it always has to, you know, play out that way, but for VP, I think they are expecting to come into this map and saying, all right, this is our map.
I was slightly invested only because I have a friend that lives in New York, and we play WoW with him every night, and he literally covers New York sports.
And think about just one round at a time.
So he's at the Knicks games, and we were like, you know, hoping they did well for him, basically. But that was about it.
Yes.
That was about the extent of me.
Okay, we've got mid control for
being
VP,
invested
working on that at the moment.
in the NBA.
Now, Molodoi is towards the cap position, so they might walk straight into this one, and there it is. And that's always the danger. You don't know where the AWP
map
is
choice, huh?
on that CT side. And there will be a boost into the window for VP, so still trying to gain some space, but it's going to be questioned here. Yekindar.
Vegas will get an NBA team. No idea,
he moves closer.
Not really too...
CT smoke will help prevent any push from the 8 ramp.
It'll be mad funny if Fury gets 3-0 for the stage you didn't put him. I know. I'm not really a hater of Fury, man. There's been a lot of good stuff to take away from this team, and I've been absolutely wrong about VP. They had a generational boot camp.
Going down, and Icy, he will find a kill, but it's the first kill that they have in basically 3 rounds.
All right.
But then things... Some nice moments in there from Donk. He was getting his multi-kills, getting his rounds, but the whole team elevated around him. Shiro looking good on his AWP, keen to make plays. Zontix remaining active in that first half over towards A main, constantly locking horns with Bit, his lurking counterpart on the other side. Spirit were able to edge out that first half with the lead, and that's on the CT side of Anubis, no less. So there's no doubting that Spirit are in the power position here on their pick to open up
Picture-in-picture
2-0 series.
Yeah, even a revealing piece of information in the break.
Let's just stay here. Like if it was like third map or something.
Since April 2024, so that remained the same for
Picture-in-picture is really nice with best of ones, but I kind of just don't like them running Subway Surfer
trophy
the
we've
whole
been talking
time.
about all match long that Spirit weren't satisfied with, or at least in the way they took it 3-1 over.
If the game is like getting really intense in terms of like the results and like third map and all that stuff,
with everything shaking up the way it is, Spirit are certainly looking like the
Why do they look like they're just trolling Zontix so hard and he's trying so hard not to laugh?
He's
good with the 26th with primer, thank you.
I'm still impressed that Na'Vi have gotten to the 2-0 game as cleanly as they did.
He didn't charge his mouse.
To close it against 3D Max in an
Bro,
overtime
you have one
affair.
job.
But this is, and has always been, the true test for Na'Vi. Can they take down the top dogs of Spirit?
Which, like, always kind of shocks me because, like, dude, if he even plugged it in at halftime, it'd be enough to get through the entire game.
For Team Spirit. And like you mentioned earlier, the games of consequence, the ones that felt like they really matter, that's when Spirit comes up.
Yeah. I mean, you know, no event quite embodied that this year, like the one at Katowice. Na'Vi beating them in the group stage, but going on to lose to them in the playoffs. Where the winner of this, securing their flawless 3-0 run into the playoffs in Austin. This is certainly one of those games of consequence.
They're spotting everything as Spirit blanket this bomb site. Smokes it down. Na'Vi are out. They're going to have to play the retake. No kit, but the bomb, not for Con. So this position can be constricting.
Oh.
A very hard round,
especially with this smoke for Na'Vi. It just depends where they decide to throw it in, but it is going to go towards connector. Oh, they've reconsidered.
Gotta go.
You wonder if when they see what the bomb's planted for, does that go main way instead?
Banger.
And yeah, there's that smoke coming in. Kills exchanged on the push up through the spawn, but these Glocks close range can't find a thing.
Holy.
Left, low HP, Spam had to come through and it won't. That is a quick turnaround in the pistol for Na'Vi. Left to a 5v5 retake. Time having ticked off that
was a
bomb.
really
There was
nice
no
retake. That was
margin
clean
for
as
error.
fuck.
They had to be quick and decisive, and that they were.
That is a crazy round.
That many alive is
so
nuts.
clean, coming in
Nuts.
last second. If anything goes wrong there, if one player finds 2 headshots for Spirit, the round is going to peter out. That smoke's in the perfect position as well, changing it from Con to B main, like you said. And somehow Na'Vi just make it look easy.
How does Spirit win some
Spirit didn't
CT
have
rounds? I
strong
missed them. Honestly, bro, they were just making a lot of
isolated
proactive moves and they were just kind of
in that
handling
post
shit.
spawn. And we've got a game.
Like, it never really felt like Na'Vi even had a chance after the timeout and they got rolling. Actually, how many bomb plants did they even have, guys? Like 2? But they weren't like
Time
close.
off Donk. Resumed.
Yeah, 2. That's fucking, yeah.
Six shots. Wonderful had some AWP misses this game, but
Joey,
he
thanks
showed
for
up
the
yesterday.
3-month primer. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Winning a 1v2 to keep Na'Vi in their BO1, but they went on to win in overtime. Relatively respectful from Spirit, just Donk on pistol armor, buying next anyway.
I mean, Wonderful, a player who's received his fair share of criticism in this Na'Vi jersey. But oftentimes, you know, with the system of Na'Vi, it felt like it was how they intended to use him. Also contributing to some of these lower performing games for Wonderful. In Astana, once more, we kind of saw him taking more liberties, having a bit more freedom.
Oh. Come on.
So hopefully that reflects in the performances. That's a wild pickup for Donk, and that's going to set their sights on this B play. Exploding out through dark and on their way to a bomb plant already. This is good stuff for Spirit. They able to run down Alexi, who's
Guys,
feeling
this
the
is a
burn
full
of the
save, by the way, chat. Oh, come on.
the
Is that-
site here.
Okay.
They charge at
We're
him,
good.
but Alexi refuses to go down.
I just had to
Another round which
complain. I just had to be a whiny
swirled.
streamer.
Na'Vi, another successful retake at this B site.
That's kind of weird for Spirit. Presumably they know he's there and they go in one by one. They don't try and trade out that kill. Obviously there's a bit of pressure with how close Na'Vi are getting, and they're breaking the smokes and they're setting up for retake, but I would like to see more Spirit players help Magic's out there on that kill and give them a gun and give them great real estate in the post spawn.
Yeah, no,
Instead,
Magic's had the
Alexi's
right
able to
idea. I
isolate
think the
really
rest of
well.
them, I think
Sure,
Hugo
it was always
nailed
meant
it.
to be a Na'Vi round, but
With the
Spirit
Temple
had their
smoke, they
opportunity
should
off
have
that
just
bomb
won
plant.
that guy. That was like
This
they
is
had
a
a
real
real
one,
chance
full
at
buy.
least making that round way more expensive, even if not to win it. Music, thanks for your 6-month resub. BDP, thank you very much for the 26-month prime refresh. No. I'm just wearing in-ears instead of my headset, so you might look different.
Na'Vi hit hard on the first rifle. We're back off to the races. And the stairs smoke from Na'Vi have put the fear in Spirit. They're playing very slow. Even look at these clears in middle, checking out the water, making sure that Na'Vi haven't taken any space, but it's middle.
And then there's an ad. Well, I am a sponsor, but no, I'm not doing an ad for
That's
them. No.
frustrating.
Not at the
Na'Vi were
moment, not for
grouping
these.
up here in mid. That Molly would have slowed the roll of Spirit, might have even let them get a little more comfortable
But
and
they are still
situated
Spirit's product,
in
yes.
these crossfires. JL was left walking across to the double doors on a timing that Na'Vi simply didn't have.
No, I
Sure,
rocked them on
great
my
flash to
travel
support as
recently,
well.
but
Rex
I
JL.
was worried that I'd break a
Now
bunch of
Spirit
audio
was
shit.
trapped with
Yeah, they
beatbox
heard
with
the Alexi
Microphone.
tag as well. He knows he has to kind of force a play, force a fight, and Alexi does well to get out with one. Put in an awkward position. Donk out through dark, ready for both players back at the site, and he makes it look easy.
He does. He really does make it look easy. It's so fucking dumb.
To a lost B site. Only armed with this FAMAS. Knows that Donk is roaming around somewhere. Don't know where he's gotten to. Well, there he is. Stellar 3K. Low health in that final fight. And Donk seals the deal with a clean tap onto Bit.
Yeah, all the supportive pieces
so
are there
casual,
for Spirit, all the
man. It's
util
just
they
literally
need,
so
but
casual.
it's Donk who steals the show, coming out of con, hearing that
I'm
bomb
telling you,
burn,
dude, look, even the over this, why
and
does
brings
it just
players
look
to the back of
easy
the
for
bomb
him?
site.
I swear to God, my game
fight
doesn't
on
look
that
like
swing.
that, dude.
Peak advantage, they
He
say.
put Counter-Strike in like 0.5
Donk
playback
denies
speed or some
logic and
shit. I
Spirit
swear to
take
you.
the first gun round. Na'Vi don't keep the forces coming, though. They take one eco, knowing they can buy up next. Would be expected many teams to buy here just off of virtue of losing your first round of the half, but Na'Vi would rather maximize gun rounds than an MP9 force.
Zai, thanks to the 28-month resub. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
With the camera molly in, as Na'Vi stack middle, Spirit should just be able to waltz into this bomb site. Shira heard that, yeah. Easily done. And this is
Bit
9-7.
ambitious, but I'm here for it. Fuck it. A little bit of a boring round, but it'd be like that sometimes. At least we saw some people taking some chances. Shiro, farm it up, dude. Stop being such a weenie.
Na'Vi are running out of time here to leave much of an impression on Anubis. It's a one-round game. It's about to be a little wider than that as Spirit win this one. But I think the scoreline is painting a far closer picture than this game has actually been. All of Na'Vi's success coming from technically pistol rounds. Like, sure, they won with the force buy in round 2, but then they
Nice
find
supporting here, Na'Vi or Spirit. I think it's better Spirits in the playoffs with their current form.
Can't win it, but he can make them
I
scared.
don't like seeing teams make playoffs, so I just feel like might get stomped out. Navi's in that stage.
They've won one rifle round in this game.
Vote them all to gift sub to Twitch mods or beta cucks. Thank you.
And so
True.
now on the harder
Big
half,
Buddy
that's
Pound
where
with
they
the
have to try and
45
stake
month
their
reset.
claim to
Thank
this
you.
comeback. That's where Na'Vi are going to have to grind
Vodamont's
away
just
back
really
in
sad because he got
to
banned by
Anubis.
Sfax yesterday, and Sfax didn't unban him and just left him there for like 8 hours.
With Train up next for Na'Vi, a very intriguing part of this matchup as well.
Not attack, it's attack.
Only the fourth time this Na'Vi squad have played Train. First time it's ever appeared in this head-to-head. A map that a lot of squads have looked to test Spirit on, only one having been successful.
I always feel condescending explaining this. So, no, there's not network latency where like he would get an advantage for Pika's advantage, but
is threatening enough to many rosters.
a concept that a lot of people struggle with and abusing or understanding is like, it's like all part of peaking is so you get the advantage if you know where someone is and they don't know where you are, right?
So we'll have to see what Na'Vi
You have a natural advantage over anybody being the peaker if you know where somebody is and they don't know you're about to peak them.
In many ways, kind of trying to set the standard for how that map should be played. Their run on it in Astana was fantastic, and that's where you look at Na'Vi. And it suggests that they had to have been putting some time in. They had to have studied the tape of these squads that have looked to adopt Train far faster than Na'Vi did.
Yeah, especially
they've bought it out as an attempt
Ninja,
to
thanks for
punish
34 month
Spirit in
reset,
this
thank you, and Tickle,
series.
thanks for 34, thank you.
Pool, like their main pool, they're not keen to play it.
This game important to your pick'ems,
said,
kids.
only
I
4
don't give a
games
flying
lost.
fuck about my pick'ems, dude. Diamond's
Today
dead.
will be their fourth.
Oh, rather. All right, bash out B main here for Na'Vi. They're a bit committed here.
But like,
They get
you
out
like,
anything. JL with the headshot. teammate escapes, but does abandon jail in the process. He's fighting for his life right now. Magic's
I mean, online there will always be Peeker's advantage as well, guys. That will never go away, despite what Valorant tries to market to, you know?
Posted up deep middle. Na'Vi making a gamble. Great time to do so. Knowing that Spirit aren't recommitting to B, it would have happened already. So Na'Vi are in the right place to win this round. Still a man down, but a chance nonetheless.
Donk wiped off the angle at the very first swing. They learned that the AWP is entrenched here in A. Chopper trying to open up the back door on this mid-lurk. Keeps the pressure on. Wonderful fights on the USP. But
he won that with the fucking USP is crazy. What the fuck?
Heaven player can't deny it in time. Ema
Doesn't Val have worse Peeker's advantage than CS? It's all.
out towards main. Na'Vi have
Who knows? Who cares?
reason
It
to take
exists.
this, and Ema will
It's an
lock in
impossible
that
thing
trade.
to like
Gap
really
continues
quantify.
to close. An important step in the right direction for Na'Vi.
Spirit so split. I really thought they'd go back to B after that kill onto Donk, but they were committed. It gets them a bomb plant that could have been cancelled in the first place from Ema. But he
Trying to argue which game has more Peeker's advantage is like trying to argue like whose dick is bigger when you're working with 1 or 1.5 inch. Does it really? Does it really matter? John Lou, thanks for the 18-month reset. Thank you.
It's also, you know, the fact that comes from, you know, being on the back foot. You're 3v4 down. It's an awkward start
really
to the round.
fucking
You have to
matter?
call this desperate gamble to try and save the day. And even though in this game up until this point, it felt like Chopper's kind of led the charge in the mind games. He was often one step ahead of the Na'Vi T-side hits. That is an important change of direction. It's Alexi finally with the right call, the right read, one step ahead of Spirit, breaking them apart from the back foot. That is a very uplifting round for Na'Vi to win.
Oh, man.
So let's see if that's enough to give them a push on this CT side.
I think these monitors go up. They might be the 500 hertz ones, but the standard is they have to be 360. Sometimes tournament organizers, like in this case, you know, with the Alienware being a sponsor, these might be the 500 hertz panels. I'm not sure, but I kind of don't imagine players are playing on it if they don't normally play on it.
Really going to go back for more. His team are fighting Conside as well, but Na'Vi know when to quit.
Oh, dude. Oni still having internet issues? That fucking blows, dude. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I'm not. That fucking sucks. I only just upgraded to 240. I'm still on 60 XD. Man, I would say that is like the single biggest upgrade you can make if you like. Obviously, if your PC's dick, like upgrade your PC, but
mid is blocked.
In terms of peripherals, that'll make the game feel way more enjoyable to play. 60 to 144 will.
Knows he's getting re-swung, knows there's more fights, but Bit's been able to elude
Please
capture.
do that whenever you
Gets out of
can,
there with
if
a 5v3
capable.
for Na'Vi. That's certainly going to change the game plan for Spirit. Bit siphoning 2 from the ranks. That's Donk and Zontix both dead on this push out towards A.
Is there a big difference after 144?
New options
Yes,
have to be
but
explored. New pathways have to open, and to do that, they've got to get past Alexi. 1 for 1 from Navi's captain.
I used to think there like wasn't, but then once you kind of get used to things and I was messing around, you can notice pretty much all the jumps. But usually it's when you go back down, not necessarily always going up.
CT side starts to build. That's 2 in a row now for Na'Vi.
That's kind of the annoying part also.
Money starting to run dry
Like,
for Team
it's like your eyeballs don't know how good they can have it.
We've got a game
So
now,
don't show
haven't
them.
we? Felt like you said, at 9-7, the score wasn't as
monitor
close
that
as the
I'm on,
numbers.
When I'm on
showed us.
360
But
and I
now
went to
Na'Vi winning
240 the
back-to-back
first
gun
time,
rounds here on the
I thought my
CT
shit was
side.
broken on my PC. But like
Big
I didn't really
individual
notice
effort
going
from
from
Bits,
240 to
From
360.
Ema in the prior, and Na'Vi are here to play. They've forced Spirit's final regulation timeout. That is even early. Both these teams burning them. As even this buy for Spirit is lacking. AWP, AK, and pistols will force around it. Don't win this, you're letting Na'Vi in a huge way in this map. with the unknowns of Train coming up as well. The upset alarm starting to ring.
Faster round from Team Spirit. As they're donning a bunch of Tech 9s here, they're going to let Donk on the rifle try and lead the charge. Play gun game with this AK till the round is over. And so lacking a lot of resources here. Might just be something a bit more cut and dry for Team Spirit, less fakery, less mid-rounding, and instead just an all-in onslaught over A. Tech 9 of Zontix gonna open the round up with a convincing kill downwind onto JL. There's Donk playing in tandem with Zontix as that entry. And they get out with a 4v3. Man advantage.
Big buddy pal, thank you so much for
almost
5.
don't want to give this one over. You kind of want to go
you.
fish, see if anything presents itself, but it just doesn't
Well, I
feel
see
worth
Oni
it.
during the playoffs.
You're
I will
so far
actively be
removed here,
avoiding
there's so
Oni
much
at all
ground to
costs because he
cover.
will try to give me a crippling gambling addiction in cases.
And that encapsulates Spirit, right? When you think you have them on the chopping block and you have them vulnerable,
I have a mortgage, I have
if
to
not,
be able to
you win this
maintain
gun
to pay
round
for
clean,
it.
They're going to put Spirit in the dirt. But those are the rounds of Spirit pull out of absolutely nowhere with 3 pistols.
I'm gonna
They
just see
charge
Oni like,
into
I have a mortgage, I'm
Zontix
just gonna walk away.
entry. And Donk just trading perfectly. JL completely caught off guard, dropping his smoke on the stairs, full blind in the open. The timing of that hit from Spirit completely
I know,
catches
dude. I'm
Na'Vi
already
by
like,
surprise.
it's already bad, dude. You know how hard it is for me not to be buying all the Final Fantasy Magic shit right now because I just feel like it's overpriced
in a lot
as
of these
fuck.
rounds, right? Where it's typically, if you go back, been Donk. More recently, you've seen Chopper do that a lot with Donk just trading him on maps like Dust 2.
I ain't doing it.
Now he's in Zontix, first man in here for Spirit. Trying to find a new solution to the struggles Spirit
No, the cards
have
are
had
sick and like
in taking trophies, trying to level up.
I mean, Final Fantasy was basically the first video game I ever played because it was what my brother played. Yeah, I didn't know, but back, my brother is 8 years older than me, so he was playing Final Fantasy, and I didn't know back then, but you know how it is. Older brother's like, here, play this, and like, you think you're actually playing the game. I was actually playing the game, but you know what he made me do, guys? I didn't realize this till later. Motherfucker made me do all of his chocobo races for him, and I thought it was the sickest thing. He basically just auto-win, but I thought it was serious. I was going crazy.
Zontix continues his aggressive pathing.
I was farming his chocobo races while I'd leave the house, dude.
It's more than just Shiro that's gone through some changes here. Zontix, another big opener
so anyway.
Didn't expect the body shot hero to be the entry player here for Spirit, but aside from that Alexi kill, some
I was a humble farmer
from Zontix in this T side.
So, yeah, that's
the hero that Spirit
in general,
needed
like Final
in these last
Fantasy
couple of
7
rounds
was like my first game that I played, and then I played
that's
like 4 and
11 to
5.
9.
I played all the ones
Na'Vi,
after
as
that
I said
too,
last round,
but only
had
because
them
he
on
played
the
them and
on
he
the
wanted me to
ropes, on the
fucking do his
rocks.
busy work.
Iced out, ready to break. Spirit survive.
Favorite one? Well, what was the one with the? I always forget the name of it. The one where it's like underwater fucking volleyball. It's not volleyball, but what is it called? Because he made me fucking do that too, and that was actually fun as hell.
Very sick for
that
playoffs.
10? 10 was lit.
If they're able to keep this
yeah,
up.
blitzball.
Seg coming in. Donk might be the star of
Yeah,
the
dude,
show, the
blitzball
main
was fucking
attraction
lit.
of this Team Spirit squad. But it's on his teammates' successes. That's where the trophies get earned. That's the X factor of Team Spirit. Even thinking back to their Shanghai Major trophy.
Blitzball sucks? No, skill issue.
A phenomenal series to help secure it for them.
I mean, this is what gets
game of life.
I was going to say life game. It gets thrown around a lot in your pugs, but that was a life game for Magic, and it couldn't have come at a better time for Spirit in the grand final, matching Donk's output on a numerical level.
All right, let me lock back in here. Enough about Final Fantasy and my lore of how I first got into games.
I just refuse to doubt the Spirit squad right now.
But yeah,
Na'Vi know
that's
that
I
better
am.
than
It's taken a
anyone.
lot out of me not to buy the Final Fantasy set for sure.
Flash push B, but bomb spotted. Got to watch out. Magic's providing the cover here as they get closer. These pistols can be lethal. Coming around the corner. Magic's reflash for a point. They line up. He does damage. He's still in a box. Can't escape this pizza corner. Oh, nice shot for Ema. But this B split isn't even a guarantee as they go back to check info. Shiro cuts them down.
Yeah, this is so awkward. You're just hemorrhaging players for Na'Vi, and you're not even in the right
Does it
place.
play games with your brother? No, not really.
All that fight was for the side of the map that Spirit
My brother
weren't
should not
even
play
taking.
some. Like we used to play a lot of WoW, but my brother,
And so
he's like a
Spirit with both
completionist
bomb
slash
sites under their
100%er. Not good.
3 chances to take
Not good for
Anubis
WoW.
over the line.
I'm glad he doesn't play WoW right now.
And there is this train pick to,
He used to play WoW.
you know, give
We used to
Na'Vi
play WoW
a
together,
second
but
chance. That's their
not
attempt at
good.
punishing Spirit up next. A map that you haven't seen Na'Vi on a hell of a lot. One that they look to pull in for this matchup. Maybe been putting some hours in on the build-up to this major.
Brother's older than me, yeah.
Many squads have tried and failed.
Are you not addicted to Final Fantasy 14?
punish
Oh,
Big
because I
Spirit.
don't enjoy the gameplay whatsoever. The
Train in
gameplay
the
loop
veto.
sucks.
An even bit hunted
In my
down,
opinion,
dead right
for
at the
me.
close.
Yeah. And
You
I
have
don't
to
care about the
expect
lore.
those surprise picks, though, right? Especially
I'm the guy that absolutely does not read a single quest or like I don't care about the dialogue. Chop chop. If I want to catch up on lore, I'll get the condensed version from a YouTuber where it's all put together for me and they could just tell me and I don't have to think about it.
And FaZe, in a crazy overtime game, took them down, eliminating Spirit, who were also front runners back there for a major trophy. And so, yeah, Spirit are not going to be caught off guard necessarily with Train.
Sorry guys, I'm just being
How much
honest.
work have they done,
It's not my thing.
considering this is a squad that haven't been boot camping?
I like stories like that, which is funny, like on its own. But when I'm gaming, I need. No, I don't.
Right now, it
I
seems
don't
like they
care.
have enough to get us over the line on
Stop
Anubis. Like you
talking,
said,
start
3
gaming.
rounds to shut this map out. On the favored side. Na'Vi have had flashes here on this first map, but consistency for
Absolutely
Team
next to the
Spirit.
4-month resub. Thank you. But like, sit down and watch Lord of the Rings Extended Edition, make a day of it. Fuck yeah, you know. But like, I don't know. They're like separate things to me. Like separate. It's all the same.
Eye for an eye. Spirit stream through the water to Con.
Lord of the Rings
Two
Walking
players in this
Simulator. Dude, the
B-bomb
show is
site.
dick.
Uh-oh.
Donk
Amazon
attempts the
linked with
entry.
Twitch. Also, Mouse vs.
Still
Liquid
don't know about
prediction.
this player. Up
Casper,
close
thanks
on
for
the
the
pillar.
super chat. Is always asking
Alexi
Twitch to remember their
gonna try
primers.
and
Hold
bring
on.
the fight down in the
Oh,
dark, and Donk will swing
that's
him
tough,
wide
man. That's so tough.
to clear out
I like how he
Na'Vi's
gets
captain.
Molly directly on him.
First
Donk
of all,
walks
the
through
hands
it
of
and
Donk in
kills
this last
JL, and
round.
he is still.
But there's still more where that came from. Still more in the tank. Another crazy multi-kill round.
It's
from
so
Spirit
dumb.
Star.
Guys,
Big
bro
creeping
literally
up as
lit
the
him
bomb
on
looks to get
fire, and
planted
he
for
just
Team
stood in it,
Spirit.
waited, then went out,
Slight
then
delay
got
on
the
that
second
has
kill,
led
then
Na'Vi.
killed the third. The CT incendiary is the most
seconds.
useless piece of shit ever.
Bit and wonderful reclaiming.
I'm about to start buying a fucking decoy.
Jail. Are they ready for Magic's wonderful is?
Also, wait.
He's kept Na'Vi in this. The first
Wonderful did
chance to
that?
close out Anubis
Wait, what the-
will not come through for Spirit.
What?
Na'Vi offer up the resistance, and between
What?
Wonderful and Bit, that 2v4 is found for the Na'Vi squad.
Almost caught off guard by that double jail setup. That was an uncomfortable post-plant position for Spirit.
Huh?
It would have been so much better
Right in the
if
butt.
that flash didn't come through from CT. It got Donk off the bomb. And that slowed everything down for Spirit. They couldn't get in better positions. They
Okay.
couldn't move off the bomb site.
Okay.
Wonderful flanks.
Love the
and
over
he
shoulder,
hits 3 shots
deep
with the
fried Counter-Strike.
replay on. Na'Vi's sniper longs out this map. Despite Donk's triple entry into that B-bomb site. It is still not enough.
I don't know how people play 100% vibrance in CS2. I played a lot of vibrance in Go, but not in CS2, and definitely not on my fucking OLED. That shit would look so bad.
And so he runs it back. Same plan, better results. That's the goal for Spirit.
But what's crazy is I don't know what kind of panel that Alienware's using, but I know these motherfuckers do it on their BenQs as well, which are TN panels, which is basically these motherfuckers just make the game orange.
Chopper doesn't have any util to fake on the other side of the map. He's hoping for a reaction from Na'Vi that he's not getting.
Can you explain inside like 70% of Navi's deaths with nades out? Match fixing? Well, Donk, according to your logic, would now be match fixing.
This time for Donk.
I don't know why everybody is pulling out nades at E-Box so frequently. I'm going to be honest. Everybody's a little too comfortable around there.
It's not a crazy out there decision for them. They're broke if they go for this.
Everybody's a little too comfortable in this E-Box.
Overtime. That one kill on Donk down in Dark might have delivered Na'Vi a round win and kept them in this. Spirit, they were certainly considering a save.
And now they're going to save. Now they're going to save.
And now that they've lost Chopper, it might just come to fruition.
Yeah.
The full back out from Team Spirit. They're willing to sacrifice one more player. Chopper lays down his life just to look in a B one more time.
Tatters, my game PC is technically just on one monitor, dude.
For the round in a way, but yeah, we've seen Spirit save in 4v5s.
I have three monitors on my desk, but 2 of them are on the stream PC, and I only use one for my game PC.
On Dust 2, and then Spirit save 4v5 with like a minute on the clock. So
yeah, and I have a program where I can control and like move seamlessly across my monitors, and I also have like a separate keyboard setup and mouse if I need to. But
so Spirit get another shot.
And I tell you what, the task has only been getting harder with each of these passing rounds. Yes. The first in this 3 chances you had to
when people ask me about like the multi-monitor setup for like the game PC, I'm just not a great resource for that because I'm not doing it that way.
There were 3 of them in that last round. Now it's full rifles,
sorry, I can't help you, brother.
Everyone has everything they could possibly need for Na'Vi. This is the toughest round to close out yet for Spirit.
What's the software for linking them? It's called Synergy.
Away from this, just contact
and I'm on like their really old version. There's like they have like a subscription-based one now, of course, but I bought like the legacy version forever ago, and I just have it.
Na'Vi passive JL. It's a deep smoke that Chopper will play in front of, but JL is aware of how he does it. Does clear that out. Gets blocked by this Molotov.
How's he bench himself? No wonder bro has turned the entire lane. Not looking to receive.
They won't find Alexi. There's an entry meanwhile on middle still.
I know he sits like that, but the fact that he benched himself is actually fucking iconic considering that's
pushes that helped reignite this T side.
So I'm leaving this team anyway. I'm not coming back.
That opening. Donk could get caught with the bomb out here. Zontix has to provide cover. Instead, Alexi engine past the line, knocked out by Donk. Shiro's orb holds the line.
Bit is going to be remembering this round for a minute. Hotshot.
And so this is the 3rd time of asking for
what do you think he said after he died?
Over the line. Their pick in this series. The one that
does nobody want to win this game?
And the reigning champ's getting tested. Donk left up in this 1v1 clutch, a clutch to Wonderful. He's lost once already. This time he looks for his revenge, and he's gonna get it. Donk is a safe pair of hands in these clutches.
So to the person that asked me about opening and closing Donk, the answer is still yes.
Anubis, battered and bruised, the full 24 rounds needed. Na'Vi's hopes now lie on this punish pick of Train.
And after the showing Donk had on that map of Anubis, couldn't be more poetic that he is the one to close it out in the clutch. Things got dicey for Spirit at those final moments, but of course, it's the protege, it's young Donk, to come and save them.
He's so good at Counter-Strike. I mean, and I know we sound like a broken record whenever we say it, but whenever you watch him play, whenever you see his point of view from behind him as well.
No, best of 3, best of 3.
Counter-Strike. Gets a kill right here, gets the bomb plant as well, gets a kill on LXB before this one, and then the way he isolates the duo versus
one map one, that was...
And then continues to fight and fight.
That was VP's pick, right?
I know it looks easy in a sense, but you gotta trust in your aim. You gotta trust in your
Although VP does like Train. VP does like Train, so it's not really. That's not
just play on his strength, and that is his aim. You know, and he also
that's not necessarily done yet. We'll see.
So it would be more difficult for Wonderful to hit hit the shot as well. So obviously some good micromanagement decision from Dunk,
man,
but
dude,
I mean,
Furia,
his aim is just out of this world.
Cope?
Came down to those.
What do you mean? I've been the biggest VP hater this whole event. Chat keeps flaming me for it.
Over the line. I think we should go back to the beginning.
They boot camp. Respect VP boot
What
camp.
happened in the first couple of rounds, Jacob?
Wasn't that pretty?
Bro, I don't remember who said that in chat, and if you're still watching me every day, I'm sorry for flaming you, but that shit's
I think
still
Navi
so
showed us
funny.
throughout this game that they had a pretty good game plan coming into this.
It was funny.
What they wanted to do, catching off Shiro, catching off Chopper right here. Maybe a bit of a timing issue. One guy's dodging a flash, the other guy didn't spot for him, but then slowly but surely finding their way into the round, and it meant that Navi got off to a good start on the T side. And I liked what I saw from Navi in the beginning of this game. I liked the game plan. I liked the composure they had in the first 6, 7, 8 rounds. Unfortunately for them, it didn't last for that long.
There was some good patience coming off Navi. I think they played a lot of the rounds very patiently, also trying to just put the things together, and they simply just decided to not do anything.
Today? I mean, I think they're playing the game, and they'll have an opportunity to. I think it's
then try to puzzle things together, and then fall back.
I think it's very
and you can see in the round distribution right here below us, right? You get off to a good start. You get off 4-1, and you think Spirit is trailing a little bit, but losing 5 rounds in a row. I know getting the last one helped them a little bit, but overall, it was the good start that kept Navi alive in the game. Then winning the second pistol as well, converting on that meant we had a competitive game.
And you can see as we move into that second half, right? They're coming in pairs. The rounds. It was very back and forth between both Navi and Spirit. What happened in round 19 to get Spirit a couple more in a row?
I feel like that's the round, and that's the moment when Navi
who won that
lost
last
the game,
round? This Flash or Donk?
A nice little sequence coming in from
Donk.
Spirit. I love the pacing. I love the timing of Sontics coming in. He's catching off JL a little bit, and you can see JL was visibly frustrated.
I know everybody's going to flame
and
bit for that, but yeah. Azalea, thanks so much for your
I love the
86
pacing
months.
coming in from
Beautiful.
Spirit. I
Welcome
love
back.
when you do a strat, Peter, where you run in with the nades. The nades are being thrown as the first guy's running in, because JL has to make the decision. Does he keep out his gun and fight the first guy coming in, or does he try to use counter grenades in order to slow down the attack coming into it? And he got caught in the middle.
I don't know what drugs you're consuming, but if you were to share with the rest of the chat, that'd be fantastic. I'm sure chat would be
I think
thrilled.
it's a good read by Spirit here. I think the rounds prior to this one, Navi had been going for more like aggressive style. They wanted to try and push out B main. They wanted to try and clinch, and we saw Bit also coming in with double kills from A main. So it was more like for Spirit to feel like they were starting to get pushed in their defaults. They were starting to get disrupted by Navi. They decided to go for more of like an aggressive set call from spawn, I suppose so. And also just with the limited weapons they had, they saw that something went in with the Tech 9 and just covered it by Dunk. So the decision making of Spirit to go for this call when they felt that Navi was starting to disrupt their defaults.
Also, now I'm the bad guy.
We obviously got to
Well,
see
if you
the
don't share whatever
quite
you're
literal
huffing over
final
there.
nail in the coffin moment from Donk closing out that clutch, but he wasn't exactly quiet throughout the entire map, right? I feel like we always sound like a broken record. Whenever we talk about Spirit, you might as well run the Donk.
You know,
Of course, because he's fantastic. He's right now the best rifler, and it's not even a
The
competition.
cards look great.
He's
They're
so
cool,
goddamn
like
sharp
it's,
in everything
but
he does, and I love these behind-the-scene pictures.
I like getting
where
the
we get to see
collectors,
his
and there's
aim,
no way I'm
how
getting one of those
fast he is, his
collectors right
time
now.
to kill, his impact on the server. There's two sides to that coin, though, and I think that's the biggest critique I have of Spirit, and something we have to watch out for, because what keeps Spirit from winning this major, if they're not going to, is that they rely too much on Donk. I think we saw a couple of situations where, especially in this sequence where he's coming in and you're doing the B splits, whenever Donk gets cave control, a lot of these kills comes from cave. Like, a lot of these kills comes out from Donk basically winning the round single-handedly for Team Spirit. We also saw a couple of rounds where he didn't get the kills from cave, and then they just falter and they lose the round. So they rely an awful lot on Donk. And obviously that's natural in a sense that when you have the best rifler in the world, you want to rely on him.
Both
and
games
Donk
are
is
going to
also
be on
showing
train,
up
though. It's kind
90%
of
of the time.
interesting.
But I need to see a little more from Spirit in the sense that if Donk is not having a great game, can you still win close games? Can you still win against good teams? Because that's where they've been faltering.
I still think this is okay, though, because I'm going to counter what I'm saying. I think that's an easy narrative to sell. Also, Emma had a great map.
I think sometimes he's the one that will like.
But dude, that was without Shiro performing.
He didn't go in like he did today. The way that he
I know
approached
Donk
the
did his
aim
thing,
and
but
how
like
he
Shiro
also
being
got so
10 and
many
11
good
and
injuries
Magis
to
and
create
Zontix
that
having a
extra
strong
space to
performance
Donk to work
behind
with,
Donk
also
and
Shiro
winning
for
a
that
close
matter.
game is
Something
actually, I
very, like,
think,
instrumental in his way of clearing things. And
I actually think that's a really good sign for them. I could be wrong, but
Donk, he's a player that is constantly developing.
sometimes it just feels like it's Donk and Donk alone, and don't get me wrong, Donk was a star player for them that last map, but Magix and Zontix were actually having some pretty high value.
What his opponent is doing, and that is what you also see with something like he decided to go in this round to just go for the sneak contact instead of like playing it because he knows what Bit may have doing. He's creating his
I feel like what Pimp said is normally the narrative, but not for this game at the moment.
Doesn't make a lot of mistakes. I think he's rock solid, to be completely honest. Maybe a little bit moody at times when you look at the body language in some senses, but overall, when you watch him play, you look at his demos, you look at how he composes
I'm not
himself.
expecting a reprint, Devin. I don't know if I can justify spending $800 on a fucking collector box if I'm just being real. We'll watch this for a second, guys, but we are going to go back to the other game, okay? And I'm going to run an ad when the other game is about to start. We'll keep an eye on it. We got to use the restroom real quick.
We return. We're on a third map now. It's Train, and this one is
says you, Betty. Says
if
you.
Furia can win this one, then they will get a spot in the playoffs at the Moody Center here at the Blast Austin Major. And right now, I mean, this is their best position they could possibly have. They actually won the map pick of VP. That was on Mirage.
Ooh.
And now we're heading into Train, which is their own map pick.
Those odds, though.
Odds are looking very, very solid for Fury right now. And that's totally reasonable, right? There's almost nothing to speak of for VP on this map. It's not a map they really play. I think they have 2 maps on it. It's just so uninteresting. And with Furia, they played it 8 times. They got 62%. There's so many reasons to believe that they're going to be better on this one that we need to see a brand new VP. Like, it has to be a completely different setup.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And, you know, Furia, they've shown that they can play this map even right when, you know, we first saw this edition of the lineup, you know, a few weeks ago in Kazakhstan. You know, we saw that they actually can play this map in a very decent fashion, and you can only imagine it should have improved since then.
Yeah.
And VP, yeah, a lot on the question, a lot to question at the moment based off of the previous map's performance to see if they can turn it around here as they start off on the easier side for Train, the CT side, but in comes Furia, a very fast outside pop.
Yeah, a double pushing the ramp on the B side with dualies. So some of these players are going to be really far away. Great shot. It's very important that they slow this down because the reinforcements are going to be quite a bit further away because they were aggressive on the other side of the map. Now they are getting close to that pop dog position. Bomb being planted now. And let's see if they can get out. 4 pistols looking for just one opening here. And they still have a player on Icy on the other side. So actually the setup here for VP for the retake is not necessarily that bad, but it starts with a Goosh, a little bit uncomfortable here. And Yakanash not even moving from that, so they're moving closer. In through that T main position as well. It's going to be, or from Icon, it's going to be fl0m going down right afterwards. Up to Icy and fl0m to try and get it back, but they're dropping low already. fl0m, what can he actually do here? Pushing forward into Molodoi is not enough. Molodoi with 3 kills in the pistol. And a very solid take for Furia.
That's very nice. Again, Furia just looks so focused. They already look like they're gunning for playoffs. And to be honest, as well, like you say, nothing is given. If you lose this series, you drop into Bane's pit effectively. You're down there with a bunch of like hardened criminals who are looking to you know, to shiv you in the back. You got to be so cautious. It just gets so treacherous. So Furia, they're going to be looking to play their anti-force buy. These rounds are dangerous, though. We'll see what VP can do.
Again, if you had a lot of confidence in yourself on this map, I don't know if it's worth it to force buy in this round, but honestly, for VP, why not? I don't think they're going to be very confident on the CT side of Train. You know, if you can get in early here, then that's a source of celebration. That's a spark that can get the team back online. Got to give it a bit of a shot. Okay, Saranto, it's a nice little flash to know. Just to set up for a bit of a peek here.
It's really good too because it's so common, I think, that we see these crunches from the CT side on the force by trying to push in and pop at the same time. So they've eliminated that possibility. And VP don't have any crazy setups. It looks rather standard at the moment.
Yeah. Smoke going over, surely going to be a flash. We all know this setup by now. The split onto the A side with that heavy pop-up presence. That first shot on the scout of the team kill. I don't know why. Flips out here. You can see eventually they were going to be able to hunt him down. Unfortunately, Flick just can't really help out his teammates. Really far away there. So bomb going to be planted in safety. There's nothing Flick could do here, unfortunately.
That was chaotic. That looks like it has some potential for VP. Is Flick gonna try to find an extra kill here? There's certainly AKs to be stolen. Obviously, you know, he's working his way around into a position where maybe he can pick up some of those guns, or actually, okay, well, actually, never mind. Flick's going into the B-bomb site instead of pop. Around the back.
Yeah, no guns to be found on this side of the map, so that is kind of a shame. I feel like, don't disagree, it would have been nice to pick up an AK, steal something on the ground. Yeah, but they're all the way out here. Actually, they are exiting towards his position anyway, so maybe in the last second if they get close enough. He's dropping a bit lower from that, and looks like there's going to be no more fighting happening at the end of the round. I have high hopes for Furia on this map, because Fallen is a player that's obviously played Train way back into 1.6. One of my big complaints about the map has been that a lot of those older strategies that I really love and I think make Train kind of an iconic map, we just haven't seen them from the new generation of teams. Like, they're not trying to go for a lot of this Ivy stuff, so I've got my fingers crossed that Fallen can, you know, can bring some of that back.
Revive it, rejuvenates the old ways of Train. Yeah, you might see it. They just have to deal with this round as they did with dealt with the previous one. And we do get a similar opening, cleaning up any inner pushes, ensuring that Pop Dog is cleared, there's no setups there. And they have managed to traverse those early dangers. And okay, so it's a later move
the hell's
around
this dumbass
the position
streamer, am I right,
for
chat?
VP. Actually, no, not deciding to commit into that spot. Maybe feeling that pressure from team main, wanting to maybe catch those players as they spill out of this position. There's the bait from long distance. There's the close peek.
So yapping on the desk.
Looking to convert here.
Dirty
Managed
Dexter
to
to
do
farmer.
just
Thank you,
that,
thank you.
taking down one player. That's nice early work, but it's going to trigger Furia to pick up the bomb and make their way in and out. And there is a very
Wash off
vulnerable
at least.
player,
Oh, I took a whole ass shower, dude.
AK.
That was crazy.
Really sick work from fl0m, just listening inside, and as soon as the grenade was thrown,
Yeah, what I was going
ready.
through right there, I had to take my shirt
Fiery
off.
death for K Serato, and 2v3. Still a very dangerous round. There's only armor on one player on flip here, so you have to be very careful. More damage onto Yuri. Fallen is sneaking his way out, and with the bomb on his back, he can actually turn this game quite a bit. See if he plants for the C connector or for the other side. It kind of depends on where. Oh, he's not gonna. He's actually gonna connect with him on just walking through. This is pretty cool.
Grow up, chat, man. That shit isn't funny, man.
Dodging everything. They're gonna go into B bomb, so they will definitely get the bomb planted.
It's my life, man. This
It'll be
is
a
serious.
lot harder to retake. Again, the lack of armor on two of these players just is a very big disadvantage for VP.
The game sense from Fallen to find those gaps and really give it an opportunity to save this one. Now there goes the push outside the smoke, and that's going to force Icy to get taken down, and now it's all down to Fallen. They don't know where he is around the back. The good Lil from Fallen. Incredible play. What a save
Professor
on a
is here with
dangerous
the
round.
Khalil. Hold that, buddy.
Quad kill in total there. And you can see how
Fallen is
quickly
gonna
they
play
fall.
for
So
15 more
nicely
years,
done. It's
chat.
obviously a much more scary
go.
round than it needed to be.
Let's
and I think for
fucking
VP,
go.
when we talked about, you know, regaining any kind of a confidence, that might even be a round. Even if you lose it, you're like, okay, listen, we got real close. Let's try and see if we can't make it work. Now they got rifles picked up. AWP on Icy. Let's see if maybe there's a chance that VP will practice this.
Not even a timer on the other stream? Like, help me out, guys.
Now V picked this map in spite of the fact
Updated
that they
on
have,
FaZe, they won.
maps
They're
already
up
played on it
2-1.
before the major. And they've
I can't believe
taken
I'm
the
saying
time
that, to
really
be
prep.
honest.
It's possible VP have done the same.
They got their revenge
I
on
think it's
Legacy.
really cool to see that the Navi camp had
Haters will say FaZe got lucky since Legacy bodied them for the 3-0 in the last stage.
Secret prepping for the map, and well, maybe VP could show something similar. This first buy round will be absolutely everything, and they're already ready for a B hit here. They got 3 people on the inside. It's Yakendal lurking Ivy, but this could be a strong defense. It should be a strong defense for VP.
Yeah, this is a pretty classic
Thoughts
team
on
round. We didn't see
Fazoli's?
this much from some of the previous streams that
Honestly,
we've
when I was
casted
a
so far this
kid,
major.
lit. Now as an
This is some
adult, I don't
classic
think I
stuff
could
here
do
from
it.
Furia. Let's see if it's holdable by VP.
Under any
There's that M4
circumstance.
finding its way in front of the push. Good damage by fl0m. And this is looking awkward. Oh, the find off of the HE though. That's going to allow them to move forward, or at least they thought that they could. Electronic getting in a position, holding that
Like,
one
growing
down.
up,
And
I won't lie, I
Fury
fucking
now on the reset.
dominated that shit,
Gonna have
dude.
to change it up.
They don't know it yet, but it's actually really doable right now. They don't have a smoke, unfortunately, for that C connector, and that's
Where the fuck are Fazoli's even at anymore?
because otherwise I think
Midwest.
the plant is so much easier to get here, but not in a position. They're clearing out the yard slowly but surely, but that time is being spent for VP
Midwest.
to rotate around all the way to the back of Ivy in this
You know, like
icon
rest
position.
stop
And
type
actually, Yakendal
towns,
is checking it.
basically.
A lot of
That's kinda
footsteps
what I
being
call.
made. He still finds the headshot. Going to be too much at the end. No one plant happening either. Electronic there to shut it down. VP.
My
First
cheat meal
round
today,
on the
considering
board here.
Taco Bell.
This just so important for them, and
Bro,
even if it's just 2 people
last
alive,
year when I was going
we'll take
crazy on the deficit,
Great
Taco
initial
Bell
work by fl0m. You
was
gotta give it to
actually
them.
incredibly
Again,
useful.
that fearlessness, that's really important to see when you've got a team.
I
think it's fair to say
unironically
they've
would
had
use
their
Taco
backs
Bell to
against
keep
the wall.
myself in
Nothing's
check
really
because it was
working
really easy.
to maintain the fearlessness
Almost always get a
approach.
quesadilla, extra
Doing
chicken,
what you know you have to without a second
and then
guessing,
like
getting the
from there
result.
it's kind of like
That's
where
what
I
you wanna
sometimes I
see
get a
from
burrito,
VP.
sometimes I get some tacos,
Earning their way
sometimes.
onto the board, and I mean this is a dangerous round too. Hero AK for you.
I ran predictions for the Spirit game, FYI. No, it's good. It's good. It's good.
All the glory, 2 kills,
Nice.
trapped back in a box, wonderful.
Bro, there was no
cage
timer on
in
the desk.
A
That's so
and
frustrating.
Doc does not let
I must
him
have missed it
escape.
each time they put it up.
This pistol
Oh.
as clean as you like. Team Spirit come through, they slap Na'Vi in the face. And what I will say, Harry, I like your point. I like the idea that Na'Vi could learn from Furia's win. But you know who else learned from Furia's win?
What about the
Spirit
VP
did.
bootcamp? Can you shed some light on the
That
Furia
loss came at a
revamp?
perfect
Well,
time for Team Spirit to go away and to refresh their train.
it's
Yeah, no, I mean, you're dead on. It's the fact that for
it's just
Spirit,
what was
this has
supposed
been
to
such
happen.
a
It's just weird because they went
reoccurring
international.
used against them, or at least
Furia-
attempted to be used against
So
them.
it was-
As we
it's
say,
a really
only
weird
one team has ever done it successfully, and that
situation,
was
right?
Furia.
Because on
The
one
fact
hand,
that
it's
this is
like
a
usually
go-to
when teams go international
attempt
like
at
this,
punishment for
it's like
so
a lot
many
of growing
up-and-coming
pains.
squads versus Spirit.
But
This is a map
also,
they have
the
like an
positive of what they did is
85%
they
win
just
rate on
made the
since it
right
was
moves
added
in
into the
terms of
pool.
like what that team needed.
Either way.
Only ever
What that team needed was Fallen to stop opping. Love Fallen, great player for the game. His op was a liability. He was basically Brazilian Cadian.
has been getting better and better.
Put in a main with a
With
USB.
slightly better calling
Okay,
and just as bad as
no
opping on
armor
CS2.
here
And
for
Cadian, if you're
Na'Vi,
watching,
so-
sorry.
Can cut through them quickly.
So he was basically pulling the Cadian,
Spirit
which is
do have a lot more reps.
you can't have a 1.0 opper and a above average
by a
caller
large
that
margin.
just you lose. You play anybody top 10's lost.
Fourth official train match.
So that
for
was
the
problem
Na'Vi
number
squad.
1,
They're
right?
second at this major.
So then that means they need to get. That means Fallen
So
needs
this
to be
is a
willing
new
to go to the
thing for
rifle,
Na'Vi.
so that way they don't have to go find an IGL because
We often
seemingly there
say
doesn't really seem to be too many
Feel
strong
great
ones
in
besides
practice
Big
when it gets
Zera.
put to work, and officials might not hit the
And then
same.
so
There's
you
no
have to
great
get an
pressure
opper.
in this one
You're
right
not going to
now
be able
in
to buy
the major.
anybody out because Brazilian buyouts are too high. And then
Shiro and
K-Serrano
Zontex
and
have
Yuri
this
on the same
crossfire
team,
set
they
up,
need
and
a
they're making
hyper-aggressive
quick
piece
work
on that
over the
team.
B-play from Na'Vi.
What's funny there is Alexi goes
Right?
ramp with
They needed a
off
high.
and full
Yakinder
go
is
upper,
that.
but Na'Vi
Like,
knew that Spirit
Yakinder
would
is
be
that guy.
spotting upper from that ladder position. It's something we've seen a lot of teams
You
do,
need-
especially
and
on anti-ecos
so
to stop a flood.
they got their hyper-aggressive
And so,
piece.
while Zontex
They got
gets
rid
that
of.
info,
They
there's still two
didn't
players in
drop
the
their
bottom
upper,
side,
but they.
so Alexi will not get that plant.
Fallen no longer is
Na'Vi have got to buy
opping,
with less.
and then he also is a more naturally aggressive player. If you
Shiro's
guys don't know much about Fallen, and like I was explaining this yesterday, he was like the best combat opper in Go at the start of Go. Like when SK LG was on their rampage, combat op, up, taking lots of space, looking for entries, always at the front of the team with his op. That's how Fallen played. So him going to the rifle, I think it was actually, at least in terms of what he's doing in the game, I think was natural to him. Now, in terms of his mechanics, I think that sometimes it lets him down, but you can see that he's picked up the rifle pretty nicely.
This seems to be a
Wrap it
really
all up
good
and put a
map for
pretty bow on
Shiro.
it.
In fact,
Furia
looking
basically
back recently
replaced
to
the
that
1.0
starter
opper
match,
with like a
in the
1.15,
final
1.2
even ended
opper,
up being an
who was a
overtime affair
rookie,
versus
who's probably only going to
Astralis
get better.
here. Shiro is very much the
They
guy
dropped
who
their
kept Spirit in
aggressive
that
rifler
long
piece,
enough
who was
for
quite
Dom to
frankly
get
a liability in
activated.
Cello, and they picked up
This is a great
somebody
map
that
for
struggled a
Europa
lot
to
on
excel
Liquid, but
on,
at
and
one
it's
point in
that
time was
Shiro
one of the
has
best
really
entries
found
in
his
Counter-Strike,
footing
dude. When Liquid signed to Kinder, he was the best entry probably in CS, or at least in the conversation.
Three-piece right now, and Ema getting fried. It's Spirit 3-0
And gave him
this
the
map.
freedom basically to run
This
it
is
back.
like one of the rare maps where actually I'm going to be keeping an even closer eye on
So
Shiro than I
yeah,
am on
no,
Doc.
Yakinder and Liquid went great until he started
Because he
IGLing.
gets a lot of freedom here on that AWP. Like this is
The only thing that was weird for Furia is that they were no longer speaking Portuguese and going to be calming in English. That's a big
This
risk.
is the map where it's like that, but to the extreme. Shiro gets
So,
a huge degree of
I
freedom.
think Furia
on
did a
this
good job of
AWP.
identifying
You'll
what
see
was
him
wrong with
starting
the
over
team.
towards
I
Ivy
think
a hell of a lot.
Fallen.
It's kind of the go-to position for your AWP opening. But
I don't want
past that first
to.
point
It's
of
what he
contact,
should have
Shiro
done,
can
so I don't want to
disappear
be
and reappear
too
anywhere here
over the
for
top.
Team
But what
Spirit.
Fallen did is very
It's
hard
not
to
the
do
old train, but there's still a lot
if
of
you're in his
long
position.
lines that are very favorable to
Think
Shiro.
about it. You're literally the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike as the Opera
Less
IGL.
so.
They would have never have taken him off the Op IGL. They would have let him ride that shit out until the day he retires and held them all hostage. So I do have a lot of respect for Fallen for basically putting down the op and recognizing that that's what he had to do. Now, let me thank all these fucking crazy-ass motherfuckers. Prismatic, thank you so much for the 5, 10, 15, 20 fucking gifted, and Silver with the 5, 10, 15.
Goes
20
bounces
gifted
into the
psychopaths.
smoke, so
Thank you.
Magic's got to be very cautious here.
God damn.
With players tucked in. Right now, the call is Ivy.
No. Case Rod, you're guy. Talking and being able to perfectly like speak in English and communicating in high pressure situations.
Smoke coming in
another language, even if you're completely fluent in English, are very different things.
Look at the nade deep rather than pop the smoke.
Scam train? Nah, these motherfuckers are just crazy and just gifted 40 subs because it's 35% off. They're saving money though. It makes sense. Aware. Oh shit. Doobie, thanks for the 50-month reset. Thank you.
Overwatch, it's a very safe pair of hands. There's Shiro, and everything's accounted for there. Every player you think you're aiming for, you're actually taking a whole separate fight. The layers of crossfires built up for Spirit tear through Na'Vi.
And that's a really good realization for Magic. He only sees one player, but because it was Alexi tucked close in that cubby, he
not true at all, Mog.
Like, this is
I think some of you guys saying that after just a little bit of time they get it down
I give them the chance
are
to an entry kill running with the Tech 9, and then they
have a very warped reality.
Instead, he backs out.
Almost every team that went international for basically like first couple of years were dog shit. The only exceptions of this were Na'Vi, which is shocking, and now Furia. These teams are the exceptions and not normal at all.
Only had 1 fall by.
Every team that usually went international and stopped speaking their native language was terrible.
A lot is going to be asked of him to start off this T side right now.
Not saying all international rosters are bad. I'm talking like when a core of players, like for example Brazilian players, pick up a couple players and then switch. People mentioning, guys, this is not. Goddamn it! Some of you, never mind. We can't have this conversation. You guys keep mentioning FaZe. You don't even know what I'm saying. It's okay.
It's close. Couldn't even get out. It's a different question.
What about Vitality? Literal doo-doo. Remember how long it took? I think it took him like... Oh, man. It took him 6 months and cutting Masuda. We didn't even get an interview from Zyro really in English until probably about like...
How long?
Almost, like we had interviews, but I mean like an interview where you're like, wow, dude, Zyro's English is looking and sounding clean was probably a year. Like... when they had picked up Spinks after they had cut Masuda.
For Spirit, they sit back and relax. Still JL stuck in spawn. What's he looking for? More grenades, perhaps? I don't think there's anything home here. Oh,
you mean NIP device wasn't great?
He was meant to have a smoke to do something for this A site. Instead, going back to group for B.
Tarek and Studa MIBR. Oh my god.
Line.
Yeah, there's like I said, there people. You know, this is a great life lesson. People don't see the struggles along the way; they only see when you've succeeded at the finish line. Chat, remember that. This is a great example of what I'm talking about.
Shiro gonna hold on to upper. His riflers trying to watch the cross.
Did they give them English lessons? I mean, they know how to speak English, guys. Just, you guys can't fucking talk in English, and it's the only language you know in high pressure situations.
The full rotate arrives. The utils ready.
Now somebody that speaks,
go any further.
You know, so Portuguese their entire life now has to put it in English and comment in a high pressure situation.
Pull up, and the speed of the rotates has felt really notable today for Spirit. So often before Na'Vi even get a bomb plant down, feels like they're fighting all 5 players. Spirit have been on the money, and this is a worst case start.
Dude, give me more over the shoulder. Can we just get a picture-in-picture of Donk over the shoulder?
In this long-standing rivalry, the rivalry in which Spirits so often get the better of Na'Vi.
Those Donk shoulder shots are something special, just making it look so smooth.
I was actually going and looking at the numbers as well, and this is like the one map in the pool where Shiro and Donk are on parity with each other. They are identical rating
barely one
in the games that have taken place here on
Train. If you count Twitch chat, maybe 2.
Good sign.
This is the map where Shiro really gets to show you what he's made of on this AWP.
Most kills 3 and 3 players on 0 is fucking nuts.
What have
by the
Na'Vi
way,
got in their pocket here for a little eco strat? Smokes for this A site, coming out pop and main. And because it's quiet, Spirit have again made this gamble. They've rotated 3B. Magix has pushed Ivy. He might catch players.
Dude, they were just holding this. They were holding this the entire time.
Panda, thanks for the 88-month reset. Thank you.
To go and help line up util, and there's the backstab for Magix.
Shut the fuck up, Panda.
That will draw players back. Now they're not scared of this B-bomb site. 3 in the yard. Donk, who was considering connector, is now set up on the bomb train.
That is an infuriating way to die, and it's completely ruined this site hit. The object, known by
0-6, 0-6. Oh, this on the board. Got his.
But Donk is there to pick up the pieces.
Oh my God.
We could honestly just spec Donk every round. That's another multi-kill. It's just everywhere, in their face. Nice preemptive Molotov.
You know, where's Trades at? I need to
right
talk to
before
Trades
they push
again.
out means Na'Vi can't play that position. They need to gain more space, and while it finds him a kill onto Shiro, Donk trades every single time. That's out of the 6 rounds played, 4 multi-kills for Donk.
I feel like JL has some of the worst timing luck of all the pros.
Yeah.
Thinking back even to how
I don't know how you, I actually don't know what I'd change it now, you guys. Don't ask me. I would have,
I mean, we're seeing a very
and I say that with like full admittance that I would have never have assembled this 5 to begin with, and that would have been a huge mistake because they were insane in 2024.
This game is unplayable right now on the T side of Train.
I actually don't know why.
A lot of teams who even are making this their main map. Like,
I don't even know where you
means
go
you start
from
T
this
side. It can
scenario.
feel very constricting at times if you're against a team that knows what they're doing. And Spirit definitely fall in that category right now.
Been a long ass time since roster moves. Well, yeah, they assembled this team last year and then they became the best team of 2024. So
Comes down and Na'Vi
moving on from a team that had the success that they had last year
is a gap. Can Magic
is a little
exploit
difficult,
it?
and you kind of want to really
favor.
flush it out before you start tweaking things.
Rotates round to B, and they come through this smoke. Magic says no way. Shiro covers the orb, and out B into Donk is not going to be much better. He does die. Humbled finally. Zontic's still here. They must know that. They've got hunting, they've got fishing. Chopper rotates to add
Jesus
more
Christ,
to the
man.
chaos. And even though Alexi will get this bomb pod, there's nothing more to take from this round. Spirit 7-0. Those playoffs are right around the corner.
Was this not their roster at the end of CSGO? No, because Wonderful didn't come in for Simple until
This
CS2.
is the highest ranked team
Remember?
that Spirit have had
Simple
to
played
face
with
on
this
this map.
this 5 or 4.
And it's fast building
It went terrible.
to look like one of their most
When
handy
Simple
victories.
basically put himself in retirement. You remember? Also, another prime example of go. Remember that was when Na'Vi went international.
We've
guys.
seen squads
Simple
try and
said,
take
"I'm
Spirit
out."
down on this map across the year. We've always posed the question: what if this has a Cobra effect?
Said, "I'll see y'all later. I'm out. I'm out." Then they're the best team of 2024. So a little bit weird.
Was fresh to the pool. You end up making them a very strong trained team. Just through the amount of reps they're getting to put into this map compared to other teams at the top of Counter-Strike.
They had this. They definitely did not have this roster at the Paris Major. JL was on Apex and Emma was on Gamer Legion.
Just going for a flat-out B contact here. Down
No,
the
I
ramp.
can assure you that this was not their Paris Major
Plays
roster.
late to this one. JL on the
Yeah,
extremity.
Emma was playing the finals of that major. Alexi was on Nip, that's right, holy curse.
Zontic from upper blocks him from gaining space. That gives his teammate in connector a lot more room. Donk keeps the pressure on, but he doesn't believe it right now. It's seeming a little bit quiet, a little bit.
And he got caught, right? I think they
With
removed
one
him.
kill, everything else comes up for Spirit, and JL, as I said, late as ever, is not here to help out. Ema needs that support now. They're going for kills. They know the bomb pod is
Wonderful and
unrealistic,
Sprout.
but
God,
so is
that's
this round
such
win
a-
with them all
so many
falling.
weird things I just
JL
read in
gets his
chat that
first
were all
kill of the
true.
game. And Spirit
Well,
just
Jail's on the
sweep it.
board, so we're
No
just speedrunning this,
stress,
huh?
No pressure. Every B hit has been stacked to the 9.
No,
from
I
Team
appreciate that.
Spirit.
They're just trying to speedrun me to Liquid Mouse. Right, guys?
And you can
Oh,
feel
God.
like the difference in just lived
Oh, no.
experience between these squads on this map. For Na'Vi, this is a new venture, and as new challenges are arising, they don't feel cut out to deal with them.
I basically, for those of you that haven't heard my take about like the
Seemingly
biggest flaws
always
in
with
this
the right
Na'Vi roster,
read, the
I'm
right
usually the
move.
biggest Wonderful defender on
When
the
they're
internet.
getting aggressive, it's on
Not
the
that I think that
perfect
Wonderful is the
timings.
best
Magic's
opper, but
with incisions through Ivy pushes.
this is how I always like to frame
When they
it.
call for
When
stacks,
the best
in
Na'Vi was
response
the
to
best
these
team of
site
2024. Who were the best
often
players
before
on
the
Na'Vi?
utils even come out
List
for
them in order.
Na'Vi.
Just say the 5 players in order.
This is.
I would give you the list
throw it
of
around, Trey.
JL and
devastating for
most
Na'Vi. It's a
important
great sign
to the
for
roster
Spirit
and
to
best
have
players.
this map
I'd say
in their
JL
pocket in the
1,
major.
I'd say Bit
how
2,
reliable this could be for them.
Imma 3, Imma 3, Wonderful 4, Alexi B5 in terms of like individual level and their importance to the team.
New map.
So when people are like, dude, they need to get rid of Wonderful. Guys, I'm going to be real. JL has been dick.
Zontix has been a rock on this
It's time. I know he's a lot of people's favorite player. It's not. It is blaming the guy, but it's literally just speaking what is the truth. Like,
actually catch Zontix off guard.
Bit is inconsistent. They literally have a frozen icon on Alexi B and JL right now. I didn't even know this existed. Blast, this is fucked.
An untraded 5v4, a gift that Na'Vi have not had on this T side.
Ice cold.
Low econ in this round and a spam connection onto JL to open up this retake.
Like,
Bit is also in hot
Na'Vi
water.
looks bad because they had a rifler that plays top 5 in the world last year that wouldn't be top 20 this year, and that would be JL. And then they also had Bit, who I would say is probably in the same category. Oh my god.
Around him, but Wonderful just won't move a muscle.
And there you go, Wonderful.
3 kills from Na'Vi
And the way they used, of course they win this round, by the way. Alexi's 0-9 and JL's 1-9, man. The way that Wonderful is meant to play, the way that Blade wants that guy that you see on the screen right now to play Counter-Strike with the op in his hands is not how Simple plays. It's how Wonderful is playing and had a lot of success, which is he's throwing nades in the first 15 seconds to 30 seconds of every round. Then he's sitting in his scope and living in his scope and closing out rounds in post plants. If all 3 of your riflers suck and die, that scenario never happens. That is how they play Counter-Strike. You ever go watch some Na'Vi defaults if you're a giant Counter-Strike nerd? Just watch.
Very common to see them start with just Zontix over
You will literally see a Wonderful in spawn or doing some sort of util set for them almost every single round to facilitate the riflers getting space, except they don't. They lose their duels, they die. He watches, and then he looks like a baiter, and people say, Wonderful's so bad.
A mistake we won't see again from Team Spirit.
It's like, well, maybe if the riflers that were top 5 and top 10 in the world last year were even remotely close to that, it would look a little bit better.
Build off that one round, or is it just
like
that?
That's my kind of rant and take on Na'Vi. Like, their problems stem from the riflers not being nearly as impactful as they were all of 2024.
So Na'Vi need to dig deep. Back to Ivy with his AWP.
That's way too much nuance for me. Cut Alexi B. We found NIP management in my chat.
Na'Vi won't repeat that B call. The Shiro doesn't even rotate. Shiro's actually pushing all the way through Pop on this AWP. This is going to leave him all on his lonesome.
Yeah, why did JL didn't get a kill? So they put ice on JL, then they took it off. What, did somebody realize he had a kill and they said it's fine, he's not ice cold?
These advantages to the Na'Vi squad.
Surprising to see that. Not supported by his teammates. But Spirit, no, they've got to play.
Who the fuck do you get that fits that system? The system that I just described that Wonderful does is actually what most people are how they use their ops. I know you guys think of the Monacies and you guys think of like these crazy impact moments, but a lot of these teams and a lot of these teams are doing it because Na'Vi had so much success. How do you beat Na'Vi, right? They started imitating and mimic how they use the op, right? So a lot of teams set up their players like that. Shiro plays like that. Yes, that is literally what Shiro does.
Put them all down here in this A site. It's a matter of time.
Man, they are getting rolled. I'd say the oppers that people always list that are fun to watch that don't do that are like Monacy and Torzy. And then I throw Simple in that category, but Simple obviously hasn't been playing until recently.
He's got one man in the site to worry about, not even aware of that tap on the bomb, and Spirit charge him down. They're going for the throat on this. They want this to be a punishing victory as they are steamrolling Na'Vi.
I'd also say they use Zaiwu like that, but Zaiwu is a unique case because he's really a rifler that uses the op when the team needs it in the game, and the game calls for it. But if you notice, Zaiwu is in many clutch and late round situations. He just sometimes has a rifle in his hands instead of an op, and it's usually him and Rops that close out rounds.
As his head-to-head continues to be as one-sided as ever, 8-2. Since these teams started facing, and those impact matches, the ones that matter most, always
Still
in
not over
Spirit's
the
favor.
Fazoli
This
slander.
one, no
Redman, I don't know how you've
exception.
kept this bit alive for like basically a decade, but it's impressive.
Na'Vi tried something new. They tried to catch them off guard. But Spirit...
You not op as much anymore? No, I stopped opting like when CS2 came out. Well, mostly when I started playing with Coop. I can't IGL or like yap a lot in op. It's not who I am. I'm not built that way.
Of Na'Vi, 9-1 up. He is chasing them down. Chopper helps out and Donk taps out too to make this another
man,
beautiful
this
round for
is...
Team Spirit. 10-1.
How,
It's not
if this
even
ends,
close.
how early are we
and
ending?
the game's just on rails now. Na'Vi kind of going through the motions. They are out of steam, out of ideas. No path to recovery rolled out in front of them for Spirit.
Bro, look at how early this is going to be.
They're barely even having to take these rounds seriously. It's just take fights. Take whichever
Somebody
fights
tell
you
them
want,
we're
as long
ahead
as
of
it's
schedule. They
together,
can
we've
play
got
the
this.
rounds out.
And you said Donk in his final form, well, at nearly 20 kills deep in this first half. Shiro in right behind him. That's the power duo.
Guys, for those of you that don't know, the next match is scheduled to start in 2 hours. Now they're doing a rolling schedule, so we'll have a fast day, but that's wild.
But no one is letting them
wild.
down. No one's dropping the ball. Zontix is a rock at this B-bomb site. He was entering T-side Anubis to reliable results. Sure, Chopper had some ugly rounds on CT Anubis, but here he's fine. Magic's locking down
Billy,
Ivy
considering
as well.
he's
There's
literally
nothing bad to say
an influencer slash
about
content creator in China building up the Chinese
far in
Counter-Strike
stage
scene, I think it's a little
three, even
far-fetched
though
to think he's
Anubis
coming
was
back
maybe
to play
closer than they
professionally,
would have
yes.
liked, they still got it over the line.
Yeah, you might be a bit delulu.
And this one's not up for debate,
Yeah,
is it?
in this clash, you know, of major
Somebody tell
title
Lexi B
winners
he's supposed to be playing right now.
from
He's
2024,
waiting until
it's
later.
the reigning champs, showcasing just how wide the gap has gotten. The fall from grace for Na'Vi in this season has been palpable, and
Alexi B's ice cold right now, chat.
never able to quite get back to that Copenhagen form.
I give Liquid a 20% chance.
Managed
Just
to
because the
deliver
names
on
that are on the
2-0,
roster.
Wins in the
20%
BO1s,
because
in
you
this
still have
first
some names on there that
BO3
can
outing,
take
it's looking to
over
go
a
dominantly
game
in
slash
Spirit's
series.
favor.
But
The
that's
nightmare
the three.
matchup for Na'Vi
Yeah, it's
continues
tough.
to be a very real thing.
Weapon Blur, the 23-month primer. Mark, thanks for the 32-month primer. I know
This
that
half
Liquid's
coming to a
probably going to
close.
lose, and it's still going to feel real bad when they
Na'Vi
do.
get
Like, I don't know.
a little bit of life in the last round, the last
Oh,
chance.
Liquid
There's
going
only
out
one guy on this
0-3 is
B-bomb
so
site. Finally, for once, Na'Vi have found the
predictable.
gap. They still need to get through Zontix. Dink undone onto Bit. It might be enough here. There's still a man down. The Lurker makes it in the back line, but Shiro's orb continues to strike, and Chopper and Donk move in for the kill.
JL and Bit are both wounded, both hurting. JL also a long way away and might not even get to play into this final round. Bomb's not planted for him. Ema's got to stay alive, but also has to stop this defuse. There's no right way to play it. Spirit, own train. Na'Vi find no life on that T side. Spirit sit just 2 rounds away from a flawless finish in stage 3.
Chad, I'm getting ready for the Alexi B frag movie. Are you ready?
I'm not talking about that freak, all right? Is he here? Is he listening in? How do I get this mic off?
One shudders to imagine what inhuman thoughts rage inside that mind.
Oh no. What is happening, bro?
Dreams of chronic and sustained growth.
The Falcons players.
Welcome to Katowice, Dark. Moving aggressively. Can this little nuisance pull off an unbelievable clutch to keep his team in it? With this kid, with this monster.
fl0m, you are the problem with the ice cold pun. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're referring to. Kick Alexa BR is easily the worst IGL in top 20 teams. True, honestly. Only IGL, the best team in Tour 24. 1100 MS, thanks for the 38-month resub, thank you. Yosh, thanks for the Twitch primer, thank you. I'm sure you just forgot all of Counter-Strike in the last year. Nara, thank you very much for the 7 gifted. Wait, what the fuck? We have another scam train? No, wait, that's... No, sorry. You've gifted 7 total. You gifted 5 subs. Thank you very much. I can read.
Reigning major
Shout out
champs
Matchball
versus
gifted on
former
Twitch and on
major
YouTube.
champions in
And
this
friendly
Na'Vi
reminders
squad.
gifted on Twitch are
That was
35%
the
off.
headline at the
That's
start of this
basically
game,
like
a
saving money
long-standing
at that point.
rivalry in which Spirit often come out looking better off.
Professional
One where
reader,
Na'Vi resorted
Big love,
to
thank
a
you very much for the
gamble,
5 gifted. Thank you, dude.
picking
Appreciate
train
you.
to try and punish Spirit, and it's safe to say that
Absolutely
has
stunning.
well
Shout out you
and
5.
truly backfired for Na'Vi. Spirit sit 11-1 up, but rounds
a
away
realistic
from the
NA
Moody
team that
Center
could
from
be formed,
locking
that could
in
be
those
top 10?
playoffs and a
Well, the
flawless
problem is
3-0
none of it's
run
realistic 'cause
in
the buyouts.
Austin.
Yeah, no amount of coal is going to save this
We're
train.
in our incredibly awkward phase of NACS. We're like, we actually have some org support now. We have some players that could be good, but there's no chance we get them all on the same team and getting along because of money.
Classic Spirit pistol keeping the pressure high, and Alexi does get his first kill in the map so far. Na'Vi trying to fight on this outer site. Through the
Okay.
smoke comes JL. 5-on-3. They've got to close this round, but nothing is guaranteed in this game.
Lost a bunch of the heavy hitters though, and now it's just Chopper left standing, 1v4, as he tries to finesse his way through these smokes. Seek out Na'Vi, but they bring the fight
they
to
so
here.
back?
A convincing
Are they
pistol
so-
round
they're
leveled
so
against
back.
Spirit
John, thanks for
from this
45
Na'Vi squad.
thank you.
Alexi B finally on the board in round 13.
Okay, is it consolation rounds here for Na'Vi though? Is it just to feel a little bit better about this head-to-head? With a scoreline this one-sided, it's hard to have
11's all they get, guys?
any team to come back.
Tetsuki, thanks to the 2-month primer. Thank you.
Spirit,
You got to be your own biggest fan at the end of the day.
How is he on fire and iced? He's defrosting right now, guys.
Bro,
Don't
Blast
worry, he'll
is
get
fucking
there.
trolling.
Oh, this is one hell of a boost to give Donk upper info.
What
I
the
say info,
fuck?
he's looking for a headshot right now, but this is otherwise Glocks for Team Spirit. They're going to make Na'Vi wait.
I think Donk knows the premise of playing for info.
No.
Wait, sometimes you don't try and kill them? Couldn't be me.
Could not.
16 and 7 on Donk. 13 and 6 for Shiro. But as you've said, there's not really a weak link in sight for this Team
10
Spirit
B-night.
squad.
What do teams talk about at halftime after getting one
Na'Vi,
round?
even in this round,
I would imagine somebody's
only
trying
up
to keep
against
the mood light,
pistols,
'cause you
they
can't
play
really,
very conserved, very
if you
reserved.
take it serious, there's,
far back with the
it's doomed at
M4s,
that point.
limited util as a result of just how prominent
Whenever
the
you get
rifles
bodied
are.
that hard, it's
There's a well, but
if
Spirit
somebody's
could certainly
actually
get a
crashing
bomb
out,
plant
like
here.
it's just
That is
it makes it so much
not
worse.
out of the question.
Aiden, thanks for the 100 bits, thank
Lit
you.
up on the swing out from upper. Glock does a lot of damage. Shiro's going to plug in the numbers, and there's the plant for Team Spirit. That's all they were playing for.
That's a win. That is definitely a win for Spirit.
Got
They've
2
got
minutes
one
remaining.
Eagle,
I owe you 5
and everyone
gifted.
gets $600, so good return on investment here going into Spirit's gun round. And the goal is just to finish it before it starts. This
They
head-to-head
talk about lunch plans. True.
getting more dominant every time.
Spirit is on 12. Shit.
Molly means Donk is unperturbed by it. The nades go deep, the flash is perfect.
Caught him with
Even
the flash.
a
Ooh, he's
clear,
pissed.
And Chopper got out of there. Couldn't save his teammate. Well, there's something spotted here. I think a shadow for Alexi. Somtix holds pop. They're coming for him. 3 players. How many's he got in him? Disengages. Molly forces the re-swing, and right now Na'Vi holding this yard.
Damn, he had a
4v3.
T-Molly. That's fucked up.
2 Ivy players walking the smoke as it
Where's
fades.
the mini POV of the other stream? For best of 3, like if the games are close and intense, I'm down. But for I like that for the BO1 days, guys. I don't want a picture-in-picture 24/7.
Oh, we're cooking.
Wait, how is this a 2? What?
Fall down here. You felt like you'd done the hard part.
Dude.
Dealt with Donk to open up the round. Kept finding success, but Chopper and Shiro have whittled through these remaining players. The Shiro backstab comes in.
Shadow.
And he puts that
Oh my
rifle
god,
to
and
work.
the
They up and leave
oh
the
my
B-side.
god, no,
JL's left
wait.
far away.
Oh my god, I swear to God.
tried to stay
Check
1 step
BC.
ahead,
No,
but
no. Get
Chopper
that fucking wand out,
has
dude.
outmaneuvered JL,
You know Chopper's been
leaving
playing
him in
chess. No
such
way,
a
dude.
rough spot.
Bro just got 2 vibrates.
1v2, no info where these
Nah, that's
players
crazy,
have gotten
dude.
to.
It's
He's at
like-
the full mercy
that was
of
actually
Team
nuts.
Spirit. And with Shiro owning this angle in the connector, Spirit pull up now.
Absolutely fucking
with
work,
9
dude.
opportunities
Nah,
to
nah,
lock
Speedo, it's
in
just
a
5
playoff
gifted.
appearance. There should be no world in which they even get close to giving this one over.
Love to watch the mind games there of high-level players in those
Bro, that was
clutch
insane.
rounds. JL reading that they would rotate out, and so that's why they
Insane,
go
man.
back. But right now, Spirit looking for playoffs. All they can think about is
Almost
a
an 11
trophy.
mansions
Anything
again,
less
man. That's
for Spirit
crazy.
is
Crazy.
a
35%
failure.
off subs. Go
They're
nuts.
here to win it all. Vitality this, vitality that.
All right, Speedo, you look great.
In Shanghai, it didn't stop them. To them, this major has to be the same.
11? Yeah, we're going for 11. We're close. Close. I think we're 300 away. Following with 19-8.
And with favorites
Professor, dude.
or front
Unk
runners
still got it.
removed.
I'm telling you, I
Now
think
0-2 with Falcons
if he
eliminated.
can get his
This major
rifling
opens up.
mechanics to a decent level, which they look pretty good already. I'm not really saying he's not there. Just the way he plays, and he has a great
2
mind for
teams
Counter-Strike
as
still.
title
I think he's
contenders.
going to be able to extend his career if he
This is
keeps this
one of
up.
them.
Yeah, Dink, I do.
I mean, that's why you saw Spirit being so hard on themselves on the build-up to the event. They care about peaking at the right time when you're
Just
a player.
like in the like he naturally likes to be in that position. That's how he used to be with the ops. So I think if anything, this is like
You don't settle for anything less than carving out one hell of a legacy in his
when I say like
rookie
it's not
year,
just like
world
because
number
he's
one,
gonna like extend his
major
career. It really is, I think, gonna
major
benefit him.
MVP, achieving something
Oh man,
that
that's GG.
for
This
any
wasn't
other
even
GOAT
close, man.
contenders took them years.
Well, looks like Navi's still just kind of
Saiwu, 4 years to get his major trophy.
middling of the pack,
7.5
like
for him from when he first
not really
appeared
top 5 team
on
anymore.
the
They're
HLTV top 20. It was a long
maybe
route
not
to the
even top 10
but
right
not
now,
for
barely
Donk,
top
not
10.
for this guy. And so Spirit, his team in great form around him, changes to how individuals play into the big
definitely gonna have
picture.
changes after the major. What? I have no clue. Good luck with that choice. Has thanks for the 3-month reset. Thank you. Navi should have boot camp.
Potential. The
Well, and
reigning
both games
champions
ended an
make it
hour
to the
and a
movie
half
center.
early.
They
Holy
get through
stomps,
flawlessly,
dude.
3-0. Playoff
Guys, we've
secured
seen
for Team
2
Spirit.
sets of
Yeah, not a
BO1s,
dent
and
in Spirit either. That
there was a
Anubis
set
gets
of
little bit
BO3s,
close, but we see the star factor
and
come
it's only
through to
been
close the
3.5
map in
hours.
Donk, and every player
only been
reliable
like
and
3 hours,
trained as
really.
Na'Vi don't even get in the
That's
game.
crazy.
That is a hell of a run for Spirit. A great map pool as
We're
well. Drawn to
speedrunning
question,
today, man.
and really anything is possible at this point in the tournament. Spirit cannot be counted out. Na'Vi have to bounce back and try and do it in BO3s. They've got 2 more chances to do so. I'm not hugely worried about Na'Vi to still make it to playoffs. This has always been a really tricky match for them.
Smiling
and
actually
Spirit
could
still
sound
keep
like
it
that. When you
one-sided
get shit
as
on that hard,
ever.
dude, what are you crashing out when you have 2 more potential
the promise
chances
for
to
the
make
Spirit
playoffs
squad
is kind
coming
of
not
dumb.
just from these great performances out of Donk, but it's the entire team.
I'm gonna be honest.
Uplifted, level rising. Shiro
Crashing
more
out,
involved,
losing
more
to Spirit that
aggressive. That's
badly
the
is
intrigue around this
embarrassing,
Spirit
but you
squad.
literally have
They've
2 more
grown.
games.
They know
Like, there's
vitality
no...
are the big dogs to beat, and that's why you've seen these changes
The
come
goal
through.
is playoffs,
Flawless
not to
3-0 for Spirit. Playoffs
fucking
secured.
completely lose yourself in the process of it.
Spirit storming straight through to the playoffs. I got Shiro for a few winning words. First of all, that train looked flawless from you guys.
People still figuring out the Navi handshake thing.
Navi?
It's all good, guys.
I think we know I pick Mirage or Train, but we practice more days in Train. We have, I think, in my opinion, we playing Train so good because we have a lot of time to practice in 2 weeks to the major, and we know he's picking Train, and we win.
And it looked so convincing for you. Your individual form on Train was amazing. Why do you feel so comfortable on this map?
Yeah, it's map for me comfortable because I'm playing in more time for CSGO. I think 5 years and Train so good. But I think Navi just choke in second map because we Anubis win so close, and I think Navi just choke. Yeah.
For you as reigning major champions, going through 3-0, was this what you expected of Team Spirit, going through this easily?
I think then we winning so easy 3-0. It's not good for us because we not have more practice. I think if we out to the playoffs 3-1, in my opinion, it's pretty good because we need to more practice, more mistakes fix it, and because if we not have mistake, we can try to playing with versus Vitality, but now we have more mistakes, and Vitality just can win for us because if we playing versus Vitality, it's a hard game in playoffs.
Well, it's not guaranteed Vitality are making it through just yet. Yourselves and Furia, they just made it through to the playoffs as well. Anything you want to say to the Spirit fans that I'm sure will be cheering for you at the Moody Center?
Thank you for everyone who supporting us. It's so good for me and my team. Thank you guys. We just see in playoff.
And thank you so much for your time, Shiro. Congratulations once again, the defending major champions straight through to the playoffs.
Convincing fashion, gotta say, Peter, absolutely manhandling Navi, and kind of as we feared a little bit, Navi picking Train, getting to test it against a proper world-class team. This time around, didn't pan out.
Nothing short but impressive by Spirit. You know, they've met the expectation. They've made it through to the playoffs, and you know, it's not the first time that someone has decided to try and pick Train to punish Spirit, but that's just showcases that Spirit, they play great. They play Train on a very high level.
I also want to say, I think this idea of a 7-map pool is still dog shit.
To be good on Train, you know. So this is maybe not the way forward for the team to be looking that
Navi needs it. Every team that has ever said the word 7-map pool never.
Moving into the playoff. Donk is firing on
I'm
all
trying to think of it. Nobody does it.
Was fantastic. Shiro on day 2 was decent, which means that you have your 2-star.
And even when the teams with a 7-map pool do it, they usually start banning one for a little while, and then they just
major
switch
once more and actually defend their title right now. Those were the 2 biggest win conditions for them coming into the tournament, and so far we've seen it.
And this also opens up such an interesting conversation when we're looking at, you know, the #1 player in the world for 2025, right? Because Manasi, he ain't here to get a shot at, you know, putting some numbers up there.
No, Vitality has a permaban.
Take a bit more of a scenic route to be qualifying, whereas for Spirit, with Donk showing up in this form, no question that he is, you know, currently leading in the number side of the equation.
I'm definitely not worried for Vitality. I'm
great.
confident that Vitality is going to make it through to the playoffs as well. So in that department, I'm definitely not worried. But of course, we want to see more of Donk. We always want to see more of Donk because what he does and the way that he has entered the top tier Counter-Strike scene has just blown everyone's mind. You know, this young rifle just
close
coming
enough,
in
chat. You guys are doing great. Some of you said Vertigo,
but also on the game, I feel like everyone has just picked up and tried to analyze what Donk is doing so great. So you just gotta give a bow to him.
Okay, so we've had the high of one of our first teams qualifying. I believe Furia also just won over on the B stream as well, so they'll also be going through, which is just crazy in of itself. But we do need to flip the script to be talking about some of our elimination games going down today. First one, that's going to be Liquid versus MOUZ. One of these teams is honestly not like the other. I did not expect to see MOUZ in this side of the bracket so early on.
Neither did I, and you can argue MOUZ have had a pretty rough route to get there. The opening game against Virtus Pro was a close one. Could have won it, probably should have won it. We're up 11-10, couldn't capitalize. The game against FaZe Clan, that's the one that worried me a little bit. They weren't able to win and beat FaZe Clan, but I'm not worried on behalf of MOUZ in the sense that we're heading into a best of 3. The only thing that sucks for them is that they are going up against Team Liquid, who on any given day can play decent Counter-Strike. The problem is we haven't seen them do that in quite some time.
Going the 9 maps just fucks up the veto process, waters down the level that they can bring to each map. But we do need to frequently change out maps more.
Quite convincingly here, and that will be the end of that lineup.
I think it's obviously who's going to lose this match is going to be feeling gutted, right? Like both teams, they had higher expectations coming here, but I think obviously Mouse will be the one that will be feeling in some departing like the most gutted, because they have been considered a top 4 favorite coming into the major, and we know the issues with Liquid and that they have been playing pretty poorly, and we know that there's probably also like changes coming into that lineup, so they find themselves in a little bit of a special situation. But
we went to Costco and Nori and I got these bomb ass like chips. Well, they're not like today,
and I think that Mouse they just simply have the better quality players in terms of, but also in terms of their tactical depth. That they will just, I think they will humble Liquid. I'm honest.
But that's the thing. If they want to turn it around, they've got to start right now, but not before we head things to a short break. When we're back, Liquid versus Mouse, one of which will be eliminated.
We're making dinner. We got home and I think we like half the bag. Oh, dude.
Yesterday was obviously an incredibly hard day for you guys. I want to just talk about the mood and what I saw on some of the cameras with, like, even when you were up against Mongols, that was nice, it was good moments, but then it wasn't coming back in, you know, I wasn't seeing the same excitement, I wasn't seeing the same belief from you guys. Is it something you were noticing and feeling in the game?
I think the mood is fine in the team. I think as individuals, we're a bit exhausted from our boot camp. Obviously our own fault. We just need to do our best today and play the way that we believe we can.
In terms of looking at Shuhei coming into the team, he's had now a good amount of time, right? You also signed him fully for the team. But are you still helping out as like an additional voice, or who's there to back him up in times like this?
Usually it's me or Nerds in terms of assisting voices in the team. I would say more often me because of my roles. But yeah, he has some assistance still on the voice side.
Torzi, it's not what we expected from Mouse. I know it's not what you expected from yourselves. Do you know why you were unable to play the way we expected to see Mouse play in the opening day?
I'm gonna need to eat during this whole.
Yeah, as you said, we didn't expect the results as well, but I think we found what was missing. I think we were missing some team chemistry and maybe some team play, because I also think we didn't play good as individuals. I also didn't play good at all, but I think and also as team we didn't show up. When the time was there to go for each other, to swing for each other, we didn't do it. We were stutter stepping a lot, and things like this will cost the game. And yeah, but I feel like we're in a good position now.
I'd agree with you that it was like a team not showing up, but you just mentioned your own performance in that. One thing I noticed was even if you were maybe not performing well, you were still trying to hype the boys up and give them belief. I was hearing it on the FaZe game. You were trying to encourage them to keep going and do well. What do you think that is, though, on your own personal side of things, right? Why you weren't able to connect?
Yeah, I feel like something was missing from me. I don't think I did the best, to be honest, to hype them up and give the energy to the team.
I heard a bit, man. I heard a bit.
Maybe you did, but just from myself, I know I can do much more on the energy side and also in gameplay-wise. Yeah. And I know what I'm capable of, and we will show up now as a team, I'm sure, and also individually we will. But as I think it's more important to show good Counter-Strike as a team, because we have a lot of games this event. I know because we will go far. Yeah. I trust the team and I believe in it. So, yeah.
I love that mentality, but I have to ask, what was the team's reaction when you realized you're facing Liquid and Shuhei?
We had no extra reaction. Okay. We know we need to take it now game by game, and whoever we face, maybe it's a little bit personal or whatever. Yeah. I really love Camille, you know, he's a good friend of mine, but if we need to, I remember what happened in Paris, you know, and after that they went to the final. Yeah. And we want to do the same here, but yeah, that's the goal.
No extra pressure for Maus to eliminate Camille, but Shuhei definitely still has that chip on his shoulder, having now signed fully with Team Liquid, no longer under any sort of Maus contract as of this event. Second chance to get revenge over top of Maus since departing. The odds say Maus win this one despite a slow 0-2 start, but I think that's due to the underwhelming nature of which Liquid have approached Austin with.
Liquid with also a 0-2 start, and that's because, well,
all right,
I think they earned their place
in the air fryer, boys.
When we look at Maus, for a while, they only lost to Vitality. Then they threw in a Falcons loss. Now they're losing to anybody. But I think anybody stops with Liquid. That's sort of how it feels. Based on what we've seen, we know Maus can play a lot better. We actually don't know if Liquid can play a lot better. There's talks of what's going to happen with
his mic. Wait, what do you say?
On this roster after this.
I opened the freezer door and I think it blocked my 2.4, dude. It was on. My right went first out of range, and then my left was hanging on, and then I opened the freezer door and it said, "Nah, I'm done."
I think that right now, when we hear the interview from Torji, He's pretty confident. You know, sometimes
Scally, thanks for the 2-month primer, and he said, love watching your videos. I learned a lot. Hell yeah, man. Appreciate it.
That means Liquid need to play 5 times better than they played yesterday.
You getting food? It has
Best
been
of
out.
luck to
Yeah, I'm
them.
getting food, dude.
Best of luck to Ultimate as well, trying to get his footing back underneath him.
I got some tendies yesterday from Costco. We'll see how they are.
To be proud of. And that's a big talking point.
They're like
as well,
100
alongside Naf's
140
struggles.
calories
The
for 2
formula
and
for Team Liquid.
19 grams of protein.
Where's it
We're
gonna end
deadlifting
up?
today, bro. We're gonna be going crazy.
For now, we get a delayed mid-play. A little bit of a walk-up beyond the Xbox now. Spamming away. 3rd, 4th magazine here collectively for Mouse.
We're going crazy.
And very little damage barring this ultimate 7 HP situation, which I wouldn't want to have to handle. P250 on long doors alone.
I started rocking the in-ears I set it up last
Super dangerous
night.
for him to be taking any kind of peek, so he's got to be smart about it. And as he serves up that distraction, it's just enough to get Torji over towards long so that the rest of Liquid can flood down into this bomb
The
site.
real
Now
good?
things
I
are
have the
starting to
real
go
goods
well.
as well. I bought
Brolin's
2 different
thinking
kinds to try them
about
both out.
having to deal with Ultimate, but while
Those
that
are even
smoke
better
starts, he goes
macros.
back. Great flash, turns over, can't hit him. 1 bullet would have done it anywhere on that body, and so props to Ultimate because he gets some impact there in terms of distracting the defense, even though a single shot would have ended his pistol.
To be honest, this is
It's a
the
good battle,
absolute
guys. Clean
ideal
round.
version of this pistol round out of Liquid.
But,
And this moment when
guys, winning
Ultimate
pistol
gets
is not
down to
the problem
7
for Liquid.
HP,
Let's just wait
he
a
knows that
second.
he's probably not going to win this
Guys,
round. He's probably not
the
going to get
the
2
pistol
kills.
round is
He's
not
very
why we
unlikely
put
to get his
tenders
one.
in the air
But
fryer.
His role is to
It's
make
the
sure
next
that
round
when the CTs
why
lose
we
cap,
have
they're going to come back
tendies
to him.
in the air
He needs to
fryer.
show them that there's
Okay?
something to fight for. Otherwise, they're going to be very comfortable fighting back against Long,
Hey,
staying
just
in
wait.
paint, and having to protect each other. So Ultimate makes 3 good moves here, showing face, pulling back, and then coming out and getting his 1 kill. Really well done, especially considering his HP.
Why tendies not done yet?
A little bit labored there, but
They're
still Brolin so
actual
flustered.
chicken and some real juicers, so they're like, I think it's like 13 minutes in that fucking
deal
thing.
with a site
The
that had already been
dynamics are
mostly
like
lost.
6 minutes.
Just too much to ask of Brolin, with players approaching on both ends. So we'll see if the force here for Mouse can upend it. The Dust 2
Wait,
map pick
they've been doing a
from
running
Liquid.
schedule
Kinda
all
got
major, guys.
criticized because they took it versus Lin Vision.
Oh, did you watch that?
Yeah, I did.
That was a joke, honestly. The way that they played, like fundamentally speaking, they swing in that 1v2. There were so many moments.
These are,
where
yeah,
it
the
was
last
just
series
like,
of the day both
you know
started
this isn't
because
good.
they've,
You know
every
it's not
game's
a
just
good
been a
idea to do this,
fucking
you're doing it.
blowout,
So
pretty much.
That's why I say 5 times better,
It's
because they got to cross the bar of fundamentals first. But that last round, that was inspiring.
2 sets of best of 3s and 2 sets of best of 1s.
Whether the Team Liquid just needed
And
an extra 24
potentially
hours to get into gear.
6 or 7 hours is pretty insane.
Smoke with Naf,
Wait.
and down he
Wait.
goes. Second defender out of this one. No retreat for Jimmy. That was looking for the 3-player save here for Mouse to just try to collect the little
I'm not
tools
gonna
they
get
still
too
have
excited.
to work with.
I'm gonna wait.
At best, 2 will hang on, but Liquid, not just the pistol, converting
Good,
this
though.
time around.
Good.
If you've been living under a rock, Shuhei
Good.
is playing against Maus. And this is the first time with this lineup. He's going
It's
up
a
against
start.
his
It's
old
a start.
team.
Second.
Oh, second.
Yeah,
I don't want to jump the gun too hard.
Right. And Spink's taking his place. This is a chance for Maus, or for Liquid, excuse me, and for Shuhei in the
Well, I'm there at 5-0
highest level
yesterday and lost
circumstance
13-6.
at a major.
Sealer, shut.
You know, for almost all of
the
the last
fuck
and
up.
previous games
Okay,
that they
thank
played with this lineup, for them not to matter that much, right? You go out 0-3, it's a totally different result than even if you go out at least winning 1 game, especially if it's versus a team like Maus,
Oh,
who
100%.
have been considered the second most likely team,
Why are
if
the
not the most likely team
teams
to
dominant
be
in
able to
first
take out
season are
Vitality when
struggling
it
in
comes
major?
time
To be
try
fair, the
do
only
it.
team that struggled is Falcons.
I'm sure you want to get
Vitality lost
taste
1
of
game
revenge
and a best of 1.
immediately, and that would have been Dallas.
Spirit
But if you get the
qualified
second
through.
serving of
Oh,
it,
well, I guess Mouse
with
is
the
in the
context
bottom
that you
part.
just set
That's
up in the
fair.
major 0-2, come on.
Oh. I have a
Torji,
strong
we saw the
feeling, though,
confidence
that
in the
Mouse
interview,
will
and we
make
feel the
it through.
confidence with that one. Slides right by, slams
We'll see.
ultimate. Yeah,
Like,
let's
Mouse
replay
kind of
quick.
looked off yesterday. I'm kind of
This is
curious
really
in
big.
general.
Damn.
We'll see.
And what a, I mean, just phenom Torji has been.
I want Liquid
in
to
the last
win,
year
but
for
I have a
Mouse.
strong feeling that Mouse will still make
I will
playoffs.
never
We'll see,
forget
though.
how many people were calling for his head when Mouse's struggles were as apparent as they were before they were able to kind of piece together the deeper runs into playoffs.
So far, Vitality, Spirit handling business. Falcons fucked up, but It's a really weird feeling for me because I felt like I was wrong and got it wrong with the Falcons roster. Then they did this at the major, and I feel like I was right all along.
For sure.
So it's really...
Not the prettiest flash, but it sets up Spinks to trade out at
Basically, for those of you that don't know, I said the Falcons was the worst version of G2, and I thought that they would actually not be that good, and then they went on that streak and almost beat Vitality twice. But now I'm starting to think that they literally just honeymooned in their ass, and I was right.
He was thinking about it, he sat there, he paused, and in that timing, that's the difference between him getting through that doorway. But he floats around, decides it's still not a good idea to go for kills, and Naf in a 1v3 instead. They all attack from the door. All three, side by side, shoulder
Anybody
to
know if
shoulder.
it's been 13 minutes yet with my air fryer? Asking for a friend.
But the remnants of it pull it off.
Especially helps when you got that scout shot in from Torji. Unfortunate moment, I'll say, for Shuhei, where he's waiting for the push through the smoke. Picks the wrong time to leave. Could have left earlier, could have fought later.
I will say that Torji shot was just really nice, if I'm being honest.
Didn't want to have to deal with. Insertion peeking over top of that smoke.
I just wish the bomb was upper tons.
And Dorsey's trying to make up for the last games where he said he could have given his team more energy. Well, here it is.
Half on an entry.
Don't say that every day.
No. Felt weird.
You're right, though.
It's really going to hurt and be the least surprising thing of all time.
Like this transposition into the B tunnels really fast. You're right. They don't wait around to see what happens on A, so they'll catch a timing here because there's no upper push. Nerds has already cleared out tunnels.
They get into this. It's not going to give Mouse time to re-clear mid
to take it over. And at this moment, I mean, Liquid could actually.
This is it. This is the upper B timing. Come on.
Find sight.
I'd be surprised if they don't try. They're doing it. They're here so early.
Nerds playing around with the doorway first. There's Jimmy spraying him down. Only 35
Come on, guys, go up B. He's fought a guy mid.
Out the smoke. That is.
No.
They created such a golden opportunity. Naf's not really making noise here.
They're in mid. Now's the time.
Still looks like there's a bit of glow
it's still
on
the
this.
time.
Though, gold or not, they wait to smoke out. Duel for Jimmy. Now Spinks is attacking from lower tunnels, so they'll get that pathing out into the bomb site. You've got Naf on a slow road.
Well, they didn't want to go through the smoke. They didn't know which mid guy was. Like, they didn't know that was Jimmy.
Drop the flank again. Ultimate now just still trying to deal with this tunnel split. Spinks is finally dealt with after getting himself 2 kills. Fake plant once, tries to elicit the Torji peek, and he decides that he wants to come at this from window. Ultimate, a second fake, but just so fixated as Torji's getting active. It's Liquid getting wrapped around from every direction.
That's a round I would love to hear the comms on because they had a great idea. They just didn't follow through. That's a moment where the smoke is smart from Mouse, but it's not everything. Like, it's a moment where Liquid went back to B so early. They had the Nerds clear. There was no upper push. They had that all confirmed, and they weren't willing to take that last gamble that would have completed
They literally
the play,
played it perfectly, but if they just committed and went through the smoke, it would have been the freest round of their life.
Think about fighting that. There's also an argument that Naf could have done more to.
I don't know if they should have, by the way, chat.
In general,
I'll be real.
Really know how
audio broken
over there.
but
Liquid had ways to win this round, but instead they played it just a bit too standard.
It's easy for us with the radar and the X-ray to say they should have gone through the smoke.
And with a 5v4, no less.
I just wish they did. I just feel like
pinching the tunnels from both sides.
They got the reaction they wanted. They just weren't sure.
That's been his biggest improvement. He's always been really smart. We've known that, but he doesn't miss these shots anymore, and that's why he's had his best year last year.
That's one element of
watch the phase versus might be our comms video stream. Maybe honestly, if this is a quick fucking, if everything just went as quick as it just did, yeah, why not, right?
Missing a few sitters.
I'm only gonna have like a 5-hour fucking stream or 6-hour stream today. So
Zywoo for 1 round yesterday.
The round that he got a 3K.
Yeah, but you know, if you watch it from the start,
honestly, is the biggest. I would have never expected that ever.
I mean, Brokey was on that list as well. Now departed from FaZe.
Brokey's like the guy though that like he sleeps until the season finale, then he wakes up and like wins the battle.
What does Liquid need to do?
But Monacy's he's every day, you know.
I think the 2 strongest pieces on Liquid are Nerds and Twist. I think they just signed Shuhei. I know I didn't do like a video on it, but I do think the two most expendable players are for sure Naf and Ultimate.
I tried.
Oh, which is so weird to say because Naf was so consistent, man, and then I don't know what happened. It seems so abrupt. That's like the
flash to pop out, but rolling in the corner.
It almost is what makes me not believe it. Like
combined with a easy 3K collapse down on the doorway.
How does a career just consistent rock of a team like just immediately plummet?
Stuck in clay.
I think when Liquid were looking for their 6th round,
It's such a weird.
They did this such a terribly played 1v2, where they like it was like watching 2015 CS:GO. You know, you just don't do that anymore. And I don't think they won a round after that. You know, it was very small moments that just created so much momentum.
I think the idea that somebody. I see that a lot on the internet. When somebody's playing poorly, they say their heart's not in it. It's almost always the complete opposite.
At least they're smiling, though. That is nice.
Is it?
For Liquid, yeah.
Yeah.
For Liquid,
I see that a lot, though. A lot of people associate with bad performance as just not caring enough, and a lot of times it's kind of the Akinder effect, actually.
We don't have heart.
It's you're so self-aware and you want it so bad that you just it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy of you being self-aware of what's going on around you and not being able to break out of it.
It's all the cholesterol.
Like, so yeah, and I think when you like listen to a NAF interview, it's very apparent that like he's well aware of how bad he's doing.
I'll believe you for now.
That's good. That's good.
He's pretty honest about
5 rounds in. Can't help
his shortcomings and that he is uncomfortable, but it's like when you're that self-aware of what's going on, it can be really hard to break out of.
Look how long they are blind. Nerds and Naf just
Sometimes you need, you know, and look at Kinder. He took a break for a little while, came back, and he got a fresh start in a very odd situation that he's making the most of, and he looks like he looks like himself again.
Just as the scout runs down, unexpecting Jimpat to be down in the tunnels, and so this round, just as quick as the last one, even though there were guns this time for Liquid, is.
So when it comes to NAF, I
want to say Jim.
I don't know what you do. I actually don't.
Way to say the name because it can either be Yimfat.
I don't know if you wait. I don't know if you waited long enough or if you waited too long already. I don't know.
The name and the player.
I'm not sure.
Slippin' Jimmy. Just fits perfectly. Bet he hasn't watched Better Call Saul.
Flavor with the 39-month reset. Thank you.
Let's watch another thing.
What's Torsey talking about numbers for? What's he chirping about?
3 + 4.
It was LG.
Is that what he said? 4-2 is the score. Let's read off some kills.
In the battle of the coaches, I absolutely give this one.
I definitely think Ultimate has not worked out. I think he's fine. Remember what I said earlier about Liquid not having an identity? Like it's like a mishmash of ideas.
NXT days, since the We Play
you have nerds who you like made an aggressive move for. Young rifler that is like genuinely really gifted. You got Twist.
Lift a trophy or
Enough said. I don't need to even explain. But then you like gamble and you have Ultimate, and I realize that Twist brought him in, but like you have like a player that you're waiting to see what he's capable of. It just seems like such a.
You know what? Considering Monacy was in that league, 4 was really
impressive. Like in NFL terms or like in hockey terms, it's like having a bunch of veterans that are geared up to win the cup and then like replacing some of those veterans or not getting more, or like people that are actively playing at the highest level and showcasing that they can and like hoping that a rookie just brings it all together.
They already got promoted. Yeah.
But like you didn't even get the rookie in the first round.
Bad smoke, see nothing towards top middle. We see a small collection of grenades here for Shuhei.
Which is just weird, right? That just seems like a bad way to have your. That seems like bad composition of your roster. You have different windows of like where people are gonna like. Ultimate is playing fine. He could play Counter-Strike in Tier 1 for a long time, and I imagine he will get better. But that's not really the goal of Liquid, no? I feel like you don't get Twists and Nerds to win in a couple of years. You know, or like a year or some shit, you know?
No, this won't be a surprise to Mouse. They've got 3 here. Fresh grenades.
Full frag with it. They're all grouped up, so it's going to chip away at 3. And then Zershin welcomes the challenge. Scott Torchi working with him, and a third player from Long coming over. This looks about just how poorly the last one went. One singular kill here for Team Liquid. Sure, they're working with less, but I mean, that felt like they ran it from a mile away.
Well, no, they're just under buyouts, and they also didn't go after
one
some
solid
of them.
moment here with a great opportunity and just didn't have the correct follow through. Hoping that in these coming T rounds with the full buys now, we see the last.
But it doesn't. You don't need like
on these plays.
You could grab like an NA player, but that they kind of missed that one, to be honest. And Liquid
pistol was
doesn't have a long history of really picking up unproven talent in NA. They almost never do.
Round, if you were to just examine it for what it was.
Was OC overhated?
But the
for sure.
The
I don't think
also matter here.
Them dropping OC was necessarily
we're down 5-2.
Bad, but I definitely think he was overhated. Yes. Cloud, thanks for the 25-month resub. Thank you. No, the air fryer's got a timer, boys. We're good. We're good. I'll leave them in there even if they're finished, so that way I can, and
Maybe
we'll just get them after. That way I don't burn the roof of my mouth.
The Shuhei crosshair, but the frag will get that one done, so his damage is not in vain.
They saw Torji. Torji didn't see him.
Nerds is gonna just get beyond the fire already.
Air fryer did you get? My friend got me the most ridiculous air fryer for our wedding as a wedding gift. It looks like it's called a Typher, dude. It's like $500. It self cleans and it looks like a fucking actual UFO. It's insane.
It's 4v4. They have a great spot. They can fight.
It is insane.
Do they plant for Cat though? Yeah. So they're kind of playing for two different things.
His hard isn't anymore because he has zero energy. It looks like he's almost no comms and underdog. Guys, Naf has literally never had zero energy, or he's never had energy. He's always been like that. He doesn't calm because he's the lurker and the anchor, and he calms when it's necessary. He's not the main voice. It's Twist and Nerds.
We'll see if Twist ends up killing Brolin to just rack
Nobody ever, when Naf was fragging out, ever said, "Wow, bro is like not in anymore." They would say he has no energy all the time. They would just actually it became the meme. That was kind of why it's called a sloth.
Should be somewhat proud of, but it does
no,
come by
I'm responding to someone in YouTube chat, so I know some of you are catching mixed messages from me, but
in the opening gambit though.
I mean, they come
follow through.
He's literally never had high energy ever.
A guy running up outside mid.
Motherfucker won a Grand Slam and smirked.
He was gonna get killed. He also ran through the smoke. I think they were really hoping this flash did more. Yeah, so that's great.
We're just projecting how we think he's feeling onto him because of his results, which is what I'm saying is usually not the case. Before, when Naf was really good and he had no emotions, wow, dude. Naf's so good, doesn't even care. Now Naf playing bad, wow, dude, he doesn't even care. He's not even in it. It's like, no, he just probably cares more and sucks.
That's good to see.
And he's probably fucking tilted out of his fucking mind.
Pause. But obviously Liquid are going to use the time to deliberate as well. You might not be able to plan for exertion flying through the cat smoke, but the point is they were ready for it.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine getting benched for Naf. Fuck.
And, you know, in reality, sometimes you can't plan for it, but you should be ready for it because
Seems over it. That was the difference to me. Right. You're proving my point. The dude has not changed anything in his personality or how he acts. He's always been this way, guys. You're just changing it because of the results that you're seeing in the server.
Still a very healthy economy for Maus behind this, of course. So
if he does good, then dude's so back and he does like it's literally the same. Yeah, but I like doing that.
Shuhei trying to test it with a bit more of aggression. Yet again, he's got Nerds with him.
It's the right call.
Twist better hold this smoke because Spinks is coming through. It's a little bit late, and Jimmy holds off on his kill towards sight. Now down to the USP. Twist recovering the situation. Shuhei gets bested by the sidearm. Ultimate's going to clear out that B site, but Brolin's got the better of Twist in the end. And Ultimate, instead of going for the post plant, wants the kill. So it seems. Doesn't fake a second time. They know he hasn't planted. Op is holding him in this window, and he's still thinking about it.
The eye rolls a lot more because he's playing worse.
Just take
that
one
doesn't
step
mean you're
down
checked
and then
out.
plant again, and then
they
go
lose a
for
lot
some
more.
kind of peak. But
you guys, I don't even know if you guys realize you're literally just like.
And Torji had the right angle in the window.
Feels like I've actually just.
This is.
So you do realize you're just basically saying what I'm saying you're gonna do.
That trade doesn't come down fast enough to protect his teammate.
Oof.
A lot of went right here is a great fast rotations through mid for Maus.
Unlike Maus in the last round, money wasn't built up for Liquid, so Force
It'd be something if there was new behaviors, guys, but he's acting the same that he always has.
Get into the final 3 rounds of play.
And if you listen to interviews from him, he's very self-aware of what's going on. He's trying to fix it. It's just good luck.
Trying to get back on this B
Welcome
site.
to the mental roller coaster and fucking circus that is Counter-Strike. That basically Naf really never really fell into, which is also why it feels weird for so long, because he was so consistent.
To get it going, and the bomb cross is over despite no smoke on doors.
No nades at all here for the T side.
Ooh, but Nertz has already cleared off car. Now you're going to feel a little more squeezed in sight, and eventually Brolin's going to get this tunnels control going. Smoke starts to fade. Possibility of 3 directions getting attacked. Twist is just tearing them up on his own, though. In this post plant, trying to hang on for dear life. His ultimate just keeps his head tucked. And again, for ultimate, unfortunately, it is just nothing. So Mao's come through, 3 players standing.
Naf wasn't a grinder of the game, though?
Communicating, right?
Of pugs? No. Naf probably watches more CS than most. Maybe anybody.
Or tunnels. Ultimate can turn to the door.
But that's how he's always has been. The most was until basically this year and the end of last year, the most consistent like NA player we've probably ever had. And yeah, he hasn't changed it. It's just people start critiquing what he's doing when it doesn't work anymore. It's kind of like what I tell you guys with the res.
They still look locked
People always ask your res when you're doing good, and nobody will ask you for your res when you're doing bad. So use the one that you get. Like, no, Naf has never been a pug. Like, he watches so much Counter-Strike, though. He's basically an encyclopedia for the game.
Bit of tunnel control, but it's long where the first fight goes down.
What causes a fall off like this? It's just mental. It's all just mental. It's why everything's got like a fucking sports psychologist these days, because the margin of mechanics and skill between a lot of these players is not nearly as dramatic as you guys would like to think. But what is usually where players' individual mental level are at.
To sweep them away from all directions.
I actually really like some of the ideas here for Liquid. And
composure, being able to manage the situation, the stress of what's going on, and execute at what you normally can do in lower intensity situations is basically the real game.
They get 1 kill. The firepower issue has not been more apparent.
No, cope is you guys being asked at the game and not being able to mentally get over where you're at forever and accepting that. Like, you can get there. You can. You won't be dogged. Not everybody's going to be dogged. There's going to be levels to things, but everybody can get to a much more competitive level if they actually tried.
They're going B this time, but
Instead, a lot of you guys check out and go, well, I just can't use my mouse like that. No, you could. You just don't want to put in the time, which is fine. Like, not everybody can. Not everybody's fucking unemployed playing fucking 20 hours of Counter-Strike a day. That's understandable. That's totally fine. That is a completely understandable problem to have. You know? Not everybody can fucking sit in the face it pugs for fucking that many hours in deathmatch that long. But some of you never even try, you know what I mean? Some of you got that barrier in front of you before you even loaded up the game, you know what I mean?
And so this time won't be a fake up here. And I like that they left Naft over in B because Mouse think they've cleared the tunnels.
I'm between jobs and I got a lot better at CS.
It's a harder position for them. Oh, but there's a scout.
We have responsibilities. Well, some of you do. Most of you in here do not. Let's be real. No.
Evens the numbers
back like, I got responsibilities. Manager walks by.
Spinks already starting to get that flank going. Twist just took a look at it, but he misses the timing by mere seconds. And yet again, the squeeze feels too real. Nerds pinched from both directions. And unfortunately, Nafly a bit too late to this party. Doesn't even have the time to go grab that bomb. This is Naf's roughest year of competitive play, and we are only 6 months into it. An absolute blowout of a first half. Mao's simply better.
Damn.
Hold on, gotta flame the streamer, boss. Dad, I'm getting the nuggies. I'm running an ad, 1 sec.
It's right there, guys, okay? Let's fucking go. 1, 2, 3.
Team Liquid show promise. You know, a couple playoff appearances here and there looks good for them, but I think with a couple of Canadians on this roster and a North American major, finally, there's this added layer of pressure that they're now facing, and especially when I think the public sort of doubts the structure at its core. Vibes a little off. The beauty of Team Liquid is that there's multiple stars from different times, right? We know the ceilings of the likes of Naf and Twists. We've seen them hoist trophies. We know that Nertz, in this new addition to the roster, was supposed to elevate them to a whole new plane of existence. He's a guy who has been kind of jostled around different projects and rosters that showed promise, but he hasn't won maybe as much as he thinks he should. We've still got the Canadian duo in Twists and Naf. Ultimate is this unproven entity that's showing great promise, but again, consistency versus the top teams is where the question remains for him. The story of Team Liquid this year, again, I believe comes down to just needing to touch a trophy, needing to get into a grand final, needing to get back to a place where this organization has been before, because we are talking about the biggest org in North American Counter-Strike history with their Intel Grand Slam. If that can come together and the calls can be clean, you know, Liquid should get you excited.
Chad, I forgot these tendies are spicy, and I'm so happy. It was such a pleasant little surprise. Gotta have the spice. Well, yeah, I feel like spice with stuff like this isn't even like spice. It just means it's seasoned.
It wouldn't be fair to say that only one of these teams had a bad start to the major, but it's at the moment only one of these teams that shows an absolute stark improvement to only 24 hours ago. Mao's looking cut from a different cloth with the way that they've recovered so far in this elimination best of 3.
Torzy living up to everything that he said in the interview, which is really nice to see. Confidence looks right. His impact. He's bringing the energy he said he was missing last time. For Liquid, I'll say, even though it's 3 rounds, I did see a lot of good variety, a lot of good different tempo changes, good ideas, but the fragging was just not there. It's actually horrible, unfortunately. That's not what I expected, especially coming into Dust 2 again, hopefully learning a lesson from Lin Vision. Seeing some of the strats be better is why they got Shuhei, right? I mean, at least you can see that, but if nobody's getting trades, what can you expect?
Twists empty-handed, drops off the cat fight.
Well,
4v5 disadvantage for Liquid to try to have to fight against.
Oh boy. Oh, Naf's getting the timing.
No, just being watched. He's hearing them go up there.
Gotta find this timing. It's back turned.
Nice. One more.
Player serving up a great distraction.
Naf got caught on the flank.
Spinks, who turns on him, and then Ultimate and Shuhei try to bring it all back themselves. But now Shuhei down to 5 HP, and that catwalk up just gets them. We don't get to see how Naf ends up falling with no kills there, but we know he had what could have been a very well-timed flank.
Seemed like he clearly got the first chance to shoot, or he ran and then Spinks turned around. Who was a bit suspicious of somebody flanking in the first place. But either way, gotta get those kills. So it's the least fun game is the one where it comes down to like, are they shooting well enough?
No replay either?
Obviously, at this tier of competition, and even a tier below, as we've seen at this event, everybody is hitting their shots.
Get some immense grenade damage there. Out on the field. What was that? Corsi and Brolin end up getting whittled down real low. Jimmy's right behind him with the same early damage, so it's not a horrible start to the round from Liquid.
That's pretty good. So it's gonna be a real test here for Brolin to organize people in the correct way.
Glasses are fogging up right now.
Could definitely be an answer, especially now they're past HEs. We're talking about no smoke grenades to hold off B site. It really begs a stack out of Liquid, but they're pretty far away from that option.
Remember I said that this will last to 6 hours stream today? This might not even make it to 5 at this rate.
5-7 right down beneath it. Not the worst holds, considering low health on all the others. Twist comes out with the double 5-7 headshot, AK in hand. Jimmy tries to recover it on long, and Naf's going to flank him. Another chance for Naf to get a kill on a low health player, and he'll tap him out. This is looking good for Liquid. But Brolin's got a bit of space here. It's to be said that the Liquid players are still disjointed.
Actually, though.
But this hyper passive angle out of ultimate should be the end and will be. So
majority probably a few more bullets.
With 2 AKs picked up as well here from Liquid. Much needed round, we'll call it.
Much needed rounds, good shots. I mean, the setup's solid here, especially considering they only had 2 in B. Would have been very scary. Spinks was super careful about his shoulder peaks as well. And he's not been an issue. So let's see if Liquid can find some leverage.
Thinking that early damage last round was actually an ultimate scout collateral, or just scout shots through the doors, because he gets 2 assists, and with the way that the players were stacked up top middle, I don't see the way that anybody would have chucked a nade out there. So
does anybody know why? I realize I'm supposed to be the NA guy.
Roland hitting with the scout, gets a Galil.
Is there like extra context to why the fuck Twist said they're exhausted after boot camp for the major?
Well, awkward as that
they literally just
tag
I wonder how long they boot camped that guy. Anybody know how long they boot camped?
Clean headshot. And it looks like the test will come to the 2 guys who I feel like we've seen some of the weaker moments in from earlier this game, and Nertz and Naf will have to work together. It's a great 5-7 shot last round. But that's been the main highlight.
Naf doesn't let him know.
I mean, RJ, there's a few there's like
still Torsi standing up in the
different M80 players, wildcard players, shit, even the Colt players. But that's kind of the thing, is they're all on teams where they're not going to really move.
Not going to see anything immediately, but luckily for them,
they're working out today. Yeah.
There, and Shuey peels Jimmy off the round. Scout shot, though, right between Naf's eyes. He's not going to be feeling any better about the way this game's going on. You know, the hold's going great in middle. You think, all right, let me just end this round real, and the scout shot connects. So, God, I hope Naf's got that extra bit of resilience in him today. He is statistically having his worst major at the moment that he has had in the last decade of playing majors.
Why do we got to bring this up?
How can you just say that?
It hurts me. It does hurt me. But it's got to be said.
I want you to sound more in pain when you say it.
It's his worst major in 10 years. And it's actually the worst string of events he's had in those 10 years.
You're going to say that in pain, too. That's crazy.
It's been a very rough season for Nafly.
Let's just talk about something else.
Okay.
5 rounds to tie up, an eco to look forward to.
Twist is looking sharp.
Twist is looking sharp, yes. We've always got at least one Canadian going. The King of Kelowna. Sorry, Ocean.
He'd let you say that. Flash for long, and Shuey eats it. Tries to get back into them, and they line up wonderfully. Ton of damage offered over by Shuhei here versus these unarmored pistols. These are just the motions of the ocean that Liquid have to go through to make this comeback happen. Only trailing by 4 rounds now.
Obviously, Nafly is a lifelong stoic, so you can never tell if he's happy or sad. If he had 25 kills or if he has the 6 or whatever he has now, he'd always look like this. So there's no read to be had here. But for the rest of the team, they have actually, even in with not winning not being in a winning position at any point in this game. They have kept up the energy.
No, but I'll get one.
So that's good to see. Let's see if they can make this game even closer. Because it's not as if Mouse are in a bad place mentally.
Oh, that's nice. It's real good. That's real good. No, I don't have to pay for Monsters McToasty.
Wasn't that possible?
I didn't really pop. Unlucky.
I'm trying to think. That was, I mean,
Standard opener
not
for Liquid.
Expected anything to come down mid without like a cat flash or something, but that's just such an easy kill. I mean, now the whole map is rotating to the right. It's leaving Nafly alone, but this looks like it's taking shape as a B split for Mouse.
Well, at least Shuei's got deep long, but like
They were just starting to feel the
Naf's
groove of the
getting
game.
sold. He's having a
just,
bad game, but this is
there it
what
is. I was worried.
How is Shuei through long doors? Oh man, they're just gonna gamble
Now
this.
they hear
Well,
the mid utility.
good luck, Naf.
What's the move here? Because you're just banking on Naf, who's 3-12, to hold this B site entirely alone. That is what Liquid are signing him up for. All the utility in the world to tell them that this is coming, and he just has to play inside of the smoke. An absolute Hail Mary. He will emerge and get snapped on by Jimmy. And so Team Liquid
save.
just let it go, and they sign that up for that. They've got to let the 11th add to the board.
Maybe this is some sick prep by Mouse, but obviously watching Twist die that way, and he looks so confident about just watching for upper tunnels first. This is just like a misdirection on the default or something, but the read looks so hard that, well, the round looked like it ended right there. There was no movement from Liquid except in the wrong direction. You can't expect Naf to actually get the 2-3K hold alone with a full B split coming his way. That's a tough way to lose 11.
I had to turn the camera off because you can't.
Liquid looking like
see
a
what I'm
deer in
doing
the
to these
headlights that
numbers.
last round.
You know, there's the obvious answer. There's the obvious answer of like, it's just tier 1 CS. There's going to be things that happen based on reads, but if this was paired with an upper push, then Twist doesn't have to stand there watching the stairs for that long. If there's somebody else on Cat to help be a warning system for Twist, then he can tuck in the right positions, but he was alone and he had two things to watch, so it's a head scratcher.
I will do correct now. I don't know the info.
Oh, I definitely think.
Double
No,
up
I'm
adjustment
defending
here for
Naf in the
Team
sense of like, I just don't think poor performance.
Trying to
like,
real shake
I always
up,
just
and what
see
could be
people
the
on the
final
internet
rounds?
think, oh, he's playing bad. He doesn't care anymore. It's like, that's just not really how it works. Like I said, in most instances, it's almost entirely the opposite, and it kind of feels a self-fulfilling prophecy of being shit. It's pretty
and that
rough.
is Mouse to disengage from it.
Yeah, it sucks. I do think that if Naf doesn't turn around, I don't even know. Maybe.
And it's not Naf immediately, but he is the next to fall.
Like, I do think that,
So clean
yeah,
on
the
this
writing's kind
entry.
of on the wall.
A double kill with barely any effort applied.
But I don't
to
know
it.
who Liquid would get because
Can't lie. The peak
I
is
think they'd be
beautiful
like
out of space,
JBA,
both
but
of
I don't
them.
know if JBA would
Just
work
so
well with the
done.
team
He's
the way
had
they're currently
fantastic
made. And
games. Best fragger on the map right now.
also, that's a big
but
investment
two
because he's
guys
not going to
only
have a
need
small
one
buyout,
target.
guys.
This helps. Surgeon may be getting a little ahead of himself, tries to challenge long. And while Spinks is leaning on platform,
I think he's
down
down
to 16
already. He
health,
might
so
be. I
Torchy
don't
with
know.
an AK in hand has lost vision on that doorway. Ultimate's going to get an interesting
I don't know
road
what the
around
team's
towards Car,
headspace
but
is
the
like. I don't know
second
him like
CT just
that.
stomps
Damn.
all the while.
Nice one.
So they still only know it's one back there, but Shuei obviously not hiding. You could see Torzi trying to hunt down second contact, but they're both there. And with Shuei now rerouting over towards window, he'll just get the job done himself.
Nice.
Okay.
Very nice. All right, Shuei, my bad. My bad.
An
I am
opening
familiar with
with
the game, but that was
long
fucking
A
sick.
fight.
Well done.
But Team Liquid will take that because that was 2B defenders down with
No,
nothing.
Lake would not be.
It really was. It almost it was just all
Lake
Shuhei,
would-
man. Just
Lake
actually
would be
moving around, taking the angle on the car to fight back sight.
a
You don't see that
terrible
fight happen
replacement
too
for
often.
Naf.
Very good use of the smoke to separate those two angles. And
Yeah,
here's a
Lake
second
is
peek.
you'd have to
it's
replace
annoying.
Nerds
It's
with
beautiful
Twist,
here
which
for
you're not doing.
Spinks. It's not an overswing at all. It's just money, honestly. He's just been so good.
There's also this anchor once upon a time that'd be really good named Mulbs.
It's kind of individual heroic that
ain't
clearly
happening.
gets the fire started.
Yeah, not a huge fan of having him have to go to window by himself, but got the job done.
Well, you don't even need necessarily like. It doesn't always have to be like hard rolls, but Blake is not a player that's going to sit in a bomb site and solo it the entire fucking time. You know.
No call up.
Players can change a little. Like Flame's a great example of a player that has truly evolved and become something more on Vitality, but there's like levels to things.
Rattled.
We'll see if they overcompensate, but that's usually not a good idea.
Monsters
Usually
at
you want to
Sunrise.
just trust your teammates, because otherwise the whole map is just weak and uncomfortable, and then you allow the team to bully you, and you fall to too much conditioning. So they don't overcompensate. It is 3 on A for this round.
Does Daff even want to play? Look at his face. Daff's normal face every time.
I like the setup a lot. Obviously, B would be kind of a problem, but yeah, they had very good cover for everyone here.
Wreck would be interesting.
Exertion getting caught off by
But
it.
once again, like
Twist a strong
this is
set
what I was
helping
telling you guys. We're in this
hands,
weird,
flashback
awkward
delays
phase
this
for
triple
NACS
swing.
where
Good damage off the A4 sprayed
there are
out
some
from
players that
Twist.
could
So he
legitimately
really
like
thrusts himself into the action. You
I
can see
think
how
be
inspired
interesting
he
on
was
Liquid,
by
but
that
they're not.
Shuey 4K.
M80
His
is not
chance
going to
to
sell these guys
multi-kill.
for free.
Ultimate
Wildcard isn't
Op
going to
is
sell
still
for
up here on the
free.
field
Like
with man advantage and very low health for Mouse. They try to run. Naf, my friend, here is your layup.
10 seconds left, round's over. So he can
looking
block
good.
the
Just keep
backdoor
tapping it
exit,
in here.
but it really doesn't have to go much farther.
Nice little
And
double
Nerds
from
is starting
Twist.
to walk into this. No, run into this, excuse me.
Oh,
and he'll
all right.
die after time, but so will Torji. And that matters more for him.
And Jimmy's allowed to save it. So
Yeah, Bray.
one after time with a gun, but that is all
Good
for
question.
Mouse.
How long has
That's pretty
NACS
good.
been in a
I mean,
weird
I'll
state?
give
Well,
the
before
setup.
we were in just a terrible
Look,
state.
setup looked pretty solid. This bar is a little sketchy, but
Before we had no orgs, no players, and we basically just had Liquid, who wanted to desperately not be an NA team anymore. So at least now we're in an awkward phase where like we have some org support, we have some players, but the chances of getting them
So nice round from Twist. You got to
kind
kill so
of
much damage on top of that.
mix and match in the
Good
right
use of
ways
timeouts
probably
here,
is not
whether it's theirs or
possible.
their opponents.
We have the Brazil. We're Brazil light. We don't have nearly the amount of teams, the buyouts, but we still have that issue. You know what I mean?
I mean, Liquid genuinely look decent now. I think the one thing that's just standing out like a sore thumb is the
You see a lot of
difference
potential
between
wildcard. I see a
what
lot of
they have with
potential in
Spinks
a lot
on
of these
Mouse
rosters,
and
but
who is that on Liquid at all?
unrealized potential just is useless, right? Wildcard is, in my opinion, worse than they were last year at the end of the last year for the major, and
for Liquid's sake,
because
though,
of
as this
that, they'll
game goes
probably
on,
make
Naf
changes. If I'm
recovers,
being
but-
honest, right? If your team, if you've gone backwards and your results have
14.
gone backwards, you start
Twists.
looking to figure out
Looking tunnels, and he's
how to
go.
make that stop. What they're gonna do, I have no idea.
Floating for this mid peak, though. I mean, you're signing up for a fight versus
JKS on the
potentially
bench.
scoped
Yeah, I don't
guns.
know
Now
what
the
happens
scout
with
rings
them
out,
though
he
if
knows it.
JKS
Suddenly
comes
Twist
in,
not
because
anywhere
then they're
near
not
that
in the
gap.
Americas anymore. I don't know what would their region be marked as.
So again, it's nice to see them not overcompensating, but at the same time, this is a real weakness of the map. We're talking about Naf and Twist. Don't
Would
have
there
any
be?
utility
I don't
right
know
now.
because
Think
I
in their
don't think
minds,
Nerds
this is
would
not
be,
a full
and then
antique.
neither
You're
would
the scout
JKS.
shop,
I
there
don't
are some free
know.
AKs here for the T side. And B split is coming.
They'd be.
But
They could
actually,
play in
it's
the
honestly,
Asian
everyone's out
qualifier,
of
which
mid.
actually doesn't really seem that easy anymore. I'm gonna be honest.
Look to combine. Nap with nothing. Twists empty-handed. All in from Mao's on middle. 5 players strong. The Shuhei long flank, unfortunately, a little too late to the party.
That's
Already
gonna fuel the
bomb-planted
conversation
with
we've been
a
having
man
this whole time,
advantage.
isn't it?
And so you can't hide from the reality of it again. The B defense goes down with 1 kill between the two, and then even Twists on CT spawn can get nothing.
And it's actually another spot where I like the setup again. The way they're playing outside the site and Twist ready to push
I
in
definitely
mid.
think it'd be worth it
We saw
for
the
NA
collapse.
to
It all
gamble
happened at the
on
same
an
time. That could have been
on
Liquid's
like a
favor
player
if
like
they
I don't know,
caught
Rec
Mouse off the jump, but
or
just the first
anybody
kill
that
they
anchors
got.
really. There's a few like JBA Rec. Liquid has the same problem though that Complexity had until they got Danny, which I think was an undervalued in Liquid team building. They do not have the vibes. No vibes. Zero aura. They do not have Shuhei a little bit, but not much.
Mouse keep it simple to secure that 12, but that wide forward swing. That's the shot.
And you might not like it, but vibes are important. They actually are.
I mean, it's more than a handful of rounds now where Naf has just gotten deleted by gross shots. The Torzi scout coming out from tunnels. The Sphinx one tap on the corner. A Xertian spray transfer from hell.
Because this game ain't worth standing up for. Bala, thanks for the 47-month primer. Thank you.
Mouse just follow through. A little bit of conviction.
I mean,
and a
Floppy's gonna get
strong
picked up.
pack of players.
I don't
out
know.
middle.
When
Gets
I
to
yapped
that
with
12th
Floppy,
round.
I don't think anything's changed. I don't think he's really trying to come back. Big Beef, thanks for the 22-month resub. Thank you.
12-8's plenty of space to finish this one.
All right.
But it still hasn't been consecutive round wins from this T side out of Mouse. So let's see if Liquid can hang on for dear life with only 2 pistols. Oh, it's kind of
Floppy's
sketchy
done then?
for
I don't
having
know.
the cap.
Hey,
And
I don't
next to that
check in with
smoke,
him
Jim
too
Jack
often. He
gets
watches
first
the
blood
stream a little
going
bit. He
in
literally
round
might be lurking
21.
right now playing the new Path of
Nurse
Exile
wants to make a
season or
play.
some
He's
shit or
limited
wow.
this round. Doesn't want to just lean back on that 5-7. It's him and Naf that
But-
have to deal with those pistols.
I'm not sure what he plans on doing.
But now that he's got top middle, he also doesn't want to throw the round away. Feels like valuable
Gatler.
positioning. Mao's just kind of pumped the brakes.
Yeah, they're a little paranoid surveying the scene right now. They've got Sphinx ready to come back out mid if they want to take it over, but they don't have to. Tunnels is the right call. B-side's open. CT's... It's
Tony
like
with
they're
the
pushing,
18-month
but they're
primer, thank
technically
you.
trapped for now. Like
I
they
just
really
wish
wanna get
Liquid would
info
go after
ahead,
somebody
but
like Saw
what
or
they need to be able
Ash.
to do is rotate. You got
But
4
I
CTs
think
right
Ash
in the
just
middle of the map,
re-signed
but
with
no one's
Gamer
actually got
Legion, and
information.
Saw is going to G2.
Liquid now only starting to peel back, but as they do so, it's just going to be this emphasis on A where Brolin's
Because I
doing
just
his
think
own
Liquid's
thing.
slipping into this state of
completely
like,
alone.
This is what Liquid should have done with their long player when they did these setups.
Yes, sir. Dead
there's
on.
just
Got him
like
to B.
10 holes in
And
the
now
ship, and you're
That
just trying to
sinking
take duct
feeling in
tape
the
and
guts of Team
fucking.
Liquid
No,
'cause
you know what
they
you're trying to do the
understand
flex
that
tape
B-site
commercially.
is
Fuck
gone. And Nertz is floating around. He's not letting off the possibility of Brolin, and now that's an extra
Like it's
AK-47
brand new.
at least for the retake. He can hand that off considering he's down on 12 health, but this is a mandatory retake demanded of Liquid in a site they have had
Flex tape
no
works, though?
control
Oh,
of.
shit.
In a map,
So duct
for the
tape.
most part, they had no control of. A bombarded
man.
B site that let them down one too many times. They will get through the doorway off the flash, so now a retake is well on. And unfortunately for Ultimate, even with some positioning in sight, there is nothing there. A matter of time for Mouse, perhaps. They rob away Liquid's Dust 2.
And it did start off as Liquid's Dust 2, but quickly after that, all hope was lost and Mouse took control. There was a little bit of
because of the
fighting
winning
here and
nature
there.
that Namiga have been operating with,
Let
their
me
loss
just
bonus is
watch
bottom of the
Risky
barrel.
Bob
So
for
for
a
them,
bit, yeah?
this is a scenario where it can be very, very brittle going forward. So you're going to save these 2 guns, or hopefully, Zway's actually playing very close. He could lose this. This is not the decision
Nah,
you'd be
man,
hoping for the coaching chair.
It's
Zway,
crazy that
you're trying to do too
I
much.
think
Yes,
in like
you
the
are.
years I've watched Liquid and
So he falls.
Nav, I've watched Nav's
Would
whole
have been
career
huge,
basically
right?
because
Because
well,
with
you know,
1400 coming into the next,
he basically
they would
forced
have
me
had
to.
this all. I don't know if they're going to keep that.
It's
This
crazy,
is some
man.
sketchy business right now.
I literally could remember the one bad game Naf had because it was like the first time in like years, and then he never had one again. And
Risky
he
Bob
popped
would
off
have
the
been
very
in
next
territory
game.
to go
It's
for
like-
an M4 with armor as well.
And it's
You're
just
going to
like,
force
dude, now
anyway,
he's just
right? Because
having
it's 1400
so
loss
many
bonus,
bad
or at least
games.
you think they're going to
It's
force.
just
So it is a tactical timeout call. This will be the second used from Coach Box.
Just wish NA had something we're cheering
And
for.
that's
Well, I
just
talked
a
about that
micro
yesterday
mistake
too. I'm
with the sound
rehashing a
cue.
bit, but it is a fun conversation.
But a great response there from
If you guys haven't heard my theory, I think NACS is doing much better than we were a few years ago, but I think our problem now is now that Liquid sucks, like, we don't really have that talisman roster that can prove to people that, like, the
This is
region
where it gets sketchy
is...
down the stretch. You
People
lose this,
sometimes
you have to
need
eco,
others to
and then
do
when your
something
first
to
buy
prove
comes
to
out
them
in a
that they
couple of
can do
rounds'
it too.
time,
So, like,
it will
the
be
fact that we don't
lacking,
have
right? Because you
anybody
think about 1900 plus
capable of
2400,
breaking
that's
even,
definitely
like,
not a buy
or
with the seats. He's
sniffing
having all the
top
goods.
5
A big Uzera, he can smell blood in the water. He knows they're
is
teetering
a
financially.
problem.
They win this one. The dam
Hey,
breaks
what's up,
open.
Jason Lake?
The water
How you
floods
doing?
in. And the Miga, under the pressure, might
like
start
that's
to drown.
it really helps, you know, and I think Mongols is still like a prime example of this, where when you have a team representing a region do well and can be the talisman of that region, it just helps fuel the rest of the play.
Some punch and can't hang on. Quick start. Dispatches event DGT, and they're looking for the trade, but there should be some cover. Where is it? That's what you want.
That's been my theory a little bit, though.
Zance is ahead of this. He's already cheating over towards A.
Oh, you're right. He might get there just in time.
That's my own personal narrative that I've created in my head. I don't know if that's true, but...
Risky. They're all here. Good find. NQC picked off. Looking good. And that's theirs. One away now from knocking
Risky
them down.
Bob.
Namiga a map away from making their mark on stage 3, all the way from the very first.
Oh my God, Jason Lake, get him!
As mentioned, it could have got a whole lot more stressful down the stretch, but those map pool woes are showing for pain at the worst possible time.
Get him!
The best of one's a great opportunity for them to insulate themselves after a season of heartache, of stand-ins, of coach having to be in the server, and right now their back is against the wall. We have Anubis coming up next, and they can push it to Dust too.
Can I frame this interaction in like my office?
In this tournament so far, but they got to get it done on their map choice, or they're going
I need
home
to
and
frame
waving
this.
goodbye to Blast TV Austin 2025.
I might need to frame this. Sus user? Well, so I can see all of his stuff. We peaked. Have I seen Nick's answer that question? I have not, but that's fantastic. Yeah, I'll save this one for later just because it's fun. It's not that deep. All right. That one's in the logs. I'll just put that. Oh, sorry. The doggos are still barking. My bad. Putting this in, just saving this one over here for funsies, for when the time arises. Alright, he's done wolfing. He was just letting everybody know not to fuck with him and to never deliver packages here ever again.
At the rafters, they got Twist over
That'll
at
make
CT
them
spawn, and
think
Nap's got a
twice.
peek door on contact.
Short
And they get one
six to
kill out
22
of the 3 of them.
months
So
to
you
think.
even do the smart play where it's like, let's make them respect the fact that they can't just pull off a mid to B split. You have a perfect setup. It was actually executed pretty well, and as you mentioned, just the kills go entirely the other direction. So it's then Mouse is just like, oh, we just destroyed your stack, so we'll just keep coming here.
And at the same time,
Out of the new line.
in fact, on the other anchor, the positive anchor, and the dominant one.
I mean, Yimpa
Not
was
sure,
really flawless
Patrick.
in this one also. I mean, it was just night and day different in terms of what he's able to accomplish versus Naf. You could see that even he has the confidence to just kind of be a little bit more mobile than Naf. Like, Naf
Tony's
felt like he
major
was
sticker
chained to the
video
B-bomb
was
site.
over an hour
Yimpa, on
long.
the other hand,
That's
was able
crazy.
to-
That's
I mean,
crazy.
was
He does
fighting
love
like
his
at
stickers
long
though, man.
times
Like,
and B at times. I
listen,
mean,
he might not
they
like
were
him,
moving
but
people
he
around
can't
very
deny that
free
bro
flowing
loves
on
that
the
shit.
Mouse side, as if they didn't even
Some of you should wish you were as passionate about anything as much as Oni is about
no call. It was just like, I kind of want to go to the B bomb site right now. I want to kind of go catwalk.
Yeah,
Shit goes
it was,
crazy.
I mean, they just felt like they knew they were like 5 times better than Liquid in this game, even though the scoreline ended up being kind of close.
And that's exactly what you want out of a team like Mouse. That's exactly what you want out of a team that, we know they're going to struggle if they get to the grand finals, but this is a trophy contender. Like, let's not forget,
Oni's
this is
as
a team
passionate
that
about
we
skins
believe
as
can
fl0m is
actually
about
make a run
food.
through the playoffs and challenge for that trophy. However unlikely it seems with the matchups they've struggled with throughout the year.
Tough.
This is a very
That's
good
tough.
team. And coming
Valley,
into
thanks
this
for
match and
32
just
month
saying,
prime,
we are the
thank
better
you.
team and we're just going to show you right now. That's a great mentality for them to have, and they did it. They did it on Dust 2.
And they are really having that mentality, which is going to carry them through this, right? Yes, yesterday was a bad day, but this is a team with the caliber and class. I know you guys said
This is
yesterday.
my Valorant
it can be
waiting
hard,
room.
right? They
Oh,
have to
so
go
you're
through
my
the
most
best of
dedicated
three,
viewer
but
because they don't play any
is
matches.
this a team you believe
Makes
in that can
sense.
make it all the way back through? Can
That
they
makes
fight
sense.
this up?
Yeah,
Well,
I think so.
I mean, yesterday when they went down 0-2, I said that there was a coin flip chance that they make it. I mean, I
It's
think
going to depend on the draws a lot.
Yeah, the simulator I think
If
has
fl0m
them
spent
if they win this
100K in
play
food
like
in a single
Aurora,
day,
And I still think
Oh,
that Mouse
fuck,
are the
you're comparing
favorites
me
in
to
that
only
game,
opening a
but
secret
it's gonna
capsule.
get
Not
tougher
even
and
close.
tougher and tougher
Fuck.
every single time. Like Liquid is supposed to be the first stepping stone in course correction for this Mouse team, and so far it's going swimmingly.
Yeah, so far it's gone perfect.
And just to continue the pushing on Liquid in a maybe not so
I think
nice
like the
fashion,
most
you guys
expensive
picked
thing
out
I
round
did
12
is
as
like
well. You know, Liquid getting an opener, you think, okay, we can have some success.
and like
But
strictly
then the Mouse
food was
teamwork
for my
comes in.
manager when he was in Vegas
this is
for
one
bachelor
where I
party.
felt like Liquid should get something. You know, you got a 5v4 advantage.
And that
to
was
kick
not
things
even
off. You
that
get this
crazy.
long
I
hit.
made them all fucking
But you were
split
actually putting
Wagyu,
all
but
of
they
your
never
eggs in
had it
one
before,
basket. They were
which
trying
is
to make
also
it
the best
into
move
a
ever,
B
by the
play,
way.
But they decided to reroute back.
If
And
you guys
that's
are in a
where
position to
individuals
treat
from
some
Mouse just kinda
friends,
step up.
and you
Dorsey
guys,
gets
if
a
they've never had it
multi-frag
before,
from Platt. Spinks
trust
is
me, get
already
it to split.
flanking, by the way,
It's too
because that's what he
risky
did
on its
all
own
game.
anyway,
Like, he
man.
was just pushing everything all the time. Like Spinks loves a good kill in the side of
What
somebody's
is the
head.
fattest thing
So
you've done?
Liquid were just getting crunched this whole
Ooh.
time. This round might have worked
I have an
if you're
immediate answer
Liquid
for
at
this.
the beginning of the half. but
Nori
when
and I went to
Mouse
that
just
place I
felt
always
like
tell
they
you
could
guys
do
about, where
absolutely
we light
anything
money
the
on
half,
fire.
Then they peek you
We've
from
gone there
Platt
twice,
with
ever.
repeak.
But the first time we went,
then Spinks is
it's called
flanking you
Ito.
immediately. Like there's nothing you can even do to play a normal
Insane
round now when
sushi
your opponent just
omakase
thinks they're
place,
10 times
okay?
better.
Yeah, and has all the confidence to take map
Dominated
control from the
it. We had
CT
so
side.
much
Like,
fun,
you don't get to
loved
slow
it.
play anything.
It's an
And
incredible
that's where- It was like a
experience.
matchmaking game to a certain extent. When
Uber
when
Eats
the team just
McDonald's
starts
on the way
rushing
home.
things on the CT side,
While
starts
I was
pushing
in the
everything on you,
Uber
like, you know you're in
recovering
trouble.
from
You know they've
all
got full
the
confidence
sake
and they're
we
not
just
scared of you
drank.
at all. So that's how Liquid played that
That's
entire
the fattest
map.
thing
I
I've
don't think
done.
I've seen Torzy repeak with the op 3-4 times.
Oh,
like
he had
that.
no respect
That's
for
for
that
sure
round,
the
yeah.
fattest thing I've done.
He had
I
to
have zero
break those
regrets. That
kinds
shit
of
was
habits
incredible.
when he
Nori
came out
was
of the
so
We Play
down.
Academy League.
That's the type
Well,
of people
now he
we
feels
are,
like
by
he's
the
back
way.
in it.
Speaking of Torzy,
Like,
if you don't have
if
him
you
in
want
your
to
list
know,
of top
like,
offers,
yes,
top
I'm a
offers,
food
you're doing
snob
something wrong.
sometimes. Like, I
Insane.
love
Like, Torzy's incredible.
having like some cool
Definitely
food
is. If you
experiences,
keep
but
that
I will
going, it's
absolutely
gonna be
tear
a
up a double
huge
quarter
problem
pounder. I
for
don't give a
Liquid, and
fuck.
that looks like it might
Nah,
be
more
the
like
case. We're finding
McDoubles
out
actually.
exactly
I don't
what's
want to
gonna
lie
be
to you.
happening going into the next map
McDoubles
as
and some
Mouse
nuggies,
would
dude.
take the
Whew,
2-0
defenseless
against
taco.
Liquid
Thanks for the
here and
primer.
eliminate them.
But that's probably the fattest thing I've done.
So Mao's, they've undergone a massive shift, moving away from
Ooh,
their
second
leader,
fattest
who a lot
thing,
of people
chat?
were attributing their success to.
It's when Lex
Chewie.
lived with Nori and I.
But Brolin,
When he first came out to
moving
Vegas.
into leadership is such a huge change that it does seem like Brolin has landed on his feet.
No Thanksgiving plans. Wasn't really necessarily fat, but we ordered so much McDonald's we had to put it in the trunk of the car, and then we just ate out of the trunk in the parking lot for Thanksgiving Day together.
And so,
That was a vibe,
you've
though.
got a very
That was a
high
vibe.
pedigree rifler in Mao's now. But all round, you've got a roster that is very talented, but has been disappearing in those big playoff games.
The truck.
This young teenage anchor in Jim, I like to call him Jimmy, but this guy, up
shit.
until recently, has been an incredible anchor. You know, he's always good for he plays the less popular sites, typically alone. It just seems that he has less space and less impact at the moment. We need more of that impact. Xertion is a space taker, a playmaker, and on particular maps, he is, you know, one of the best. When he's at his best, he can go toe-to-toe with anyone. He has it, he just hasn't been able to do it against the very best.
How fast would it take you to speedrun a Happy Meal? If they put the toy in a little plastic thing that you gotta open, it'd take me at least 5 minutes to get that fucking thing
He's the
open.
only one that's kind of trying to amp the boys up, dig them out of a hole, pulls off this kind of aggressive, clutchy AWPing that not every AWPer has in their wheelhouse. He has it. They're somewhat of the gatekeepers of that top 5, but have struggled
How's Lex
against
doing? Good.
the teams above them. It's now not a question of getting to playoffs. That feels like it's almost a guarantee. It's a question of how much damage can you do with it.
Lex is not even dual wielding, bro. He has a whole Counter-Strike team now with him and his wife. He's got 3 kids. Yeah, they got a 5-stack in a little bit soon. He's doing good. I was supposed to see him for his wifey's birthday, but the plans got kind of scuffed. So I haven't seen him recently, but whenever they have time, you know, because they're doing parent life, we always try to hang out. Somebody asked me about the in-ears, by the way. They're still good. They're still good. So far, it's just interesting having in-ears in because I feel like I can, like when you have your whole ear encapsulated, like you don't hear as much of your own voice. So I'm hearing more of my own voice, which is kind of ass. I don't know how else to describe it. Biz, thanks for the 7-month primer. Thank you.
Well, if we thought it looked bad for Liquid, it might only get worse unless they can show us more than what has been possible throughout the tournament so far. Yes, it's a small sample size. It's only 3 maps, but we have been made to be filled with confidence.
They've been it's really comfy. It's like I literally forget they're in.
What they wanted. But then Twist told me they're exhausted after the boot camp.
Still trying to get used to like the sound a little bit.
Don't do that, but don't trigger me right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dude, Moses is, yeah.
That's not a between map segment.
Okay,
we'll save that
hold
one.
off that one for you.
Yeah, that's
Moses about to fucking
So, do you know what? We're
crash
talking
the fuck
something
out,
even
and so am
more
I.
Crazy. Nuke right now. Great for Mouse. Everything's fantastic when you look over here, playing against some of the very best teams in the world. Liquid can't catch a break on it. They played it twice with Shuhei. They should have improved on it, but I don't know, boys. Sell me a dream right here. This is your North American team.
I'm all out of dreams to sell. I got nothing. I usually have something in the tank, but
see, comprehensively, Mouse is a lot
holy
better
Callum,
than a
dude, holy
0%
fuck.
win rate Liquid. Like, look at this big donut right there at the bottom of your screen. Like, that's not changing after this map. I'm gonna be real with you guys. Like,
yeah,
Mouse is gonna be taking this one, but I want to see something from Nerds. Okay, to me, this was supposed to be the blockbuster signing for Liquid to try to add some firepower in the stead of Yakindar, who was having a tough time on Liquid. He's not really shown up all too well here in Stage 3. You know, 1.02 is pretty pedestrian for a guy.
My
That's
mom's Amazon Prime account. Thanks for your 2-month Prime. Thank you. Somebody asked me about the battery life on them. They're at 70% at the moment.
Mouse love
Been
going
live
outside,
6
so these
hours,
guys gotta
which
come up with
means
some
they're
X
way
factor
ahead of
potential
schedule.
to, like, at least make this half respectable.
They're supposed to have
okay?
10
Like, give me
hours,
6 or
so
7
that
rounds.
will
I think
crush
the problem
that.
is like there's no trust between the players on Liquid. Like I don't see them actually feel like they're like in their setups and their like utility, like in the way they're kind of supporting each other. I don't think that trust is there yet. So like Nerds is
You had
really
11
kind of,
mansions?
like you're almost in a situation
Close.
where Nerds has to like overextend to try and
Like
have the level
200
of impact
subs
he
away
needs
from
to have
11
if he wants to
mansions.
carry
And what's
them
my
to that
highest all-time
victory.
count?
And that's going to be
just below
impossible, I think, to do against a
12.5K.
team like Mouse. So it's a very tough place. But at the moment, Liquid just like you need to go into this map and say, screw all the issues we've had. Forget about every other game we've played, all the shit that we've been through so far in the 3 maps that we've played. We have to just trust each other, and that's what we're going to have to lean back on. Don't foresee it happening. That's my dream, James. That's the dream I'm selling you right now. Buy
YouTube
it.
chat.
I'm buying this dream.
Can you guys
Liquid are
not
gonna
do the
trust
thing
each
that
other.
you're doing
Liquid
right
are
now?
gonna get
Thank
more
you.
than 10 rounds in this map, but they're still going to lose. Let's see what happens.
Do it for Dale. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you.
Pretty
Thank you.
definitive. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think you can keep that dream, Moses. I'm not buying shit. Unfortunately, this one, I think the stats like Maui Snake just highlighted don't change after
Thank
it.
you,
I
Callum.
think that
Thank
the
you, man.
desks take
Chat,
it.
we
It
have another
doesn't feel
scam
like
train
the
going.
players
So now that you
necessarily
gifted
believe in each
25,
other
I'm
or
matching
have
all
that gel in
gifted.
between them is
And Babs, thanks for
absolutely
your
true.
56.
Even
Remember,
with
they
the
are
amount of bodies
35%
that
off,
get
so you're
thrown to
saving
try to
money,
help
guys,
out,
right?
We didn't see it actually come together on Dust 2. Now, the odds skewed ever further in the favor of Mouse. Absolutely understandable. Map they own on, play the best teams on, and Team Liquid have given
That being,
no
it doesn't
real reason
update the
for
same way that
anybody at
Twitch
home
does,
to
so
believe.
it's
Now, that doesn't mean
that
that
whole-
they can't find
oh God,
it
don't
in
even get me
themselves,
started.
but it's just from the
They don't
outside.
really update in real
I'm not
time the
seeing
same
it.
way
I think what
over
we
there.
saw is Liquid's form. Let's say you
Lumenberries, thanks
just
for the
got to
5
their
gifted. Thank you,
average
thank you,
individual
thank you.
form on the last map, they stood a chance.
I use 5 gifted.
They
Not
were
buying
just so
subs would be
far
saving
below
money. That's
on
not true, dude. This
two
guy
of
doesn't
their
know
most
sales
important
work, man.
players. I mean, Twist is one of them, but Nafly and Nerds.
If you don't buy it while it's on
Nafly, the
sale,
worst
you're
of times
clearly
in Liquid,
losing money,
is just
guys.
getting the 20 kills no matter what happens, but just he's one
Some of you aren't married, and it really shows.
That was
Mango, thanks to the 200 bits.
It was very
Cobra,
poor,
thanks
so,
to the 100 bits.
Yeah, as was brought up by Maui. Maus love the sunshine. They are always outside here on Nuke. And so Liquid, they're going to have to lean on one of those two Nerds to fight back. But as Moses said, if they don't trust each other and help Nerds, well, it's going to be an issue.
Sure.
Oh, well, they didn't give time to trust.
All right, well,
there. That was
not a
great
good
shot,
start.
my goodness.
Now he said, I want to see something from Nerds. Nerds immediately dies. Coincidence?
Twist trying to get a second in the pistol, but he sticks around on the stairs while going for the reload. Didn't expect somebody to just come barreling down on him. And
All right, next person, go ahead and try.
Bullying Naf as he did all map long over on Dust 2. The
Wait, it's
Shuhei
working.
Hail
Keep
Mary,
trying.
Though, with ultimate right next to him, this 2 versus 4 has gotten cut down. But what they lost in getting those 2 kills was total control.
This is actually got to be the worst day of matches, and I'm not just saying this because of Liquid. I just mean like in terms of how one-sided all the games have been.
Ultimate's face. Another moment here for Torsi to just pounce on a player unsuspectingly. And guess what? He's signing up for that last fight. Torsi is on
there
it.
it goes.
Amazing. Torsi, man.
Shadow E5 right
first
now.
kill,
Write it
watching
down.
From the other POV might even be more impressive. I'm not sure. But you could barely see him on the screen.
I'd phase you. Good. Good, good, good.
Oh, wow. That was pure filth. The perfect use of the
Torsi's
shadow here.
P250 on pistol starting to get up there with like Zyru's. Am I delusional, or
Pistol out of
I feel like he's been really good.
We are right back into Mao's winning
I feel like Zaiwu was clearly the better opper, but man, Torji's had a great year so far. Like that's kind of where I'm at.
We're kind of unanimously starting on this premise that Mao's will win this map. And
He's been nice with the junkie with the 8-month reset. Thank you.
At least impress us. You know, it'd be lovely if Liquid could beat all the stats and pull out the win here, but we
Almost
see
up
the
there with my
spirit
P2.
of the team
True.
really come to life.
Flash in front of the ramp.
Minute and
Naf
40
wants
seconds
to
remaining,
bail out.
chat.
At the very least, Naf is given a place that he has in the past made such a great name for himself.
Hard to support Liquid when they left NA. Well, yeah, they definitely have lost, like, I don't even know
Naf played ramp because it was so good, so confident.
what's going on there.
It's also been a long time coming. Other names have entered the great pantheon of ramp players.
We don't need to go that far.
Years.
But I just would like to see a majority again. Like Cole. Cole's great for that.
5-7 gets
Having
away
a
from him.
full
He's gonna
NA
go down,
team
gives up
is
a
kind
now
of stupid,
two-man
actually, I would
advantage
say.
as Shuhei tries to carve paths through the lobby.
European
Getting that
teams don't
information,
fucking
his
stick
teammate
with one
twists all the
region
way
or
over towards
nationality, or
Secret.
for the most part, unless you're Australis, and look what happened to them. And the ones that do it more for the language barrier.
Walk into their own demise, step by step, player
Why
by
would we?
player.
Why should we limit
We saw it happen
ourselves?
with
You know.
Naf. We saw it just happen in the lobby with Shuhei, and well, Twists could very well be that next victim. Torchi's got the bomb. He's gonna go upper. It's all
Well,
covered.
we're not
I mean,
eating
Mao's
the
have everything
competition, Lloyd.
except for
We're
this
we're
staircase.
playing Counter-Strike against them.
They want to find him, but they don't really need to. Bomb plant's better is even. Bomb plant's even better first. So, Twist. Where's that one gun that he could get on the side of Mini?
I mean, population unit.
Not even sure
Well,
if it's still there. Twist will maybe come.
Lloyd,
try
that
to
might
pick it
be
up
that
afterwards.
is kind of dumb what you said. I'm not gonna. I gotta flame you a little bit. Who cares about total population? Also, total population, depending on how you break it down, would not be a good one either. But let's just say you're right.
And
not even. Who
Who
cares? They don't play the game.
This time, a resounding
They're playing Apex and COD.
It's crazy that you can't.
They're on the goddamn console.
After Liquid have played on Furia. And
Yeah,
just
someone did
cleared
crash.
this stage.
Iris, thanks for your one gifted, and Mango, thanks for your one gifted. Total population is irrelevant if they don't play the game. We have like 15 times the smaller player base than just EU fucking West.
Shout out Maladoy though.
EU face it, and then you take like the even smaller percentage. We'll just take face it. EU face it averages like 1,200 matches an hour, and in NA we average
Man, you never
120.
know how those breakups are gonna go.
The question is more, you know, why did those players?
It's not
work
even
in the last
close.
lineup in Liquid?
Why is that the case? Oh, because in my opinion at least, is that we're just console based. That's why crossplay is so popular and so important for an American audience.
To get his form back in place.
This is just BM.
I mean, look, you're gonna know better than anybody how many people you grew up with played on console but never touched a PC.
USP and Nerds is going to run for it. There is nothing to work with here for Liquid, so the fact they get one kill, I think, is just a symptom of Mao's playing as hyper-aggressive into the ramp as they chose to.
Valor isn't really a good one either, guys. They have a hard time filling up their leaderboard right now. So let's just stick with that. That would not be a good example
Team Liquid
either.
in this two-handed chokehold.
So I'm not really trying to say,
right
don't
now.
feel bad for us, but also it's important to keep in perspective what we're working with. We're working with an incredibly small player base compared to other regions.
That was a really raw Marge.
Sorry, working on it.
I mean, it was great.
Oh.
It was just a lot of cigarettes, you know?
Yeah, she's been on those Newports.
And most players that are playing on PC they're not playing Counter-Strike. They start, like, if they are, they're playing Roblox, they're playing
Kids are grown up,
Minecraft,
just
they're
got a new
playing
hobby.
Fortnite, they're playing Apex.
No, Springfield was the hood. Oh boy, we haven't even had to talk about Jimmy.
Would you like to?
I mean, it's like everything Mals are doing, it's great.
So we can agree, Fortnite ruined NACS. No, just the difference is, Lloyd, is that we didn't feel it that bad because we had like regional pro league and a lot more tournaments here. That gap of players has been relatively close to the same. Funny enough, that's the even crazier thing. When you realize that, then you're like, what the fuck? When you realize that gap has been there for a long time and it's not some new thing, and it actually, it's kind of wild.
toughened up, and so will Xertion, but his 9 health still gets him safely tucked into
It's just
Secret.
that also, like,
I say
there isn't
safely,
as much built around it.
just because there's nobody actually downstairs to fully stop him. Ultimate.
Are the orgs in an A
There he
as well funded? Depends on them. Some of them are, some of them aren't. Kind of just depends on who you're comparing to, right?
Oh, nicely done. A multi-kill for him. Naf ends up getting killed over top of this ramp push, and now man advantage Liquid in the first gun round.
Heavy control gets taken over here for Mouse. They can drop in, but got Shuhei in the perfect spot. And that up shot
Well,
gets
I
missed.
kind of actually, somebody find the history video for me again so I can kind of show you guys the progression of at least, and this is my own viewpoint. Like, I'm not going to say this is fact, but this is how I see things. Like,
could give us something
I have like a video kind of describing history of everything, like where it kind of progressed and why it feels worse now than it did before.
Watch back that ramp hold. I mean, really appreciate that ultimate's fighting for
What do you think I've been working on, Lloyd? I'm trying. We're in a better spot than we were 3 years
no one
ago.
on the ramp. Gets very scary for Ultimate because as soon as he takes a shot, if he doesn't know how close the guy on the wall is, he could die before he could even shoot. But some risks are worth taking.
And it's just a video for those of you that are... Oh, wait, do we actually need to end the prediction? Or we
Xertion burned up real bad, but still beyond red now.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Hold on.
They can't let Xertion get comfortable out here.
It's
I think that's what sort of Maui was implying.
a lot of people because people don't even know what the fuck the Louvre agreement is. And in my opinion, once again, this is just how I...
advantage of this cross, but another
It's
good
the
kill out of
single
Ultimate.
biggest, like, thing that changed everything.
Now.
And then when that happened, we just
They
basically
recognize
got...
there's smoke cross, but there's no pressure.
We got
on
a...
They're just rotating down, so...
You know, a couple history book
Actually,
moments.
they put Ultimate in a great spot.
Unlucky.
Now upper actually becomes a better site to take, but Xertion, if they don't catch him going into the vent, they're not going to know what's happening.
Naf can keep it stoic downstairs on B.
Anybody link the video yet?
Another
Fuck,
moment
I
where
gotta
Liquid
find...
have good setups.
Did Ergo actually link it? Let me see.
They're covering a lot of good options.
On paper, it works.
Yeah, there you go. Ergo linked it in the Twitch chat if you guys need to see it. And I'll link it for the YouTube chat. You guys are like super curious.
And it looks like it's going to be an ultimate test again.
Oh,
there
time.
is a chance for Xertion
And
to
I'll
go
post
back.
it again in the Twitch chat.
Keyed through. They must have broken the windows quietly.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's what they did.
It's beautiful.
Ultimate, though, ahead of the boxes, and they actually play in front of him. They don't give Xertion all the time he needs. Oh, Nerds turns over to find it.
Wow, that is
that makes
beautiful.
sense.
I mean, that's the first moment where you finally don't see Liquid get tricked. Instead, it feels like they're the one playing games. And with Ultimate standing in front of that box, it feels like they knew something was wrong, or it wasn't timed perfectly, and they noticed the glass break open.
Or maybe Naf caught a glimpse of it from the backside once he got
I was
through the
trying to help
doorway.
the
I'm
YouTube
not
chat
sure.
because the bot
Something had to
isn't
have
set
been
up the
noticed
same.
because
It's
that
fucking
sixth
annoying.
sense,
Sorry.
it just suddenly felt
Did
like
we
all
actually
the
do
alarm
good?
bells started ringing.
I see Ultimate got two. Looks like he held ramp.
Exactly. Was he just backside?
Was backside, yeah.
So
We were having some deep conversation there, bro. I was trying to fucking help out.
So it feels like they didn't, but they had a sixth sense. You're right. I mean,
that reposition can't be a coincidence.
Yeah. Like he went so aggressive here. This is such a good round
Let's
again
see.
from
Here's
Ultimate.
the replay. Oh, nice little combat hopping.
It's Twist, right? Nerds, excuse me, coming out of Turnpike. And,
Ah, the save. That's what you get. Okay, that's cool.
It's great.
It's a nice find. Cafty, thanks for the 46.
For them to pull that off.
My sub count is higher than Naf's kills this tourney. Jesus Christ, Cafty.
You let your guard down for a half
Thanks
second.
for
If you're
46
Naf, let's say, for argument's sake, he's the one that figures it out downstairs. You're having an atrocious series,
Well, yeah.
facing elimination in a bad string of
Call us.
events,
I don't want to
and you
promise
get
anything,
just
but
that tidbit of information.
my goal has always been to run my own LAN,
Do not fall
and
victim to what was looking to
it's
be
taken longer than I
shoot-in
wanted
kill
it
from
to get
Xertion.
there, but it seems like it's a very real possibility. And like probably the next year. We'll see. Nothing's set in stone. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to say anything before it's like actually in writing, but that's like, yeah, that type of stuff though, not just me. Like there's a lot of people that are going to be adding things, I think.
They're readying this upper pop. Nerds will have so much pressure on him from.
I don't want to jinx. Like I said, nothing's in writing, so we got a long way to go.
The amount of CTs here.
One on top of HUD already, just barrel staring down.
It's great.
Squeaky door looking to hold back HUD as well, but Xertion gets his entry going. Jimmy comes out with a headshot. Naf responds from heaven. His second kill of the map. Man advantage held on to thanks to that. Leaves Shuhei in a great place thanks to Naf.
Ooh.
And while that Tech-9 still gets the rebuttal, it doesn't have the bomb, and it's got 30 seconds to figure it all out. Now, Naf gives up
Sappy,
heaven,
thanks for the
drops over
65.
towards
What's up,
main.
dude?
Spink seemingly very aware of it, but Naf comes
Nice.
in with a multi-kill.
Big win.
A much-needed
There you go.
multi-kill as he offers helping hands to that upper hold.
It's you can feel the impact of having Shuhei on the team. Even on Dust 2, the T sides, they need some work, but they look good in terms of the amount of different strategies, the options that they covered, and like the more unique positions they find themselves in. Like, how often are you double top of hut on the upper site and they come to you at the same time? So they're doing a good job here. These last 2 rounds have been pretty impressive. They've earned themselves an eco as well. They're putting ultimate in all the right spots on top of it. It's been a lot of ramp action.
Travel anywhere. Yeah, we'll see.
Ramp on that
like I said, there's a lot of things still got to happen.
They didn't even worry about the outside wrap.
But and I was kind of getting a bit emo about it for a little while, but it seems like we might actually be able to get there, which is good.
Let's get that contact against Nerds for a second time. Main player opens it up. Twist signs up for this, and then we get ultimate already here as well. So everybody getting healed off the round. Jimmy's Desert Eagle a single kill, and Team Liquid a bit of respite in that one.
If Liquid wins,
just a chance to catch their breath.
I'm actually
as
going to
they
be in
take
shock.
a lead.
I don't want to
folks,
believe
a
it. Though.
lead.
I don't want to
that
believe
3-0 Mouse start.
The money-making round here to take a lead, which is something I didn't
think
I'd see at all.
Trying to get my Brazil 14s right now.
Game, especially since they really couldn't get the reins on Dust 2. And forcing
Stop jinxing it. You guys have really watched Liquid play this whole event and think that
that's pretty impressive to see.
Yeah, okay. Holy fuck, you guys are more delusional than me.
It just becomes 3 rounds T-side is a good start here for Mouse. It's not really dire or anything like that. It's just impressive.
Fucking Kafki over here saying that shit like he didn't just 46-month Prime sub, talking about how he's got a higher sub count than Naf's total kill history. And then you guys want to say I'm jinxing shit. That's crazy. That's crazy turnaround. That's a lot. That's pretty nuts out of you, chat. I'm not gonna lie. You stream well? I sometimes stream well on a channel on Twitch called Not fl0m.
It is indeed Mao's back on the guns. Insertion looking for those openings outside. They're just gonna have to keep up that impact.
That's you? Holy fuck, you guys have like 10 kids.
Insertion gets away with it again. He's been given a lot of respect. Allow that space towards Secret. Nap, one and done. Spinks continues to get the better of him, but at least the trades were effective. 3 versus 3 is where we end up
Chat,
with
this
early
5 is
damage
from
on
earlier, by the way.
Insertion.
But I owe you guys.
Slight edge here for Liquid, but a minute. So watch Mouse try to squeeze this defense out of position.
I mean, they can't now. I mean, Ultimate, look how close he is. Oh, but he misses. Ooh, that was the moment here. They have a third player come to ramp.
But actually,
Mouse are not
7.
ready
Hold
necessarily for an op, but Torzy's aim is beautiful. And I mean, he didn't even need the headshot after Ultimate missed. And now it's the B site with the bomb, with 3 players.
Yeah, the Inheritance AK is really nice.
Great game up until that moment.
I think some people don't. They kind of hate on it because they hipstered a bit.
How one bullet makes the difference. One miss.
I think it's such a well-liked one, and it's pretty common.
And Liquid lose that grasp.
Yeah, like Mouse came out, tried to pushing through a ramp smoke for an early ramp take, because everything late towards ramp has just had Ultimate's name on it. So I said, let's go there sooner. And still, Liquid had 2 players ready to fight it. So it wasn't the perfect call for Mouse, but they firepower their way through.
See? Yeah. Yeah.
That was Naf's shot. Very clean on Jimmy.
And they get the first kill, too.
Here's the miss. Oh, Torch is just too good, huh? Op or not.
That's not even what I said, Zork. You liar.
Ultimate. Gave him just enough time to rattle off the op round, but you miss once and the round goes with it.
No shade, Lloyd. I was kind of surprised that you did you really not know that the player base was like that different?
Based off the bomb there, they weren't getting it back. So if you're Liquid, you're thankful for the last anti-eco
Like,
where you had 4
maybe
players
knew it was
alive.
smaller, but not to that degree. That's wild.
Okay.
I guess not a lot of people do. I don't know. I'm a geek.
Try to pounce on him. CT's surviving. CT's thrive.
It's
in
pretty
fact.
crazy
They
though,
can't even
yeah.
afford to shoot each other. Uppers on lock.
Brolin trying to make it down into the lower site. We'll find that at the very least, but an absolute
Tessus
rock
swings.
solid
Nah, fun
defense coming
Inferno.
out of
Who wins?
Liquid. Mouse just trying to change the game up a bit,
Tessus.
not looking to get flat, not looking to be repetitive. Brolin with very little to
problem,
lose
Gilly.
here. And a whole round to gain, but he's not going to get anything going. Team Liquid, you wanted to talk about those 4 players that survived the anti-eco. Here's 5 members standing at the end of a gun round to take that lead right back.
Back-to-back fast
Seaside
calls
looked really
from
rough,
Mouse,
though,
and
earlier.
One of them works, the other doesn't. Haven't seen any problems when it comes to upper holds in general here for Liquid. So, yeah, very, very well done. I think again though it's nice to see quality rounds, but it's about how many rounds numerically are they going to get in these halves, because it's a slight improvement, but it's not the 5x improvement from the day before. It's no dominance in any of these positions. They are just here with a small lead, looking like the better team. I can say that about Liquid right now. They are looking like the better team. But this half is not over.
And critically as well, there's no one individual on Liquid that's just unfortunately bottoming him out. Like, Dust 2 was a 5v4. Naf's getting into that lobby flank. Naf's finding his duels, his one towards ramp before he gets traded.
Might not even get 5 picks correct on this stage. Oh, well, I'm not, but that's... To be fair, we were not really... As soon as I put
beat up a player that's
Liquid in
struggling,
there,
but it has been such an
I was
anomaly
trolling.
to see him play poorly so frequently.
Oh, shit.
In this particular season of Counter-Strike, the first 6 months of 2025, historically his worst start to any year in a decade.
That's tough, Gilly. That's tough.
Ultimate,
Well, Gilly, you know, while I am sponsored, like, peek around at the other ones. Maybe you can get something better.
Note needed. He will find that 1 kill on Jimmy, fall back towards B. Zershin gets closer, of course. Ooh, but Ultimate, head on a swivel, make sure to keep that threat assessment online, and takes it down to the 3v5.
They saw the cross smokes outside. They responded to it. Ultimate just gets here before he breaks the glass. They try that ramp hit again.
I wonder if Danish CS has more players than NA. Maybe they might. I don't know.
So far here
That'd be
on
oh God.
rifles.
I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to know that.
Ultimate did an interview before the tournament started, and he said, I've been thinking too much, and the more that I think, the less that I can focus.
Yeah,
and
Ultimate's
that's
Polish.
affected my play. And there's got to be that balance, right? You got to continue to try to improve.
Yeah, the roster, if they were to...
But you also have to have the confidence and simplicity.
The internet is calling for Ultimate enough.
Positions, and we are seeing.
To be fair, I think it's understandable. Normally, I think...
A lot of self-confidence.
Normally, I think people kind of overdo it, but I think it's fair.
No brain fog.
Because he could have just let Zershin continue to walk down in those caves. He could have tucked it backside instead. You see the certainty he takes that fight with, and dead on prediction of the position.
If I'm Liquid, man, if I wanted another offer, what would I do?
Liquid. We've got 2 left in this half. They've got majority.
I'd literally gamble Brokey, but that's because I live in Vegas and I'm a gambling man. No,
pistols and a single
I literally
Jimmy
don't gamble, but whatever.
Missed chance for Ultimate. Zershin going to be counting his lucky stars as Brolin opens up with the P250.
Problem with Dexter, guys, that kind of what I always tell you is
This
he
has
just
to lose.
It's not a bad opera. I just don't think he really.
Liquid cannot afford it to be this one.
I've become a. I guess I'm a Dexter hater with this, but I just feel like he doesn't really.
Ramp. You got Nafly already rotated downstairs.
If Dexter joined
2 guns now here
Liquid,
for Mouse.
I don't really think it does anything.
So Twist, will he just take contact and fall back, or will he commit? It looks like he's
I
going to.
think Brokey could, if Brokey could find his magic again, and him being paired up with Twist again could do that.
I think there's a part of them that's like, would they really try ramp again? Ultimate thinks so.
Man, Twist is just signed up for this fight.
I like it, to be honest.
As long as the rifle doesn't betray him, he keeps it clean as needed. Triple on the exit, and Maus get cleaned up.
And then when Liquid really starts to cook, they'll get mobs, but that probably won't happen. So maybe get me wreck.
And Zershin's been given space outside, so Shuhei just tucks in behind vent.
Yeah, this round's not over, certainly. Shuhei's in the best possible spot. But it's a
Get to
catch-all
keep your
position,
America's
it could
slot.
Be predictable.
He's a headshot away from hitting the ground, and that bomb getting planted. Zershin swings into him. Shuhei versus Spinks. The duel is set.
I was doing that. I was doing the NAF ultimate exercise that everybody keeps calling for.
Off that plant, but he commits to it, and then he gets a chance to reposition here.
They have ultimate on a smoke.
Really?
But I don't think they can get bulbs.
Go for the big rotation
Sergio,
around,
thanks for the 23-month primer. Thank you.
With ultimate on a smoke.
Yeah, he decides against it. Instead, doubles back towards Squeaky. And now that has already given room for Liquid's players to get out from heaven. They are searching for him, and he gets more damage in. Finds Naf over the top of it. Ultimate on the side of smoke. Critical miss shot, but picks it up.
Dude, whenever Ultimate busts out his pistol, and the fact that Ultimate uses the Deagle as a secondary just scares the fuck out of me.
After tastes of success, that one would have left a sting.
Definitely. I mean, credit to Mouse for finding a way to do something different there after ramp failed. That should have been damning. That Twist could have that clip, and then they still have a chance
He actually hits really hard with the Deagle, but it still makes me nervous as shit.
There's a previous moment in this half that looked a lot worse. So they're
I
up to
have
7-4.
seen him do some insane things because he has a Deagle
Classy here
secondary,
for
but
Liquid, I think, to look back on.
yeah, as somebody that used to and loves the P2 and loves the tech and the 5.7, I definitely think he's trolling.
It's just the nature of the blowout back on Dust 2. And also knowing there's a T side that lies ahead of this.
Simple does that too. Simple has aura though. You know, you gotta be careful.
Looking to finish it off strong.
Hair's looking great, thanks, man.
And this sort of sketchy round offered over by Mouse is one of the few times that Liquid have looked to struggle with it. And still having fun. A lead will help out.
Did you see Lakowski bench himself? Yeah, I made the joke earlier that the way he sits apparently is actually real. He was beefing with the team.
Deep angle in from ramp. They're gonna send Naf in.
They haven't used a trophy push this half so far.
And he has no good offers.
Actually, because they've been so
No.
persistent about just coming.
Not good enough to like be on Liquid's what Liquid's goals are. Not good enough to sit along Twist, to be honest, and like feel like you're not wasting everybody's time. Or same with Nerds.
Fast swing from Shuhei. Everybody.
Ooh, let's go.
Do it again.
Come on.
A couple
Let's
entries
go.
into A, but the defense holds strong for 8 rounds on the half.
Now it's D-side Monka. All right, chat, it's that time. Heads up. Add.
We've got a whole lot of major rookies. Let's get to know them. We're going to do some introductions. It's time for Hello, my name is.
Hello, my nickname is Molde.
Hello, my name is Lake. Hello, I'm Björnza. Where does your nickname come from?
I don't know, it's my brain, I'm young, let's go Molde.
It comes from ocean, actually. I was like, I'll just do another body of water. His name sounds all right. Lake sounds all right.
To like Breno, I just put BRN.
Ocean always
and,
inspiring a generation, chat. Jeholti, thanks to the 12-month prime. I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
You have code 0. So I put Zan.
How would you describe yourself as a Counter-Strike player? In one word, aggressive. Maybe a little bit dumb sometimes, but aggressive.
In Counter-Strike, I like to aggressive a lot. I think that's my play style. Now I'm playing Enter and I'm trying to like be more aggressive, but it's a role that's you don't be too much aggressive.
I don't know, what can I say?
When did you start playing CS?
2014, yeah.
I'd say I like really started playing my junior year of high school, probably. 2012, you were what, 7, 8? 8 or 9, yeah. Toshiba laptop, 30 FPS max. Good stuff.
2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
Wow, it's pretty quick, huh? How's your experience as a major rookie so far? Fucking brutal, to be honest. It's been rough. 0 for 6 on pistols. A bit of a brutal one. Not a single pistol round win. Our T sides have been shaky. Our CT's been good though, so. Even against Furia, 5-7 on CT with no pistol. It's one of those where you just gotta win a fucking pistol.
It's my opinion. If I don't have a very good team, my experience bad. But I have very good team. They help me every time.
It's so nice. Like I play every TRS tournament and major. It's a different feeling.
Hello everyone, my name is fl0m. This is my first major. I'm so happy to be here in USA. I started playing Counter-Strike in January when I decided to bring a Kazakhstan player to join me in forces to win next major. Right now playing the major is awesome. The food is great. There's free food, there's free drinks. I got to see all the guys that have been watching them play, Monezi, Nico, all those legends. Maybe they're out of the tournament soon, but you never know. So yeah, I'm very excited and very happy to be here. See you guys at the server.
It's a head scratcher of a half, but in a good way, because we may actually have a bit of competition going down here in this 0-2 head-to-head for elimination in Austin. An 8-round CT side from Liquid, dare I say it, out of nowhere, Launders.
Out of nowhere, no stats to show how good they play. I think we did see some of the same
I mean, they had
core
stats,
aspects
they
of
just
what
were
made
horrible.
their Dust 2 compelling, but now with more fragging. Right
Agreed,
now with
sure.
Ultimate, now with no sort of just bottom fraggers on this team. Actually, I don't think there's a single player who was positive in that Dust 2 match. It's totally changed. So a lot of good setups. Upper was locked down. That was the most impressive part. Now it'll be Mouse who get to respond. CT side.
On a map they loved.
Oh,
okay. Knife.
Shuhei.
They backstabbed
All
him
right.
again.
Hey, yo.
Unbelievable.
There you go.
We'll see if there's any kind of recovery in the tank here for Liquid in the pistol. Already evened out.
That's crazy.
Gets interesting with a very low health Jimmy trying to hide in the corner.
Nice,
Nerds
nice.
finds him.
Good
And you've got
turnaround.
2 players down in hell. Spinks turns over as they climb up that ladder. And he wants to get into the fight on the other side of A, but now there's really nothing he can do about it. He knows if he sticks out here, fights too long on his own, then his teammates never going to have a
Resolute,
chance
thank you
to
so
get
much
into
for
the
your 5
action.
gifted, man.
He
Thank
tries
you very
a couple
much.
times to keep
Thank
them
you,
on
thank
their
you, thank you.
toes. Gives that extra bit of space for Torji to catch timing.
Just never get bored here, nerds.
He looks away.
Okay.
And then looks back at the right moment. So Spinks, his teammate never able to get anything going, has to somehow pull off this miracle of a 1v3 with no kit right here, right now. Or go save Kevlar.
Why so muted? What do you mean? Like, why am I not jumping for joy?
It's
because like Liquid has done this to me, dude. What do you want from me?
He tries to get away with it, but Ultimate's got other plans. This
I
is
realize
Liquid
you might not
only
watch all the
8 rounds
Liquid
on the
games, but I
defense,
do.
a T-side
I'm
pistol
scared.
To start.
9-4. Didn't expect
I'm
to see that
fucking
today,
terrified,
especially
bro.
not on Nuke.
Positivity?
After
I'm
the nice kill,
positively
too.
fucking terrified.
That's good money though for the opper.
Oh wow.
Very nice.
Cool.
Keep it up.
That's the plan.
All right.
Winning Nuke doesn't win the series, but man, would it turn heads.
Chat's trying to bait fl0m into a caster curse. True, that's what I'm good. Thank you again, Resolute.
Mystifies all the numbers.
Chat literally going, why are you not more positive, dude? Like, I literally haven't watched
Torchi's M4 peels one off.
Liquid just like... No, not even Liquid. It's not even just Liquid, dude. NA has won like fucking 6 maps. Not series. They haven't won we haven't won 1 BO3, and we won like 6 maps total. It's embarrassing. It's been so rough, and holy shit, Flipper.
Flash and desertion eyes. Scout gonna continue
It's so fucking ass, bro. Okay, nice. Flipper, you're insane. Hold on.
Nolan's able to extend. Now
2v2.
the Nerds return it back, but they're now both half health, so the health edge is here for Mouse.
Jimmy floating around. It looks like he.
Oh, bro.
This
Nice.
battle. Nerds will pick up 1, and the 2 players that you just couldn't
Flipper
count
showed
on
up in
back on
YouTube
Dust
chat again,
2
guys. He went
look to be
crazy.
combining their efforts to save this round. Jimmy with a deagle. It's a winnable spot.
Yeah, but it's slippery, Jimmy. You just can't keep your hands on him, and that's
Tommy,
why
thanks for the
Liquid have
40-month
lost
reset.
track
Thank
of
you.
it. They've got no idea.
How's Pick'em
where this
going?
kid's
I
gone
literally
off to,
don't
and
know.
the
I haven't
fact
been
that he
paying it.
slides into the vent
Eagle.
after Nerds just
I just
left.
said it and haven't thought about it.
Tries to clear it. Oh, Jimmy gets the damage in. Exactly. By the skin of his teeth here, Nerds gets that one over the line. Double digits for Liquid.
That's disaster averted.
Jimmy damn near played that to perfection. Sliding into the vent. Naf Like,
Oh!
what was that clear?
It could have been.
They even win rounds that I'm fucking. Oh my god.
That pistol 1v2.
Check, can we get some nice ones for Flipper with the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 gifted members on YouTube. Thank you, dude. Jesus.
Look alive.
I will say, without the headset, though, the shoe is a little bit more difficult.
Oh, Jimmy almost had their head spinning. Roland gets found outside of HUD, not the only MP.
Hey, nice. Good trades. Good trades.
Fast trophy push as well.
No, we're not aware of radio. Oh, thank God they came back.
Stomping their way in, and luckily
Thank God.
for Team Liquid, they are able to still hang on.
Torji has aura, though. They are all one-shottable. Even Steven, thanks to the 27.
Liquid are officially crushing Mouse.
Oh, God. Well.
On Nuke.
Congratulations.
But when you say it, it still doesn't feel real.
That's like when you said that Naf had 2 kills after 12 rounds.
Try one more time. Just one more time.
Naf had 2 kills after.
No. The other thing that's happening.
Liquid are crushing Mouse on Nuke. Like little
Okay,
cherry
man.
tomatoes between their toes.
Oh.
Oh.
It still just doesn't feel real. But it is, in fact, going to be 11-4.
I don't want to do that. Do we have to do that? Hungry Jeff, thanks for the 36-month karma. Thank you.
Slightly sketchy little moments there, like Naf kind of half-ass clearing the vent. Nert's not hearing that trophy rush somehow. But also, Nert's is 16-9, so I'll lay off him. Blinded by the bloodlust of getting out onto that A floor and taking it over. Here's Naf catching the HUD push, so he gets... Dude, I swear to God, the head-to-head between him and Spinks, I'm going to have to check between the maps.
Flipper, thank you again, guys. Appreciate all the subs today. I think we're on our. We're about to hit 11 mentions.
Score line, but now
About
we do have the full answer.
Thank you,
back
thank
from
you.
Mouse with the actually.
It's going crazy.
They're gonna buy next round. Or wait one more round actually. They spent everything they had.
Oh. How much is a mansion? 1,000
Yeah,
subs.
they did.
That's
They
how we
did
do
force.
it. That's how we count the thousands around here.
I was sort of like, did they half buy? They kind of just got owned.
Told you, it just doesn't feel real, right? But it's happening.
Guys, I don't know if you know, but we're playing Liquid, and
Uncertain.
they're beating us on Nuke. Guys, they have 0% win rate on this map.
been using
Can you guys
Cyclone's
lock it the fuck
timeouts.
in? You're really embarrassing me right now.
Love that.
Shoulder rub. No shoulder rub?
I mean,
Come on,
I
shoulder
suppose this
rub.
is another great reminder that when it comes to Counter-Strike, if you give up, you're
And
not meant
thanks
to
for
be
the
playing
7-month
this game.
primer, thank you.
Because after Dust 2,
No
there's
shoulder
not a
rub is
person on
crazy,
this planet, I
dude.
feel like, that thought Maus were going to get stomped in this nature.
I did get flashbacks to Legacy versus Vitality when the desk said there was no. When Maui was like, "That's it.
That's it. This is over. These stats won't change."
Yeah.
You see this big 0? That's still going to be there.
But that is what makes the result so impressive.
Oh,
Yes,
you
it
beautiful
defies all
bastard.
expectations.
Thank you so much for the 5, 10 gifted. Thank you. I'm
God,
taking
we should
advantage of that
have bought Moses'
35% off.
snake oil.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, dude.
He was onto something. Not even the guy who's worn a Liquid jersey could have seen this one coming. But it would be classic to get ahead of
Okay.
ourselves
Yeah.
and call this nuke over.
They know what they're doing,
Wanted,
chat.
at the very least, a respectable scoreline for Liquid to get
Okay.
eliminated on. That is the point
Okay.
of lack of belief that
Stay
we
alive.
have gotten to. As if 7 rounds on map 2 after blowing Dust 2 would have been respectable. That is
Nice.
all we had to grasp for. And now here we sit. Team Liquid looking pretty. 12-4 lead. Absolutely secured at this point. Spinks is
Any more
SMG
games?
over
No,
towards the
dude, we're in our
secret stairs
last
will do
series
nothing
today. All
to
the
stop
games have
that
been
eventual
blowouts. It's
bomb
been
plant.
really fucking weird.
Team Liquid will make an interesting turn of events here in this elimination game.
Guys, 2 sets of BO1s have been played, and this is the second set
not
of
gonna say this round
BO3s
is
today,
losable,
and
but I
I've
will
been
say the
live
game is
5.5
still
hours.
impossible for Mouse. It's partially
And I was
because
live
of
like
the
half an hour
Ferg
before the
plus
game.
the pistol and the eco. We haven't seen one full strength CT round out of Mouse, and they can play it. So there is still this
They
question
have been
of how it's going to look.
They've been very,
Liquid
very
touch
quick
12.
maps. I think we've seen a few 13-3s
lots of
today,
chances.
13-4s, 13-6s. I haven't seen too much double digits, to be honest.
I think the T sides, especially, before Shuhei joined the team, these
these were the sides that it felt like were just overly simplistic.
I
We're
didn't
missing
see
a
Fury
lot.
stomping VP. Me either, man.
The
And I
map
say this
control
as somebody
just
that was
very,
hating on
like,
VP to
it's very
start because
simple.
their form
And,
coming in
that's
looked
something that I think
dog
we're gonna
shit, and
see
I
from
really.
Shuhei, that he can call
I had
a
no
level
faith
of
in them.
care
I was
again,
flaming the
that
fuck
he
out of
can really
them
organize
for their
players,
recent form.
allow them to have freedom, but
But
also
Fury
working
has
on
been
a
on.
greater
Fury has
idea
been a
towards
fun
the end
team
of
to
the round,
watch,
much
dude.
better
It's
conditioning,
cool.
and so that's why he's joined the team.
Fury,
So
Fury's cool, but I would have never expected them to do that
there's
to
going to be
VP.
an improvement here on T side.
Why is it every team that I doubt,
He
like,
can focus on his crosshair more, which he has
always
been at least
like does
consistently
really
fragmenting
well, and
across
then
these
there's
two maps.
shit.
Yes, sir.
Like after I start to think they're not
Which is,
shit.
I mean, for me, just a welcome
Like,
sign that Twist
got
no
your
longer
ass,
burdened
bro.
by the shackles of
Got
having to
your
call.
ass.
He's one
Got
of those
him.
in-game leaders where, like,
That's
yes,
how
okay, maybe
Falcons
the T-sides
did
remain
that shit?
simplistic, but individually didn't
VP's
have some
doing
of
that
the
shit?
bigger drop-offs that we've seen from other players take up those reins. Problem was, T-sides remain too simple. So screw it. Bring in somebody that can do the job to that extra level. And Shuhei keeps them composed here in an attempt to sweep back the series. From top of that A site, Twist gets his, finds a second kill on that A floor, and a very
Bandwagon
patient
fed,
lobby
true.
setup crushes the other attempt out of Mouse.
Bro, I can't believe
Crushes
this is
Mouse
happening, man.
across the
This is
entirety
insane.
of this nuke in the end, which is
Guys.
just a head-scratching,
Guys,
mind-boggling
we're going map
change
3,
of
guys.
events in this 0-2 matchup. Because
Liquid,
after Dust 2, it could not
Let me
have
double
felt
check I'm
more
not lying to you.
flat
Wait,
for
wait.
North America's last hope, but the Canadians
Wait.
pull it back somehow, some way.
Guys.
Shuhei keeps those hopes high, and so this one needs a third.
The help of Poland.
And those hopes look higher.
All right, they had a zero. Also, holy fuck, looking at their maps is insane. Oh my
that is
god.
large in
Look
charge
at
and got
Liquid's
some
map.
confidence back in it. And I just want to say to Noah here, you know, you think you're out, and they're just going to pull you back in. It doesn't
Wait,
make you
it
believe.
should be
It doesn't
updated.
give you some hope now.
You know my motto, James. Come
Oh,
meet
no,
me
it won't
halfway,
update until this
and
series
I'll
is
stump
over,
for
I
you a
don't
little
think.
bit. Yeah, I mean, look, this is the first map they played at the major. This is the first map it felt
All
like
right, so
Liquid
we're
played
going
at the
from a
major.
0%
And I can
win
think
rate
of
to
very
another
few teams at
0%
this
win
event
rate.
that
We're
are
so
probably
back.
more in need of just a map victory than this Liquid after the first day that they had. And hopefully this is a sign that can like ignite them into the third
fuck.
map of this series. Still going to be very rough, but Maui, you called out Nertz in the last series. You said you want to see more from him, and he was on fire in this map.
Oh, we got it. We got it. I mean, I want to say this, though. We got pop-off performances from Nertz, Ultimate, and Twist, but I'm going to say something that's
Fastest
going to change
payout
the
ever,
narrative a little
Chad.
bit. This was the DeMar DeRover game. This was the DeMar DeRover game. I know that's insane, but this was a fully stats-driven defense that just absolutely smashed Mouse. Like, they knew exactly how Mouse wanted to run all of their mid-rounds, and their positioning in the mid-round was purely constructed to counter what Mouse wanted to do. Like, Mouse are the team that like to finish ramp more than almost any team in Tier 1 play, and Ultimate was ramp on almost every single gun round. Like, that is not, like, that should have been the finisher. That should have ended
Namiga
this
versus
game
Pain. Let me hear
for
them
the
talk
side of Mouse.
nicely
Like, they
about
should have been able to
Liquid
run
just
over
one time,
Nav,
man. Let
but
me.
instead they're fighting Nertz at ramp, they're fighting Ultimate at ramp, there was Naf at ramp.
Let me just
sometimes
guys,
too, like,
third
this was
map's
a
coming up. Let me
complete
have a
counter strat
moment.
in terms of defense.
Here's my question: do you think it was a counter strat, or do you think it's Liquid covering for NAF after a week run? Like, is it that deep, or is it just like homeboys having some issues?
I mean, it's,
Let me have a moment,
it's
just-
definitely that deep in that DeMar DeRover looked at the same data that
It's-
all of
I,
everybody
like, don't
else is
even
looking up
believe
on
it. It's
Skybox
like-
Edge. Like, everybody sees that Mouse wants to just end ramp
the
it,
hope
ramp
that
it,
kills
ramp
me,
it.
Chad.
And then
We're
they were
going
like,
to
we're not
map
gonna let
3.
you
I
do that. So
can't.
that's why we got
I can't do
Ultimate
this
highlights there.
anymore,
That's why
man.
we
I'm
got Nertz
tired.
highlights there. Like, everybody was just popping off towards ramp because Mouse just like
scared.
they just kept trying to force the issue there.
In a
Didn't
way,
try
I'm
and make a change
excited,
up
but the
either, and
excitement
even
is
when
what
they did try to do
scares
it, they
me.
run into someone like Twist, because we talk about Twist trying to show his level once again. We know how capable this player can be, and this one of the games where we truly got.
Why is the
I think that's what's so
prediction
frustrating, is, like,
50-50,
you talk about the
guys?
capabilities of Twist. You added Nertz, who we obviously
guys
got
are
back in this
so
map, and you added
dumb.
Ultimate, who we know he's got a ton left in the tank, that he's got some potential.
You guys are so stupid. You guys are more delusional than me. How?
Three-piece there. I also think Risky Bob and Khan blocked each other. That's why the NQZ was of the 3.
Couldn't get away in time.
And now Khan, if
YouTube
you
chat,
give
just
this
to
a go, he
update you
really should
guys.
save.
The
There's
odds were
nothing
like
in the next
80-20 in
round.
favor of Mouse on Nuke. After Liquid won the Nuke, now it's 50-50 according to Twitch chat.
AWP. If he hits his shot, Khan is a dead man.
I just thought I'd update
That's all
you,
it comes
YouTube
down
chat,
to
on
is
what
if
they're doing
NQZ
over
can
here.
finish this, what has already been impactful triple kill with 4. Quad kill to keep his team in it. First out Vadeus, now NQZ. They're just taking it in turns to save their bacon. Massive work from the sniper. And Payne gaming a fighting tooth and nail to hold on. Like, he shouldn't have been this close, sure.
Yeah, see that jump there?
Yeah.
His teammate was right next to him, so he couldn't act. Like, that jump is like a hop. Normally, if you were sprinting and jumping, you're going to jump with a further distance. Gets blocked by the teammate, and that's how he goes down. So indecision. If they had just taken the fight on main, they would have had a better chance.
It either happens or it doesn't. It's 50-50. True.
Now down to an eco. Double digits feels like a certainty right now.
YouTube chat's cooking. They're on your side, Twitch chat. YouTube chat agrees with you. It's 50-50. They either win or they lose.
Wow.
YouTube chat's on your side.
Hugely impactful moments, right? It's not just these ones on the T side. On the CT side, he had that 3K over towards A with the AWP.
Right? Back-to-back 3Ks.
Yeah, so he's really done an awful lot of work right now to put his team in. I'd say the driver's seat. There's still going to be a tough way back in. The game's not over yet, but this is the T side. If they win the next gun round, they essentially win the game. And this is the problem with the force buy approach, is that if it does labor, if it extends to this point of the game, you're only working with 2,400 into the next, but we're 6 rounds deep already in the half. So you're just offsetting the CT reset moments later and later in the piece as your opponent gets closer and closer to 13. So the
Twitch
pressure has
chat
been
is
amplified,
just
and
YouTube
two
chat,
of the
but
players
in
I've
the
been the
office.
most impressed with from the Nemiga side of the server, Zwei and Xanta. Xanta's
Casual
a great
Friday.
aggressive opening piece. Zwei is very sharp, plays some of these extremity positions. Both struggling, 6 kills
Okay,
apiece.
9 minutes in.
It's been Lear's clutch. Khan's had a couple of moments on the ult. Risky Bob as well has been delivering. Setting up towards B early.
Liquid 1, what the fuck?
Just Sway
It's
and
just
Risky
the map
Bob here.
3, though.
3
Don't get
towards
ahead
A
of
right now. The
yourselves.
rotation is
Guys, we
miles
need
away.
to
This
be
is gonna come
realistic
quick.
and we need to chill.
What can you do, Sway? Oh, you've got a very wide screen getting swung upon. He's still alive, only for a moment longer.
Save.
Just as easy as that. A simple, effective B take to put 11 on the board, and you've already
Cautious
highlighted what they
optimism,
must do.
guys. Cautious
All
optimism.
3 guns need to be brought through if you want to have a little bit more of a voice into the end
Hey,
of a new
Biscuits, I got you in
can
6
drop
to 9
2, but
business
that's if you
months.
save. And I think that you should have that ability right now as Biggie Zero to let a couple of hounds off the leash, because one of these kills is worth its weight in gold.
There's a
And
world
now that
where
you know
Liquid
they are
knocks
on the
Mouse out of the
halfway
tournament. Yeah, I
line, you
just
can
don't know if
send in
it's this one or not,
You really want
okay?
that AK, and you got to get out now.
To the people
DGT
that asked
could have
earlier,
been
by the
let
way,
off, but looks like he's gonna
195
play more
until
restrained.
11th mansion.
Victory
There
is
you go.
theirs. He'd rather keep a little bit of a bank.
So right now, Xanta and Lear are the 2 that will probably drop. Or we see this approach.
Liquid has a 0% win rate on Mirage last 3 months. Same with Duke, though. And look what they did on
some
Duke.
lighter investments, and then you go into the bind to the next.
0%
But
really
if they
just
make that
means they
choice,
haven't
you're
really had a
essentially
chance to
giving 12
show what they're
over.
capable of yet. I don't
And they're gonna go
see
for the
that
shot.
as
So they're going to drop the
never
guns, they're
winning
gonna
a
get the
single
util
time on the
behind it.
map. I see that as never being able to truly showcase what
Just
they're
Xanta's
capable
going to be
of.
lacking utility. Just heard double molly mid. Now I don't speak Portuguese, but double molly
Boys,
mid
I have
apparently
pumped
translates
so
as
much copium, I am
the
delusional.
frustrations again. This is 5 major rookies.
Yeah,
and they were in a very strong position to knock Payne down, knock
I
them
am
out, and send them home
literally
and extend
hallucinating,
their
I
life
think,
right
off
now.
the copium.
It's Dust 2 next, guys. They've already lost it to Payne in this tournament.
Absolutely. I think the pressure may be getting to some of the rookies. Oh, and QC needs help. That's a miss from
But I am
Snow.
worried, though, because they're tired from the boot camp, so they're going to be really tired in
Sarah has
map
managed
3.
to catch
Fuck.
Risky Bob towards the con side. Khan goes looking for trouble in mid.
Xanta's
Davideus
so low.
way more progressive.
It's
Yeah,
over.
it is over. Xanta should be dead in a second. Just like that.
Great from Davideus. What a map from him. 22 kills. Him in combination with NQZ has just been phenomenal to watch. And it has to be the save again. That hollow feeling that you had in the last, it's amplified now. And both teams not playing Anubis in the major so far, coming into the black box against one another. Obviously, Ancient, that was a whole different point of conversation. Payne, they've been wanting to play it, or at least they've been daring teams to pick it. They've changed their ban to Train, and works out quite nicely against Amiga, who are strong on that map as well. Regardless, I think they go into this series thinking, we're probably down 1-0, right? You're not going to say that, but it might be in the back of your mind. And now you get to go to Dust 2. Your confidence is going to be brimming.
Yeah, this is kind of how you'd already discussed it with your team of how it may play out. And now it's becoming a reality. Another kind of lackluster CT output round. Trying some aggressions, just received very comfortably. 4 consecutive demanded of Namiga now.
This is a great resolve building win as well, even if it is for the series for Pain, right? This is about piecing yourself back together after one that you want to forget. With all the different issues that have cropped up throughout 2025 so far, this is finally the team that you know has a lot of firepower. Davideus and DGT joining these ranks. We know what Big Uzira can do. As, yeah, those frustrations for the young guns showing themselves. But here we go.
What is this
Is there
coffee
anything else to be
pasta,
said?
bro?
Do we have any more rounds of play?
You guys are cooking, Matt.
Oh, 1 for 1.
Wow.
What up, Knocked? How you doing, man?
Yeah, he was. NQZ caught in there.
Overall, guys,
and that's
in ears
opened up
today,
middle. Xanta has got a lot of work to do in very little
Might
time
be the
to do
move,
it. Big
bro.
Uzira and Snow going to be asking questions of camera immediately, and that's already softened him
nice.
up.
It's
45 damage. Now, in the meantime, sure, can't remove
kind
the
of thought they might be the move, but I never wanted to. I like wireless too much.
Home. Risky Bob's floated back towards middle. Now the pennies drop.
Well,
that's it.
Now the pennies drop.
That might very well be the end of Anubis, folks. A single bullet to the rotating head of Xanta. 1 bullet, 1
Waiting
shot.
for him.
All he needs.
I don't have like
Break
a. I mean,
as
it's still
he crossed. Oh, he
series.
didn't break it.
Hoo-hoo, so well, I'm
Yeah,
12
he
for
actually gets
12%
away, gets
off,
across.
but
Nade'll hurt.
it's just the game buds, what they're called.
Snow gets it in. Risky Bob and Khan to keep the dream alive on Anubis. They do contribute 1. Snow is isolated. Reload.
Smoke for the bomb.
Okay. Big Uzira coming in from Khan's side. Finds himself an M4, better in this situation. The AWP pass to Risky Bob on that low HP to stay posted on main while Khan gets cooking. Smoke on the bomb. Big Uzira, he's got the kill. And it looks like we need 3. Pain will not go down quietly. Does 2 require
Both games going 3 maps. All right.
with massive ramifications.
Might be able to watch both games, which is kind of cool.
Buckle, and like you just wouldn't want this on a belt buckle, would you?
No,
I
guys,
regretfully,
my pick'ems for this stage were like not serious at all, but I have them. I had Liquid going through because I want them to go through.
Sticker E. We got Pain. I always try and rock a big.
I'm not like super serious now that I can't get diamond if I'm being real.
you can't do this, man. For me, it's
Polly, thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Can we get some nice ones in chat for Polly and Nameless? Thanks for the 12-month primer. Thank you.
I would wager there is somebody with a FaZe belt buckle in Austin, Texas. FaZe up the tier list. Something just fell off. Shit. We got Team Liquid here. What do you think?
Well, I could see Keith. You know Keith, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we know him
Keith.
like that. We can call him. You can't call him Keith.
My boy Keith.
If I saw Keith wearing this, I'd be like, dude, you're the coolest guy in the world. Yeah, fuck it. Let's go S tier.
Let's
That's
go.
for you, Keith. That's
S
for
tier,
you,
dude.
bro.
S tier.
We got V for Vitality.
Oh, bro, it's fire. It might be another S tier for me.
When you know, you know.
Exactly.
When you
Like,
see
it
it,
just
you
has
see it.
aura. The team has aura. No, bro, it deserves to be an S.
We got VP. B?
Yeah.
Namiga? And it's kind of got the Sheriff Star.
Yeah, kind of horrible there.
Oh, I'm
Give me
gonna
a
get the
C.
shoe on head for Polly
Slightly
here.
bent G2 Samurai. I feel like he could be bigger.
But maybe that's a sign of where G2 are at.
Oh no.
C. Dude, I look like
Damn.
I hate Brazil.
That's fucked up. We got the Furia Panther coming through.
Oh shit. Okay.
Iconic. Kind of sick.
I'm thinking A.
You got a Panther on your belt 60% of the time. It works all the time.
Yeah.
The 3D Max, whatever this is. The Demon, the horns.
B.
Legacy 3-0 and 10.
Actually looks kind of fire on the belt. Let's say B.
Aurora.
Maybe if my name was Ari. How the British say.
Ari. See?
Yeah.
And
Why
it's-
is the
it's-
Navi so tiny? Dude, no, everything about this one is causing me like stress. And so
Mom's gonna
I
lose it
think
soon,
they
why?
deserve to go in F tier.
F tier.
Now we don't actually have that.
We don't have an F tier, but we're
So
just gonna
just
put them at the
put it
bottom.
underneath E.
Sorry, now
Damn.
not the sticker
Tough.
for you. We got the Mongols.
I'm like, I
Tough.
don't want to wear this. Put it in like D.
Size matters.
Chat?
size
No, chat's
king.
been dumb.
Size King Harry.
Nothing new. Size King
I think a
Harry.
good size of this one,
Okay.
which is ironic because it's for a mouse.
Frosty
It
Italian,
looks
thanks for the
sick.
40-month
Strong A
resub.
tier.
Thank you.
Strong A tier?
Strong A tier.
Spirit. Our last pick here.
I think it's A tier, man. This is perfect. This is the
This Miles Liquid
quintessential
series feels
list.
like it's literally
You
aged
can't
me, dude.
disagree with
It's
it.
like the
If you
shortest
do,
day.
You're wrong.
Doesn't even feel like it's long. For some reason, I feel like it's 6 p.m.
Well, Mauer, you were hyping up Demars. These two.
Is this
they
just
can
like
do
what
one
happens,
better.
like when I'm
These two should be
watching
the big
Liquid?
brains that we start to see there.
It's literally the
and Zip
shortest
coming in
day.
as the Mouse players look to take
I
their
feel
seats
like-
and get
I don't
ready
know, it's
for
so
this
weird.
Mirage. They will be starting on the CT side. That's what we do know. But either way, when it comes down to this level of game, yes, we can talk about MAJOR being favored, but Liquid have just shown up and they have proven
nah,
that
dude.
they
Honestly,
can win
it's
a map
weird. Like when I
against
take
an
it,
elite
like it
team,
feels
and
really.
they can fight back. Even
It's nice
when
not having
all
the
stuff around them
pressure on your
We're
head.
gonna have to do
you know?
it twice in a row because they've also never won a Mirage game with this 5. So I don't know if Lightning can strike twice in the same series. That would be a huge accomplishment
on the
by
desk?
all of the support staff and really the Liquid players at this point. Because MAJOR, they're no slouches on this map, and I feel like they're still the favorites in the series.
I think you have like a chance for something a little bit crazy though if you're Liquid. I think if you're your boy Demar and then Shuhei putting together
I'm just giving credit to the guy.
putting together a game plan and talking things over and figuring out how you want to approach
Just
this. Liquid's going to be starting on the T side. You win the pistol and convert the second.
They recently rolled out some stuff.
Bury MAJOR. I put like my top
2.4
3
wireless.
tactics
I want to give it a try.
in like the playbook in sequence, and I say the first 5-6 rounds I want to bury MAJOR because let's not forget.
Anything happened? Liquid for the first time ever won on Nuke, and they beat MAJOR on it. QT thanks for the 48-month promise. So
disappear and fade away when the
we'll see how
pressure
this
gets
one
cranked
goes.
up. And yes, it's usually on stages these days, but don't tell me an elimination game in this stage of the major isn't high pressure. So that's what I do if I'm Liquid. I crank it up and I try and bury them early.
Well, let's get it cranked up. Let's get ourselves into Mirage. Let's see what happens. It is elimination time.
They call
it's
me
Mirage,
Sue Win.
and it's the amazing Scrawny and Launders.
Did Mr.
Oh, I thank you,
Linvision
James.
win? What do you think?
Who could save Liquid?
Who?
Braxton?
Maybe, but I think he's busy, Mohan, playing some other.
The answer is no, by the way. They got handled.
We got the odds on screen, and look how
they
much
look
more
good. I
skewed
think
they are
Linvision, if I remember that Nuke game, they were up like 6 to like 2, and then they lost 13-7.
In total disbelief that Liquid would drop out of the major in such an embarrassing,
I was like, damn, Linvision kind of nice with it, and then
Mongo
Mongo's like, yeah, hold my beer real quick.
It's lightning. Can
They
it
said,
strike
let's get out of this game
I'm
real
just
quick,
left
you know?
scratching my head as how do we get 2 maps in this elimination series where Liquid have to play 2 maps they have never won before as these 5 players?
We have to remember it's everything with Shuhei. You know, everything with Shuhei is still relatively new for him. I don't think he feels like it's like we played Mirage 10 times and lost. We don't really know how their practice has gone.
They said poorly.
They didn't do. Yeah,
All right, here we go, chat. Come on.
Wait, so they didn't do boot camp at all?
Liquid
No, he said he was
the
exhausted
unspeakable
after.
here.
Okay, so yeah.
Back-to-back games on a map that you've literally never won on. Let's go.
The first week you're a major, but
0% win rate Nuke and a 0% win rate
There's a world where they're actually
Mirage.
confident.
Come
because
on.
we just haven't seen the officials line up with practice for Mirage.
All right,
but yeah, I mean, I don't have questions about Mirage, man. It's good.
Feels like you're drinking the Kool-Aid now, Mohan.
Which one again?
The Liquid can do this Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Yeah.
How's it taste?
It's delicious.
Well, they're 4v5 in the pistol.
Tastes like blue.
Okay.
That's a flavor around here.
No free brand deals.
Flank, huh? Jimmy getting a little active. Ooh, Jimmy getting a little excited.
Jimmy excited.
Jimmy a little too excited.
Moses said take the pistol, put your top 3 strats in the first few rounds.
Said bury them.
Bury them. You hit that shot, Jimmy, the pistol's guaranteed.
Honestly, you wait.
Now you don't.
You wait in apartments, Jimmy, and the pistol's still in a better position than it is right now because MAJOR are only at this moment starting to shuffle slightly towards this B site, banking on Torji going above and beyond. He gets gushed. Smoke lands inside of the windowsill. And with that,
such a different round now.
It's a recovery. But how do you retake?
Yeah. Torji's low, but they do have a kit and they have a smoke. It's always kind of scary.
You've got Spinks already trying to quickly cut a path up from Catwalk into this B bomb site. Bench player gives him a little skin to shoot at, but nothing too much of a commitment here from Liquid. Soon the smoke fades, and when it does, Torji and Spinks come out with
Why are we
headshots
trying to fade that smoke,
Bench
though?
player trying to keep himself down. Nap, this is
It's like
a
we
big
actually
round
had such
for
a
you.
solid
He's on
post
the
plan if we
reload.
didn't force
Shuhei's
that.
gotta now bail them out again.
Nice.
And as he peels Spinks off of it, it's a Torji defuse attempt.
Oh,
The knife is
no.
a second left.
Oh!
He gets him off, but the defuse comes through in milliseconds.
And it'll be MAJOR to win in the end. Shuhei just looking the wrong direction. Got the stab out, but just a moment too late. The retake is successful for MAJOR.
A fraction of a moment too late. Another one of these down to the wire inside of a smoke kill. Look
I
at
need to
that
go back to.
defuse.
I'm checked out. I need to be checked out. That's the only way they win. I need to not care. A lot of it extra 16-month primer. Thank you.
He said 0-0. 0-0.
Well, because he defused it.
Oh, just switches?
That's time remaining on the defuse.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, that bomb got defused, yeah. But I swear it's the millisecond it hits 0.
Yeah, which is...
Point
like,
0.000.
That's when he thought, because that's when it changed. So when that graphic changes...
Jacoby, thanks for the Twitch Prime. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
We need to... We can
Admin
find
said,
out
what's
how
the
much time
tech?
that is.
Okay, whatever. All right, let's fucking go.
B-trams.
What the fuck did you break? Nothing? Okay, can we go?
I mean, it happens at the same time.
I mean...
We're inside the sub-tick again.
Yeah.
Inside the sub-tick.
And I like it in here.
Fuck. Hey, yo. Launder sounded scared.
What did we get at a sub-tick last time with the
I think it was the Apex clutch on A-Site Dust 2.
And it was exactly no time remaining.
I don't know, man. It was in the sub-tick, man.
It was quantum.
It was what does that mean?
It was quantum. That means
Quantum.
things happened. There's a version of you casting this game where Liquid have won the round.
No way.
Okay, let's go, Shuhei. Let's go.
I hope he's happy.
A-Rap! A-Rap at
Shuhei
close
has found
call.
the first kill. This is obviously Liquid coming in on the fourth fight, still looking to bury Maus,
Nice.
despite losing that
Told you I
first
played hockey,
round
chat.
of this
See, I know how to watch the
very
game.
decider game. Elimination, folks. 0-3 is an embarrassing
Only
place
hockey
to
fans
be.
know what I'm talking about right there.
Continues
Jacqueline,
to
thanks
tear
for the
up
2-month
Maus
resub.
despite
Thank
them
you.
winning that pistol. It is just the MP9s left, completely separated on opposite ends of this A site. And honestly, Shuhei could take Jimmy's head off if he keeps this shooting clean.
Wow.
He will.
4 kills for Shuhei.
Pucks on net, bro. Pucks on net.
Fantastic round. We saw him make some great moves on Dust too. On Nuke, he had more of a team in general, but man, what a standout moment. So we spent so much time talking about that last round and how close the defuse
3.2k viewers
was.
and only
Didn't even
600
matter.
likes. Disgraceful. What the
Didn't even
fuck, YouTube?
4
I thought we were
rifles
cool,
get
man.
saved by Liquid here.
You guys probably still aren't subscribing to the channel as well. It's fucked
Maybe.
up.
Oh,
That's
Shuhei
fucked
might
up.
be coming in for this ace. I don't know if he saw Brolin up there.
Pucks and
But it
deep,
looks like
crash
he's
the
gonna jump
fucking
up.
net,
There's
boys.
a chance.
Small chance, but...
All right, Liquid won a second round. I'm
he turned around.
literally confused. But anyway, continue. Continue, Liquid. Please continue. You YouTuber. I'm one of them. They're YouTubers, son. You're a pigeon and you're a fucking rat, buddy. So
yeah,
what?
That's why. Yeah, close to an ace.
You know, going out 0-3 is embarrassing. It'd be embarrassing for Liquid. It would be an absolute disaster for Maus, though, because they're, again, one of 2 other teams that even have it feels like have a chance of beating Vitality, like a real one, in the grand final, if that happens. And that's Maus, who I think in one of their best of 5s, if it was a best of 3, they would have won.
Correct.
So...
No,
yeah, we go back to Lisbon. They won 2 of the first 3 maps.
Yep.
After getting 13-0'd.
You know, feels like this is one of those moments where the format could have played into their favor, but you got to get there first.
Yeah, you got to get there first.
And, well, Maus are getting there despite only having come into this with 1 player surviving last round. The mid walk-up was way less electric from Team Liquid, and it's in that slower tempo that they kind of throw this one away.
Kind of interesting. They made it feel like a fake for a second. Nerds came in and shot.
Those free rifles haven't done them all too much good.
Final best of 5? No.
40 seconds, you could continue to wait out and hope that maybe Maus understaffed this B site, but for right now, they're going to keep the majority locked in. Spinks along the bench wall. Jimmy to take first.
Oh, he got spotted. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, he comes back at it, and it's clean. Maus, only 1 survivor in that last round. They win this with much less than what Liquid had to offer.
The roller coaster continues.
Hell yeah, dude. Hope you have your tickets, folks.
By the way,
Premium
chat.
ticket, you can watch,
Actually,
watch in 4K.
new
Just kidding, you
update
can go
for
to Blast
Austin.
TV and you can watch
Apparently,
in 4K.
as of yesterday, you can transfer
free.
tickets now. So if any
With
of you are
auto
really
highlights.
degen
Go back and click on
and
them
say
kills.
"fuck it, we ball," I just want you guys to know that.
You can choose.
That was not the case before, but in true Ticketmaster fashion, they're wanting to squeeze every dollar they can.
Oh, Jimmy, that's
No, this is actually common Ticketmaster tactic, actually, by the way, if you guys didn't know.
So that's good to get the job done. Oh, drive by from the Tech 9 of Shuhei again.
Yeah, they do this. They don't. If they don't encourage scalping, they don't let you do it at all until the very last week, where then they can try to get a couple pennies out of everybody.
Comes up with a clean headshot, and now Naf is put to a clutch. You have seen many clutches from Naf, just not in recent months.
Come on,
but this
low.
1v2 is separate duels, and that M4 needs
no,
to
fuck.
Brolin to come back around the side of Pillar and push Mouse to the 3-1 lead early.
That was Brolin jumping up into the window and getting that kill back. That changed it entirely.
Shut up, Feeny.
What a reaction out of Brolin. Nice entry from Shuhei to take out Spinks after Twist got his first kill, but after that, Mouse did a good job stabilizing. It's right here.
You can transfer though, Flex. Oh man. Fuck. It went from good to dog shit to
middle,
fuck.
very little to work with, so Liquid just try to play with a little tempo, and it goes about as well as you expect. It is Mouse just owning them,
Oh, I got your
and
flags.
if the
Yeah, I don't
goal
know
was
how
for
the-
Liquid to bury Mouse, it feels like that has been upended. Team Liquid hit by a brick wall in round 5.
The reason why Nuke was so one-sided is a lot of the close moments went the way of Liquid. Both pistols went the way of Liquid. It's going to be things like that really tally up high. Mouse have to think back on that and go, what the heck? How did we lose Nuke? Will that happen again? And that's why Moses kept emphasizing the first rounds, right? You just want to keep those blinders on, and for Liquid, make them feel like you
Gonna
know,
cry
this is not
me?
your game,
Yes.
but
No, my eyes are a little watery. I don't know what's going on. It's Vegas. Probably some allergy or some
Take
shit.
a strong answer back to Scarab. Ooh, that's nice a shot. Man, Shuhei as an individual right now.
Fighting for it.
On a break of work, how we feeling?
We're talking about an in-game leader that's taken
Better than I did after map 1. Not great after map 2.
Though was close this entire time, and then when any sort of help for Shuhei emerges, that's Zershin to hold it back. So man advantage with that kill. Zershin just freed up to tear them apart piece by piece. And Brolin's gonna keep it tucked in for Ticket, but Ultimate hits a zinger of a headshot.
My offer! Who doesn't really up, he just kind of rifles.
You could just take the fight. They just keep on fighting from both sides. Spinks, 100 health, has had enough.
I hate this
A little
team.
fight out of Team Liquid inside that site made you think maybe man disadvantage didn't mean much, but Mouse will not stop winning.
That was a cute little peek right there from Spinks. Nice 1v2 in the end. And after Naflight swung, it just felt like they had things back in control, but Spinks was able to isolate before that bomb got planted. And 5-1 is now the score.
Spinks, man, unleashed that round, kicking it off top middle.
After Shuhei's kill on Torji.
Took his sweet time for getting this one back.
Shot was also great from Ultimate, my gosh.
Yes, no, a lot of great shots. Even Naf over onto Jimmy over on Catwalk. And then both of these closers from Spinks. The round count may be skewed out of the gate, but it feels like overall, just mechanically, right? Shuhei playing as he is, Naf giving us that clean kill onto the Cat play.
Bomb pay
Nurse
up
and
the
Twist
5
can start to get
God
kills.
damn it. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, the rounds have been
Why are you
competitive so
sweating?
far.
I'm not. I'm moisturized. Thank you.
Feels like the individual levels taking it up a notch in this final round of
With
the
my
series.
complexion, if I was sweating, I'd be
Spinks
fucking.
trying to stop it back in connector.
Trust
He
me,
will
no, I
shape
look like a
Twists
tomato.
down, and with it, Pistols kind of creeping out through jungle, but it's all looking
I'm just
contained for
moist.
the most part. Again, Team Liquid trying to play with that faster tempo, but Mouse stepping up to this fight and swinging even harder. Difference being they're hitting their targets. No knockout blows just yet. But at the end of the Mirage, it's coming.
Well, looking like maybe that nuke game was just
Let's see if Nertz will get his first.
you know, Nice build up to just really shit on us.
LAPD.
5 stars GTA right here.
No cheat code's gonna save you this time.
Where Feeney lied to you, he's had it before. He panicked when he had
Tech
it.
9 blast Brolin and then jump that bomb into sight. It would still take a second kill on Torzi.
I don't think
If he tries to lie, I watched it happen firsthand.
Unlucky. 6-1 Mouse holding back a frantic Liquid yet again.
They're like a team that now gets to look back. Hey, rounds are close, but only score that matters.
Maybe I should do that, Tally. That's actually genius. I wonder if that actually works.
That's a cute little giggle.
That'd be wild.
I'd be laughing my way to victory as well. 11-3 is Spinks at the moment. He had an awesome map of Dust 2 as well. Finished that one 21-11. Ultimate fire behind him. Frag sails by. More utility just pelting him and making his job impossible in terms of finding entry.
They did draw a lot of utility for that HP. It's not bad.
Twitch tells me my sub split, and I just whip out an Amazon card. I'm like, it's not today,
Full
buddy.
default here for Liquid. They're looking to come into mid control. This time they have a second player to help Shuhei try to fight this. This time for Mouse, I think they're ready to just go into.
Well,
like
Twist
a
is
more
an
passive
IGL
connector
Shrizzle,
role,
so no, I don't think the 6 is IGL because Shuhei is IGL, and they just signed
keep an
him.
eye on Palace. Keep Ram smoked so they can take a fight if they want to.
Come on, Liquid.
This becomes
If you fuck
a split
this
to
up,
B,
it's
however,
looking
it's
real
actually
real
not a
rough.
bad idea here for
I was
Liquid.
gonna say Grim, but then somebody's gonna make the Cole joke.
And they are still faking. It's actually a pretty good pace for this B split. It's that ladder room player, that's what matters.
Right, but that ladder room player is Spinks, and Torzi gets his one. Jimmy looking to get into the action, but Spinks is just soaking up all the frags as they tiptoe their way towards that doorway.
And this is a big reason why Mouse found so much success on Mirage.
However, the split, Twist is able to get out from the apartments if he can join forces with Ultimate. If that bomb can push its way up, then there's still a way back to this round, but he's got 20 seconds to surpass this angle inside of Connector, and a drop shot is not what he could afford. Spinks is still locked in on top of this ladder. 3 kills to his name, finally dropped to the no-scope, but the clock decides this one, and that is all Spinks
I
again.
keep repeating myself with this type of stuff, Sean, but I'll say it again. Like,
fantastic Dust.
so I expect Liquid to necessarily make a playoff run? No, but there are like levels. Ooh, nice. There are levels to things. Like,
Sure, why not?
Wow, that actually is a pretty
with the
massive
exception
save
of
for
one
keeps
map
the
on
op,
Nuke,
doesn't
they
lose
just
his,
look
kill reward or
so
his,
rough, man.
The loss bonus.
And it's not like they're playing Mouse right now, who showed up
Off
to
the
this
time,
major
it goes
looking
0-7,
great. This is a fucking 0-2
not
game.
when you're down 0-2.
It's crazy too. I mean, different play styles, but if you
Now, I
contrast,
do
like,
expect Mouse to bounce
quote-unquote
back,
big
but I'm still
signings
just
of
saying,
both
like,
these roster, obviously bringing in Spinks is the biggest signing that
do I
Mouse ever really
did I have
gone
crazy
for.
high expectations of Liquid?
Star,
No.
right? Nert's also a big deal
But
to
like,
make
show
the
me
journey
something,
over to
you
a
know?
North American org.
I guess Nuke counts a little bit, but
Contrast
it's
their
kind of-
scores right now: 0-7, 14-4. Xertion from top Palace is going to get the first one. Twist down. This is a full gun round coming out of Liquid. This half is just flying by, and yet still they're trying to get in, and there's the first. Could be the hardest. Nert's on the board. Still 3 defenders to topple. Gets that bit of vision over towards jungle. He finds his second kill now. Hands busy. Bomb plants in. And Ultimate with a chance, but his counterpart is already hunting from that top rope of Ticket, and it's support behind Torzi. Oh, missed shot from the Hungarian. Reopens this for Ultimate. He's on the prowl, hits him for 90, and this is such a much-needed clutch from Ultimate, denied as Torzi gets the better of him in the end of that head-to-head. 8-1 Mouse, the winning ways don't stop.
Yeah, they need a little bit of the what Spinks gave us in that 1v2 coming up Connector to just make this half competitive at all. I mean, you're just turning on the TV right now. You're seeing it's 8-1. You think this game is over and Liquid don't stand a chance. Technically, a lot of these situations have been close. There's been very minor details or one player like Spinks that have totally changed the outcome. But now, I mean, you know, best case, you come back, you get 4 rounds if you're Liquid. That might not be enough. They go to a timeout.
I'm not mad at the approaches. I think the round that they want to go B, they don't know who's in ladder room, but if it would have just been Spinks that they had to fight off, they couldn't get through him. And then Jim Pat, who was in B, trying to defend, but he hasn't had a super great day. No one on the back of the site as well. Twitch is up there in B app, so that was definitely a decent call, but can't out-frag Spinks right now. He's getting away with 2 every round.
Insane output in the maps that Maus are seemingly going to win in this series.
Such a Mirage specialist.
Getting picture-in-picture is the game close to finishing.
Even when he was playing on ends.
I've been avoiding it because I don't really want to do it too much for the best of 3 Supra.
Right now, will that slow Spinks down a bit? Just waiting for anybody to show up top middle.
5-0.
Still stuck
Yeah, I figured I'd wait.
The smokes go down first.
We'll have time to get to it, I think.
What? You don't have to move much when you're in ladder room. He's going to stay here.
At current pace of this game, I have a strong feeling we'll be able to get to that game.
15 and 4 off of rifles, dominating with the rifles. Then you put him on an op, and it's one of the few rounds where he actually gets nothing done. So
he was just suffering from getting bored, it felt like.
Looks like Maus put a muzzle on him. Now all of a sudden grouped up inside connector. It's okay. Primary offer could still save it. Might have to now. As all 3 remaining players of Team Liquid join up inside this A site, Shuhei remains, keeping Torji locked into the corner, gonna make sure he's not allowed to exit. And so we put Jimmy in a clutch.
I double the rounds here.
He does good work. 1 kill already. Looking for the con play next. And if there's somebody over towards site, so be it. Shuhei takes control of the situation yet again. Closes out.
Can we watch?
Team Liquid get a second.
Can we see if it's the jacket on the box peek of the guy walking down mid
play like
that killed
a game or 2.
Spinks? It's possible he was aiming for Delpen. Or was it? Yeah. Yeah, he was just aiming for Delpen. That's really nice frag.
It's another multi-kill moment here for Shuhei, topping the charts for Team Liquid. It's not where he's supposed to be, but he'll do it if he has to. That was a feature of him on Maus back in the day as well. When they would struggle, sometimes you get those Shuhei top performances. Trying to wield it against them and continues to tear it up. If nobody else is going to step up, then Shuhei will. 12 and 8.
No kidding. There's one guy playing to win, it's him.
Oh my god, keep it going! Come on!
That's all of mid, one by himself.
Let's
Jimmy
go.
will supplant Spinks' position over in ladder.
For the love of God.
Now the oppressive smokes come in. One inside of connector. He gets some info back, he'll die. No one there to trade
Best
it,
player
actually,
dead.
somehow.
Yeah, there's an Opera top middle. Ultimately
We're
gets
so
a
back,
chance
hold
to
on.
trade because Torji decides to take a step out through connector. And Jimmy can't control it inside the windowsill.
There we go.
So another round set up for success by Shuhei.
That's why they signed this kid for his fragging.
Oh yeah.
That's what Liquid needed all the time.
Just another fragger.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I thought it was the fact that they signed like 6 new in-game leaders in a row that they were bringing him in for that, no?
Nope. It's just, that's what it seems like. But that'd be too obvious, too easy to figure out.
Because Kerrigan, when once asked about his Counter-Strike Dream Team, said he'd replace himself as the leader with Shuhei.
Because of the fragging.
Oh, it's because of the fragging.
The calling's the same, right?
Oh, surely.
Well, it's working.
Excuse me, Shuhei, I was unfamiliar with your game. Calling this T-side, starting to get into the acts of desperation. He just keeps hammering himself against these mid-setups. Doesn't matter how many bodies are in front of him. Shuhei continuously now plucking players off catwalk as well.
Kind of impressive, not gonna lie.
And if there's anybody in these Liquid jerseys in the server that wants this win, it is Shuhei. He's had 1 outing versus his ex-team. The shocking roster change that came at the end of last year was Shuhei departing Maus. For Brolin to become an in-game leader for the very first time. There are roster changes where we say, okay, you get replaced by another star, but to be replaced by an unproven entity, how's that feel?
It's got to feel terrible. He knows these guys, he knows how they play, and he's also just committed to signing to Liquid. So you don't do that unless you're sure about the team. And, well, 4 rounds was the best possible outcome for Liquid. They might be able to at least get that, maybe.
But when push comes to shove, Maus decide to push harder, and it was looking like they had bottlenecked Team Liquid at the top of middle, but they get away. The attackers,
reset action, 4v3. Don't hate it. Let's go. Do you see him go under? Oh, okay.
Xertion and Spinks down.
Doesn't really matter
Still
anymore.
A hell of a half for Spinks by the end of it.
Nice.
16 and 7, his final score.
And with Shuhei dead, now Liquid lack firepower.
They both do.
True. Nerds and Twist, 4 and 3 kills is brutal. Oh my, did he kill at it?
Collateral with the scout would have been great damage.
Nice.
Nerds kind of pushed.
Come on.
But able to catch his. It's low HP on the remaining 3. This
Please
is
don't get one before
a winnable 1
by
versus
Brolin
4
with a
with one
MP9.
kill already in his back pocket. That Ops got good vision from up in the apartments, but it's in the hands of Twists, not a specialist.
Connor, don't tell me this round is winnable.
Brolin trying to just peel that Opper off of the apps, waiting for the smoke to fade, and then it's a Hail Mary attempt here from Brolin, not working with a kit. He's going to get the headshot onto Ultimate. Incredibly low health for these 3 last players.
No kit, right?
So Brolin just continues to try to push his luck up against the bomb. Again, no kit, and that's going to spell disaster for him. 4 rounds for Team Liquid. Shuhei drags them over that line, and they finish this half with 3
running
in
it
a
out
row.
at halftime. Heads
That
up, heads up.
is
Primer,
hope.
prime forgetter. Now's the time.
He'll concede. Didn't get that immediate lackadaisical walk from Big Uzera. He was so
Damn, snow on a
hoping
heater
for.
right
He's
now,
failed
dude.
on the smoke break there. It's the power of that hingy smoke. Ooh, ooh. Missed opportunity. Crisscross smokes. That is difficult for an AWP to handle, Chad.
Are they aware, though, of double orbs? Right now, Khan should go to site and Zwei should take over mid to B. This is a kill.
Yeah, Xanta didn't fall for the bait.
Oh!
So
that's the nerves.
Yeah.
All right, well, I don't think they know about the double AWP.
DGT beat him last time in the same kind of duel. How is he? Oh, yeah, X-ray top.
Subpar, thanks for the primer. Thank you.
Oh,
Did he look at his radar?
Yeah, I don't know how he saw that. Asleep at the wheel. Nice shot. Should be punished. Turning the flash actually cost him. There was a momentary timing to punish on Khan, but forced to turn away on that team flash.
Well, if Davides thinks he can walk out without an AWP train in his position, because Khan, the primary AWP, has got a kill now over towards middle, he's going to be sorely mistaken.
Yeah, especially if you get baited in, you're going to see Lear on the jiggle or the nade trajectory, and then you walk in. Perfect. Baited.
We're going to try and save, but Xanta's already behind them here. He can deny everything.
Ooh.
He won the fight at long, and now he gets to deny these rifles. They're peering back from short. They might just want to stay here for the save, but as time gets lower, if they go down after time, this is going to sting.
This is going to hurt, Chad. 5, 4, 3.
What?
Oh,
They didn't wait.
The time
They
as well.
didn't
They
wait.
were kind. Nemiga. That is very
They jumped the
generous
gun.
of you to give
They
them the
jumped
loss
the
bonus.
fucking
That could have
gun.
screwed the rest of this half.
They jumped the gun, bro. They're feasting for those stats. Centric, thank you very much for your primer. And Sam Terra, thanks for the 41. I'm a prime forgetter. Sorry, fl0m. It's okay, man. You look great, Sam. Stitchwave, thanks for the 6-month primer and chat. We are on another scam train for the day, and I'll be matching all gifted once again, you beautiful humans.
Little Polish power at the end of that
And if
one
you,
kept the
you know,
engine
saving
running
money on
for
that
Team
35%
Liquid
on
at
gift.
least
I'll
a little
stop.
longer here in Austin.
But it's 35% off, dude. That means you're
game
saving.
between one
That's how it works.
unlikely hero in Maus, but that recovery
man.
of a CT side after losing Nuke looked solid.
Book, it wasn't during the
until those
scammer.
final 3 rounds.
It's a weird scoreline because
If
you
it
look
was,
at it and it's just
I would.
Maus will be happy.
I
It's
have and I
overall
will.
good, but there's
Look.
something about winning the last 3
That's
rounds
how
of
it
the
works.
half to close out where Liquid are also going to feel pretty good. Now
They don't have like
it would be
scammers on
lovely
YouTube
to
though, I'll
split
be honest.
pistols.
Big
If
Buddy
we're here
Pal,
on
thanks
map
for the
3,
5
Liquid
gifted.
won
Thank you,
both
beautiful. I
pistols on last
appreciate
map
you.
with
How you
dominance from Maus back on Dust 2.
Zal, thanks for the 5, 10,
Without it,
15,
it feels like
20
a sure
gifted.
thing
Chat
that
out,
Maus
25
will close
gifted.
out this game. but even if
Are you
Liquid
okay?
win it would only increase
Yeah,
their
I'm alright,
odds
man.
slightly. MAJOR,
I'm alright.
they love Mirage. Now they just have to prove they can be consistent.
Just getting tortured by North American Counter-Strike.
Clean shot from Ultimate. 1 bullet, 1 kill.
Come on.
Twist
Come on. Holy
Twist
shit.
just laid down
Let's go.
inside A site.
Get his ass.
3 rounds to finish off the first half.
Oh.
And a pistol for a CT side.
Now we're
Come
talking,
on.
Liquid. Now we're
Come
actually
on.
talking. You got to go map to map. No one knows better than MAJOR.
Let's fucking
who
go.
got 13 0'd to start off a best of 5 versus Vitality. Came back and won 2 maps in a row.
All right, well, now second round time chat, so you know what that means. Alpine, thanks for the 37-month resub. Thank you. Alpine, I'm so lucky to have you back as a resub. Thank you, dude. Wow.
And this isn't fair weather excitement from Liquid. They have been trying to keep up the energy, even
But
when
it's free shipping.
Dust 2 got very
It's
dark.
35% off, man. You're literally saving. Lemon Strike, thanks for 27-month primer. Thank you. Let's go. Well, they all had Glocks, so not bad.
2 rounds the difference. Lots of money made. Actually, a little bit scary here for MAJOR.
Yeah, there's no denying in the back of their heads, it starts to creep in. The thought that you couldn't hold back your ex-teammate in Shuhei on that T side enough to prevent those last 3 rounds.
Come on.
The last 3
Come
rounds
on.
of a half changed everything for Liquid.
Don't just bait me in like this. Ricola, thanks for the 43-month primer.
was
Thank you. Don't you
total
fucking do it.
Conviction. A-site didn't even stutter. Last round absolutely free. Early guns for MAJOR, and it's Brolin to go head hunting. Trying to be inspired with what Shuhei was able to offer. Brolin finds his 2K entry as well. In-game leaders locking horns as Torji.
So not a
shaved
great
down
start to
50.
this round, huh? Not ideal.
Keeps MAJOR comfortably standing 5v3. They've foregone the op early. That's fine.
Gamble stack. A.
Oh, it was excellent.
Shoot your
High-low
best
spray
shot.
transfer there
Yeah,
for
I don't hate
Brolin.
this call. I don't hate this mid
I was
round.
just going to talk about him as a caller.
I don't
you
like
know,
that Naf's
how
a
much this would
ticket
mean
with
to
an
him, you know,
MP9
take
though,
out
but
Shuhei,
I know
especially
why
if
they
things
didn't
got
go in.
tense.
They couldn't go into window that late. He's trying to just not
Lest we
totally
forget
feed.
that he can frag too.
But this could be it. Oh my god, he
Russian took his eye off the crosshair for 1 second.
Naf wins that with an
MP9
MP9. I mean,
code!
that's a hell of a duel to take.
Yo, that's
and
bomb!
Shuhei
Stay alive, you
now has
fucker!
deep control on ramp.
They might run it back. They might run it back because Naf
Knows
got the
that
kill.
Spinx is running away from this. They've got 2 players in the ramp, but they're coming back.
They're
Spinx
charging.
is-
No.
Oh, super wide swing from Shuhei.
Oh god.
Naf, remember, low health because of that awkward duel. Try to keep Jimmy out of this.
How
with
can Naf save this? He's got a hard decision to make.
swings.
Oh.
Tries to get that bomb down, not able
Done.
to do it. And Twist, sitting at ticket, has to just watch the hope of this round go up in flames.
That was so nice from Jimmy, right? Him running up allowed Spinx
Minute and
to
a half
back up
remaining,
safely.
chat, on the scam train.
Naf could not in good conscience take that fight, knowing that someone could be coming out of Palace. That was a really good sound bait.
Well,
and
they
Plant
chased.
comes in
Okay,
at 3v1.
so how do I explain this? Okay,
There's no chance of this.
they
Far
chased
enough away
because
that
of
he can
something
think
that
about
doesn't happen in your
saving.
games.
Ooh, he'll get
And I'm not
challenged,
trying to be
though.
condescending.
Oh, and he'll
Like
go down as well. Great
when
round.
Naf gets the kill,
Lots has to do with Brolin.
Naf is the holy shit they stacked A moment from MAJOR. So they have this, but Liquid also knows this, right? So Liquid's expecting a MAJOR reaction where they're leaving and going to B. Shuhei and Naf know that if they run to B currently with the way the map is looking and they're flying blind, there's a good chance that they lose the round. Now, could they have done it better or executed on this plan better or whatever? Yeah, there's a bunch of things that could happen in there, but that's why that situation happened. Is as soon as Naf got the
To
kill,
work with.
See the 3 mid.
We see that peppering top middle.
that was the. Oh wait, hold
Unfortunately,
on.
MAJOR wanted mid at the exact same time.
So
they've got no A-lurks.
that's why they changed. Don't forget that
play
was a
ready just
5v3 chat. I want to be mad at Liquid too, and I like to flame Liquid, but that round was not really. That was not the worst round I've seen Liquid play.
The utility is down now to just a single smoke on Naf, who is also the opper this round over Ultimate.
It's these mid rounds that are the most tricky.
How
right?
often do you make
Pro
it to
knows how
level 5? I
start
don't
off.
know, man. I don't
Found
keep
an
track, but you
idea.
can see the
Brolin
record
gets
on there if
punished.
you want. Thanks for
And
the
even
200
Brolin
bits of
dying
hour.
there, they know that MAJOR have continued with the top mid control.
Gonna leave a player tucked inside the right side window. Hard fought
Denaro, shut the fuck
5v4,
up.
just taking a chance, right? An idea can be worth everything, and we see that for this opening kill in round 16, but now Twist is stuck in that corner.
He is. He has no smoke.
Alright, Shadow, 25 gifted.
And sometimes it's like,
Oh god, I'm scared.
probably escape.
And there he
Nowhere to
goes.
run, nowhere to hide, doesn't have the utility to bail, no teammate to offer a flashbang. Again, the only smoke is still for Naf on B. And so Maus may have lost a player in bottom middle, but they then reclaim it with the kill on Twists. Nertz waiting, gets offered a duel,
Okay,
and
nice.
best Xertion
Nice.
without taking damage. This is good.
Nertz really early.
Huge reposition.
Yeah, Xertion and Window
Goes over towards Market to just keep eyes on
isn't
that murder
quite
hole,
a
but
tell,
as he reels
but I think
backwards,
Liquid's
he's
realizing
allowing
what's going on.
Fortnite to
Oh,
get
nice.
this A bomb site. Ultimate freed up to go for a deeper peek because CT
Nice.
is so effectively held by Nertz, and so they're turned away. Mouse thought they had a recovery going with that kill on Twists, and now at this point it's just Spinks hoping to hang on to the AK. Liquid are keeping this close.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solid round. Answered back to a solid round from Maus. Fast into mid. That tactic, though, that's the hard part about those mid rounds. When the smokes are established, you lose vision of connector and window. Finding a way to be useful.
Taking a timeout? Yeah, take a timeout.
Part of the CT side, and this is one of the ways you can do it. Nerds
Maybe we don't want
want
to. Don't take a timeout. I'm actually scared.
Headshot and get the kill too. But it wasn't
Alright, chat. Paying my 25 that owe you guys on Twitch. Heads up.
Getting to window, to the back of window, and getting two more. Might as well have to talk about this.
Thank you
So we get
guys.
into the final
This
rounds of
major's
this
been
match,
insane,
and,
man. You guys have been wonderful. I appreciate it.
Liquid will have one timeout afterwards.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It was surprising to see Xertion go for the lurk right away, but I guess equally, I think, for him to see Nertz waiting for him. There just wasn't a lot of pressure on connector, no A-ramp or jungle lurk or anything like that, so.
Sounds we talked about this. That's not good.
Oh, fast moves from Ultimate. We see him climb up into Catwalk. Freeze
This
Naf
coach
off
is
of the
pissing me off. What is he noting over there? Yeah, what the fuck are you doing with that notebook, huh?
Roland, who in the first gun round got
Was
that
that about
double
me?
entry out of middle, has been
I did my part.
since.
Why are you writing this down? Why are you? We just got fully ecoed. Why did you write this down? What are you writing down?
You know, in the battle of the anchors, Naf versus Jimmy, back on Dust 2, that was lopsided. Jimmy was so freed up, so mobile, playing all different types of spawns. Off the leash.
When I hear Luca
and
typing.
now here he sits in the final round of the
I never
series.
worry. I never worry because I always am expecting good job, Fat Thor. You know, from
Half-like
Luca.
performance. This is a Nico-like performance, unfortunately.
Oh my god. I was trying to keep it series specific, but you
Just
raise
wire
a
with
good
the
point.
41-month reset. Thank you.
When elimination looms.
Yeah. So we all become Nico. With the guns that are available, it comes down to this AK, but that's
Nice.
already withdrawn from the rounds. Ultimate's doing an excellent job, man. He
Ultimate
was
really got online
super
during
solid
that
on
nuke
as
game,
well.
man.
There's
Yeah.
a flash there that Torji's decided to still hang on to, so that's not how they try to get Spinks around the corner. Looking to just take up positions in connector,
shit.
but in trying to do so, Ultimate freed up. That's his triple kill this round. And so Torji, all that was left.
This is kind of insane, man. 8 to 9. And, well, you have a round that Mel's actually do some good mid-rounding. You get Brolin opening 2 kills as they run down mid. And that's pretty good. But on both sides of that, Liquid have just full control rounds. Like, these aren't close calls at all. Now, this isn't a full buy, so there's that.
They're not close, they're not frantic. You know, you don't see Liquid panicking in some of these.
Need Twist and Nerds to
You know, in
step
terms
up
of
to be able to have a
aggression,
real
in
chance
middle,
with
it's
this, I
gotta be
think.
said, best player so far
Ultimate
in
and
this
Shuhei are
series,
playing
specifically
phenomenally.
with
But
Shuhei.
Twist and Nerds
Kinda
fully getting
thriving with
online here
multiple
with,
targets taking
man,
those fights. Deep peek from Ultimate again. He is being weaponized.
got naded by his
so
teammate for
well.
37, I
From
think.
Nuke to now Mirage.
Yeah, he has taken a lot of liberties.
on
and it's working.
bias to Liquid.
But now
First
Naf's
time
gotta
watching?
step up
Yeah, of course.
when it absolutely matters. 2 players in front of him. He's got a crossfire set towards Arch, but that player's also concerned. Twist. Oh, his nade goes too far. Naf lines up 2 backs. Easy targets, and he does what he has to, killing both.
But Twist gets out of the way because they've got one coming up, Cat.
Ultimate's able to move through the marketplace, so it's even
Cat,
easier than that.
you know it.
Zershin trying to catch a target in backside, nobody to shoot at. And so we hit a minute mark. Ultimate ends with 3 kills on this round. Kicks it off, and you're telling me Liquid don't feel this?
Imagine if Gamer Legion had better players.
Come on.
This run on the comeback, not only from Shuhei as a caller, but as a fragger right now, has been pretty remarkable.
Come on.
You know, there's a lot of last things I expected to see in this matchup. Liquid winning nuke, Liquid getting absolutely stomped here, or coming back from what was a stomp at some point. But the last thing would be Shuhei fragging his way back to bring Liquid to the comeback. And that's exactly what he's been pulling off.
Oh, come on, hit this one. Deceptive shot from Ticket, man. Nice.
And again, and Ultimate right here offering them.
Nice!
Oh my God, the no-scope headshot because he is on
Deagle!
Clean sweep, a lead for Liquid
Come
after an 8-1 start for Mouse.
Come the fuck on!
Those last 3 rounds of the first half are everything for this camp.
If there's 2 maps that they could have handpicked to end this series, it would have been Nuke and Mirage. This is a total disaster right now for Mouse if they actually let this go. Liquid said they were exhausted from the boot camp. Maybe it's because they put in so much effort, it actually had an impact. Shuhei completing the signing to the team may not have been a surprise because of the stature of the org, but when it comes to the results and you know how much had changed in a short period of time, they didn't really have a honeymoon. Well, fuck honeymoons anyway.
True.
All that
That's it.
mattered was the major.
Thank you.
Swing out for Brolin, set up by the
Oh,
flash.
okay. Oh.
Tapping back into that early success he had, but who's up? It's Naf. Hanging onto this B site with nothing. A very fast answer coming out of Mouse now. The moment they lose that lead, the moment the reality of this desperate situation sinks in, we go tied at double digits.
All right.
That's a wake-up call.
Yeah, because the last time they got this round, it was the double, you know, spray transfer kill for Brolin. If they just defaulted in a mid, there wasn't even the full idea. The round was won before they even picked the site, sort of. And Liquid found a way to try to respond, but now look at the kills on the map. Every CT in a proper position, waiting for a V-split.
Back to reality.
Get shot down. It's a perfect play here for Mouse. This will wake
It was
them
going
back
a
up.
little too well.
Show
you
them
know?
they obviously still can do this. Especially if they avoid
It was going
ultimate.
too well. It was going.
That's it, right? Take the fight versus the 3 players.
I mean, let's
struggling
just,
the most
guys.
for Liquid.
It wasn't going to be that easy. Let's be real. It's
This was
Liquid.
Brolin
Even
coming awkwardly around that far side of the smoke. Little delayed duel towards Cat. Empty-handed B anchor as well. Never a good sign for a defense on Mirage.
I think if Liquid and G2 joined forces, they could make a Polish super team.
Why are you not eating, guys? I ate earlier
Anything's
when this
possible in
series
the
started
offseason.
on Dust 2. They got absolutely ravaged. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Time for everyone to get focused. Full money on both sides. 10-10, map 3 for elimination.
Yeah, Malaz was looking at fucking Liquid like they were
Challenge bottom.
some nuggies earlier.
Trying to get ultimate active again.
They killed
Just missed
Brolin
timing.
so many times here.
He's going for the fight top middle, actually decides to double back. And as he peeks into a spray of bullets, walks away with 15 health. Could get chased. Could get chased by Zershin. You know he's got that killer instinct, but as he jumps up, Nerds is going to deny it. Team Liquid 5v2.
Oh, I can't help but feel like that was a little obvious. Nerds does such a good job of watching it. Why wouldn't you? You have to escort your op out of mid. Dominant rounds back and forth, but more for Liquid, it looks like. Torzy fanning the map. He'll get spotted.
Careful.
Brolin. They don't want to get too tunnel vision. That op gets turned around.
Only answer comes out of Brolin, and it comes way too Liquid 2 away.
It's the perfect formula. You cannot let all these underpass kills go if you're Mouse.
Oh, man.
Spinks said, let me try, Brolin. You keep dying down there. First it's Nerds, then it's Ultimate, then it's Ultimate. And now Spinks goes down. He dies the exact same fashion. That smoke is still fresh from the connector.
Thanks for the 16-month reset. Thank you. Need some shorts in the next merch. We have done shorts, but yeah, we could do some more.
He's the guy who's in window, making sure that exertion can't lurk. Now he's up connector, making sure that his opper can't get followed. If MAJOR want to keep going back to mid, they need to do it better.
What a wake-up call this is for Ultimate's Major. After the end of the first day of Stage 3, Team Liquid had 2 of the 5 lowest-rated players at the event. One of those was Ultimate. 24 hours makes a world of difference. This third map on the brink of 30 frags. And we see him so proactively.
No, Ultimate's gone absolutely fucking nuclear. I said that Twist and Nurse had to step up, but Ultimate just said, fuck it, bro. I got one more in me.
But the confidence
he probably didn't say any of that because he's kind of quiet, but he was probably like, yeah, I can.
Out of the gate, we've
That's
had
probably
so much action
actual
over towards
response.
middle. Nerds is inside connector, given a gift, as Sershin will be
Holy
killed
shit.
yet again. There is no entry coming out for MAJOR until
I just
Jimmy
realized
gets
Jimmy's
a chance
5
into
and
the action.
16. What
Only
the
his
hell?
5th
Not even
frag
claiming.
of the map.
Did you
But
guys
as
know?
Spinks is
Were you guys
locked into
telling
this
me?
corner of connector, Nerds keeps
I feel like
his
the
eyes
casters
on
haven't
both
mentioned. I
windows
didn't even
and
notice.
Con.
There's tons of pressure right now. Twist under balcony. As they're coming up connector, there's some decisions to be made, but there's still 3 players here from the CT side.
The split is no doubt in position, but it all boils down to the timing, to the trigger, to who hits first, and there it is. Torji catches it from middle, and with Nerds gone, Spinks feels like he's got space to get around connector, but Ultimate is everywhere, and Twist continues to tear up the other side of this bomb site. It's now Ultimate on his own.
Hit it.
Naf's gonna be the late arrival. Torji's still floating that bomb out towards mid.
Turns.
30 seconds, and he gets it up into jungle at the very least. Naf prying eyes into that A site.
No.
Missed the chance. Flash over top of connector, and he's gonna blind Torzi.
Nice.
Ultimate continues to hit these critical shots, and Torzi's pinched. 15 now. How does he get out? He does it.
Ultimate, you're insane!
Liquid.
Holy
Total
shit!
collapse. 3 ops in the end. Wandering
Ultimate with
around
the
looking for their
deagle.
opportunities.
Oh my god.
And Torzi's still just trying to wake him up.
Naf with the op had me fucking terrified, man. I'm not even trying to flame the guy. He's already having a rough time.
Once
Like,
again takes the perfect risk. Look when he takes his fight in the
Jesus.
connector. There's no one watching his ramp. You have Twist sitting there below the balcony. They could have swung out and killed him, but it was still risky for him to try to do that. But that's what he's been doing all day.
take the Deagle comment back right now.
They're trying not to get
No.
too excited, but after this comeback, you can't
I told
blame
you
him.
he's good with
Finally a
it.
missed shot.
Oh my
Pounding starts to
god,
feel
what the
real here
fuck? That
if
was a
you're
Galil.
Liquid. But Nerds on top of the stairs, hoping
Wait,
now he
just
can
got
pull
one.
off this site on his own because it feels like they're coming. They throw caution to the wind and MAJOR hit this hard. Spinks has got that entry, but you still, yet again, have Ultimate on this position.
Could be decent mid.
And as he tries to pepper that planter with util, it's gonna be Naf to try to come and help out. Damage done on desertion doesn't make this any easier now for MAJOR. Their Major is on the line.
No way he hits this, right?
He's waiting, and if he pops up again, it could be. He allocates Naf to it instead. The rifle to hold him back. He's still just trying to scour it, but no movement any longer. Hoping instead the connector player locks this in. Finally, the bane of their mirage goes down.
That's not where it's planted.
And so Naf and Twist to join forces. Time is ticking so fast, though. They gave Ultimate that chance to catch an opening, and instead, MAJOR's close in on overtime.
All right, round 24,
Unironically,
baby. MAJOR's fight back.
actually a decent way to lose the round. Not even saying that. Look at the money's 38.50 across the board on
last
MAJOR.
round when he came out of Palace to make a chance
Like, if you're gonna
possible.
not
Spinks
win that round, that
obviously
was best
clearing
case
out
scenario.
into connector is massive. That's one of the first times they've actually just tried an early timing to get out of the ramp and around the stairs.
Look at the buy on MAJOR. Look at the buy. That's actually crazy for winning the round.
See the money. They went into search for that last kill before time was up. We got a Mac-10 on Zershin. We're talking about 3 Galils here. It's going to have to be a light idea and fast. Nafly looks like he'll be tested.
Sergeant
10
Guppy,
kills
thanks for
for
2-month
him.
primer. Thank
Could
you.
not
They're literally
pass
just
as an
going,
anchor on
oh
Dust 2.
god.
Now he doesn't
They're
have a
just gonna
teammate
run straight
close
at
by.
Naf.
and there are 5 guys coming in his direction.
Nice nade.
It's his roughest season, and it's the round with more pressure than any other. He can't afford to
Nice.
go down with nothing, so he'll get the better of the entry and finds that wrap back around.
Nice!
A classic
Stay alive, but
moment
nice try.
at a
Good job.
critical moment
Literally
as well.
did. That was
And as Nerds
as good as
deep into
you
the
got
bomb site,
2
there's that
solo
contact
B.
over towards bench. You've got Shuhei waiting for a chance, but hands no longer busy. Bomb planted.
Still might not be enough because the setup was just so out of place.
Into B, despite
That's not Naf's fault though. Nope. Not this run.
kills on ultimate scoreboard. He will charge that off into the
Yeah, that was just their setup was playing for mid.
Oh, it is nothing but a ruse. It's a resurgence
Fuck,
led by
man.
Torzi. He
Yeah,
called
you
for
look. I don't
focus,
know.
and they find it.
It was the one idea that they could pull off with low grenades, with not the right weapons. Nafly gets 2 kills on the whole.
That setup
and
was
even
just
with
not
that,
it.
They survived. Spinks with this final peek. I feel like this was the nail in the coffin. It was so beautiful out of him versus Shuhei. It was the last chance he'd be able to fight with Cat. Fight looming soon. And Torzi told everyone to get amped last round. He said he was going to bring more energy today. Well, it looks like it's paying off. They open up the discussion again.
40-month reset,
push
thank
onto the
you.
ramp, and it's slightly. It was very successful now for Mouse. They get 2 for 1.
And the fact Spinks gets out of there as
Panda
well.
season, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Can we get some nice ones in
Zertian
chat for
trying
Panda?
to find a
Thank you.
solution to the struggles on this T side, just hasn't been able to get entries. He'll
Dude,
catch
Ultimate
one
is still going,
at the
man.
entrance of Khan. But the sky is the limit here
This
for
is so
Ultimate.
difficult because Spinks and Torzi are both going to look.
2-on-3, they know Ultimate is on the A site. They know Naf anchors B.
Oh,
so
wait.
Mouse, how do they
Maybe
figure out
consolidating
what the better site
the-
to
okay.
go to is? And where
Maybe.
will Liquid gamble? It looks like the lean is in the direction
Tough
of the
round, but
bomb.
maybe.
We've got
Drax
Torzi,
next to the
who's not
48
gonna
with
hear
primer,
anything for
thank
some
you.
time. So there is a
What the
moment
hell?
where they're going to be patient. We know
Drax
that
went-
Mouse like to pause. But honestly, the full commitment is about to come in. 2v3 on the A site. Who's going to get a back turned? That's what we have to watch for.
Ultimate on the
But they're not
AK,
gonna
Naf on the
Nafly
op,
to
as
be
we
a
all
ticket after
expected.
they know.
I mean, these pauses have been fruitful for Mouse in the past, but this one, lets the CT join forces.
Nice.
This one, Ultimate gets into
Nice!
the action, and Naf on that all brings him
No!
back, but he can't do it with the AK. Brolin's time to shine.
Oh, baby Brolin. He saves the day here in overtime.
man.
Man, that was a close call. Seeing Ultimate on the rifle and Naf on the op. That's an atypical situation, and it nearly pays off, but it's the numbers in the end that matter the most.
Man.
After the A-Ramp trades came down, Mouse stayed up a player every single fight. One timeout replenished here for overtime. Liquid will use theirs.
Thank you again, Panda Season, for the 5, bro. Thank you, man.
They did some new stuff. What was successful to get into overtime was using the A-ramp. They tried to use that again. They were faster up connector. Zertian was just dying in the mid-round, trying to get into window, get into connector a little bit later on. Nerds was following, so they said, let's do that, but a little bit sooner.
Somebody help Ultimate, man. Somebody. Dude is putting on a crazy performance, and the only person that's positive is fucking Shuhei.
Copy and paste.
Solo ramp this time, though, for Jimmy. Locked into the closest of the corners. Zertian's just been beating his head against the wall to try to get through, but it feels like a matter of time before maybe he cracks one well.
This is kind of how their older Mirage mid-rounds looked, except they've got a player on A-ramp and Palace. They're going a little lighter in mid. They're foregoing the underpass crawl that has cost them a player. Zertian backing up into it.
Panda, thanks for 200 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's a familiar flavor, but with a twist.
Bro's making MP3s in chat. That's
It's just
fun. How did that
locked in
hype
jungle
going?
at the moment. As long as that connector smoke stays up, he's not worried about the walkout.
Jungle player's most important CT on the map. They're going to take first contact versus a lot of fights. Zertian couldn't get the better of him. Another great
Still
flank.
going.
That's
Come on.
33 and 13.
Knows another player's in that connector corner. And they're signing up for a
Nice.
challenge offered over to him. Brolin's going to get held back. Spinks catches the Nerds frag, then Jimmy's able to activate
No,
ramp. Now it's
no.
just these last two 8 players trying to
How
push
is
out,
it?
but you need enough time to go get bomb.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. It's burning. Overwatched by Twist.
Oh my God, great job living. How?
This is going to have to be a Hail
Aura.
Mary here. Throw caution to the wind. Get aggressive and take this out of the hands of Liquid. But Twist from on top of that bomb has, oh, hold on, not enough.
Wait, there's a chance for him to get this bomb and try to plant.
He's got just enough on that clock, and it's low health ultimate. A single bullet from either gun from Spinks. Fakes it out, elicits the peek. Now Spinks has got to chase him down.
He
No
did
other
fucking
option.
beauty! He doesn't bite. Ultimate will not get
You're
tricked.
insane!
No play to
How
win.
the fuck did Naf die?
Spinks thinks he'll come to him. That clutch goes up in smoke. 2 kills deep, and Ultimate holds his nerve.
Did Naf whiff or did Spinks just one tap him? I need to see this. No replay for that?
Can't
Okay,
believe
thank
he got
God.
out of CT in the first place. That's the only reason he was able to make this play.
Dude,
And just
what
as
a
much as
crazy
Spinks
clutch
knew
out
he
Ultimate.
was, he
Somebody
got
help
early fight.
Ultimate, dude.
Ultimate fed into that fear. Spinks was bumping into walls, thinking about the time, trying to get the plant up, but knowing he'd be exposed as well. It was a very nice attempt at the clutch, a close situation, but that's what you want to see at this point in the game with both these teams in overtime.
Jimmy, give me smoke.
Jimmy smokes, let's go.
Another battle for middle out of the gate.
It looks like they're only going B on full money. To be honest, man, this is a 1v3.
It's Naf all alone again, dude. He has no smoke this time if they hit him at B.
It's tough though because of the economy, because of the overtime money at the major. We've got a FAMAS on the field.
Oh, Twist got 2! Twist got 2!
Throw it out the window. It's just Twist, double kill, easy. Although Naf
They're looking
takes
for
this
Naf.
deep
They're looking for
angle
Naf.
into Arch instead.
Nice,
Looks
Naf.
good. He's starting to step up
One
as
more.
this game goes on. Naf with a double
Holy
kill.
shit.
A second double inside this B site. And
Nice
that was those
moves.
off shots whiff. It is Team Liquid, 14-13 lead.
Yeah, they tried to now pull in what they brought on the last
Naf
round of regulation with that
having a
B-rush.
terrible
Well,
series.
it started off with the mid control, but they lose
But the
two
last
players
two
as they're
B hits.
trying it. Twist handles it from Cat.
Let's go. Let's go. Come on.
starts
Now
to
take
get
that
in.
to
Yep.
T side. Take that to fucking T side. Let's go.
I don't know about for you, but to me, it feels like there's a couple of these late rounds that get Nafly as the target. Try to pummel him, try to push him over, try to kick him while he's down.
The mid rounds and the late rounds, actually, Mauser doing some cool stuff. But like every round that they started out inside of middle, Liquid are
And
able
one?
to stay 5v5
Oh, shit,
late.
for real?
They're able to get their kill.
That's
If
crazy.
the Mouse don't get their kills in the first 20 seconds of the mid
Risky
control,
Bob's
it feels
out.
like Liquid will win. They're letting that situation take place too often. Now we switch over.
Sershin already inside Con, can just lean back, but now he's pinched. Ooh, survives the test of Shuhei, who was lights out across the T side for Maus when it came to these mid openings. Nerds, Twists, both a kill apiece.
Now it's Jimmy.
Man advantage on the lowest performing player
Come on.
for the Maus squad. Inside
Come
shot out of Twist.
This is for 15.
Freed from the shackles
Holy
of leadership, he just tears it up inside of B, and Ultimate will put that bomb down. Maus let Liquid secure 3 rounds in a row at the close of their first half in regulation,
Bro, it's 10 KOT.
and that road leads us here.
And you were
Oh,
just talking
don't
about the
hunt
money.
early,
Well,
but like
if they lose it,
also
this
hunt.
next round, the money won't matter at all. They're going to stand back to save this up anyway. And Liquid have just put themselves in the best position of the game now. They switch
Fuck.
over.
Okay.
They get the first round in on their T
33
side.
and 15. I know he didn't get a kill, but still.
And now we remember that in
Rolling from
regulation,
Poland, Ohio, man.
it was the last 3
And
rounds
Twist getting the double
on
entry
T
with
side
Nerds.
that Liquid ended up winning.
Holy
It
shit.
was a half. They only got
My
4
God,
rounds.
what this team looks like
But
when
as it
Twist and
progressed,
Nerds shoot
they
people is
actually
pretty
became
good.
the better team. Mouse have to remember when they were dominant.
Okay, Liquid, new strategy. Only pick maps that
We
you've
said
never
the mood
won
in
on.
Team Liquid's camp was high from the get-go, even back on Dust 2 when Roland was missing scout shots. That attitude has been held on to this entire time. Op immediately looks for that lower fight. Torsi eats the flash, has to fall back. And Team Liquid don't retain top mid control with an iron fist. They kind of let it slide just for a second because it looks like they're coming back for it soon.
That flash was missing from the MAJOR mid approaches. Nerds would have been dead already if Ultimate was on the other side. But Spinks was incredible on Cat. He's here 29
Kind of a waste.
and 18.
They're not going to play anything.
The T side starting to get organized, but that bomb's going B, it looks like. I don't know if they're worried about mid at the moment. We talked about Nafly and how much he struggled as an anchor. Jimmy's having a bad map here. 9 kills. And it feels like at the end of regulation, just like Naf got tested and got his 2 frags, it'll have to be Jimmy
get
to
moved
save
up?
the day.
Yes. Because the same thing for the whole major. They put the maps in the score at top left during the freeze time, and then they shift it for the radar.
This is going to help the site a ton.
Oof.
What is this moment?
He doesn't get it.
Oh, he doesn't.
But they can still follow through with the plan. The idea's in
No,
position.
they have 3.
Nothing
They have 3.
changes that. Kills come out
Okay.
for MAJOR.
They know he's
And
jail
Jimmy has
still.
not moved a muscle. He is locked in against this wall.
Okay, I thought they knew he was jail.
Towards Cat. Ultimate wants the peek from Market first. Nade! It gets the job done to put Roland into the clutch. 15 on the clock. He jumps down for the bomb, swaps guns. Can he pull this out of the hat?
Oh, he just
It's a
sticks
bomb
it.
plant
Holy
on
fuck.
default.
Oh,
They're gonna
oh,
try
he
to
dodged
push.
it.
He baits out the
Oh.
shots and they'll pinch him. Just 2 players left on that site as
Spirit 3-0?
Nafly is
Yes, he
nearly
did.
the solution.
J-Man, thanks for the
Back
3
on
fucking
Nerds
years.
moment,
Thank you,
jumps
man.
up on Cat. Doesn't expect to see anybody not looking at him. Can't lock down the frag on Spinks. He's been too solid here on CT side, even getting caught off guard. And that's 1 of 3 players over on B. So as a team, MAJOR made the right read. They stacked the appropriate site. Jimmy did a great job.
Nice one, people.
And they officially bring this game back. Whoa, Brolin's alone.
This is MAJOR holding their nerve in the face of elimination.
Brolin's alone.
He's alone and he's dead.
They're not running just yet.
What's this setup?
They're immediately going back around through spawn. Torzy, it's an emergency moment for him.
This is where Ultimate did all of his heavy lifting. And now Torzy, the
Okay,
counterpart's
thanks for
gotta do the
37
same.
month primer. Thank you.
Utility makes it awkward. He offers up the angle. He puts a smoke down in front of him to create some ambiguity, to pop it open to challenge, but his teammates are dropping like flies. 6 consecutive playoffs throughout this season for MAJOR, all while Shuhei had to watch from home, and they will continue to fight for it at the Major. Because in the blink of an eye, Team Liquid's hope of closing in the first overtime disappears. You had an open sight, and now all Nerds needs to do is kill the last 2, but that's too much to ask. It is all fight from Torzy.
Yeah, man, Torzy, he eats that last flash before he throws his missile smoke, and it didn't feel like he was gonna have the same impact. Takes out Shuhei first on top of Tetris and then makes it.
Seize the day.
Oh, an absolute show. What a final shot there. That one's to stay alive. No one's getting eliminated easily here at the Major. This gives MAJOR a lot of time to think and learn.
Dude,
and I never thought in a million years I would say in this Mirage game that Liquid are tactically playing better than they got better setups than them, but they do.
I don't know.
They've been better at killing underpass when MAJOR have tried to take over mid control. They've had more good starts on CT side.
I don't know.
Every time that MAJOR are trying to attack them,
It's not even the
has
right
been erased.
word,
It's
man.
the most important part of taking connector control. Nerds has done better than him.
Predictably disappointed.
Yes,
Did you
we
notice
do.
how I didn't say anything? I just fucking told you guys to hold. Oh my god, dude. It's just so it's painfully predictable. Fuck Christ, man. Noki, thanks for the 3-month primer, man. Thank you. And Hoagie, thanks for your 27-month primer.
While we have a second, man, that last A defense did look sketchy. The solo Brolin hold with the peek from Sandwich.
Yeah, the game could have been ended
How-
there if not for Torzy. That's just a matter of fact. So
Liquid can
That's
just...
the thing. Liquid, they won barely any rifle rounds in the first half, but they won them all at the end of the half. They clearly had more to show.
They can just... You know, they love to lose, I swear to
It's one
God.
of the more quiet situations. Shuhei, let's
There's
see
like
if he
no
gets
other
pushed.
explanation.
Yeah, they're up close. No one there to trade that.
Spink set up
What is
early,
it? What's
stomping
the
back.
fucked up
Nerds
version
lets
of
him
it?
know that he's down here.
They
That's gonna
snatch
keep
victory
Xerxes
from the
kind of
jaws
floating
of
bottom
defeaters, or
connector.
they
Very
snatch
risky
defeat
for
from the jaws of
Nerds, but
victory.
he's
I don't
gotta keep
fucking
it out
know.
mid.
It's one of those. You know what I'm
The
saying?
timing to
That's
leave.
Liquid.
The frag grenade from Spinks was the open door for Xerxes
Okay.
to up into
Well, we're
kinetic.
4v4 somehow in the weirdest way possible. Hold on.
Saw him, but it looks like he's laser focused on this position.
And Spinks has been phenomenal.
Clutching defeat
One
from
of the
the jaws of
sickest
victory.
individual
yeah.
rounds last.
But this is transforming into an A play. They've got a connector.
Oh, he
and
tries to
Spinks
slide
Nice.
out.
down.
Twist
Okay.
gets the kill over towards B site. Meanwhile, slide up.
Oh my
through
God.
gun, and all the entries going well here for Liquid all across the map.
That was so hard to read.
The tug of war back and
Guys,
forth.
it's
is gonna
totally
leave them
coming. Just
scratching
stay
their
B.
heads. They are on
Torsi,
the
please stay the
wrong
fuck
bomb
away.
site.
It had all the makings of
Stay
a
the
B
fuck
attack.
away.
Torsi
Okay,
runs in,
thank you.
ultimate hits his, and now it is across
Ultimate
the
is
board.
35
A success story
and 17.
To start OT2 for Liquid.
No way they pulled that off.
Nobody
And how
on
many times
Liquid
do you
is
see
positive besides
Spinks inside
Ultimate.
of ladder? If we counted the rounds in this game, he didn't get a
There's
kill
3
from
players
ladder.
even, but nobody is
I don't
positive.
even know if there'd be any. Even that last round where Nerds caught him at the top of Catwalk, outside of it, he still got the kill.
Look at Mouse, though. I don't care about Mouse, Heiser.
That's
So
pretty
shut the fuck
massive
up.
impact. Again,
That's not true.
Shuhei
I actually like
dies at
Mouse.
top
But
of
right
it.
now,
Nerds
not right
should
now.
not be able to get out of underpass. But you have Twist, who was a second layer there, and they were willing to come back into that fight. That's what won the round here for Liquid. And if they're better on CT side at mid, and now they can win on T side too, the Mouse have their work cut out for them. This is, yeah.
It's across the board.
I'm
On
not
this
used to
day, he'll
seeing
be
everything
cranking
go
during
right
this
for
game.
Liquid,
I
but
did
that's
tell
what
you.
we're watching right now.
I did tell you. I'm very honest about my cope.
Torsi drops. This is different.
Oh, Brolin alone again on the A ramp. They look like they're going to come out pretty soon.
Okay.
Oh, he's right behind him in connector.
This time, Torsi is nowhere to be found, nowhere nearby to save this. And you can still see the scars of Torsi's last time holding this position. They're worried that he's over there. It's not the case. They try to go for that Brolin solo hold with no real support, but as Team Liquid kind of stall out and slow down, it does give timings over. It's just not in the middle of that push, which means bomb planted, something they
Come
couldn't
on.
have achieved
Keep it going,
last time.
Ultimate. Keep it going,
In
bro.
what could have been the best chance to close, Liquid given extra space. The last thing Mouse should be offering over. Utility comes out from Ticket. Ultimate loses his line. Xerxes gonna get the retake going from
Let's go.
T-Spawn. Ultimate, because he loses that angle, decides to push his luck. Jimmy doing the exact same thing. We've got CTs inside the site now,
Good
but
trade.
Torsi's dropped. And that Xerxes flank, all for naught. Team Liquid gunning for a flawless T-side.
The call is beautiful up the A
And as we all
Brolin
predicted,
dying
the first
again,
person to
getting
go
caught off
positive on
guard
Liquid.
as the solo site
Yeah.
player, and more than the priority of getting a kill is to stay alive in that position. And it just puts his team to a very awkward spot. But that's actually funny because it worked for Mouse to come up heavy A ramp in some of those later T rounds for themselves. Now this also works for Liquid.
All that talking shit, chat. You guys are revving it up.
I think they gave NAF too
You guys
many
are
rounds
revving
to
it up.
run.
I want you guys to think of, chat, think of what you said you wanted to have happen for Liquid on Dust, and now look at who is banging.
How much more impact can Ultimate have on this game?
Not even saying you guys were necessarily wrong for the criticism, but it is also cinema.
Lineup. Oh,
I thought he was about to
barely
get
gets
both.
out of that one. 24 points of health.
Bro said, take me back, Naf, forgive me.
What they wanted was an early fight inside of the apartments. They got it. And there is more to come because total mid-control from
Spinks.
Liquid by one player.
They killed Spinks. They know that ladder's open. They're just taking this for themselves.
For once, Nerds is allowed to just take it over. No challenge, no contest. Not a single body spotted out there in middle.
Looks like they want to go back to make sure that A ramp hasn't been pushed. It looks like Mouse have actually clued into this idea a little late. But Shuhei, look, he's going to go meet him. That's what he's
When he's
looking
your B
for.
anchor, Gray, and he did his
Gets
job
the duel he was
both
looking
times.
for, but
Oh,
loses that fight versus
God.
Brolin.
Oh.
Didn't even hit a bullet in that fight either, but right now Jimmy again left on a quarter health early on.
And once the smoke fades,
Why
Ultimate's
spray
gonna come
there?
looking for this
Probably spray because he
contact, looking
panicked, to be
for
honest with you.
this thread to pull on. You can see Torchy's starting to get over towards the marketplace as Jimmy decides to just full commit to this corner. Molotov goes beyond him. Eventually, we're going to get Nerds getting active. He wins the off fight.
Hold that, Torchy. Hold that.
No!
Yes!
As you'd anticipate, the trade comes out. On the brink of 40 kills.
Come on!
Put that bomb down.
That wasn't the Opper. 39 for Ultimate.
Nerds is allowed to lock into the corner. The op turns. It is right
Oh, he
there,
tagged
primed
him.
for the taking. Only
And he saw the
37
other one.
damage. He gets tagged up even further now. Deep utility. This is an awkward spot for Ultimate. And Brolin's gonna get it going. Nerds is afforded the space over towards Arch. And as
Oh, he
Brolin
didn't hear him
swings,
right.
He gets the better of the
No
damage.
kid, no
When
kid.
Nerds up close. He's got to track it, and he can't stop it. Brolin grabs
picked
the
up a
kid,
kid. Fuck.
and he will run for that bomb to give them a
His audio
hope,
was
a
not-
shred of hope.
not good
as
right
they
there. I
will
don't know what
take
happened.
back to the T side in an attempt to still best Liquid.
Ultimate is
Just in
literally
time,
going
and it's on
crazy,
the way
man.
to the kit, wrapping around the right side of the pillar. That could have gotten worse if he had to go around left. Obviously, he influenced that decision. This spray, it looked like Twist. I don't know if he ran out of ammo entirely or just stopped shooting. But luckily, here for Mouse, they get away with it. When Jimmy dies right there, I think for a moment, he just totally forgot that there was definitely op that was encroaching and he didn't see it. Man, this game is at it all. Without that last round here from Mouse, you would think no chance. There hasn't been a 3 straight no T so far.
Good.
Yeah.
Leave us in a world of possibility.
Did fl0m say rending earlier today? Hey, had to summon at least one good game. You're welcome.
That's gonna hurt more at the major than losing this
Today
one at this
sucked
point,
until
with
this
how
like
close they
until
both
this
have been.
series. Basically, I'm not even gonna lie. Even with FaZe
start that we
winning,
saw
like it
from
was still
Mouse,
like these games today have been
position
all
in
just
OT
stomps.
that
Spirit
Liquid found
Navi was so
themselves
boring, dude. Navi looked like
getting the
buns.
map point first.
FaZe
we
game
got
was good
Mouse
because of the result. The
foregoing
game itself
mid
was
at
kind of.
this point. They've done a good enough job of not having Liquid come
It was
back
fun to
search
see
it.
Simple play well,
But now
for
it's
sure.
A full A attack.
It was quick.
We
Like
got a committed
I
spot
just
here
want
for
FaZe in
Shuhei.
the
We have
playoffs. So like
Nerds
it was a
in
good
safe
result,
spot
but
inside the window.
comparing today's games versus others,
They bait the
ooh.
off shot out. Now Ultimate's wounded. Shuhei with nothing. Fast Palace pop. They're going to try to just barrel
Nice.
down into it. And Ultimate, even though he's low health, will still continue
going, keep it going.
to make them show.
Oh!
That is a gnarly
Hold
repeat.
that, Torch! Hold that,
You want it? Come get it!
Fuck,
Ultimate
he kept
finally
going.
dropped at the hands of Spinks.
42
who's the only player
kills.
to surpass that 30 kill count, barring
42
Ultimate. Sitting pretty,
kills.
42 kills, and 3 of them here in this round. This critical moment to get that 18th. And as they cross that open road,
Jesus
they look
Christ.
for their plant, the
Oh.
recovery in full effect. Twist pushes out, and Mao's still with other ideas.
Oh my! They are
Not one
fighting
kill
an
happened. That was
absolute
not
titan at
Ultimate's
the
that
moment.
round,
I
man.
can't believe Ultimate can have that much impact from Ticket in that spot. He swung into Apex. That is a guaranteed headshot angle that you hold versus Oppers, whatever. Because they have to hit you in the head, and it's a wall bang to the dome on Torzi with another kill, and still Mouse survive it.
Ultimate's literally gonna have to drop 50 to just fucking get out of this.
Finishing frags from Xerxin. 17-17, 18 to go on to another overtime, 19 to win it.
That's the power of the one round they win in the last half. Denying a full sweep, Ultimate active this time. We've seen him peek into underpass before, but Torchi's sitting there waiting for him.
That's the golden idea, right? They've never punished him for doing it.
It's a 5v4
Yeah, Ultimate's been getting that the whole
Mouse.
game.
Bomb scoop back up by Jimmy. They're going to stay
Ultimate's
shoulder
been
to
getting that the
shoulder
whole
here.
game. Now finally adjusted.
It is the
I don't know.
nature of this team.
I can't really blame Ultimate for doing it
They're trying to
like
punish
as much as he
Underpass here
has.
with this boost. They might see someone walking back into it.
Torchi not scoped.
Oh, shot gets missed.
It's going to be a what could have been moment, and Spanx is able to capitalize. They were not ready for that player. Boosted up already.
Crouch into that spray control. Beautiful.
We said no full sweeps in overtime yet, but Mouse could be on the brink of one. Convert this 5v3. Take a big
Nerds
sigh
wasn't
of
ready
relief.
for the fight, but then once he got it, he
And
tried to
swing for
force
the
it because they were
fences
down.
To finish. Xerxin catches Twist up inside of Connector. And Shuhei will be left running the other direction. This is Mau's round to play with 40 seconds, all options open, total control of the map.
This is suddenly the moment in the game where it actually feels like Maus now have, after so much time, figured out the answers to their problems. Their approach on mid was way better. They punish Ultimate, who's been having it too easy going into underpass opping. And now with 20 seconds, okay, Shuhei dies. Nafly is alone. They know he's a B player. It's a Hail Mary and he'll go down. One more, says Torzy, to win this game.
He promised us in that pregame that he would bring the heat, the passion, the fire to the squad. He said, yeah, you heard me yesterday, but I've got so much more to give.
And they don't do it off the back of luck. They actually learn from their mistakes. And they just
Synthetic,
play better
thanks for the
CS
60-month
inside of
reset. Thank you, thank
Zerson
you.
was dying every round. Torzy was not getting mid kills. Ultimate was getting everything. Nertz was taking out Exertion. All that changes inside of one round. And a final timeout here.
This is something Liquid haven't faced. An elimination point.
Oh.
I don't know the name.
Maus have stepped onto the brink of elimination more than once in this final map of play.
Man, Scout, MP9, FAMAS.
With an 8-1 score at the start of Mirage. And it's back in their hands. Not to mention dwindling economy for the CTs. Team Liquid playing off of an MP9, a Scout on Ultimate. And when Ultimate has been such a ferocious force inside of this A defense, there's no denying that's a limitation.
42 and 21. Jesus Christ, man.
Liquid take a risk out the gate. A-Lean. 4 players here. Nafly alone.
42 and 21, and you're playing one more round of Counter-Strike to just have the opportunity to get more.
Smokes go down on connector.
Naf with the world on his shoulders at the moment.
It's an early duel. That's one. That's it. But we've got Bomb still back a little bit. It's actually going to turn into A again.
Naf can't afford to go down, and they are carving a bit of a path towards this direction just to maybe have options, just to maybe shake up Liquid.
It's going A. They've got Palace. They've got A ramp. So
Exertion takes to the ladder, and we have Twist just locked in on this wall. No util, just the fl0m to the back of the heads. They're fighting for it as Shuhei's SMG connects.
Nice!
Gets a triple!
What the fuck?
And as Jimmy sits over towards the rim,
oh
his
my
team is
God!
up in flames. There's no way we do this again!
And the Scout headshot through the wall from Ultimate from Ticket. I've never seen so much impact from someone playing Ticket as we have seen from Ultimate in this game. And even with the 2 rounds in a row, and the first time we've seen a half buy forced out here in overtime, it's a team with less money that wins. You can't make this up. The A stack is the perfect call from Shuhei.
Shuhei, baby.
Everybody played their positions well. They believed in it. Twist gets his 3 kills. That helps out a lot.
Shuhei knows their system because he's the one that made it.
Chat. No ad will play during this overtime. You're totally safe. However, don't fuck around and find out. Pre-rolls turn off in 11 minutes. So in 11 minutes, if you for some reason leave and come back, you're going to get clapped with 1.
They may have taken it to a trophy lift.
You're all good if you're already in here. You're fine.
But in that final
But
round,
just make sure you don't don't refresh or something after 11 minutes, okay?
Squirrely now. They lost a player top mid. Maus are counting on very calm.
Danny, thanks for the 2-month primer and Eclipse. Thanks for the gift
up,
of the donut.
where they were doing better. They get the first kill. There's no underpass
I
play
saw
now.
energy
Ultimate's
in
changed
chat.
up. He's over on Cat. Always.
Alo, thanks for the 500 fucking bits. Let my 50. Let's get 50 of my goat. Ultimate new nifty. True.
Nertz, I think, is a really great solution. They still got to find Exertion.
White swing straight into him. Shuhei gets smashed. Exertion's positioning, catching them all. He has had his hands full on the attack, but not this round. Finally put down by Naf, 99 damage as he just presses his luck out through that jungle. What a resurgence in this one out of Maus.
It's a little bit crazy to think that I
Ultimate has
think
already seen himself on a scout in one of
Naf is
these
basically.
halves. So
I'm not saying Naf's been playing great. But the fact that
win the
Liquid has
opening
been
round,
playing for this A bomb
well.
site the whole time, and it's gone so horrendously is insane.
5v4 situations in this game.
It is insane. Of course,
that
Ultimate's
seemed like
tilted.
the most important
Skimmer,
kill
thanks
so
for the
far.
11-month primer. Thank you.
The fact that Exertion is getting into it is also imperative. Like him and Jimmy are the two guys here that on Dust 2 have had some very standout, or Mirage, excuse me, some very standout performances. Lacking today.
Eclipse, thanks for another gifted, by the way. Thank you, guys. Any primers, prime forgetters, anybody looking to save on 35% off? Remember, guys, it means you're saving, I swear.
Get away with that.
Dude, the second kill from Xertion is disgusting. Buddha, thanks for the 5 super chat on YouTube, and Money, thanks for the 21-month primer. Thank you, man.
You're dead on those two players, right? It's great for them to find a round with both of their names on it.
Nurse is supposed to be the guy to step up. They all are, man.
Waiting
It's fucking,
for the emergence
Nerds and Twists.
of Xertion and Jimmy.
Storm, thanks for the 10-month primer. Thank you.
It's a hard job for Xertion. Everyone knows you're going to try to get boosted into window or get up into connector every round of your damn life.
Come on.
And if they don't stuff you inside connector, then he's dealing with an ultimate over towards Ticket, who's been very freed up and happy to take that duel.
Yeah, but not this round. He was started on Cat because they have conditioned him out of like taking those early mid fights. His rotations changed. He wanted a new way to approach it.
All right, let's go.
His aim's been insane. I thought he was just taking that bench swing, to be honest.
Fine. Thank you very much for the 5 gifts.
On the
thank you. Appreciate you, beautiful.
Yeah.
Already on the brink of connector.
Nice Willie, exquisite Willie.
Scoped up on that ramp. He has done wonders from this position. He'll try again.
That's free.
Keep it going,
Perfect
man.
kill onto Brolin, who hits the dirt 2 rounds in a row. Xertion, though, already up through connector. Damages Shuhei, takes away the support system. Nertz is going to put his name into it. Spinks from over top of the stairs. As we do lose that offer inside sight, it falls to Naf to clutch it. He gives himself a bit of room to work by killing Spinks first. Opens up his route, but look at this post plant from Mouse. Opposite sides of the bomb site. And it's a plant on default, which means this is not for Torji. If he misses a shot uncharacteristically, then that CT could cross, but a lock-in's what
Rev,
he
thank you so much
offers.
for the 100-month streak and a 100-month resub. Thank you, dude. And man, I need a life. Saying, thank you very much for the 5 gifted.
Liquid, and they haven't had
Thank
to
you.
face it this early. Foreboding signs that they've seen this and been on the receiving end of 2 straight in these OT halves. Double connector setups not working out. The longer the game goes on, the more experience these guys have together than Shuhei has calling for Liquid, and they are learning and adapting extremely well.
It's a Mouse core that's been through hell and back. A Mouse core that slammed its head against FaZe for an entire year with Shuhei at the helm.
I think people are
Mouse that had to make a shocking roster move.
But it's
to
hard
cut
not
one
to
of their
sleep on them a little bit
friends
based on
from
the
the
things that have come
roster.
out of that camp. And they were kind of on the
But
down.
Mouse and Austin have high hopes to finish this season strong.
Really, in
Yeah, it's
overtime,
not
they're
3.
going to run into Cold Zero
Not
with
3, what are we, triple overtime, chat?
In upper B.
You telling me you see the jumping double?
Wait till he starts jumping.
He's gonna hold that angle first. It's right on the other brink.
He's still going.
Molotov over to the bench.
That was Nori's reaction to ultimate scoreline that I just pointed out.
Not able to get himself the multi-kill. They swarm down through it. Twist tests
Oh,
the smoke.
come on,
He gets
Twist.
himself a second. Then over from that doorway, here comes Spinks. He's got the answer already. Man
He missed the
advantage
jump.
still for Liquid. Bomb scooped up by Torzi. Tries to plant it default, and Shuhei still a bit of a gap back from the site. Now as Spinks has smokes in
Nice.
front of him, he's got a teammate down behind, and it's Liquid to try to press their luck. They will get it. That one round, that one saving grace, the lifeline in OT.
Yeah, I mean, Twist's rifle work right there was absolutely exceptional. How quick it was from the first kill to the second helps out a lot that they start the op in the right position. It's a new place here. The reason they walk into this, obviously, is because when's the last time they've had an op waiting for them? Low money, no problem for Liquid once again.
I don't.
It will not be a clean 3 in a row. OTs are far and few, or timeouts are far and few between. They've got to use these wisely.
Oh my
I understand that this game only gets hard. Again, if you're the favored team, especially this favorite, going into overtimes this deep, it should favor you.
Sorry, Nori woke up from her nap, so she has a burst of energy for the next 30 minutes before she crashes again.
That Liquid have played so far with this team. I'm sure they're learning a lot about themselves right now, and they're probably so thankful that they have Ultimate in this form as well.
What a reminder to his capabilities this map is.
No, yeah, she's definitely got the zoomies right now. Is she a cat? Yes.
Is it too late in the major run?
Okay, this tech pause is pissing me off. Also, I thought Xerxon was snorting the heat pack.
Tension's thick here in Austin.
I was like, that's bold. I was like, that's a new...
For 6 long months, Shuhei has sat on the sidelines of Counter-Strike watching as his ex-teammates and friends went on to reach new heights, to touch a trophy in Cluj. Constant top 4 finishes all season long, had MAUs painted as potential favorites. The fact that they can beat Vitality technically in a best of 3, that Lisbon best of 5, if only the format was different, is what they've got to tell themselves so that they can believe that they'll best number 1. A 0-2 day. I said earlier in this series that if you're the type of person to give up, then just uninstall Counter-Strike. And I think that Shuhei kind of embodies that from a professional point of view in his career. There was such a doubt on MAUs when they cut him, as if like this was the solution. You can do it without your captain, your leader of men, because we gave him that praise as well. Not just an in-game leader, but a captain.
And he's happy to go play for whoever wants to play with him, and that's why we saw that Gamer Legion run afterwards. We know plenty of players that would take the break long enough to find a good team and not settle for anything outside of Tier 1. Shuhei said, if you're down to clown, so am I. Let's run it. And he made it to the grand finals of Paris with a roster you'd never expect. Now you've got Ima on Na'Vi off that team. Shuhei has found a place on Liquid. That's a brave move to make in your career. And he's someone who didn't want to waste any time. And to be honest, for MAUs, it's also a huge risk. Optics of cutting your IGL, who's been with you, who's been on the team, been off the team, survived without you as well. To have Brolin call, who is one of the least expected players.
Coaches are not allowed to talk during tech pauses, no. They might like talk to an admin or something like that, but no, they can't like...
I mean, from what we knew from the outside,
their microphones
it really
don't
made
even
no
work.
sense for Brolin to take over the man.
And then
old gamers
admin's got to, they keep a close eye to make sure nobody's cheesing and trying to talk during the tech. And if you guys don't know, that's just, they do that so that way people don't intentionally cause tech issues, which, if you don't
just
think
by
would
nature
happen,
of the play
it
style
definitely
as well.
does.
Like, if you just look at it in the server, it left us scratching our heads. And also, I think the
definitely
timing
does.
of the
Way
cut.
back in the day, some teams had a tendency to kick PCs at very
right before
intense
Katowice
moments.
was meant to start. It happened after the player break.
After the player break.
3 weeks into January. You know, we thought the dust had settled and it wasn't the craziest of off seasons, and then shocking news.
I wonder if that picture is still floating around somewhere where one of the PCs literally had a fucking dent in the side of it.
And his return to action took some time as well. You know, there was obviously everybody throwing out his name immediately
I don't know.
where he could end up.
I kind of
there
want
was some absence from play.
We're safe. Guys, the pre-rolls are about to turn on in a minute, but like I said, as long as you're already in here, you're all good. Okay? I'm not going to run one.
But this is what Liquid needed. 100%. It was cool to be able to see that no matter what, if he was IGLing or not, Twist can maintain his form. That was great.
Okay,
and to be honest, back
really
on Dust 2, it felt like, all right, well, what's going to happen with this project? But we are like 3 hours past that. We just saw Nuke, where Liquid just absolutely stunned versus their performance versus MAUs. And we came into that saying, well, they probably won't win, but let's see if they can impress us. Well, they did both. and now they have a chance to actually win the series, which is ridiculous turn of events. Again, Oviedo handpicked for MAJOR's success. I hope no one has to pee.
It's wild that this entire season of Counter-Strike, the only criticism that you could put on MAJOR was, haha, you can't beat Vitality.
Yeah.
But nobody else could. It's this historic 30-match win streak. But that one went back and forth.
Yeah.
You know? This is a MAJOR that knew they could beat everybody barring the world's #1. So all good. Step into the major. Stage 3 start, fine. Talking about a Shanghai semi-finalist for the record. And the only playoffs they have missed since then was the start of the season when, again, turmoil with Shuhei's departure caused a bit of panic. No Vitality in Cluj-Napoca led them to a trophy lift. And the confidence they got from that. Top 4 ever since. 3 second places in the process.
New pair of buds in. A little break here in OT number 3. What are we on?
What day is it?
How many rounds to win?
Where are we?
Austin, Texas.
Back in America for another major.
Ah, well, looks like someone does have to pee.
You know that Cloud9 spirit's out there in the air.
Tough.
Cloud9 in Boston,
Should've peed when I had to pee,
0-2
dude.
best of 1 start. Before the miracle that inspired a generation of North American Counter-Strike players. I remember where I was when it happened. I think everybody should. I was on my knees in front of my computer desk, tears in my eyes. As Skadoodle
TMI.
Yeah, so thanks for the 3-month primer. Thank you.
Smix.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
We were all crying, Ska. Well, no one was crying as much as FaZe fans, but it's okay. They'll get another chance, they said.
American majors.
So that spirit of the 0-2 reverse sweeps lives on because MAJOR could be the players to wield it. Could be. Again, the certainty that they can beat every other team in a best of 3 except for Vitality. But Vitality lost to Legacy. So what does that mean? That means...
Well, they haven't played Legacy, have they?
That's fair.
Talk to you then. So Legacy, you're now 1 and 2 as well, right?
You raise a valid point.
NT, thanks for the 49-month primer. Thank you.
Depends how you define funny.
Dude, can we start this shit? Fuck. Let me in. Let me in, dude. You're building up all this crazy ass hype, dude. They're trying to ice out my boy fucking Ultimate. And by them, I mean Twist.
It's like Twist.
Evan, thanks for the Twitch primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's crazy, Gilly.
Not allowed to speak, but you're allowed to write.
Dear God, I told my family I'd come home with the trophy. My wife won't let me in the house if we fuck this up.
Wait.
I don't want to sleep on the couch again.
Please, God, not a loss to Liquid. Your friend, Cyclone.
Let it be versus Legacy.
Here we are. Mirage, welcome back to the server.
Yeah, Ultimate has almost 50 kills.
Sorry, where were we?
20 and 19 as we get into this. And Liquid got one at the tail end just now on CT side.
All right, no rest for the wicked, I guess, huh? Straight back into the thick of it. We get first kill to the favor of Mouse.
Very useful for Xertion to kill him specifically. That guy's been the bane of his existence.
First to 22 for the win.
Oh!
No way.
Excuse you.
That's a bit of accuracy that plays into his favor. Looks like he bends that bullet around the side. Huge for Spinks to recover.
They don't know
a
his
double.
side. They don't know Brolin's side.
Down, but Shuhei slipped the net. Even though his teammate dies with bomb towards connector, at least he gets the free kill back, and he's going to know damn well that Spinks was over towards that jungle.
Getting this bomb back, though, is going to be its own issue. Off coming in. Torzy gets that kill, and it's great here for Mouse. It's great, especially with that initial kill from Xertion, swinging it out of connector early. And Torzy wants to end this game here and now, 21-19, after an absolute saga of a match.
Instantaneous aggression.
And before this last overtime, I couldn't see why they would end it, because Liquid, it felt like in general, were just so consistently good at countering their game plan. But now that Mouse have made adaptations and they're getting better at the 5v4s and understand what Liquid are doing to win mid, it feels like they deserve it. This last overtime timeout is going to get used for Mouse. This round seals the deal for Mouse. If they can pull it off, they've got a 2-round gap.
We've seen Liquid survive one match point. Now they're going to have to do it back to back. And the op rings out immediately. Xertion still playing around with connector.
Come on. Fuck it. Quad OT.
His op outside ladder.
Surely, right? No, we're probably fucked, to be honest. Ultimate's tried so fucking hard to just like
ready to rock in
keep
mid
this
as
team
well, but it's number
afloat.
strong on that ramp. Nerds a little
Everybody's
late to
just trying to
Palace.
poke more holes in the ship,
Eventually
though.
getting into that, excuse me, it's NAF. And now they're already going to test it, so they will just try to swing it out into the A site. Brolin leaning back just starts dropping the full belt of utility. And while they take a look at the site, there's nobody actually emerging from any of these corners.
This underpass lurk is so late, it gives Liquid outs. They can't just be coming up on this A split with nothing else. But they've got a plant before these smokes come up, and Twist gets killed before he can release his.
Brolin finds ultimate in the process.
The bomb's down at A ramp.
3v5, it's gonna take a hero. A beyond belief heroic moment for Liquid, or this one goes up in smoke. Mouse pushed to their absolute limits, but the mutiny continues with Shuhei marooned here in Austin, where any sign of Liquid success is nothing but a mirage. Oh, how it felt real for only a moment. The reverse sweep from 0-2 for Mouse begins.
What an amazing moment here for Mouse. I feel so terrible for
NC
Liquid
Ultimate.
because
NC,
not only
bro.
did they impress back on Nuke, but they actually got map
thanks for
point
35
first
much
here
thank you.
in this 3-map series. They could have closed. They had lots of chances, but to
Liquid
beat
did the
Mouse
most
as they
fucking
got
Liquid
better,
thing possible.
Well, that shouldn't
They didn't
have
just
been
lose.
even possible.
They made me
Mouse
for a
were
second
playing
think they wouldn't,
at their
and then
peak
they
form.
lost.
Amazing try from Ultimate as well.
Because
to
fuck
put
me,
up
that's
damn
why.
near 50 kills in that overtime. Just beautiful stuff.
Just a departure, from the major that still leaves us with so many questions, because we get that flash of Ultimate. This godlike final map is, again, just a reminder of what could be if he gets it all together. But we don't know what will be of Team Liquid after the player break, if more changes are to come, if the rumors are to be believed. And the same could be said with NAF. There were moments of brilliance yet again. over towards that B site. Stellar holds, but it's just not
King
enough
Brito,
for
thanks
Team
for
Liquid.
37-month
And so the
reset, thank
struggles
you.
continue. His ex-teammates with a 2-0 record over Shuhei.
Liquid find themselves eliminated here at the Austin Major, but putting up one incredible fight here on Mirage towards the end of it all. Shuhei, just talk to me about the emotions and what's going through your mind right now, mate.
It's hard to say. I don't know, really. Obviously, it's very tough to lose. Obviously, in that style as well. I think that we played really good as a team. Some of the best Counter-Strike we showed at this event in the last 2 maps. Yeah, we were just really close, but I guess so far away as well.
You've clearly been working, though, on your nuke and Mirage coming into this, right? It wasn't looking good for you guys even when you were leading this team as well. Was that, at least after nuke, gave you guys some positive, like, mentality to come into this game, knowing that, like, okay, look, what we're working on, what we said, it's actually happening?
Yeah, I think when we reached nuke, actually City side even does too. We felt like it clicked for us.
Okay.
Exactly what we needed, what we were looking for in the first 2 games yesterday, and it didn't happen. It clicked for us on the Dust 2 City side. We couldn't close it out on Dust 2, but then coming into nuke, we felt a lot of confidence, and we knew that we wouldn't win there. And if we continue our game with Mirage, we would have won as well. But that was not the case. They were just a better team today.
And in terms of you saying they're the better team, that's obviously your old team as well. Was there some emotion? Was there some extra like feelings within this game?
Oh, of course. It's a normal thing in competitions. You play against your ex-team. Obviously, there's some adrenaline. There's some love-hate on a server. You would always want to win against them. Today, they're on top, but it's going to be another time for me.
Now, for going forward, obviously coming into this major, everyone's talking about how good this bootcamp was, you signing now for the team. Obviously, this is extremely disappointing for you guys. What does this mean for the next steps?
Well, obviously a break now. One of the main things we need to work on is how do we get, or how do we start off the tournament correctly? Because I feel like if we started off the tournament correctly here, which we had a chance to do so, I think the results would have looked a lot different. So that's something we're going to look at. I think we have the potential to do so. We showed it in practice. Now we just need to convert it to officials.
And lastly, anything you want to say to all the supporters and fans out there?
I'm sorry to everyone that was wishing we would be in the arena, that you guys wanted to see us in the arena. That was also our dream. At the end of the day, it's every Counter-Strike player's dream come true to play in front of arena. We couldn't make it this time, but we will for sure make it another time. Thank you for your support.
And there we have it. That's the end of Liquid's road here at the Austin Major.
Well, I took the words right out of my mouth in that interview. Best 2 games of Counter-Strike they played at this event were the last 2 maps that we've just seen from them.
And they did not win a singular best of 3.
If they played like that on day 1, they wouldn't even be in this situation, Maui, and now eliminated from the Austin Major.
I mean, Ultimate had more kills in that map than he did at all of the other maps combined at the Major. I mean, it was a brilliant performance from him on an individual level. The 4 match points that Liquid had, they're going to be looking back at.
Yes.
Because that was from we're so back to it's so DeRover.
They had their they had their 4 chances to close out this series. 2 in regulation, 2 in that first overtime. Those missed opportunities, but yeah, an unreal performance from Ultimate. Twist had some incredible rounds as well. Nerds, Shuhei,
I mean, that's all in the last map, but that's, did you see it? Motherfucker had 75.
The experience from Miles just proves too much, and I think one
I mean,
thing
he did have what 40 fucking 5 or whatever it was.
Pushed on, just like, you know, no good reason, full W, swing for a fight right out of a tech pause. You're gonna catch someone sleeping.
I also like that they made adjustments. I mean, they didn't let Ultimate beat them the same way 5 times in a row.
Yeah, they finally put Torji down there to put a stop to the peak.
They had some counters eventually. I feel like Cyclone probably was giving some great input, and those kind of moments are why, you know, I do rate Cyclone highly. I do rate this Mouse team incredibly highly. I'm really impressed, though, with how Liquid was able to push Mouse to the absolute limits here. Everybody was really actually putting in a really good effort here on the Liquid side, despite the L.
Completely agree, but we're going to switch things up and go on some more of the positives here. We've got a live Mahone Zone with Brolin.
With Brolin?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, we watch it. With Brolin, let's do it.
This is a really long overtime game. What we're actually going to do is have Brolin sit next to me here. We're going to watch that final round that they just played. So Brolin, first of all, congratulations. Thank you. Must be a huge relief. What we're going to do essentially is just watch your POV for that last round. And yeah, just give me your thoughts on what was happening. Obviously, came off a bit of a long tech pause. So yeah, just talk me through what was happening here.
No, I think just obviously it's a mental game from now. I think it doesn't really. I think the team who wants it more gonna win the game basically. And yeah, I think there's many rounds that they were committing middle, for example, from underground and top mid, and maybe it's gonna be a changer now because Sergeant killed him in mid last round. And I don't know. I saw Naf doing this Heishi from Palace sometimes, and then when he's doing the Heishi, they always went A. It was maybe 1 or 2 rounds before it, and I felt like, okay, boys, it's gonna be A here, and I was really confident they're gonna be here, A here, and then I saw two slope up and 1 Palace, and then we know that it's gonna be an A round, and yeah.
Were you guys convinced at all that, you know, because they're so deep into overtime, that this was just gonna be the commit, like there's no fake or anything like that?
I mean, of course. I mean, obviously, I think there's not many teams that are taking.
You guys really can't understand him.
To slope my Palace, for example, which I saw on my POV. So I mean, of course, we can do some kinds of do it, but I think it's, as I said, it's a really tough game, and it's an elimination game as well, overtime game. So
don't be
I think
weird.
maybe, as I said, maybe this fakes doesn't happen in these scenarios.
So right here, when you hold towards the CT spawn area, you find 1 kill, you got your backup coming in. At this point, what are you looking to do? Are you looking to just stay alive,
You guys need to watch Get Right more.
contact, or what's your approach at this point?
No, I think both. I like both ways, of course. I think either we can fight or either we can just play slow and play the fire free. But we have the team in basically in CT, so I think it's just good. Like, I think it's just good to overall just go up CT and try to kill them before they get the bomb plants, and just try to make their house in their comfort zone basically. So yeah, it's just I think this game was just incredible, and yeah, I'm really happy that we won it.
Any final thoughts, like just on the game overall? Like, this was a really long match.
No, I think just as I said before, I think it was just 2-1 with more basically who wins. We were in 8-1 lead, and yeah, they got the last 3 rounds on the C side, and then they got the pistol, and I don't know who won the first weapon, but yeah, I think it's just pure mental game, and I don't think I think they played really good. I think they came back in the tough situations, if I say so. They had a lot of match points, and we as well. I think we had some at least. But yeah, it was a really tough game, and I'm just really happy, as I said before, that we won the game in the end, and I'm just looking forward to the next one already.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Broland, and of course,
Thanks,
still a long
Broland.
road
Thanks,
ahead, still a couple more.
All right. So for those of you that are being weenies, didn't think it'd be mid because I got the kill mid the round before. Every round that NAF H-E'd in Palace, they had a tendency to end A. So when NAF naded in Palace, Brolin thought it would be an A end. He confirmed it with 2 ramp. Wanted to disrupt from CT when the bomb was going down. They wanted it more. There you go. Let's see. Okay, let's go up here. So subscribe to the fl0m Clips and Highlights channel. We'll talk about the results of today. Where did this fucker start? This fucker started here. So Vitality absolutely fucking mopped 3D Max. FaZe, good game with Legacy. Simple, we had a nice little Simple performance here. This was really fun. If you want to see Simple have a nice little reference game, and yeah, he was playing lights out. Elige doing his thing again. But yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch him. Well, G2 handled Aurora. Didn't see that game much, but crazy scoreline. Lin Vision went up early on Mongols, like I think it was like 6-2. I'm kind of curious, actually. I forget. Where's this fucking thing? Yeah. So, and then they just got absolutely mopped. I think right here is where I said, wow, guys, Lin Vision's playing very good. Then they won 1 more round, and then they lost. So my bad. Fury absolutely shot on VP. Told you VP's ass. All jokes aside, Fury looks legit. We'll see how VP looks tomorrow. Spirit handled Na'Vi. Na'Vi just doesn't look like a top 5 team. Maybe barely top 10. Didn't get to see the Pain Amiga game at all because I was too busy crashing out at Liquid losing. Somebody save Ultimate. He had a crazy last map. Ultimate, if you missed this game, did this. He went 45 and 25 in the game. He was plus 20 and nobody decided to help him. Tough. Probably definitely the best game of the day though. despite the result. As you know, I said it, I made the joke earlier, but it's true. You know, I knew Liquid was probably going to lose this one, but they really just did it the most Liquid way possible. They make you think that they have a chance just to then crush you. They're like, guys, look, it's going to happen. Just kidding. You're fucking, get fucked, buddy. And it's done. Absolutely fucking done. Insane. Oh, so that was pretty much a wrap up today, and then the matches tomorrow are as follows. So we got VP FaZe. Is that right? Let me make sure this is right. Hold on. Wait, that's not right. I'm stupid. I skipped one. Sorry. Hold on. Sorry. We got VP Vitality because I'm fucking blind. Mongols FaZe. Oh god. Navi G2. Well, aren't both those teams happy to play each other? That's actually a hilarious matchup. Both those teams are so happy to be playing each other. You realize that? Like, out of all the teams you could be playing up here, both these guys are like, oh, thank God it's you, bro. They said, thank God you're here, man. They're like, I thought I'd have to play fucking Mongols, bro. Aurora Mouse. What? Oh God. Well, that's fucking nuts. Okay. I would normally compare this to my pick'ems, but as I told you guys before, I can't get diamond. It's probably fucked. I don't even remember what they were. I think this is bad for my pick'ems though. I mean, this was bad too, but I put Liquid going through. I'm delusional. Legacy versus Linvision. A reminder of I can't pick O3s, and then 3D Max versus Pain. Matchups I'm looking forward to tomorrow are for sure FaZe Mongols. I would be more excited about Navi G2, but actually that's like to me mentally, that might be one of the least exciting games tomorrow because, which is weird. And people are fans of those guys. So like everybody's going to be mad at me saying that, but like Navi's probably going to make changes after the major. There's no rumors that they are. I just feel like we're at that point. And then G2, we already know are. So it's like, we're watching, like, that game kind of sucks the dick because it's like, who cares? It's a nothing. Like, there are probably two teams that aren't going to go much further after they make the playoffs unless they go on a crazy Cinderella run. And you know that team isn't going to probably be sticking together. So no hate. I'd like them to do well, but yeah, it's not an exciting matchup. Aurora Mouse has got to be the craziest game, like in terms of circumstances tomorrow. FaZe Mongol is what I'm looking forward to. I think VP will struggle with Vitality, obviously. We'll see, though. Yeah, so FaZe Mongols, Aurora Mouse are the matchups tomorrow I'm looking forward to. Subscribe to the fl0m Clips and Highlights channel, and let's see. You said the matches are already up for tomorrow? Let's go. Let me see. Oh, what the fuck? Let's watch Linvision Legacy, yeah? That's a fun one. Like, this is the battle. It's kind of wholesome to see that these two are playing each other to knock each other out, is it not? It's the two Cinderella runs basically fighting versus each other. Amelia versus Demao. That's a good one. I like this matchup from that standpoint. Oh, what the? No, stop it. No. Blast, do something else. Switch the games. No, that's not. No, bad. Fuck. Well, of course, they put the two games I want to see at the same exact time. Oh, one of the mods actually beat me to it. I unbanned him for a second, Lori. That's crazy. All right. Well, man. Navi G2 or Vitality VP? I just got done telling you I don't really care, but also I don't feel like Vitality VP will be a good game. This is going to be more of a game time decision. I'm going to go with the side of just Malbs for now, but we'll see. Hopefully these games get kind of staggered so we can just watch both. All right, guys, that's gonna be it for me today. Nice little stream. Let's see. Are we at 11 mansions? We are fucking very close to 11 mansions, guys. That is insane. Thank you. Possum, thanks for your 43. Guys, I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for subbing, following, donating. How are the headphones feel? Good. It's a little weird just because I'm not used to wearing in-ears like this, like all day. So it's an adjustment, but it's really like I notice it most when I step away from the PC and I just like take them off real quick. It just doesn't feel like I've been wearing a headset. You know what I mean? YouTube stream, please don't forget to like and subscribe before you guys get on out of here. Let me see if there's somebody I can raid and host on Twitch before I go. Oh, that Summit 1G guy probably doesn't need my viewership. Let's see. All right, let's give some love to Steve. He's playing WoW and probably crashing out. All right, give him some love. All of your favorite Counter-Strike streamers are pretty much live, so you guys should be good to go. But if you guys enjoy some WoW, want to see somebody do some higher end stuff, check it out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful, wonderful day, morning, afternoon. You guys are absolutely stunning. And I will see you guys tomorrow morning, per usual, same schedule, okay? The Paceman thing is out of date, but I'm sponsored by SteelSeries. These are the Game Buds. I'm on a Prime wireless mouse and the Apex Pro 60% keyboard. 10 keyless. Okay, bye.